Chapter 2901. Is this a pretend weakness scheme? In Wen Yu and Lu Ji's minds, Listen was a very prideful person. He might not show this on the surface, but it was clear from his actions. For Listen to recommend Gulang, it meant that he had attained Listen's acknowledgement and that Listen genuinely believed that Gulang was stronger than him. Wen Yu's eyes flashed. She had always been Sky City's main manager. Yet, she never noticed anything special about Gulang. This made her reflect on whether she had lost her sharp eye because of how busy she had been of late. Listen rarely recommended anyone to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was silent for a moment before he replied, "Listen, you, Gulang, and Endless Summer are a team. Until now, you've been the one leading this team. You can decide for yourself how this team should develop from now on. If you need anything, let Wen Yu know and she'll make things easier for you. If you come up against any external obstacles, go ahead and remove them." After Su Yiren and Luo Lan arrived, they conversed with Lin Yuan for a while as well. They did not talk about their struggles, but they seriously told Lin Yuan about the issue that Wen Yu had just highlighted. The two of them let out sighs of relief when Lin Yuan said that he could resolve the issue. With the fantasy crystal birthstone flower, Lin Yuan could continue to control everything in Sky City even while he was traveling. With Lin Yuan making the decisions, Sky City developed even faster than before. Jin Chen completed the trade with the Undra clan and brought back a large amount of blood-type spiritual ingredients for Lin Yuan. As a native expert from the sky beyond the clouds, Jin Chen knew which side had the advantage in a trade. The Undra clan had been very sincere in the trade and were willing to absorb some losses if it meant that they could demonstrate their goodwill to Lin Yuan. However, Jin Chen was very unhappy with the Undra clan. During the trade, he sensed that the two elders he had been trading with had made several attempts to gain information from him. They had even hinted that they could give him some benefits. If Jin Chen was not completely under Lin Yuan's control, to the point that Lin Yuan even decided whether he lived or died, Jin Chen might have taken the bait that the Undra clan had dangled in front of him. Jin Chen told all of this to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was not bothered when he heard that. He never assumed he was truly on good terms with the Undra clan just because they held a banquet to receive him. It was true that the Undra clan wanted to be on good terms with him ever since witnessing his power. However, it would be more accurate to say that they wanted to use him. Lin Yuan had only ever intended to make use of the Undra clan as well. Suddenly, Jin Chen remembered something. Before trading with the Undra clan, he saw Feng Xian, who had brought Lin Yuan to the Undra clan. Feng Xian had said that he really wanted to meet with Lin Yuan. However, Jin Chen was not in a position to make a decision and had not responded to Feng Xian. Now that the memory had surfaced, he told Lin Yuan about this. Jin Chen sensed that Feng Xian had been injured. His roots were seriously damaged as well. If injured roots were not treated in time, there would be serious consequences. It was likely that Feng Xian had ended up in this state because of what he had done at the banquet. The Undra clan had expressed their anger to the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. In order to appease them, the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves leader had abandoned Feng Xian. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. He had communicated with Fan Lu twice. Just like how Feng Qing had allowed Fan Lu to decide Feng Xian's fate, Lin Yuan allowed Fan Lu to decide the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves' fate. Fan Lu's final decision was to eliminate the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves and use them as a springboard. With such a goal, the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves were definitely headed for death. But now, Feng Xian's actions could not drag down the entire Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Hence, he needed a larger stage. Jin Chen, since Feng Xian wants to see me, bring him to me. I also want to thank him for bringing me to the Undra clan. Jin Chen froze momentarily before bowing respectfully to Lin Yuan and backing out of the room. Jin Chen had a feeling that there was nothing in this world that Lin Yuan would not be able to calculate or plan for. Since Lin Yuan was willing to meet Feng Xian, it meant that the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves' fate was sealed. Feng Xian had been taken away by members of the Undra clan before receiving Lin Yuan's response. Out of consideration for their dignity, the Undra clan would not go over the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves' heads to handle Feng Xian. It was likely that Feng Xian would be sent back to the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. There was no way that Feng Xian would have a good time back with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Without Lin Yuan's response, it was as though he had rejected his connection to Feng Xian. This caused Feng Xian to become useless to the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. It was just as Jin Chen had predicted. The Undra clan had delivered Feng Xian back to the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Andre had been the one who delivered Feng Xian to Feng Qing. Andre had not mistreated Feng Xian. He saw him as lowly but did reproach Feng Qing fiercely. Feng Qing's face transitioned through shades of red and white, but he had no choice but to apologize continuously to Andrei. Feng Qing never intended to let Feng Xian go free. But now that he had been insulted because of Feng Xian, Feng Qing's heart burned with killing intent. Andrei did not think much of Feng Qing. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves were nothing more than one of the Bloodlines dependent species. The Bloodlines were also the ones who decided whether the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves lived or died. Andrei thought that after handing Feng Xian over to Feng Qing and giving him a scolding, Feng Qing would remember his lesson. However, Feng Qing had not listened to anything he had said at all. Apart from the scolding, Andrei's tone became increasingly insulting. After hearing what Andrei told Feng Qing, Feng Xian's heart pounded. He felt utterly hopeless. Feng Xian thought back to how Feng Qing had treated him. It was likely that it was because of another insulting scolding that Feng Qing had received from Andrei. Feng Qing did not decide to kill Feng Xian outright. Since he had made a promise to Fan Lu, he would not go back on his word. Feng Qing regretted not imprisoning Feng Xian after the last incident. He should not have given Feng Xian the chance to move freely. Feng Xian had completely ignored his words and had not reflected on his actions at all. Feng Qing placed Feng Xian in a prison and thought that this messy event would finally come to an end. However, in just a few hours, Andrei came back and furiously asked where Feng Xian was. Feng Xian was imprisoned. There was no way he had caused more trouble, right? Feng Qing humbled himself completely in front of Andrei. He did not come across as the leader of a species at all. Your Excellency, Andrei. Why have you come back to see me? When Feng Xian angered you, he had been acting on his own, and I've taught him a lesson. He won't be interfering with the Andra clan's plan again. Andrei's current attitude was far more aggressive than it had been when he sent Feng Xian back. Andrei always saw Feng Xian as a trivial character. This trivial character did not even catch the eye of the Andra clan, much less someone like Lin Yuan. While interacting with Lin Yuan, Andrei had sensed Lin Yuan's prideful air. It could even be described as arrogance. There was no way that Lin Yuan had come to see Feng Xian because he was scheming and trying to target Feng Xian. It was likely that Feng Xian had used a certain method to attract Lin Yuan's attention. He truly did not know his place. Andrei scanned Feng Qing's expression to try and discern something. Feng Qing had even been willing to hurt Feng Xian's roots. Was this a pretend weakness scheme? To any large species, exchanging a few members for an opportunity was a reliable and beneficial choice. As this thought occupied more of Andrei's mind, his gaze became increasingly wicked. The plan has already been interfered with. Feng Qing, let me warn you one last time. Don't forget how the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves managed to become linked with the Andra clan. The Andra clan is willing to nurture the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, yet you harbor thoughts of mutiny. Do you think the Andra clan are saints? When a dog bites its owner, it has to be killed. Do you really think that the Elise clan, which doesn't come from the Scarlet territory in the first place, will offend a Bloodlion clan for the sake of another species? From Andrei's words, Feng Qing could tell that Andrei was extremely upset. At the same time, he managed to guess Andrei's reason for saying such things. He had misunderstood the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. If he truly wanted to curry favor with that young member of the Elise clan, he could not use such a dumb method. Feng Qing had always cared about how the Andra clan viewed the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. In truth, if the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves wanted to move forward, they needed to establish a positive connection to the four major species of the Lonely River. This would not affect the Andra clan's profits. Feng Qing knew what kind of species the Bloodlions were. They never tolerated any mistakes made by their dependent species. Feng Qing hastily said, I can swear on the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves' ancestors that we have never wanted to leave the Andra clan. Please look into this carefully. This is a small gesture from me, I hope you will accept it. Feng Qing took out a fang-shaped spatial equipment and handed it to Andrei. Andrei's expression became more pleasant. After receiving Feng Qing's spatial equipment, he said coldly, Feng Qing, the Andra clan has always treated the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves well. Do not forget this. Let the one who I sent back take me around. Black Elise wants to see him. Andrei's attitude toward Feng Qing changed because of the resources he had been gifted. If Feng Qing had not made any gestures, he would have been further berated by Andrei. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves' ancestors had been a branch of the moon-worshipping wolves. It was not a glittering legacy. To a species like the Bloodlions who valued legacy, the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves were a very lowly species. Even if the species with long legacies were weaker than the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, they would receive much better treatment from the bloodlines than the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves did. Feng Qing assumed that Feng Xian had only bumped into the young bloodlion named Black Elise by chance and that Black Elise couldn't care less about Feng Xian. He assumed that the Andra clan were angered by Feng Xian trying to use this to bolster his status. So why was the bloodlion named Black Elise asking to see Feng Xian? The gears in Feng Qing's mind began turning, and he began trying to come up with ways to curry favor with the Elise clan. A careful person like Feng Qing was thinking this way because he had been repeatedly pressured by the Andra clan. Feng Qing could clearly sense that the Andra clan's treatment of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves was worsening, and this made him very anxious. Alas, he did not know how to improve the situation. If Andre wanted to take Feng Xian away, he could not say no. All he could do was hope that Feng Xian did not do something stupid again. Even if he failed to make contact with Black Elise, he did not want to increase the displeasure that the Andra clan felt toward the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Given Feng Qing's understanding of Feng Xian, he knew that Feng Xian would do everything he could to gain the favor of Black Elise and increase his value. Rebol.com. Feng Qing did not expect his actions to have wholly disappointed Feng Xian. In fact, Feng Xian resented his own bloodline now. Feng Xian's disappointment in Feng Qing triggered him more than his envy of Fan Lu did. When Andre received Feng Xian from Feng Qing, a sour expression appeared on his face. Feng Qing, do you expect me to take this injury-ridden fellow to meet with Black Elise? Hurry up and heal him before changing into some clean and presentable clothes. After completing the trade with Lin Yuan through Jin Chen, the Andra clan seemed to have suffered a loss after giving up a large amount of blood-type spiritual ingredients. However, the creator resources that Lin Yuan had given them were of an extremely high level and would be very useful for them. With Lin Yuan's creator resources, the Andra clan would be able to increase their power within a very short span of time. In the thousands of years they had spent in the Scarlet Territory, the Andra clan had accumulated a large amount of blood-type spiritual ingredients but had been unable to do the same with creator resources. Only 5 of the Andra clan's members were creators, and only one of them had reached grade 4. The remaining 4 were grade 2 and were a distance away from reaching the next grade. If not for their lack of creator resources, the Andra clan would have been able to reach the top 40 king clans and would not be awkwardly stuck at the 83rd position like they currently were. Chapter 2902 How are your injuries related to me? Andre was treating Feng Xian with such consideration because of Lin Yuan's importance to the Andra clan. If this was an unimportant figure, Andre would not care about whether Feng Xian was injured. The Bloodion's arrogance was usually directed at extended relatives. When only Bloodians were present, the weaker parties humbled themselves in front of the powerful parties. Unless there was fundamental friction, the Bloodians would never turn on each other. During his trade with the Andra clan, Lin Yuan had given them practical benefits. This was already a fact. Hence, the Andra clan were especially attentive when they tended to him. If Feng Qing could lead the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves in breaking free from the Andra clan's control, he would definitely give Andre a ringing slap. Back then, Andre had clearly hinted to him that he needed to properly punish Feng Xian in order to appease the Andra clan. If not for that hint, he would not have planned to take Feng Xian's life. You were the one who wanted me to punish Feng Xian. Now, you want me to heal him. Feng Xian's organs were severely injured and difficult to heal. Even a grade 4 creator would not be able to help. Even if he was healed, his motor functions would be seriously affected. However, Feng Qing was in no position to say no to Andre. He had no choice but to gnash his teeth and say, I will personally bring Feng Xian to be treated. Please give me 1 to 2 hours. I will do my best to heal him during that time. Feng Qing was harboring his own schemes. He intended to use the time he was taking Feng Xian for treatment to give him advice on what to do. When Andre heard that he would have to wait for 1 to 2 hours, he bellowed, the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves are so slow. I might be able to wait for 2 hours, but will Black Elise be able to? Andre sneered at Feng Xian, who had been brought to him, and raised his hand to cover his nose. Since the injury can't be treated, change into a clean set of clothes and come with me. I can't let Black Elise wait and become impatient. Andre cut off all possibility of Feng Qing giving Feng Xian advice. Based on Andre's attitude toward this young Bloodian, the Elise clan had to be much stronger than the Andra clan. Otherwise, there would be no need for Andre to go to such lengths to stay in the good books of the Elise clan. Feng Xian did not care about Andre's scorn toward him. His eyes filled with the light of hope. From the moment he was imprisoned, Feng Xian saw his future. He could tell that Feng Qing had completely abandoned him and had no intention of allowing him to continue to live. Otherwise, Feng Qing would not have been unwilling to give him even a small amount of healing resources. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolf's pride was their speed. He had been punished after failing to make contact with Black Elisa's subordinates. As a result, his left leg had been broken by Feng Qing. Now, he could still walk with some struggle, but it was impossible for him to move swiftly again. But now that Black Elise wanted to see him, his fate was taking a turn. At that moment, Feng Xian was determined to do whatever he could to find the chance to change his fate. He would never allow himself to become a sacrificial lamb. Feng Xian caught the look that Feng Qing was shooting at him, and he could guess what Feng Qing was thinking. Feng Qing had handed despair to Feng Xian. Hence, he turned his nose up at Feng Qing and ignored him. When he met Black Elise, he would either be protected by the Elise clan and be elevated to a position so high that he no longer needed to fear Feng Qing, or would be sent back and imprisoned while he waited for Feng Qing to deal with him. Nothing could be kept a secret forever. Feng Xian had already heard that Feng Qing had planned to hand him over to Fan Lu. However, Fan Lu had shied away from this task. If Fan Lu had wanted to kill him, he would likely have already been a corpse. After Feng Xian ignored him, Feng Qing almost lost control of himself in front of Andre and unleashed his deadly fury. Feng Xian's actions violated the code of an inferior. How dare Feng Xian treat him in such a way? Andre did not notice the looks that Feng Qing and Feng Xian were throwing each other. All he wanted was for Feng Qing to hurry up and change. If they made Black Elise wait and the latter became displeased, things would become very bad. Regardless of how angry Feng Qing was, he would not dare to do anything to Feng Xian. He would only be able to touch Feng Xian if Feng Xian was deemed useless and sent back. This time, Feng Qing would not hand Feng Xian over to Fan Lu again. He intended to deal with Feng Xian personally and make him aware of the consequences of his violation. After Feng Xian changed in front of Andre, the latter led him away. Feng Xian acted respectfully toward Andre, but he actually hated him bitterly. But while he dared to ignore and turn his nose up at Feng Qing, he did not dare to offend Andre. This was firstly because Feng Xian had feared the Bloodlines for a long time. Being part of the Bloodlines dependent species, this was how he had been brought up. Secondly, Feng Xian knew that Feng Qing did not dare to do anything to him. However, it was possible that the Andra elders would target him after he was summoned by Black Elise. Feng Xian had been guessing why Black Elise had asked for him. If he could guess Black Elise's intentions in advance, he might be able to leave a positive impression on Black Elise. Feng Xian had been proclaiming himself as Black Elise's guide. But in actuality, he knew that he was insignificant to Black Elise. He was utterly unimportant. Jin Chen and Connie guarded the door to Lin Yuan's room. Andre clasped his fists in front of him to greet Connie and Jin Chen. Connie and Jin Chen were true Holy Spirit experts and Lin Yuan's servants. From all angles, Andre needed to be courteous to them. I have brought the person Black wants to see. Please pass on the message for me. Connie said, since you've brought him, we'll take him in. There's no need to pass on the message. Thank you for your hard work. Connie looked at Feng Xian and gestured at him to follow her. Feng Xian did not hesitate to enter the room. Andre chuckled awkwardly. Jin Chen was much more aware of etiquette than Connie was. He clasped his hands in front of Andre. You can leave first. Feng Xian will leave once our young master is done talking to him. You don't have to be worried. Jin Chen's words caused Andre's face to sink. He had not been worried about Feng Xian's safety at all. What did Feng Xian's life have to do with him? Andre was worried that Feng Xian would run his mouth. It would not be beneficial for the Andra clan if they either offended Black Elise or if Feng Xian joined him. Feng Xian steeled himself the moment he laid eyes on Lin Yuan and fell to his knees. Lord Black, I have been misunderstood by the Andra clan because I brought you to them. As a result, I was punished. I no longer have any status among the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Please allow me to follow you. Feng Xian kept his head low while speaking. He knew that his actions were rash but had no other option at the moment. Given that he was unaware of Lin Yuan's situation, he could only gamble on such an impulsive method. Although this chance was very slim, he needed to give it a shot. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. He knew that Feng Xian did not have a good time among the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Feng Xian would definitely be a helpful source of support among the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Lin Yuan had been trying to come up with a way to convince Feng Xian to join him. But in the end, without him having to say anything, Feng Xian willingly wanted to join him. Lin Yuan went with the flow and asked, "How are your injuries related to me? If you think that I am linked to your injuries, please tell me why. If they really are because of me, I will take responsibility for treating your injured roots." In truth, Lin Yuan had already guessed the reason. Feng Xian had ended up in such a state because he had wanted to show off in front of Lin Yuan and crossed a line with the Andra clan. It was only natural that the Andra clan would assume that the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves had become mutinous. Otherwise, there was no reason for them to target a trivial character like Feng Xian. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves leader had been worried of being misunderstood by the Andra clan. Once the Andra clan misunderstood the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, it would negatively impact the entire species. As a result, Feng Xian had been sacrificed. It went without saying that Feng Xian also received this treatment because he was distrusted by the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves leader. The leader of a faction needed to be extremely cautious when they acted. This was the only way the faction they led would be able to survive for a long time in the sky beyond the clouds. Dangers were abound in the sky beyond the clouds. Any misstep would cause their species to fall into peril and doom. Feng Xian's words had essentially put all his eggs into one basket. It was an enormous gamble. He would only be able to survive if Lin Yuan agreed to what he said. Thankfully, this elite true blood Dian did agree. The hopeless Feng Xian was manic and spilled everything he knew to Lin Yuan. Feng Xian did not have to embellish his story for him to come across as weak. Feng Xian became increasingly choked up as he described everything that Feng Qing had done to him. It was clear that Feng Xian now saw Lin Yuan as his shelter. Perhaps from Feng Xian's perspective, everything he saw was just as he said. Until now, Feng Xian had yet to think about the repercussions a stranger like Lin Yuan would have on the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Lin Yuan did not respond to what Feng Xian said. This made Feng Xian slightly antsy. He wondered if something he said had displeased Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan did not stop him, so he could only continue speaking. Just as Feng Xian was done speaking and did not know what to say next, he saw a beam of vitality enter his body. This energy not only healed his injuries but also fixed his damaged organs and returned him to a state of full health. Before this, Feng Xian had lost all hope of regaining his health. Even his broken leg had been fixed. Feng Xian had never experienced such a healing ability that came with no side effects. Once Lin Yuan was done healing him, Feng Xian hurriedly thanked him. "Lord Black, thank you for taking mercy on me after hearing my story. Are you willing to allow me to join you?" Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head in response. "I am about to lead the Andra clan to the Elisa clan to take control of the blood tide. Even if you join me, I won't be able to take you with me. I have already expressed my stance by healing your injured roots. When you go and see Andre, tell him that you've joined me and that he should deliver you safely to the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves." Lin Yuan did not give Feng Xian the chance to respond. He waved his hand to gesture at Feng Xian to leave the room. There was nothing wrong with what Lin Yuan said. Even if someone used a tracing divine kingdom ability or confounding ability on him, nothing would be revealed. From the moment Feng Xian left Lin Yuan, the plan was considered complete. He was working with the Andra clan. If the Andra clan wanted to form a positive relationship with him, they would follow what he said and show Feng Xian the appropriate courtesy. At the very least, they would tolerate Feng Xian before they fell out with him. Feng Xian's words were not to be trusted. There was no reason for Andre to trust him. Feng Xian leaving Lin Yuan with all his injuries healed would be enough to prove to Andre that Feng Xian was not lying. With the protection of Lin Yuan's words, Feng Xian would have the means to save himself within the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Going forward, Feng Qing would not dare to take revenge on him, nor would he have the means to do so. Still, he would definitely take his revenge on Fan Lu and make him suffer. The more Fan Lu suffered, the easier it would be for him to reap benefits from the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Even if Feng Qing did not step in and allowed him to make Fan Lu suffer, he would not allow him to kill Fan Lu because Feng Qing believed that the 4 species overlords of Lonely River were the easiest partners. Collaborating with the 4 species overlords would bring profits to the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves without putting them through too much pressure. Lin Yuan did not care about the chaos that would ensue. Instead, he and the leader of the Andra clan began traveling to the Elisa clan. During this time, in order to become closer to Lin Yuan, Yi Shui told him about other king clans with similar levels of power to the Andra clan. These clans were all very interested in Lin Yuan, who came from the Elise clan. Chapter 2903 A dispute that could break out at any moment. A faction with the bloodline of a queen was undoubtedly nobler than a faction with the bloodline of a king. The Andhra clan had maintained such an attitude toward Lin Yuan in the beginning because his appearance was too sudden. Feng Xian had brought Lin Yuan to the Andhra clan. If the Andhra clan had not suspected Lin Yuan at the start and had believed in his identity instead, a stupid existence like theirs would not be able to last for tens of thousands of years. However, with the Andhra clan as a guarantor, the other clans with the king's bloodline did not question Lin Yuan's identity. One of the female clan leaders coveted Lin Yuan's pure Bloodian bloodline and repeatedly expressed her goodwill to him. Spring, Winter, Jin Chen, and Connie were extremely humble as they followed Lin Yuan. Their attitudes were exactly the same as how the other blood servants treated their masters. The female Bloodian leader, who had been expressing her goodwill to Lin Yuan, gracefully invited him, "Your Excellency Black Elise, are you willing to visit our Alan clan? Our Alan clan hopes to obtain the friendship of the Elise clan. I will prepare the best feast for you." Before Lin Yuan could react, Yi Shui said unhappily, "What's the meaning of this? Black Elise is a guest of our Andhra clan. Are you trying to snatch him from us?" The female Bloodian leader, Shi Mei, looked doubtfully at Yi Shui and asked, "I extended an invitation to His Excellency Black Elise. Are you suggesting that you can assume authority over Black Elise and limit his movements? His Excellency Black Elise is a free individual with the capacity to make his own decisions." "Yi Shui, I don't think you disagree with what I said, right?" Shi Mei was speechless at Yi Shui's behavior. The Alan and Andhra clans had always cooperated closely, while the Andhra clan had obviously just established ties with the Elise clan. If the Alan clan could establish a relationship with the Elise clan, it would also deepen the bond between the Andhra and Alan clans to a certain extent. Yi Shui's protective behavior did not align with the relationship between the two allies. Yi Shui's actions made Shi Mei understand one thing. Yi Shui must have obtained great benefits from this pure-blood Bloodian named Black Elise. Otherwise, there was no reason for him to do that. If that was the case, Shi Mei wanted to get to know Black Elise even more. Upon hearing Shi Mei's words, Yi Shui's breath choked in his chest, but he didn't make a sound for a long time. Yi Shui indeed wanted to use Lin Yuan to bind the Elise clan. Previously, the Elise clan was not a Bloodian faction in the Scarlet Territory. Upon returning to the Scarlet Territory, they had to find a few allies. However, Shi Mei's words made it seem like he had ulterior motives. Yi Shui was afraid that Lin Yuan would misunderstand him. Now that several clan leaders were traveling with him, Yi Shui found himself unable to explain Shi Mei's words to Lin Yuan. Once he did that, the Andhra clan would lose all face. Shi Mei was really despicable and loved to stir up trouble. From the way Shi Mei looked at Lin Yuan, Yi Shui knew Shi Mei's motive. "I naturally agree with what you said. It's His Excellency Black Elise's freedom to go wherever he wants. Why would I interfere? However, our Andhra clan has been treating His Excellency Black Elise with all our heart. I think His Excellency Black Elise can feel it too. Our Andhra clan has already regarded His Excellency Black Elise as our closest ally." Since he could not refute Shi Mei's words, Yi Shui could only use this method to express his feelings to Lin Yuan. Yi Shui's words caused surprise among several leaders, including Shi Mei, who possessed the bloodline of a prince. At present, Yi Shui completely adopted an attitude of having found a powerful support. It could be said that he had almost no bottom line for this support that he had painstakingly earned. Initially, the others merely felt that Yi Shui had obtained some benefits from Lin Yuan. Now, it appeared it was not as simple as just obtaining some benefits. Apart from Shi Mei, the other Bloodian leaders also wanted to use this opportunity to befriend Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan appeared very calm. He was neither servile nor overbearing when the other leaders tried to rope him in. He put on the posture of an elegant pure-blooded Bloodian. Knowing Lin Yuan's plan, Connie and Jin Chen thought to themselves that Yi Shui really dared to say anything. Yi Shui had regarded Lin Yuan as his closest ally with the statement that he made. It remained unknown how much trouble it would bring to the Andhra clan in the future. While Lin Yuan and the others were on their way, Andre sent Feng Xian back to the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Andre asked Feng Xian a few times but couldn't find out how he was qualified to be chosen by Lin Yuan. Could such an insignificant figure really catch his attention? However, reality proved that Feng Xian had established a connection with him. Otherwise, the injuries on his body that had damaged his roots would not have completely recovered after seeing Lin Yuan. The cost of healing his injuries was more valuable than Feng Xian himself. Feng Xian had also personally said that he was following Lin Yuan. Under such circumstances, Andre naturally could not treat Feng Xian with the same attitude as before. As the saying went, while powerful entities might seem formidable, it was often the lesser figures that posed the real trouble. If Andre were to do something wrong and offend Lin Yuan, the latter might not care at all. However, if he offended Feng Xian, who knew what Feng Xian would say about him to Lin Yuan? Although Andre did not pay much attention to Feng Xian, he was extremely polite to him. Feng Xian keenly sensed the change in Andre's attitude towards him. This made Feng Xian's heart, which had been suppressed for a long time, swell uncontrollably. If Andre, an Andra elder, treated him in such a manner, then Feng Qing, a leader of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, likely had to maintain a respectful attitude toward him as well. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to Lin Yuan. If that was the case, even without Lin Yuan's intervention, the Andra clan would still seek trouble with Feng Qing. With such a mindset, Feng Xian encountered Fan Lu, who was also en route to meet Feng Qing, before reaching Feng Qing's residence in the Andra clan. Fan Lu greeted Andre respectfully as usual, then greeted Feng Xian. As Feng Qing's most trusted subordinate, Fan Lu often came to report to Feng Qing every day. Even if Feng Qing didn't have anything planned for him, Fan Lu would still come to pay his respects to him every day. Even if Feng Qing did not specifically look for Fan Lu, there was nothing wrong with Fan Lu coming to Feng Qing's place. No one would suspect that Fan Lu's coincidental encounter with Feng Xian and Andre was actually planned by Fan Lu. Fan Lu knew very well what kind of personality Feng Xian had. In Feng Xian's heart, it was entirely because of Fan Lu that he had ended up like that. If he hadn't been given an important position by Feng Qing, Feng Xian wouldn't have been treated so coldly by Feng Qing. Feng Xian had never fully accepted him and had always harbored resentment toward him. If Feng Xian hadn't realized that he couldn't compete with Fan Lu, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to express his goodwill. After expressing his goodwill, Feng Xian continued to make things difficult for him behind the scenes. In fact, Feng Xian made contact with the dark pufferfish envoy, hoping to form a good cooperative relationship with the dark pufferfish like him. He had also deliberately expressed to the dark pufferfish many times that Fan Lu was not a direct descendant of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, but rather an impure wolf who had absorbed their blood essence before transforming into one. In the sky beyond the clouds, the majority of species valued bloodlines highly. Feng Xian's statement was likely intended to belittle Fan Lu. He also aimed to make use of the situation to make Fan Lu relinquish his role as the spokesperson between the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves and the Dark Pufferfish. Unfortunately, his relationship with the Dark Pufferfish was not what Feng Xian had imagined. Despite his efforts, he couldn't disrupt the amicable relationship between Fan Lu and the Dark Pufferfish. Now that Feng Xian had suddenly gained power, Fan Lu understood Feng Xian well enough to anticipate that Feng Xian would likely find trouble for him. At this stage, the more he severed ties with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, the less he would be implicated by them after this. Fan Lu was a little regretful. If he had been able to suppress Feng Xian previously, the latter would have definitely looked for trouble with him thoroughly once and for all. Feng Xian frowned when he saw Fan Lu and went up to him. "Fan Lu, are you here to see Lord Feng Qing? I have something important to discuss with Lord Feng Qing. You should leave first. Come over after I finish talking to Lord Feng Qing." At present, it was not suitable for Fan Lu to put on any deliberate acting. Fan Lu only needed to treat Feng Xian as usual. However, Feng Xian was actively finding trouble with him. Even if he didn't respond, Feng Xian would still make a move. If Fan Lu deliberately put on a show, it was very likely that Andre would notice something amiss. Once Andre saw through it, all of Fan Lu's efforts would be in vain. "Feng Xian, I should pay my respects to Lord Feng Qing at this time. With your current status, if you want to see Lord Feng Qing, you need to inform him. You only have the chance to see Lord Feng Qing if he wants to see you. I'll help you inform him." Fan Lu's attitude was very natural, to the point that even the most critical person couldn't find any faults in his demeanor. At the very least, Andre admired Fan Lu's style of handling things. Despite Feng Xian's previous actions that had implicated him and caused him to be punished by Feng Qing, Fan Lu didn't hold it against Feng Xian or adopt a hostile attitude. On the contrary, Feng Xian felt that Fan Lu was mocking him. Fan Lu's words instantly ignited Feng Xian's anger. "Ha, I'm now Lord Black Elisa's subordinate. Do you know who you're talking to? Do I need you to inform Lord Feng Qing that I'm going to see him?" Upon hearing Feng Xian's words, Andre's hatred for Feng Xian increased greatly. In Andre's heart, Feng Xian was merely an idiot who had gained power because of good luck. First of all, Feng Xian had addressed Black Elise and Feng Qing as lords. This meant that Feng Xian had placed Feng Qing and Black Elise on the same level. However, Feng Qing's status could not compare to that of Black Elise. Furthermore, as a leader of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, how could Feng Qing accept his subordinates placing others in the same position as him? It was true that there was a difference in status, but a smart individual should at least understand how to address others appropriately. It was a normal procedure for Fan Lu to communicate with Feng Qing. Once Feng Qing learned that Feng Xian had formed a relationship with the Elise clan, he would naturally get close to Feng Xian. Feng Xian's intention to bypass this step was no different from challenging Feng Qing's authority. Feng Xian wouldn't truly believe that he had become a significant figure in Feng Qing's eyes just because he had gained the favor of the Elise clan, would he? The leader of a clan held absolute authority and would never tolerate other members within the clan to exert control over them. Fan Lu said firmly, "It's still necessary for me to inform Lord Feng Qing. If you want to see Lord Feng Qing, wait outside for a while. It won't take long for me to inform Lord Feng Qing, then you'll be able to see him. Lord Feng Qing has yet to personally meet with the Black Elise that you mentioned. Furthermore, as far as I know, Lord Feng Qing's focus has always been on matters concerning the Andra clan. The other Bloodline clans don't have much to do with our Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. I hope you can understand this." Fan Lu's words left Andre with a positive impression of him. Previously, Andre did not regard Fan Lu seriously. Andre took a fancy to Fan Lu not because Fan Lu could serve as a bridge for communication between the Andra clan and the Dark Pufferfish. If the Andra clan wanted to cooperate with the Dark Pufferfish, Fan Lu wouldn't necessarily have to be there. At present, Fan Lu could only save some trouble for the Andra clan. Andre valued Fan Lu because Fan Lu could assert his own position and was loyal to his own species. Such a person was worthy of being placed in an important position in a huge faction. When Feng Xian heard Fan Lu's words, he immediately became animated. Fan Lu said that the other Bloodline clans had nothing to do with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. In Feng Xian's ears, it was equivalent to Fan Lu denying his credit. This was something that Feng Xian could not tolerate no matter what. Feng Xian even suspected that he had ended up in such a miserable state because of Fan Lu. All his misfortunes seemed to be linked to Fan Lu's appearance. With this in mind, Feng Xian immediately resorted to violence against Fan Lu, staging a full-blown confrontation in front of Andre. Feng Xian's actions had greatly exceeded Andre's expectations. Feng Xian was slightly stronger than Fan Lu. Within the same species, life forms with stronger bloodline intensity exerted significant dominance over those with weaker bloodline in battles. Feng Xian suppressed Fan Lu and attacked him frequently, causing Fan Lu to be injured continuously. Andre couldn't be bothered to interfere in the internal strife of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. However, he also did not wish for the ongoing strife between the two sides to continue, as any unexpected occurrences would bring no benefits to the Andra clan. Fan Lu was no longer just related to the dark pufferfish of the Lonely River. He also had a close relationship with the other three species overlords of the Lonely River. The Andra clan was currently cooperating with the Lonely River's 4 species overlords. As for Feng Xian, Andre still hadn't figured out the nature of the relationship between Feng Xian and Black Elise. Chapter 2904 Plan begins. What if Lin Yuan had truly taken a liking to Feng Xian and was willing to stand up for him? If Lin Yuan returned and discovered that Feng Xian, whom he had previously healed, was injured again, it would lead to him having an issue with the Andra clan. It wouldn't be good if it affected Lin Yuan's relationship with the Andra clan. Andre didn't want either side of the conflict to end in fatalities. However, Feng Xian's attacks were fatal, making it abnormally difficult for Andre. Anger kept surging in Andre's heart. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves were merely a dependent species. How could their affairs affect the Andra clan at every turn? If so, what was the use of nurturing such a dependent species? Even without the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, the Andra clan still had many choices when it came to dependent species. At present, Feng Xian was in a very strange state. While he was relentlessly targeting Fan Lu, he experienced not only anger and satisfaction but also a sense of liberation. Feng Xian was not as blinded by anger as Andre had thought. On the contrary, Feng Xian's mind was exceptionally clear. Over the years, besides himself, Feng Qing had solely relied on Fan Lu. If Fan Lu were to perish, he who was favored by the Elise clan, would be Feng Qing's first choice. Feng Xian decided to kill Fan Lu now. Feng Xian was much stronger than Fan Lu. His fierce attacks had already hurt Fan Lu's core. While Feng Xian was attacking Fan Lu, Andre sent a message to Feng Qing. It was best to leave the matter to him to settle. Andre had already made plans to completely kick out the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves when the Andra and Elise clans officially established relations and deepened their cooperation with the 4 major species of the Lonely River. At that time, it would be time to properly judge the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Through his understanding, Andre had already clarified that Fan Lu was mainly involved in the relationship between the 4 species overlords of the Lonely River and he had little to do with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Fan Lu was not a member of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. He was taken in as one of them. If the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves could take in Fan Lu, so could the bloodlines. For the sake of the relationship with the Lonely River's 4 species overlords, transforming Fan Lu into a bloodline was quite worth it. During this period of time, Feng Qing had been feeling uneasy. Originally, Feng Qing loved to admire and play with his collection of decorative vases in his spare time. Now, Feng Qing no longer had the mood to admire and play with them. A quiet person like Feng Qing was pacing back and forth in the room, thinking about how to regain the Andra clan's favor. Previously, the dependent species leader, who was not valued by the Andra clan, had become close to the Andra clan's leader. This was a very bad sign for the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Feng Xian was taken away by Andre. Feng Qing did not expect Feng Xian to do anything for the Andra clan. He only hoped that Feng Xian wouldn't bring trouble to the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves anymore. Right after Feng Qing had this thought, he received a message from Andre. Upon reading the message, fury engulfed Feng Qing, filling his heart with boundless anger. Feng Xian actually dared to attack Fan Lu for no reason. Wasn't Feng Xian clearly using this opportunity to vent his dissatisfaction toward him? Strong winds condensed around Feng Qing's body, and his figure swept into the distance with the strong winds. As soon as he arrived at the place Andre pointed at, he saw Feng Xian's sharp claws reaching for Fan Lu's heart. Fan Lu, who was covered in blood, found himself unable to resist. Despite his anger, Feng Qing knew one thing in his heart. Andre must have his reasons for not killing Feng Xian directly. If Feng Xian dared to do this, it must have something to do with the Elise clan. Therefore, when Feng Qing stopped Feng Xian, he did not kill him. Instead, he blocked Feng Xian's attack. Feng Qing hurriedly enveloped Fan Lu in wind elemental energy. Through the energy, Feng Qing could sense that Fan Lu's aura had already weakened considerably. He hurriedly took out some top-notch medicinal herbs and fed them to Fan Lu, saving his life. At present, Feng Qing was not in the mood to care about the problem of Fan Lu's roots. It appeared that Fan Lu's roots must have been severely damaged. Feng Qing first bowed to Andre. Andre said coldly, "Your Chaos Wind Demon Wolves are really troublesome. How dare you commit murder on the Andra clan's territory? Feng Qing, you specially brought your 2 subordinates to our Andra clan. These 2 must be your right-hand men." However, they didn't appear to be very submissive. With that, Andre turned around and left. He couldn't be bothered to continue talking nonsense with Feng Qing. Andre would report this matter to the elders of the clan. The replacement of the dependent species had now become an urgent matter. Feng Qing wanted to explain to Andre but did not know how to explain everything that was happening in front of him. Feng Qing looked at Feng Xian with a malicious expression and asked coldly, "Feng Xian, why are you doing this? I need you to give me an explanation for attacking Fan Lu." Feng Xian felt very regretful that he did not manage to kill Fan Lu. He was fully aware of the gravity of his actions and that the injuries sustained by Fan Lu were beyond the need for treatment. In any case, it was very difficult for the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves' resources to heal Fan Lu's damaged roots. Even if they could treat Feng Qing, they would not be willing to invest such resources. Feng Xian knew Feng Qing too well. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves' high-quality resources had always been reserved exclusively for Feng Qing's use. On the other hand, Lin Yuan, who had healed his damaged roots, was capable of healing Fan Lu's injuries. However, since he had already hooked up with Lin Yuan, there was no chance for Fan Lu to establish any connection with the Elise clan. No matter how grateful the Lonely River's 4 species overlords were to Fan Lu, it was impossible for them to fork out resources to treat his injuries. "Lord Feng Qing, I made a move on Fan Lu because he has been suppressing me all along. This is a personal grudge between Fan Lu and me. I'm sorry. I didn't expect to bring trouble to Lord Feng Qing again. I hope you can understand." Feng Xian was still addressing Feng Qing as Lord, but his words were no longer as respectful as before. The respect Feng Xian previously showed toward Feng Qing was not only because of his bloodline, but also largely rooted in fear. Now that he had Lin Yuan to rely on, he no longer feared Andre and thus had no reason to fear Feng Qing either. Upon hearing Feng Xian's words, Feng Qing was so angry that he laughed. He narrowed his eyes, looked at Feng Xian, and his tone turned from cold to calm. Why do I have to understand you after what you've done? Feng Xian, do you know how badly your actions in the Andra clan have affected our Chaos Wind Demon Wolves? You have parents, family, and siblings in the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Shouldn't you take them into consideration before taking such actions? Feng Qing's words seemed to resonate with Feng Xian, stirring up a sense of excitement. Lord Feng Qing, do you believe that my intention in reaching out to the Elise clan was not in consideration of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves? If we could establish a relationship with the Elise clan, our species would be able to obtain more opportunities. Why would we remain completely under the control of the Andra clan as we are now? Not only do you not understand me, but you also punished me for this. Lord Feng Qing, my injuries were healed by Black Elise. I've already established a relationship with the Elise clan. Didn't you see that even the Andra elders can't do anything to me? Feng Qing was surprised to learn that pure-blood Bloodian youth from the Elise clan could heal Feng Xian's injuries. However, establishing a relationship with the Elise clan was not a reason for Feng Xian to make the Andra clan unhappy. The Andra clan had already made it clear that they did not like the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves interacting with the Elise clan. Even if they really wanted to interact with the Elise clan, it should be done discreetly, not in a blatant manner like Feng Xian did. Even if Lin Yuan had healed Feng Xian's injuries, there was no guarantee that he would really use Feng Xian again. The Andra clan was also in contact with the Elise clan. They definitely had a much higher chance of gaining the favor of the Elise clan than Feng Xian. Even if it was to give face to the Andra clan, the Elise clan would never take in a dependent species from the Andra clan. It was precisely because of this that Feng Qing was so against contact with the Elise clan. Feng Xian, since you're back, stay by my side for now. I'll arrange for someone to treat Fan Lu's injuries. Afterward, you are not allowed to scheme against Fan Lu again. Fan Lu is related to the 4 species overlords of the Lonely River. They are extremely beneficial to our Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Because we traded resources with these 4 species, the strength of our elders has increased. If you can maintain a good relationship with the Elise clan in the future and persuade them to accept our Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, not only will I hand over the original guards to you again, but I will also make you the outer court supervisor of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Given Feng Qing's temper, if he didn't clearly know that Feng Xian had a relationship with the Elise clan, coupled with the fact that the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves had lost the Andra clan's favor, and the chances of the Andra clan putting them in an important position again were slim, Feng Qing would have never made such a compromise. Because Fan Lu had obtained the resources provided by Lin Yuan, he was much stronger than before. However, Fan Lu had been hiding his strength and had not revealed his power. In order to ensure that he could be taken in by the Bloodians in the future, Fan Lu's injuries were not fake. Fan Lu had indeed fallen into a state of unconsciousness for a while, but the medicinal herbs that Feng Qing had fed him had allowed him to recover a portion of his vitality. Even though his breathing was weak, he could hear the conversation between Feng Qing and Feng Xian. Fan Lu was surprised because Feng Qing didn't punish Feng Xian for treating him like this. Instead, he returned the power that he had just been conferred to Feng Xian. His current situation was very similar to Feng Xian's. Fan Lu's heart turned cold toward the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves again. Lin Yuan had always been in the Scarlet Territory and could receive Fan Lu's message through the Thoughts letter paper. Upon learning about Fan Lu's situation, Lin Yuan immediately assured him. Fan Lu, your injuries won't be in vain. Although I won't allow you to establish a connection with my Bloodian bloodline and I am unable to heal the source of your injuries, after you transform into a Bloodian, I can help you enhance your bloodline and let you become a pure-blood Bloodian step by step. You were the one who suggested the plan to join the Bloodians to me. The suffering you are going through now can help you evolve better in the future. Upon reading Lin Yuan's message, Fan Lu, who was lying on the bed, felt a warm feeling in his heart. Lin Yuan would not be like Feng Qing, who would always make empty promises to him. However, every time Lin Yuan rewarded him, he would give him what he needed the most. His current injuries were not for Lin Yuan's sake but for his own. His injuries were like a pledge of allegiance, showing the Andra clan that he, an outsider, was abnormally miserable in the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Only then might the Andra clan consider taking him in as a Bloodian. Lin Yuan had already arrived at Elisa clan's territory. The Bloodians who were traveling with Lin Yuan gave up on going on when they reached the edge of Elisa's territory because going further was equivalent to provoking the Elisa clan. Most of the clans in the Scarlet Territory that had the bloodline of a king maintained a respectful attitude toward those clans that had the bloodline of a queen. This was especially true for a clan like the Elisa clan, which was about to have another queen. Lin Yuan was still with the Andhra clan's leader, Yi Shuet. Since the blood pool had yet to open, it would be useless for Lin Yuan to infiltrate the Elisa clan's territory. Furthermore, the blood tide would dissipate from the Elisa clan's territory. With the dissipating blood tide, he could then determine the exact location of the Elisa clan's blood pool. By that time, Lu Yao and Lu Chen would take action according to Lin Yuan's plan. After Lu Chen and Lu Yao gained control of the Star Pirates, they understood how the Star Pirates communicated with each other. Lu Chen and Lu Yao discovered that there were a large number of Star Pirates near the Scarlet Territory, who would plunder the merchant groups that entered and left the Scarlet Territory. The Star Pirates who dared to attack the Blue Dians were much stronger than the ones who had besieged Treasure City. Lu Chen and Lu Yao gathered these Star Pirates and surrounded the territory of the Elisa clan from the outside. Then, they gradually narrowed the encirclement. It was impossible for the Blue Dians who were preparing to share the blood tide outside the Elisa clan's territory to help the Elisa clan fight those powerful Star Pirates. They would definitely retreat into the Elisa clan. The Blue Dian clans were not united to begin with, so the major clans would prioritize protecting their own interests. Once the Andhra clan was in chaos, Lin Yuan could take the opportunity to take action. Unfortunately, because they did not have enough time, Lu Chen and Lu Yao were not well prepared and did not have enough Star Pirates under their command. Despite that, it was sufficient for Lin Yuan to carry out the plan. Chapter 2905 I'll hold on for you. On the way, Shi Mei kept in contact with Lin Yuan. She was trying to get as much information as possible from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was exceptionally adept at dealing with such subtle inquiries. He subtly informed Shi Mei of the information he wanted to reveal to her. Since Shi Mei herself intended to gather information from Lin Yuan, his opportunistic behavior helped minimize others' guard against him to the fullest extent possible. Along the way, Lin Yuan continuously displayed his superiority, and the resources he casually took out broadened Shi Mei's understanding. No matter how much Yi Shui disliked Shi Mei currying favor with Lin Yuan, the Alan clan was still an ally of the Andhra clan. If Shi Mei was offended by his actions, it wouldn't be beneficial to the Andhra clan. Yi Shui secretly told Shi Mei that Lin Yuan's blood servants were extremely powerful. Lin Yuan's strength, bloodline, and resources made it impossible to question his identity, even if one desired to do so. After all, it was impossible for non-Bloodians to obtain Lin Yuan's pure Bloodian bloodline. Your Grace Black, I have a favor to ask of you. When we absorb the blood tide later, can you ask your blood servants to attract more blood tide to our side? Don't worry, we will only absorb the blood tide after ensuring that you have sufficient absorption. Shi Mei wasn't the only one who wanted to befriend Lin Yuan. In fact, several Bloodian leaders also had the intention of forming connections with him. However, these Bloodian leaders lacked Shi Mei's skill in ingratiating themselves. Thus, they never found an opportunity to communicate with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's stance also made him difficult to approach. Shi Mei's words carried implications of representing the other Bloodian clans. If Lin Yuan's blood servants really helped to gather the blood tide, it would be only natural for Lin Yuan to absorb the blood tide first. Still, Shi Mei should not use this as a favor. A few clan leaders wanted to remind Shi Mei not to make decisions for everyone. However, when they thought about how Shi Mei's suggestion was beneficial to Lin Yuan and realized that advising Shi Mei could potentially lead to misunderstandings from Lin Yuan, they gave up on the idea. Shi Mei knew very well that her words would cause dissatisfaction among the other clans. However, Shi Mei believed that doing so to establish a connection with Lin Yuan was worthwhile, but Lin Yuan's behavior disappointed her greatly. He did not respond to her attempts to please him in any way and only nodded lightly. It left Shi Mei feeling extremely embarrassed. At the same time, she was certain that the Elise clan was not simple. This was the problem with the Blue Dians. The higher their stance, the more formidable they appeared. If they were to adopt a humble stance, they might risk being looked down upon by other Blue Dians. Connie, who was following behind Lin Yuan, said, "Everyone, if our young master is in charge of everything, we are naturally willing to help. But if anyone interferes with our young master's absorption of the blood tide, we won't be polite either." The various Bloodian leaders did not take Connie and Jin Chen seriously. Any experts who had stepped into the Holy Spirit level could sense Connie and Jin Chen's strength. The truly powerful people beside Lin Yuan were the woman and the old man who had been protecting him. The various clan leaders, including Yi Shui, expressed their opinions. Don't worry, we're all very willing to be friends with the Elise clan. No one will interfere with Black Elise's absorption of the blood tide. Whoever makes a move will be our enemy. As everyone spoke, an energy ripple suddenly erupted in the distance. Right on the heels of that, dense blood energy began to spread in all directions from the place where the commotion had occurred. This meant that the Elise clan had already begun to activate the blood pool. Once the blood pool was activated, its location could no longer be concealed. When the blood tide further expanded, it would be Lu Chen and Lu Yao's turn to attack. The star pirates they had gathered were already ready to take action at any time. Originally, the Elise clan had ignored the Blue Dians from the various clans. However, they had already changed their stance now and dispatched numerous members to verify the identities of the various Blue Dians visitors. It was to ensure that no one would cause any trouble when the blood pool opened and affect the Lord's evolution to the level of a queen. Once they had noted visiting clans and who represented each clan, they could directly track down the corresponding clan to settle it through if problems were to arise. The Elise clan had made extensive preparations for a major event like the blood pool opening. When Yi Shui discovered that the people from Elise's clan were investigating the identities of the members present, he had a bad feeling. Lin Yuan, a member of the Blue Dians who had always lived outside Scarlet territory, was an extremely unstable factor for the Elise clan. If they could not be sure of Lin Yuan's identity, they would most likely not allow him to stay here. If that was the case, it would be difficult. Yi Shui definitely wanted to stay there to share the energy in the blood tide, but it was one thing if Lin Yuan was chased away by the Elise clan and it led to conflicts. If he wanted to advance and retreat with Lin Yuan, he would have to be prepared to exit alongside him. However, Yi Shui did not want to give up this rare opportunity to absorb the blood tide. The Elise clan had always been domineering, and it was very likely that they would blame him for bringing an unknown Blue Dian like Lin Yuan. Yi Shui watched as the people investigated by the Elise clan walked toward him. Just as Yi Shui was about to think of a way to deal with them, he felt several powerful auras coming from afar. Yi Shui looked in the direction of the aura and saw a group of non-Bloodians. These people had a very fierce aura. It was obvious that they were not the Bloodians-dependent species as they would not allow their spawns to bare their teeth like tigers. As a dependent species, being as docile and cute as a kitten was a must-have quality. The aura on this group of people was very similar to the star pirates who plundered outside the Scarlet territory. These star pirates were extremely ruthless. Basically, every Blue Dian clan's merchant groups had been plundered by these star pirates. The Blue Dians had once sent people to annihilate these star pirates, but every one of them was as slippery as a loach. Even if they could occasionally capture and destroy a few star pirates, it did not stop the star pirates from rampaging outside the Scarlet territory. After all, there were huge benefits to be gained from plundering near the Scarlet territory. If these star pirates dared to cause trouble in the Elise clan's territory at this time, they would definitely anger them. These star pirates most likely had a plan. This was because it was impossible for them not to know what it meant to target a Blue Dian clan that was about to have a queen. Upon seeing the star pirates, the Elise members in charge of verification immediately gathered and began to resist them. The woman with a red mole on her forehead said coldly, "Do you know the consequences of causing trouble on the territory of the Elise clan? Today is an important day for us. If you make any moves, just wait to be slaughtered by our Elise clan." Upon hearing the female Bloodian's threat, the star pirates groaned inwardly. If possible, these star pirates also didn't want to attack the Elise clan at this time. The Elise clan had opened a blood pool, and the blood tide that surged out of the blood pool could not be stored. Not only were the blood tides useless to the star pirates, but even the blood pool opened by the Elise clan held little significance for them. There were almost no Blue Dians among the star pirates present. It was obvious that a new king was about to appear in the Scarlet territory. The star pirates who had previously roamed the Scarlet territory all understood one thing: the probability of a Blue Dian queen appearing in the Elise clan was extremely high. These star pirates would rather hide from the Elise clan. How could they dare to take the initiative to find trouble with them? If not for the coercion of those two big hots, the star pirates present would certainly have stayed as far away from the Elise clan's territory as possible. However, under the coercion of the two big hots, it was impossible for them to do nothing. If the two big hots were dissatisfied, they would definitely die. Moreover, the two big hots had given them a chance. As long as they acted according to the arrangements of the two demon groups, it was not impossible for them to escape from the Scarlet territory. As long as they were far away from the Scarlet territory, the Elise clan would not have the energy to cause trouble for them even if they wanted to. After this matter was over, the Elisa clan would most likely have a huge pile of things to deal with. This was also the main reason the Star Pirates were working so hard. The Elisa experts must be near the blood pool, protecting its safety to prevent any accidents from happening there. The more chaotic it was outside, the stronger the Elisa clan's defense of the blood pool would be. Right now, what these Elisa members wanted to do was not to kill the Star Pirates, but to expel them. The combined power of more than 10 Star Pirates was not something the people from the Elisa clan present could deal with. Tisk, 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 your Elisa clan has opened the blood pool. If there's an opportunity, we naturally have to claim our share of the loot. I heard that there are a large number of rare spiritual ingredients planted in the blood pool. If we snatch these spiritual ingredients, we will definitely make a fortune. Upon hearing those words, the Elisa member with a red mole on her forehead acted as if she had heard the greatest joke in the world. Pfft! You think you can enter the blood pool? You're really dreaming. What right do you have to take your share of the loot in my Elisa clan's territory? Even the leftovers thrown out by my Elisa clan are not something trash like you can dream of. Scram now, or I'll join forces with the Bloodlines from the other clans to wipe you out. This woman's aura was astonishing, and her words were filled with a sense of superiority and disdain. As a member of an ancient Bloodline clan, this female Bloodline indeed had the right to be arrogant. In fact, this female Bloodline had already realized that the situation was a little tricky. Since these Star Pirates dared to come to the Elisa clan's territory to cause trouble at this time, they must have been prepared. They were the only manpower the clan had assigned to this place. If these Star Pirates did not invade the Elisa clan's territory from other directions, it was likely that the experts of the clan were still unaware of the situation. At the thought of this, the female Bloodline's heart was in a mess. In any case, they could only respond effectively once they understood the situation. When this female Bloodline spoke, the other Bloodlines frowned. She tied them to the Elisa clan's chariot with just a few words, expressing their willingness to advance and retreat alongside the Elisa clan. No Bloodline who was not from the Elisa clan wanted to sacrifice themselves for them. Clear us out? Why don't you take a look at how many men we have? Brothers, the treasures in the blood pool must be extraordinary. Let's explore the Bloodline's sacred space. At most, we'll stay away from the Scarlet Territory in the future. The further away we are from the Scarlet Territory, the better the price we could get for those blood-type spiritual ingredients. Having said that, the Star Pirates started to attack rapidly. Apart from the people from Elisa's clan, various other Bloodline clans retreated. Upon seeing this, the female Elisa member said in panic, "You came to my clan's territory to share the blood tide in our blood pool, so you have the duty to protect us. You." Before the woman could finish her sentence, 2 Star Pirates attacked her. The female Bloodline hurriedly defended herself, but her left shoulder was smashed into pieces by the Star Pirates' attack, and her left hand hung limp like a noodle, swaying weakly. Just as the female Bloodline thought that it was over, a handsome pure-blood Bloodline stood in front of her and said, "Leave this to me. Inform the experts in the clan to calm down this storm caused by the Star Pirates as soon as possible. I have a feeling that these Star Pirates have an ulterior motive." She looked up at the tall figure of the young Bloodline in front of her, feeling as if she had seen a savior. "Thank you. My name is Elisa Helena. I have a communication fey with me. I need some time to communicate with the clan. Hold on for me. My Elisa clan will definitely express deep gratitude to you afterward." The corners of Lin Yuan's mouth curled up. He was highly confident in Lu Chen and Lu Yao's capabilities. Lu Chen and Lu Yao's plan to organize Star Pirates to attack Elisa's clan was devised by Lin Yuan. Lu Chen and Lu Yao's capabilities had exceeded Lin Yuan's expectations. He did not expect them to do things so well. These Star Pirates would definitely lure out the experts guarding the blood pool of the Elisa clan. The Elisa experts would assess the situation and act accordingly. If they did not come out to stop these Star Pirates, the latter could potentially charge all the way to the main area of their clan. The other Bloodline clans had no intention of protecting the Elisa clan. Some members of the Bloodline clans had already retreated into the territory of the Elisa clan. When these Star Pirates attacked, their intent was to take lives. Many clans had lost their members under the attacks of the Star Pirates. The more ruthless these Star Pirates were, the more isolated and vulnerable the Elisa clan became. Chapter 2906 Blood Pool opened. None of the Bloodlines who came to the Elisa clan's territory were willing to use their lives to deal with the calamity that the Elisa clan had suffered. Spring and Winter, who were beside Lin Yuan, did not make a move. Connie and Jin Chen continued to kill the star pirates. Connie and Jin Chen's attacks were extremely fierce. The average strength of these star pirates was at World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, so it was difficult for them to resist Connie and Jin Chen's attacks. Lin Yuan's protection allowed Helena to spread the news successfully. The Elisa elders were already aware of the invasion of the star pirates. Under normal circumstances, these star pirates would have risked their lives to prevent her from transmitting the message, because once the Elisa elders learned of the news, they would definitely send people to eliminate them. However, these star pirates didn't target Helena too much. They didn't notice this detail, as well as the other bloodlines of the Elisa clan. After sending the message to the clan, Helena quickly expressed her gratitude to Lin Yuan. "Thank you for buying me time so that I could spread the news to the elders. They will send people to eliminate these star pirates soon. Why don't you follow me to the interior of the territory? We can't hold on here anymore." Helena had a favorable impression of the pure-blooded Bloodlion youth standing before her. Bloodlions were all obsessed with looks, and Lin Yuan's appearance matched the Bloodlion's aesthetic standards. Furthermore, Helena could sense a noble and unique aura emanating from Lin Yuan. It was the kind of aura that could only be exuded by those truly of high status. Even in the current environment, Helena couldn't help but wear a faint blush due to his charm. Lin Yuan nodded and said, "We really can't hold on here anymore. I wonder why the star pirates gathered together and chose this time to invade the Elisa clan. Even if they know that the Elisa clan is about to open the blood pool, these star pirates shouldn't have targeted you. The Elisa clan is about to have a queen. Moreover, the blood pool doesn't seem to be of much value to these star pirates." As Lin Yuan spoke, he revealed a contemplative expression as if he was seriously helping the Elisa clan think about the reason. Lin Yuan's words were exactly what Helena was thinking. These star pirates had been roaming around the periphery of the Scarlet Territory, and they would often snatch resources from the Bloodlions merchant groups. However, they did not dare to offend any powerful Bloodlion clans for fear of being retaliated. These star pirates should be afraid of the Elisa clan. Before opening the blood pool, the Elisa clan had considered many possible scenarios that could occur, but they had never anticipated that these star pirates would target them. Therefore, the Elisa clan had never conducted any similar rehearsals. These star pirates had severely disrupted the Elisa clan's blood pool opening ceremony. Helena was very afraid that the other Bloodlion factions would take advantage of the situation to cause trouble and sabotage the Elisa clan. It could be said that the Elisa clan had made a huge decision to open the blood pool. If something went wrong, they would lose 1,000 years of accumulation at the very least. Lord Qinyu was only a step away from becoming a queen. At this stage of bloodline evolution, he was at his most vulnerable. This vulnerability did not refer to losing his strength. Rather, it would be very difficult to obtain another chance to undergo bloodline transformation if he were to fail. If Lord Qinyu missed the opportunity, it was likely that the Elisa clan would not have another king bloodline capable of attempting to ascend to queen for the next few hundred years. Such a lack of foundation would cause the Elisa clan to fall by at least 3 ranks in the Scarlet Territory's Bloodlion rankings. These damned star pirates, I really don't know who gave them the courage. No matter how many star pirates there are, we have to kill them all. Otherwise, it's really difficult to appease the hatred in the hearts of my Elisa clan." Lin Yuan ignored the ruthless words of the female Bloodlion in front of him. Most of these star pirates would leave the Scarlet Territory after completing this operation. It would not be so easy for the Elisa clan to seek revenge on them. Furthermore, Lu Chen and Lu Yao had not sent out all the star pirates they had gathered at once. The number of star pirates participating in this operation was far more than what was visible now. Hopefully, these star pirates could exert some force and draw out more members of the Elisa clan. Just as Lin Yuan was about to follow Helena into the Elisa clan's territory, he received a voice transmission from Spring, "Young Master, according to the current situation, once something goes wrong with the blood pool, the Elisa clan will definitely investigate the Bloodlions who entered the territory one by one. If the energy in the blood pool is forcefully absorbed by the other Bloodlions, the Elisa clan will definitely not let it go. They will definitely go mad. By then, you probably won't be able to maintain your current identity as a Bloodlion. You will definitely be listed as a suspect by the Elisa clan. Instead of that, it's better to stay on the outskirts of the Elisa clan's territory and help them fight the star pirates. This way, you can also obtain a favor from the Elisa clan. If the Elisa clan falls into a state of madness, the Andra clan will definitely be implicated. It's even possible that it will affect Fan Lu. Maintaining your identity as a Bloodlion, especially this one that you've used for a long time, can only be beneficial to you. Once your identity as a Blue Dian becomes sensitive, it will be difficult for you to interact with the other Blue Dians in the Scarlet Territory for a long time to come. Since Lin Yuan had given up on recovering his previous life's memories in the returning Saint Pool and was no longer bound by them, everything about Lin Yuan must undergo a process of renewal and growth. If Spring got too involved, it would affect Lin Yuan's growth. Under such circumstances, she would only express her opinions to Lin Yuan at a critical moment. As for whether Lin Yuan would accept her opinions or not, that was up to him. Upon seeing Lin Yuan's thoughtful expression, Spring said, "A Pinnacle King bloodline Blue Dian is indeed stronger than Lu Chen and Lu Yao, but he does not pose a threat to Winter and me. We can control or kill him if we head to the blood pool. If you help resist the Star Pirates on the outskirts, the Elisa clan can't suspect you, no matter how much they try. Furthermore, you're already helping them now." In the end, the Elisa clan still has to express their gratitude. Upon hearing Spring's words, Lin Yuan immediately made a decision and followed Spring's method. The Blue Dian identity that Lin Yuan currently established could be said to be extremely successful. In addition to being on good terms with the Andra clan, he had also established connections with at least 5 other Blue Dian clans that had the king bloodline. These Blue Dian clans also had plans to be on good terms with Lin Yuan. Under such circumstances, if Lin Yuan gave up on his current identity, all his previous relationships would be in vain. Moreover, this incident would surely serve as a warning for these Blue Dians. In the future, when Lin Yuan wanted to befriend these factions as a new Blue Dian, they would definitely be wary of him. Lin Yuan looked up at Helena and said in a clear voice, "I come from a clan that doesn't belong to the Scarlet Territory. Since I'm here to share the blood tide of the Elisa clan, I should help you with something. Someone has to resist these star pirates outside. I have a few experts under me who can stop them. Return to the Elisa clan as soon as possible. You're not a match for these star pirates with your strength." Lin Yuan patted Helena's shoulder gently before leading Jin Chen, Connie and the others toward the star pirates. Jin Chen and Connie used their strength to kill a large number of star pirates. Lin Yuan did not give Helena a chance to react as he flashed and collided with the group of star pirates. Otherwise, under the relentless pursuit of these star pirates, Helena couldn't be certain if she was faster than them. In Helena's eyes, Lin Yuan was sacrificing himself to create an opportunity for her. Helena took a deep look at Lin Yuan's back, and her eyes were slightly reddening. At this moment, Helena felt like she had been saved by Lin Yuan. As everyone fled into the Elisa clan, Lin Yuan was willing to defend them against the star pirates. Regardless of whether Lin Yuan was from the Scarlet Territory or not, the clan behind him was very worthy of the Elisa clan's friendship. The clan behind Lin Yuan was definitely not weak. Otherwise, Lin Yuan's Blue Dian bloodline would not be so pure. "Let's retreat." Helena prayed in her heart that Lin Yuan would be able to survive. Even if the Elisa clan received the news of the Star Pirates' invasion, they could no longer seal the blood pool once the blood tide had been released. A male Blue Dian with long golden hair was looking into the distance with a cold expression, his eyes filled with deep hatred. His monstrous hatred seemed capable of tearing apart everything in the distance. Most of the Blue Dians were handsome or beautiful, and even those who may not be conventionally attractive tended to maintain a youthful appearance. However, the 2 Blue Dians beside the long-haired male Blue Dian both looked senile, with deeply lined faces and furrowed skin. It was a state that a Blue Dian would only display in a few months when their lifespan was about to run out. "Lord Qin Yu, don't worry. Go into the blood pool and absorb the energy. I will settle the matters outside. Even if I have to risk my life, I won't let anyone affect you, Lord Qin Yu. It's my honor to be able to protect Lord Qin Yu until my lifespan runs out." Qin Yu pursed his lips and said coldly, "Rula, Fan Kia, the 2 of you must have followed me for nearly 140,000 years. Back then, the 3 of us were all chosen by the Elisa clan. Because my talent is slightly higher than yours, you gave me all the opportunities and willingly followed me. Apart from wanting to evolve my bloodline and continue the glory of the Elisa clan, the reason I decided to open the blood pool this time was also to bestow my blood to the 2 of you after my bloodline transformed so that your lifespans could be extended. If you fight now, it will consume your remaining lifespan. Why don't the 2 of you enter the blood pool with me?" Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, the elderly Rula and Fan Kia were a little moved. Qin Yu had never been one to openly display his emotions. Qin Yu's words were an affirmation of their friendship of more than 100,000 years. However, when they heard Qin Yu say that he wanted to bring the two of them into the blood pool. Rula and Fan Kia hurriedly rejected his suggestion. Lord Qin Yu, you entered the blood pool to transform into the Bloodian Queen and become the Queen. Your bloodline concerns the glory of the Elisa clan. The two of us have been protecting the glory of the Andra clan with our lives. If we enter the blood pool and delay the transformation of your bloodline, won't the two of us become sinners of the Elisa clan? After living for over 100,000 years, I've seen all the sights worth seeing. If I can contribute my last bit of strength to the Elisa clan in the last moments of my life, it would be considered loyalty. It was only at this moment that Rula and Fan Kia realized how much Qin Yu valued relationships. The two of them knew that Qin Yu was giving them a chance to live. As long as they entered the blood pool, they could obtain at least 20,000 years of lifespan. However, there were some things that Rula and Fan Kia would not do, even if they were beaten to death. Rula said as he felt the blood tide become denser, Lord Qin Yu's blood pool has completely opened. Hurry up and go in. Get Fan Kia to guard you outside the blood pool. I will go alone to disperse those star pirates. Rula believed that Qin Yu could complete his bloodline metamorphosis and become a Bloodian Queen. In fact, Qin Yu's bloodline had long reached the threshold of transformation. However, as a male Bloodian, he needed a large amount of pure spirit chi to support his body reconstruction. It had taken nearly 20,000 years for the Elisa clan to trade with the other clans. Coupled with the production of his own creators, he finally managed to save enough spiritual chi. If not for the fact that Qin Yu wanted to keep Rula and Fan Kia alive, he would have accumulated more time. The pure spirit chi in Qin Yu's hands was still a little lacking. Rula gave Fan Kia the chance to live at the final juncture. No matter what, someone had to guard Qin Yu to prevent any accidents from affecting the transformation of her bloodline. Seeing that Fan Kia was about to speak, Rula continued, Fan Kia, your divine kingdom ability in protection surpasses mine, while I excel more in combat and killing. There's no need for us to fight over such things. If I'm not strong enough to defend against these star pirates, won't I have to rely on you to protect Lord Qin Yu? After saying that, Rula bowed to Qin Yu. Although Rula looked old, she looked very noble when she performed this etiquette. The bow carried a sense of mission of sacrifice. Qin Yu moved his lips and did not say anything else. After Rula left, Qin Yu turned around and walked towards the blood pool. A voice drifted behind Qin Yu, if Rula dies, I'll bury all the star pirates within 30,000 kilometers of the Scarlet Territory with her. Chapter 2907. Do you have the qualifications? Fan Kia had just sent Rula off, and now he was sending Qin Yu off to the blood pool. Qin Yu had always been a person who didn't show his emotions easily, carrying the elegance befitting a Bloodian noble. The fact that he could say such words showed how furious he was. Fan Kia's heart sank to the bottom. It was not because of Qin Yu's anger, nor was it because Rula was about to die. Fan Kia and Rula had long been prepared to sacrifice everything for the Elisa clan. The reason his heart sank was that he felt that these star pirates would not have attacked the Elisa clan for no reason. Everything in the blood pool was a sacred object to the Bloodians, but to those non-Bloodian star pirates, it was merely ordinary resources. These star pirates had been in the Scarlet Territory for tens of thousands of years. It was impossible for them not to be aware of it. Star pirates consistently prioritized cost-effectiveness and preferred low-risk and high returns. This was their way of survival. Fan Kia was very afraid that it was a Bloodian clan that was targeting Elisa's clan this time, and they were hiding behind the star pirates and mobilizing them. If that was the case, there would definitely be follow-up actions. Fan Kia looked worriedly in the direction of where Qin Yu had left. He secretly hoped that regardless of what would happen, it would not affect Lord Qin Yu's bloodline evolution. As long as Lord Qin Yu successfully transformed into the Bloodian Queen, regardless of the severity of the injuries that the Elisa clan suffered, they would still be able to develop more prosperously than they were now. Qin Yu's thoughts were no less than Fan Kia's. However, as the current leader of the Elisa clan, Qin Yu did not voice his worries. He was prepared to complete her bloodline transformation as soon as possible to put an end to this farce. If not for the fact that the blood pool could not be closed before its energy was depleted, Qin Yu would have already attacked the star pirates. The moment Qin Yu entered the blood pool with a heavy heart, he realized that a young Bloodian was already soaking in the blood pool. The young Bloodian was not a member of the Elisa clan, yet he was immersing himself in the Elisa clan's blood pool, resembling something out of a fantasy. Qin Yu almost thought that he had seen wrongly. However, reality proved that not only was Qin Yu not mistaken, but the Bloodian youth was also scrutinizing him. Next to the Bloodian youth was a spider species fey in camouflage, which was frantically absorbing the energy in the blood pool. The energy in the blood pool formed two huge whirlpools, spinning at high speed with the Bloodian youth and the spider species fey at the core. Just as Qin Yu was about to attack, two figures appeared behind the Bloodian youth. The auras released by the two figures directly sealed the blood pool. Under the envelopment of these two mighty forces, Qin Yu did not have the slightest room for resistance. Qin Yu went from anger to shock. The strength of the two figures was significantly higher than his. Otherwise, he would definitely not be so powerless under the envelopment of their auras. Qin Yu struggled with all his might, but he could only move his limbs slowly. The Bloodian youth and the spider species fey did not move. Instead, they walked toward him. The elderly man grabbed his collar and dragged him to the Bloodian youth's side. Qin Yu moved his lips twice, but the words that surged to his throat did not find their way out. He wanted to ask the Bloodian youth in front of him who he was to dare to plot against the Elisa clan. However, since he had already done it, it indicated that he did not take the Elisa clan seriously at all. Indeed, the Elisa clan did not have any chance to resist. At this moment, Fan Kia, who was outside the blood pool, was probably not aware of the situation inside. Qin Yu had already accepted his fate in silence. It was then that he heard the Bloodian youth before him chuckle and waved his hand. "You're the Bloodian prince of the Elisa clan who's preparing to transform your bloodline into a queen, right? Hello, my name is Black Elise. I'm from the Elise clan. I wonder if you've heard of the Elise clan? Our Elise clan hasn't set foot in the Scarlet territory for tens of thousands of years. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan didn't intend to kill King Yu. Instead, he harbored thoughts of manipulating Qing Yu from behind to control the Elisa clan. This way, his status as a Bloodian would be even more stable. If Lin Yuan were to control the Bloodian prince before him with his human identity, he would probably refuse to comply under any circumstances. However, there was a possibility that the Bloodian prince would agree to comply if Lin Yuan were to control him as a fellow Bloodian, especially under the overwhelming pressure of absolute power. Lin Yuan knew that Qin Yu had never heard of the Elise clan. It would be strange if he had heard of a clan that Lin Yuan had fabricated. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, waves surged in Qing Yu's heart. It turned out that he was from a Bloodian faction from the Scarlet territory. He was surprised to find out that the Bloodian faction outside the Scarlet territory actually possessed such formidable strength. Qin Yu had indeed never heard of the Elise clan, but he had already vaguely guessed the intention behind the Bloodian youth's revelation of his identity. He didn't disclose his identity just to exchange pleasantries. His aim was to gain control over the entire Elisa clan. Otherwise, if the Bloodian youth's sole intention was to absorb the energy in the blood pool, he could have his two subordinates kill Qin Yu directly without sparing his life. My name is Elisa Qin Yu. I'm the 364th leader of the Elisa clan, on my way to the blood pool to undergo bloodline evolution. Qin Yu also revealed his identity to Lin Yuan. Be it as a Bloodian prince or as the leader, Qin Yu did not for the downfall of the Elisa clan. If he and the Elisa clan were unwilling to accept the control of the Elise clan, the only outcome would be destruction. The Elise clan, a Bloodian faction that was not native to the Scarlet territory, had come to the Scarlet territory and interfered with the Elisa clan. They gathered star pirates to attack the Elisa clan in order to snatch their blood pool. The Elise clan definitely would not want such vile actions to be exposed. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment before making the choice that was most beneficial to him and Elisa's clan. At the very least, becoming a puppet would allow him to survive. It was better than having his entire clan wiped out. Upon hearing Qin Yu's response, the corners of Lin Yuan's mouth curled up into an obvious arc. Lin Yuan greatly admired intelligent people, and Qin Yu was clearly an extremely intelligent person. Talking to intelligent people not only saved time and effort but also guaranteed that they could carry out arrangements effectively in the future. The overall strength of your Elisa clan is not bad, and you also have the potential to become the Bloodian queen. My Elise clan is willing to take your clan under our wing. What is your opinion on this? Qin Yu had guessed Lin Yuan's intention, but she had not expected him to be so straightforward. He asked tentatively, if I lead the Elisa clan to submit to you, I wonder what benefits the Elise clan can offer us. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, he felt the grip on his collar tighten. A hand reached out and grabbed his neck, making it difficult for him to even breathe. Winter's cold voice rang out, you want to negotiate with our young master? Do you have the qualifications? Your Elisa clan has now become our captive. My young master can decide your life and death with a single word. As the leader of a bloodline clan, I urge you to carefully consider the future of the Elisa clan and avoid making any mistakes. Winter was extremely dissatisfied with Qin Yu's behavior. At such a time, Qin Yu was still negotiating with Lin Yuan. He did not have the qualifications to negotiate in the least bit. Winter was very heavy-handed, yet Lin Yuan did not stop him from making a move. Lin Yuan felt that Qin Yu needed to be taken down a notch. Otherwise, even if he took Qin Yu under his wing, he would not submit to him in the future. What Lin Yuan wanted was absolute control over the Elisa clan. Elisa Qin Yu had to admit his identity as a king. After teaching him a lesson, he could reward Qin Yu. This way would ensure that Qin Yu not only submitted to him out of fear but also worked hard for his future arrangements. Qin Yu's consciousness gradually became blurry from the torture of suffocation. He realized that his life was about to come to an end. Just then, a faint echo of the soothing voice he had just heard whispered in Qin Yu's ear, "Winter, give him another chance. I believe he's willing to bring the Elisa clan to submit to our Elise clan." As this light and pleasant voice sounded, the pair of large hands released their grip from his neck and pinched his collar instead. As a result, he recovered from his near-death state. Qin Yu, who had just escaped death, hurriedly said, "I'm willing to bring the Elisa clan to submit to the Elise clan. As the clan leader, I can offer my loyalty to the Elise clan at any time." Lin Yuan immediately said, "Since you're willing to offer your loyalty, hand over your Holy Spirit to me." Qin Yu had spoken those words because he was willing to let the leader of the Elise clan control him. In the sky beyond the clouds, absolute control was the best way to demonstrate loyalty. In the end, after he finished speaking, the Bloodian youth actually wanted to accept his loyalty. Qin Yu could sense that the Bloodian youth in front of him had only lived for less than 50 years. This Black Elise couldn't be the leader of the Elise clan. In the face of Lin Yuan's request, Qin Yu did not dare to speak too much. He was afraid that if he said any word that incurred the dissatisfaction of the Bloodian youth before him, the elderly man who had restrained his throat would really kill him. Qin Yu obediently released his Holy Spirit and allowed Lin Yuan to control it. Neither Lin Yuan nor Blood Love could make a correct estimation of the energy in the blood pool, as it was too vast. Less than 5 minutes after Blood Love entered the blood pool, its absorption of blood-type energy reached a saturation point. The energy in the blood pool was meant for use by experts who had surpassed the Holy Spirit level. It was too much for the Blood Love, who had just reached the World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, to absorb the energy in the blood pool. On the other hand, Lin Yuan could absorb the blood pool's energy at will. However, absorbing the blood-type energy to enhance his Bloodian bloodline was far less useful than controlling a genuine Bloodian queen. Prior to exerting control over Qin Yu, Lin Yuan had already decided that if he could control him, he would help Qin Yu in his bloodline transformation and allow him to become a true Bloodian queen. With Qin Yu becoming a Bloodian queen, he would lead the Elisa clan to prosperity and greatly increase their right to speak in the Scarlet Territory. This increase in authority would allow the Elisa clan to take better care of Lin Yuan's Bloodian identity and help him collect resources in the Scarlet Territory. Qin Yu, who was under Lin Yuan's control, was filled with frustration. He did not want to be controlled by anyone if he had a choice. Before deciding to open the blood pool, his intention was to enhance his strength and restore the Elisa clan to its former glory. However, after stepping into the blood pool, not only did he become a prisoner, but the Elisa clan also found itself surviving at the mercy of others. Just as Qin Yu's frustration gradually turned into despair, Lin Yuan spoke, "The energy in this blood pool has been accumulated by the Elisa clan for generations. Since you're willing to submit to me, you can absorb the energy in the blood pool. I'll help your bloodline transform into a queen. You just have to work hard to improve." Lin Yuan waved his hand at Winter, and Winter let Qin Yu enter the blood pool. Qin Yu floated in the blood pool in a sorry state with an ecstatic expression. The energy in the blood pool was a great tonic for any Bloodian. Qin Yu could never have imagined that Lin Yuan would be willing to share it with him. If he could become the Bloodian queen, what if the Elisa clan became servants? His status in the Scarlet Territory would greatly increase. Since this young Bloodian named Black Elise was so generous to him, it was very likely that he would give him more chances in the future. Before absorbing the energy in the blood pool, Qin Yu thought of Rula, who had gone to fight the Star Pirates, and hurriedly said, "Lord, my Elisa clan has already become your servant clan. There are a total of 3 Bloodians with the bloodline of the Elisa clan that have reached the king level. 2 of them are at the end of their lifespans." One of the Bloodian kings set out to fight the Star Pirates upon receiving the news. Lord, I wonder if you can stop those star pirates from continuing to invade the Elisa clan? Otherwise, this Blue Dian king will definitely die. Lord, your subordinates will lose a decent combat power. If I can really become the Blue Dian queen, I can use my own blood to extend their lifespan by nearly 10,000 years. The moment Lin Yuan entered the blood pool, he had informed Lu Chen and Lu Yao to evacuate the star pirates. After he entered the blood pool, the star pirates ceased to have any purpose. The star pirates have already been informed to evacuate. As long as he doesn't chase after these star pirates and sacrifices his lifespan to drag them down with him, there won't be any casualties. What you have to do now is not to worry about others but to ensure that your bloodline can break through. The future value of the Elisa clan depends on whether or not your bloodline can break through. Chapter 2908 Qin Yu's Transformation. Qin Yu was relieved to hear Lin Yuan's words. Once the star pirates started dispersing, Rula would not chase after them. After stabilizing the situation, he would definitely retreat to the vicinity of the blood pool to protect himself and prevent anyone from affecting him. If Rula truly did not care about his own life and chased after those star pirates, it would spell the end of his life. Qin Yu calmed down and began focusing on absorbing the energy in the blood pool. The blood pool formed a huge vortex with Qin Yu at the center. The blood-type energy in the blood pool transformed into blood-colored torrents that flowed into Qin Yu's body, causing him to let out a soft moan of happiness. The feeling of blood-type energy pouring into his body to enable him to break through the bloodline barrier was wonderful. This joy did not last long. After absorbing too much blood-type energy, Qin Yu's body became bloated state due to the excessive energy. Every cell in Qin Yu's body showed signs of tearing away. There had been more than one Blue Dian queen in the Elisa clan. The Elisa clan's records documented the process of how a king transformed into a queen. Once the body entered this state, it needed to absorb pure spirit qi in order to absorb more blood-type energy. Pure spirit qi existed in many forms. Every creator had their own special methods of preparing pure spirit qi. Among them, the most common way to store spirit qi was through the preparation of potions. Qin Yu absorbed this relatively pure spirit qi and drew more blood-type energy from the blood pool into his body. The more spirit qi that Qin Yu, who was originally full of confidence, consumed, the more solemn his expression became. Qin Yu realized that more than half of the pure spirit qi he had prepared in advance had already been consumed. However, his body had yet to show any signs of transforming. He was a male Blue Dian who had not even reached the stage of gender change. How could he become a true Blue Dian queen? With the pure spirit qi being gradually exhausted, Qin Yu's heart plummeted. At this moment, Qin Yu realized that it was unknown if he could even survive, let alone become a Blue Dian queen. Even if he was not controlled by the Elise clan, he would still end up dead and skeletonized at the bottom of the blood pool. The process of advancing to Blue Dian queen could not stop once it began. The blood-type energy that had entered Qin Yu's body would explode without the suppression of the blood pool. Qin Yu's body would be blasted full of holes. It was just like how the blood pool could not be closed once it was activated. Feeling the chaotic blood energy in the blood pool, Qin Yu closed his eyes in despair. At this moment, Qin Yu felt himself enveloped by majestic pure spirit qi. The purity of this spirit qi was even higher than the one he had prepared. Qin Yu realized that Lin Yuan was helping him complete his bloodline transformation. Qin Yu looked at Lin Yuan gratefully and was about to thank him when he heard him shout in a serious tone, "Remember not to be distracted while advancing your bloodline. Have you realized that the speed at which you absorb blood energy is slower than the speed at which you absorb spirit qi? Even if I give you pure spirit qi, you will end up at a stalled stage where your body is broken. This is because the purity of the spirit qi you absorbed previously is too low. It caused your body to be filled with too many impurities. The only way to change this is to use spirit qi to temper your physique first. You don't have to worry about the consumption of spirit qi. This is the only way your bloodline will be able to transform." As he spoke, Lin Yuan arrived behind Qin Yu and placed his palm on his back. He circulated the body of all spirits and injected the pure spirit qi into Qin Yu's body, thereby cleansing the impurities in his body. Lin Yuan's words exposed his predicament and allowed Qin Yu to discover his problem. Lin Yuan injected more spirit qi into his body, allowing Qin Yu to use the spirit qi to expel the impurities from his body. Qin Yu had always thought that the cleansing of the body recorded in the secret manual meant that one had to cleanse the body before entering the blood pool and that this prevented impure energies from polluting the blood pool. But now, he understood that cleansing the body meant that there could not be any impurities in the body. This was an impossible task. The Scarlet Territory did not lack blood-type energy but had always lacked spirit chi. It was no wonder that the current Blue Dian Queen's clan in the Scarlet Territory had been cooperating with factions outside the Scarlet Territory to hoard resources related to spirit chi. Originally, Lin Yuan's nightmare had robbed him of his freedom. Now, it seemed that Lin Yuan was actually saving him and giving him a chance to truly transform into a queen bloodline. Qin Yu gathered his thoughts and accepted Lin Yuan's help as he desperately washed away the impurities in his body. The blood pool was turbulent, and the Elisa clan outside the blood pool had completely calmed down. After Lu Chen and Lu Ya received Lin Yuan's message, they immediately evacuated the Star Pirates. Under Rula's lead, the Elisa clan quickly took over the situation. The other Blue Dian clans who had fled to the Elisa clan were all driven out. While Helena and several core members of the Elisa clan were reporting the situation to Rula, one of the male members made a suggestion. Your Excellency Rula, not only did the other Blue Dian clans not lend a helping hand when our Elisa clan faced the invasion of Star Pirates, but they also interfered with our resistance against the Star Pirates. I don't think we should allow these clans to absorb the blood tide from our blood pool again. These people are not worthy of the Elisa clan's benefits. Rula looked calmly at the male Blue Dian who made the suggestion and rejected it outright. Think before you speak. The Elisa clan should prioritize Lord Qin Yu's steady advancement to the Queen bloodline now. Our forcefully dispersing of the other Blue Dian clans will definitely cause a commotion. Investigate the factions that are currently outside our faction's territory and pay attention to see if there are any suspicious individuals. Upon hearing Rula's order, these core members immediately went to carry out the order, leaving only Helena behind. Rula looked at Helena and asked, "You were the first to report the news of the Star Pirates' invasion. When Lord Qin Yu's bloodline advances, you will be rewarded. Do you have any more information to report?" Hesitation flashed across Helena's face, but it quickly turned into one of courage. "Lord Rula, have you heard of the Elise clan? It was a young Blue Dian from the Elise clan who helped me resist the Star Pirates' attack. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to report the news to the clan." Seeing that Helena was not done speaking, Rula waved his hand and flew towards the blood pool. Rula was not in the mood to care about the young Blue Dian from the Elise clan. Every second she spent listening to Helena's report would be a second wasted. The most important thing was to return to the blood pool to meet up with Fancha and protect Lord Qin Yu together. Helena pursed her lips tightly as she watched Rula leave. Then, she headed in the direction where Lin Yuan and the Star Pirates were fighting. She only wanted to know if Lin Yuan, who was fighting the Star Pirates, was still alive. The Andra clan had not suffered any losses, and neither had the Alan clan. Yi Shui and Shi Mei did not want to use their clan's strength for the sake of the Elisa clan. They wanted to befriend Lin Yuan but had lost sight of him. Yi Shui and Shi Mei had both seen Lin Yuan lead his blood servants in fighting the Star Pirates and protecting the Elisa clan. If Lin Yuan was still alive, he would definitely meet up with the two of them. Since Lin Yuan had yet to appear, it most likely meant that his group was dead. Yi Shui had seen the strength of the two blood servants beside Lin Yuan. His own investigation had failed to break through the two blood servants' seals. If Lin Yuan had not taken the initiative to fight the Star Pirates, there would have been no problems with such powerful blood servants protecting Lin Yuan. Fortunately, the members of the Elisa clan had seen Lin Yuan protecting them. Otherwise, someone would have tried to besmirch and frame Lin Yuan's sudden disappearance. The source of all this was Lin Yuan, a Blue Dian who did not belong to the Scarlet Territory. At that time, those who had brought Lin Yuan here would definitely be implicated. 5 whole days had passed, but the Elisa clan's blood pool was still releasing the blood tide. However, these blood tides were becoming thinner and thinner. Either the energy in the blood pool had been exhausted, or the blood pool was about to close. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, the blood pool could be open and surging for months. If the blood tide only lasted for 3 to 5 days, it would not be worth so many Blue Dian clans traveling all the way here. The energy in the blood pool was indeed about to be sucked dry by Qin Yu. He had already become a genuine Blue Dian queen a day ago, and his bloodline had undergone a complete transformation. Qin Yu's transformation had consumed nearly 600,000 of Lin Yuan's spirit chi crystals. Luckily, Morbius had been helping Lin Yuan collect spirit chi crystals in the Faith country. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would not have been able to supply so many spirit chi crystals to help Qin Yu evolve her bloodline. After transforming into a Blue Dian queen, Qin Yu originally wanted to stop absorbing the energy in the blood pool and give all the remaining energy to Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan only took a portion of Qin Yu's blood and allowed her to continue absorbing the blood-type energy in the blood pool. He also gave Qin Yu a large amount of spirit chi crystals to consolidate her realm and strengthen her bloodline. Even if Qin Yu suffered injuries that threatened her roots, her bloodline would not be destabilized, and she would not transform back into a Bloodian king. In the past 5 days, Qin Yu's attitude and opinion of Lin Yuan had changed. He had been forced to become Lin Yuan's subordinate at the beginning, but he was completely obedient to Lin Yuan now. Lin Yuan could give him much more benefits than he could create for himself. The pure spirit chi provided by Lin Yuan had already far exceeded Qin Yu's comprehension. The Elisa clan might not even be able to accumulate that much pure spirit chi in 100,000 years. Furthermore, this was even under the circumstances that the Elisa clan did not consume spirit chi daily. While using the body of all spirits to help Qin Yu evolve, Lin Yuan gained a deep understanding of the Bloodian bloodline. Lin Yuan could now confirm that compared to the mermaids, the Bloodian's bloodline was indeed stronger. The mermaids were only able to contend with the Bloodians because the Bloodians were always fighting with the mermaids in the sea. The mermaids had the geographical advantage. In the sea, water element energy was inexhaustible. The mermaid bloodline allowed the mermaids to replenish their energy from the sea. At this moment, Qin Yu, whose bloodline had transformed into a queen, had shrunk. She was only about 1.7 meters tall now. Her long golden hair fell to her waist, and her facial features and body proportions were exquisite. Her blood-red eyes were soul-stirring. The 3 vertical pupils in the middle of her blood-red eyes made Qin Yu's eyes appear very deep. The 2 pairs of fangs in Qin Yu's mouth were only revealed when she smiled. Similar to the mermaids, the Bloodians were also humanoid creatures. Their beauty was similar, but the style was different. Compared to absorbing blood-type energy to improve his bloodline, absorbing Qin Yu's blood essence to improve his bloodline was much more convenient for Lin Yuan. After leaving the blood pool and absorbing Qin Yu's blood essence, Lin Yuan's Bloodian bloodline would most likely reach the queen level. At that time, the Bloodian bloodline would become Lin Yuan's strongest bloodline. When Qin Yu depleted all the energy in the blood pool, Lin Yuan removed his hand from her back. After using the body of all spirits continuously and without rest for the past few days, Lin Yuan was exceptionally tired. Qin Yu knelt in front of Lin Yuan and offered him the highest etiquette of a Bloodian. No Bloodian queen had ever knelt on both knees before. Even a low-level Bloodian would only kneel on one knee when swearing allegiance to a high-level Bloodian. Young master, I've successfully become a Bloodian queen. I'll be at your disposal in the future. May I ask if you have any plans for me? I will definitely try my best to finish the tasks you give me. Lin Yuan helped Qin Yu up from the ground and patted her shoulder. From now on, you only need to continue to be the queen of the Elisa clan in the Scarlet Territory. I'll inform you through it if there's anything you need to do in the future. As he spoke, Lin Yuan took out a raiment of the fantasy crystal birthstone flower and handed it to Qin Yu. Qin Yu was very grateful for Lin Yuan's kindness and was willing to do anything for him. However, Qin Yu preferred to stay in the Elisa clan to develop the Elisa clan rather than leave with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's words meant that he was willing to give her this chance. Qin Yu stood up and examined her body. She was very satisfied with the new body she gained after becoming a queen. Chapter 2909 New Ruler of the Scarlet Territory. Before becoming a Bloodian queen, Qin Yu had always admired the title. Now that Qin Yu had completely transformed into a Bloodian queen, she finally knew how powerful a Bloodian queen was. Now, she was at least 10 times physically stronger than before. This body looked weak, but Qin Yu had never dared to dream of being this capable of manipulating her bloodline. The Elisa clan was now a Bloodian clan with a queen. Now that Lin Yuan had asked her to continue developing the Elisa clan, Qin Yu would make a show announcing the news of her promotion to Bloodian queen in the entire Scarlet Territory. After Qin Yu received the fantasy crystal birthstone flower, Lin Yuan nodded at spring. Spring and winter disappeared from the blood pool alongside Lin Yuan and blood love. Qin Yu did not know where Lin Yuan had gone. As a servant, she had no right to ask about Lin Yuan's actions. Qin Yu left the blood pool, and she saw Fankia and Rula guarding the door. Fankia and Rula had been extremely handsome Bloodian kings in their youth. But now, their aged appearances had lost all the glory of youth. The moment she saw Rula, Qin Yu relaxed. If Lin Yuan had not appeared, she would have become a skeleton at the bottom of the blood pool. Based on Qin Yu's understanding of Fankia and Rula, the 2 of them would have remained here until their lifespans ended and the Elisa clan withered to ruin. This was because, apart from the resources provided to the outstanding juniors in the clan, all of the Elisa clan's resources had been given to Qin Yu. After advancing to Bloodian Queen, Qin Yu's gender had changed. This obvious change in appearance stunned Fan Kia and Rula when they saw Qin Yu. They started shedding hot tears of surprised joy. Tears pricked Qin Yu's eyes when she saw this scene. She was lucky to have assistants like Fan Kia and Rula by her side. Due to the fact that Lin Yuan had given Qin Yu a large amount of spirit qi to enable her to absorb the rest of the blood-type energy in the blood pool even after she had evolved to a Blue Dian Queen, Qin Yu was slightly stronger than the usual new Blue Dian Queen. It would be a strain for Qin Yu to give 2 portions of blood essence to Fan Kia and Rula, but the cost would not be too great. Just as Qin Yu was about to condense 2 portions of the Queen Bloodline's blood essence, Fan Kia and Rula hurriedly stopped her. Lord Qin Yu, you've just advanced to Blue Dian Queen. There's really no need to destabilize your condition for the 2 of us. We can continue living for a few more months. When your condition stabilizes, you can give us your blood essence then. Qin Yu waved her hand and forcefully handed 2 portions of Queen blood essence to Fan Kia and Rula. I encountered a fortuitous opportunity in the blood pool. I agreed to give you these 2 portions of blood essence long ago. It won't affect me much. You don't have to worry. Go and seal the blood pool so it can continue to accumulate blood-type energy. Then, go into seclusion. I think you'll be able to return to your youthful appearance once you come out of seclusion. I'll be in charge of the clan's matters. I've been lying low for so long. It's time for me to show my face. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Fan Kia and Rula took the blood essence from him. The Blue Dian Queen's blood essence was the most precious item among the Blue Dians. Qin Yu was willing to bestow the blood essence to them because of their many years of friendship. Fan Kia and Rula went to seal the blood pool according to Qin Yu's instructions. Then, they returned to their own residences and went into seclusion. Not only could Qin Yu's Queen blood essence allow them to recover their lifespans, but their bloodlines could be improved as well. The 2 of them did not know what kind of opportunity Qin Yu had obtained in the blood pool, but Qin Yu's gift could definitely be considered a huge opportunity for them. Helena, Yi Xuet, Shi Mei and the others were all worried about Lin Yuan. It was fine if they found the corpses of Lin Yuan and the others, but they had not done so. It was as though Lin Yuan and the others had vanished into thin air. Almost all the star pirates had dispersed. Those who had not managed to escape in time were executed. Lin Yuan had been willing to help the Elisa clan fend off the star pirates at such a critical moment. If he was not dead, there was no reason for him not to appear. Lin Yuan's actions would most likely lead to a friendship with the Elisa clan. The Elisa clan was a clan with many Blue Dian kings. They were also about to have a true Blue Dian queen. It was the best way for the Elise clan to return to the Scarlet Territory was to develop a friendship with the Elisa clan. Helena wanted to search for Lin Yuan again, but she suddenly received an order for the clan to gather. This was the Elisa clan's highest level of directive. Despite wanting to investigate Lin Yuan's whereabouts, Helena had to return to the clan to participate in the meeting. Qin Yu was the only one in the entire Elisa clan who had the right to issue orders of this level. Lord Qin Yu had already left the blood pool. Had he reached the Queen bloodline? If the answer was no, he would definitely be in a bad mood, and Helena would not dare to tell Lord Qin Yu about this. But if the answer was yes, Helena would tell him everything about Lin Yuan in the hopes that he would send more people out to search for Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan was seriously injured and in a comatose state, they might be able to save his life if they found him and treated him in time. Helena asked Yi Xuet, Shi Mei and the others about Lin Yuan's situation. Although Lin Yuan's Elise clan was not one of the Scarlet Territory's native factions, it was a clan with a queen bloodline. Lord Qin Yu found out about the situation, and he would likely be interested in Lin Yuan's condition. When Helena and the other members of the Elisa clan left, Yi Xuet, Shi Mei, and the other leaders of king clans knew that the king from the Elisa clan who had entered the blood pool must have emerged. However, the exact situation had yet to be revealed. The energy in the blood pool dried up in such a short period of time. Either the Elisa clan's blood pool had not accumulated much energy, or the energy in the blood pool had been absorbed in this short period of time. Based on the blood tide at the beginning, the Elisa clan's blood pool was clearly overflowing. Otherwise, the blood tide could not have spread so far. The king from the Elisa clan who had entered the blood pool had most likely successfully evolved into a Blue Dian queen. The Elisa clan could finally be considered one of the clans that held true power in the Scarlet Territory. Just as Yi Xuet, Shi Mei and the others were sighing in wonder, Lin Yuan walked over with 4 servants. There were no visible injuries on Lin Yuan and the others, but his aura had waned. It was as though he had been pushing himself for some time. Under normal circumstances, they had to pretend to be as miserable as possible in order to obtain the Elisa clan's friendship, The more miserable Lin Yuan and the others were, the more benefits they could obtain from the Elisa clan. This was because Lin Yuan's group had been injured while they were protecting the Elisa clan. Now that Lin Yuan had become the true ruler of the Elisa clan and the Bloodline Queen Qin Yu was his subordinate, there was no need for Lin Yuan to put on such an act. King clans like the Andra and Alan clans were no longer important to Lin Yuan. When Yi Shui, Shi Mei and the others saw Lin Yuan, they hurriedly asked about his condition. Their concern for Lin Yuan was not fake. Both the Andra and Alan clans were waiting to work with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan could be said to be the best potential partner. Yi Shui had already traded with Lin Yuan, so he knew what benefits came from doing so. Lin Yuan responded to Yi Shui, Shi Mei and the others' concerns one by one. Lin Yuan's plan to head to the Scarlet Territory had been completed, and it had far exceeded his expectations. Because of Spring's suggestion, the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves would no longer be affected by his plan. Fan Lu definitely needed to depart from the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. It was better for Fan Lu to stay with the Elisa clan than the Andra clan. Although the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves were not affected by his plan, Feng Xian's actions had completely offended the Andra clan. Feng Xian had made Fan Lu suffer greatly. Fan Lu's damaged roots had yet to recover. Since that was the case, Fan Lu would decide whether Feng Xian and the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves lived or died. Lin Yuan only needed to let Qin Yu know, and she could find a reason to take him from the Andra clan. If the Bloodlines wanted to attack the mermaids, the dark pufferfish's venom would be very useful to them. Regardless of how brave the Andra clan was, they would not refuse Qin Yu, the new Bloodline queen, when she asked for a small fry like Fan Lu. Qin Yu sat on her golden chair, which was encrusted with rubies. Looking at the core members of the Elisa clan who were present, thousands of thoughts ran through her mind and the thought of exhibiting her skills popped into her mind. Qin Yu could sense that Lin Yuan was very interested in the Scarlet Territory. The stronger the Elisa clan became and the more authority she had in the Scarlet Territory, the more useful she would be to Lin Yuan. At this moment, every member of the Elisa clan revealed was smiling as they internally celebrated the evolution of Qin Yu's bloodline. Helena was the only one who was worried about Lin Yuan's safety. As a female Bloodline, this was the first time Helena had encountered a male Bloodline member who could make her blush and her heart race. Qin Yu raised her hand and bestowed a cup of blood wine to all the core members of the Elisa clan. Qin Yu took a sip of the blood wine in her cup, stood up, and said loudly, "Now, Elisa clan is wrapped in the glory of a queen. We're no longer just a clan with a king bloodline. After I became a queen, I obtained hundreds of thousands of years of lifespan. As a new Bloodline queen, I will lead the Elisa clan to prosperity. Go and prepare. Then, send invitations to all the Bloodline clans in the Scarlet Territory and our foreign allies to invite them to celebrate with us." The first thing Qin Yu wanted to do was to show off her identity as a Bloodline queen. She believed that apart from the factions to whom sent the invitations, the other factions that had not received the invitations would also head to the Elisa clan's territory of the Elisa clan with the intention of establishing ties with them. Upon hearing Qin Yu's arrangements, a proud expression appeared on the face of every Bloodline present. Apart from informing the members of the clan that she had successfully evolved into a Bloodline queen, Qin Yu also had to make arrangements for certain matters within the clan. Over the years, Qin Yu had neglected to manage the Elisa clan while she focused on accumulating energy to evolve into a Bloodline queen. Qin Yu wanted to recapture all the authority she had allowed to slip away. She believed that none of the Elisa clan's members would have any objections to her arrangements. At the end of the meeting was the free time for the family clan members to discuss matters. One of the old Bloodlines who did not have much lifespan left said, "Lordess Qin Yu, the other star pirates dared to attack the Elisa clan during the important stage of your bloodline transformation. That is unforgivable. I think we should eliminate all the star pirates within a 500-kilometer radius of the Scarlet Territory to show our might." Rula and Fan Kia were not the only Bloodlines in the Elisa clan who were about to reach the end of their lifespans. The other Bloodlines would also age and die after their bloodlines were exhausted. However, only Rula and Fan Kia were qualified to be rewarded with Qin Yu's blood essence. If Qin Yu had evolved into a Bloodline queen without Lin Yuan's help, she would definitely not have let these star pirates off. If Rula died while fighting the star pirates, Qin Yu would definitely keep her promise and exterminate all the star pirates within 30,000 kilometers of the Scarlet Territory. However, Qin Yu now knew that the star pirates' attack on Elisa's clan was Lin Yuan's doing. If she did that, it was very likely that others would misunderstand that she had a problem with Lin Yuan. That would not be good. Nothing terrified Qin Yu more than Lin Yuan misunderstanding her. She said in a low voice, the dignity of the Elisa clan can't be exhibited by getting rid of these star pirates. We have to prepare a banquet, and the buildings in our clan will undergo a large-scale renovation before the banquet. We don't have time to get rid of the star pirates. If another star pirate dares to invade our territory, we can attack them then. Does anyone have anything else to say? If not, let's end the meeting. The short-haired female Bloodlines who was sitting beside Helena had been pressing Helena down with her hands and shooting her disapproving looks to stop her. As Fan Kia's former adjutant, Ronnie had interacted with Qin Yu in the past. She could not say that she knew much about Qin Yu, but she knew that Qin Yu was extremely standoffish towards the other Bloodlines clans. With Qin Yu's personality, she would not care about whether a Bloodline from another clan lived or died. If Helena made a suggestion to Qin Yu at this time, it would be equivalent to causing trouble for him. Chapter 2910 Abnormal Qin Yu. Ronnie was much older than Helena. The age of Bloodlines did not show through their appearance unless their lifespan was coming to an end. Ronnie had previously been Helena's mentor when she taught the Elisa clan's young Bloodlines combat skills. Among the young Bloodlines taught by Ronnie, Helena was the only one who stood out and became the core member of the Elisa clan. If Helena made such a suggestion in front of Rula and Fan Kia, she might not be punished. Rula and Fan Kia had always been much more benevolent than Lordess Qin Yu. With his experience, Ronnie had already guessed why Helena spent so much effort on a young Bloodline from another clan. There was only one possibility of this, and that was that Helena had been attracted by the other party's appearance and bloodline. She had developed feelings of attraction towards him. It was really stupid to make Lordess Qin Yu unhappy because of this attraction she had developed. Ronnie did not want Helena to make a mistake, but Helena ignored his warning and pushed his hand away before standing up. The moment Helena stood up, Ronnie knew that Helena was definitely going to tell Lordess Qin Yu about the other clans. On one hand, Ronnie was a little angry that Helena had ignored her warnings. On the other hand, she hoped that Qin Yu would not vent her anger on Helena too much and kick her out of the group of core members. Qin Yu looked up at Helena, who had stood up. Qin Yu did not recognize Helena. For the past 200 years, Qin Yu had been focused solely on building up his own body and had left most of the clan's affairs to Rula and Fan Kia. It was likely that this female Bloodline was favored by Rula and Fan Kia. Otherwise, she would not be present at this meeting despite being less than 260 years old. Qin Yu was patient when it came to young and exceptional members of the Elisa clan. If you have anything to report, go ahead. Given your age and power, you should be in charge of patrolling territories, right? Qin Yu did not have a bad temper, but it was not particularly good either. Qin Yu was interacting with Helena now because she was an exceptional young clan member and because she had successfully transformed her bloodline. After the past few days of being strengthened by Lin Yuan, Qin Yu could tell how generous Lin Yuan was. As such, not only was he not a form of restraint on the Elisa clan, he was an opportunity. If Fan Kia and Rula needed to evolve their bloodlines in the future, Lin Yuan would also likely be willing to help them as well. The two powerhouses beside Lin Yuan were also a form of protection for the Elisa clan. Becoming a Bloodline queen elevated her status among Bloodlines and made it more convenient for her to improve her strength in the future. It was still very difficult for Qin Yu to defeat higher-level experts. In the future, if such an expert came knocking, she could ask Lin Yuan for help without bearing the responsibility on her own. This greatly reduced the pressure on Qin Yu as the matriarch of the Elisa clan. The Elisa clan would be at the center of attention in the Scarlet Territory for some time going forward. Helena took a deep breath and said in a clear voice, "Lordess Qin Yu, I am indeed in charge of patrolling the territory. I am a newly promoted territory inspector. For the past 20 years, I've been in charge of patrolling the area around the Hidden Book Pavilion. I would like to report to you about what happened during the Star Pirates invasion when I was patrolling the territory and interacting with the other Bloodline clans." Ronnie sighed. He felt that Helena was not taking her current status and opportunity seriously. Apart from her own efforts, Helena had also relied on Fan Kia's recognition and rewards in order to reach her current position. Helena's actions were equivalent to letting Lord Fan Kia down. Qin Yu frowned slightly when she heard Helena's words. She had already been promoted to Bloodline Queen. What happened during the Star Pirates invasion was not important at all. There was no point in reporting such things to her now. If Helena really wanted to report this, she could report it to an elder who would handle the situation instead. Although she was a little unhappy, Qin Yu did not want to show her dissatisfaction at the end of the meeting. "Oh? What could have happened when you were patrolling the territory with the other Bloodline clans?" Since Helena had already decided to say it, she had to explain the situation clearly. Lordess Qin Yu, when the Star Pirates invaded, I couldn't report the information to the clan immediately. It was a young Bloodline named Black Elise from the Elise clan who helped me fend off the Star Pirates, allowing me to report the information as soon as possible. However, Black Elise disappeared while resisting the Star Pirates. I hope that the clan can send a few more patrol teams to search for him. When Helena said this, many of the Elisa clan's main members felt that she was very stupid. To think that she had reported such an unimportant matter to Lordess Qin Yu. She really did not take Lordess Qin Yu seriously. Those who had come into contact with Qin Yu in the past were well aware of what kind of temper she had. Helena's journey had been too smooth sailing, and it was time for her to be taught a lesson. Qin Yu was surprised when she heard Helena's words. She knew very well who Black Elise was. In truth, Black Elise had helped Helena fend off the Star Pirates so that she would relay the information, thereby luring the enemy away. He had disappeared after that. Instead, he had gone to the blood pool and took a leisurely soak while he waited for Qin Yu. If the result had turned out to be bad, Qin Yu would have personally punished Helena after learning that she was the one who gave Black Elise the chance to slip away. However, the result had turned out to be positive and Helena had been an important factor in this event. Since the Elise clan helped us to fend off the Star Pirates, I naturally can't ignore this matter. All patrol teams will be mobilized immediately to search the entire Elisa clan's territory for anyone from the Elise clan. If we find them, we must treat them as distinguished guests. Helena was pleasantly surprised by Qin Yu's words, but Ronnie and most of the other core members were stunned. Had Lordess Qin Yu really uttered those words? Those words did not match their impression of Qin Yu. The only explanation was that Qin Yu felt that the evolution of her bloodline would be affected if the Star Pirates really invaded the Elisa clan. Just as Helena was about to sit down, Qin Yu said gently, "You've been the captain of a patrol team for 20 years and are considered experienced. After Fan Kia finishes his seclusion, I'll instruct him to arrange a few more patrol teams for you to supervise. If the rest of you have nothing else to report to me, the meeting is adjourned." While walking out of the conference hall, Helena said to Ronnie excitedly, "Teacher Ronnie, the chances of finding the members of the Elise clan are much higher now that Lordess Qin Yu is willing to conduct a large-scale search. Even if they're seriously injured, they still have a chance of being healed in time." Ronnie could not understand why Qin Yu had acted so out of character. Helena was really lucky. If Qin Yu had been angered, Helena would probably have ended up in an extremely miserable state. "Helena, if something like this happens again, you have to think for your own sake. Don't put yourself in danger because of others." Ronnie knew that Helena was not concerned about the lives of the other members of the Elise clan at all. Helena was only concerned about Black Elise. Now that the Elisa clan had a Bloodline queen, their status in the Scarlet Territory would definitely increase greatly. The Elisa clan finally qualified to mine in the Scarlet Sacred Abyss. Lin Yuan was currently conversing with Yi Shui and Shi Mei. Shi Mei knew that Lin Yuan would either leave the Scarlet Territory or return to the Andra clan. She would soon be separated from Lin Yuan. Shi Mei took this opportunity to invite Lin Yuan again. "Your Excellency, I hope that the Alan clan will have the chance to establish a friendly relationship with the Elise clan. We would like to form an alliance with the Elise clan just like the Andra clan has done. I am being sincere. I hope you will consider this seriously." Although subduing Qin Yu was equivalent to controlling the Elisa clan, Lin Yuan was still willing to maintain friendships with other Bloodline clans. This would facilitate his future operations in the Scarlet Territory. "Shi Mei, thank you for your invitation. We are very willing to form a friendship with the Alan clan. However, our main development area is not in the Scarlet Territory. There won't be many opportunities for our clans to interact in the future. Even if we establish a partnership, it will be more focused on resource exchange. If the Alan clan is willing to trade with us, we are willing to exchange creator resources for blood-type spiritual ingredients. We have already traded with the Andra clan. You can learn the details of the trade from Yi Shui." Shi Mei smiled and extended her hand to Lin Yuan. "Since that's the case, our two clans shall be friends from now on." As she spoke, Shi Mei discreetly glared at Yi Shui. Yi Shui had been hiding and unwilling to share details of the Elise clan. Yet, he had actually already traded with them. Given that Lin Yuan was willing to trade creator resources for blood-type spiritual ingredients, it was no wonder that Yi Shui had been secretly trying to gain Black Elisa's favor. Clearly, they were afraid that if the Alan clan traded with the Elise clan, the Andra clan's share of future trades would be reduced. Shi Mei was extremely upset with Yi Shui, but she could understand Yi Shui's actions. If the Alan clan had obtained this opportunity first, they would have tried their best to hide it as well. At this moment, Feng Qing was still in the Andra clan. Recently, he had been having thoughts of leaving the Andra clan and returning to the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves territory. However, because of Feng Xian's connection with the Elise clan and the commotion caused by Feng Xian's attack on Fan Lu, Feng Qing had been forced to stay in the Andra clan until the Elise clan returned. This feeling of having his movements restricted was not pleasant for Feng Qing at all. Feng Qing was also unhappy because of the way Feng Xian had been acting. While riding on the support of the Elise clan, Feng Xian had completely stopped showing respect to Feng Qing. Feng Xian had been trying to use his relationship with the Elise clan to force Feng Qing to hand Fan Lu over. Feng Qing was much more satisfied with Fan Lu than Feng Xian. Feng Qing would prefer to keep Fan Lu by his side from now on. Even without Fan Lu in the picture, Feng Qing would not let Feng Xian stay by his side and cause trouble for him. Feng Qing had not given Feng Xian what he wanted. Feng Qing had never come into contact with any members of the Elise clan, so he did not know how important Feng Xian was to Black Elise. If Feng Qing confirmed that Feng Xian was important to the Elise clan and could obtain benefits for the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, he might eventually acquiesce and hand Fan Lu over. Presently, Fan Lu could tolerate Feng Xian, while Feng Xian could not tolerate Fan Lu. Feng Qing was afraid that Feng Xian would be important to Black Elise and that Feng Xian's status in the Chaos Wind Demon Wolf clan would rise in the future. If that happened, he would be controlled by Feng Xian. This prevented Feng Qing from using the species resources to heal Fan Lu. Feng Qing felt a little guilty towards Fan Lu. Feng Qing resolved the guilt he felt by staying away from Fan Lu and keeping Fan Lu in a room used by the Forbidden Wolf team. According to the report from the Forbidden Wolf team, Fan Lu's injuries had already begun to fester because he had not been treated in time. The chaotic wind within the Chaos Wind Demon Wolf's bloodline was a contaminant. Without using specific spiritual ingredients to expel the contaminated wound would be impossible to heal. Fan Lu lay on the bed all day staring at the wall, his back facing the members of the Forbidden Wolf team. It was obvious that he had been dealt a blow, and both his mind and spirit were suffering. Feng Qing sighed to himself. Fan Lu was pitiful. Feng Qing valued Fan Lu more for the luck he brought rather than his ability. The reason for Fan Lu facing the wall was completely different from what Feng Qing thought. At this moment, not only was Fan Lu not depressed, but he was abnormally excited. When Fan Lu received Lin Yuan's message, he knew that Lin Yuan's plan was going smoothly. Not only was his status and strength about to increase, but he also had the possibility of transforming into a Bloodlian. The Bloodlian's bloodline was of a much higher level than that of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Even at their peak, the Moon Worship Wolves could only barely compare to the Bloodlian's bloodline level. Chapter 2911 The Dying Fan Lu. There were billions of species in the sky beyond the clouds, and many species had the same bloodline. This was because the same species presented differently in each of the 4 universes. However, there was an obvious criterion when measuring bloodline level, which was the difficulty of increasing the bloodline's strength and the upper limit of the bloodline's strength. On these 2 points, the Bloodlians were much stronger than the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Before meeting Lin Yuan, the Bloodlians were a species that Fan Lu could never hope to cross paths with. Now, he finally had a chance to join their ranks. Fan Lu was looking forward to his future development. With his bright future waiting for him, the grievances he suffered at the hands of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves were nothing. Before Fan Lu joined Kong Huan, he had not been a Boundary Patrol envoy but an ordinary member of the Boundary Patrol team. Back then, the Boundary Patrol envoy Fan Lu reported to had a habit of taking on private jobs. They treated the members of the Boundary Patrol team as mercenaries. Fan Lu was often injured during missions. The injuries he suffered were not as serious as the ones he had now, but the pain was almost the same. Fan Lu was more afraid of mediocrity than a challenging life. Moreover, Lin Yuan would make up for all the hardships he had suffered. Fan Lu only hoped that Feng Qing and Feng Xian would not cause trouble for him before Lin Yuan returned to the Andra clan. Fan Lu knew very well why Feng Qing had not used the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves' resources to heal him. There was no way that after what had happened, Feng Qing still thought that Feng Xian was loyal, right? Part of the reason why Feng Qing arranged for him to stay in the Forbidden Wolf team's residence was because he was afraid that Feng Xian would harm him. However, Feng Qing was more concerned about the attitude of the Lonely River's 4 species overlords towards the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves than for his own safety. The news of him being severely injured by Feng Xian would definitely have spread. Once the Lonely River's 4 species overlords found out, they would definitely exert immense pressure on Feng Qing. The pressure from the Lonely River's 4 species overlords would be enough to protect his life before Lin Yuan returned. Fan Lu could not come up with a precise strategy without knowing what plans Lin Yuan had for him. Fan Lu placed his hand on his chest. The wounds on his chest and left leg had already been corroded by the chaotic wind. If the corrosion spread, his heart would eventually be compromised. Fan Lu believed that Lin Yuan would be able to save him even if his heart was affected. However, Fan Lu did not want to end up in such a sorry state. If he could not even protect himself, he would appear very incompetent in front of Lin Yuan. Fan Lu, who had been facing the wall for the past few days, struggled to sit up. Fan Lu's actions immediately alarmed the 2 members of the Forbidden Wolf team who were at the door. The Forbidden Wolf team had worked with Fan Lu before. While working together, Fan Lu had brought benefits to the Forbidden Wolf team. The Forbidden Wolf team was relatively friendly to Fan Lu. The Forbidden Wolf team was Feng Qing's direct subordinate. The leader of the Forbidden Wolf team, Feng Niu, was Feng Qing's trusted aide. Feng Niu had clearly explained Fan Lu's importance to the members of the Forbidden Wolf team, who were in charge of watching over him. He told them that Fan Lu was linked to the Lonely River's 4 species overlords. Without Fan Lu, the Chaos Wind Demon Wolf clan would not have been able to become an esteemed guest of the Andra clan. Feng Xian was linked to a powerful Blue Dian clan, but this powerful Blue Dian clan's attitude towards Feng Xian was a mystery. It was true that they had cured Feng Xian's injured roots, but they had not confirmed Feng Xian's importance to them. Everything had been self-claimed by Feng Xian. Because of Feng Xian, the Andra clan already had many issues with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves had always relied on the Andra clan. For this reason, the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves' main members were very upset with Feng Xian. Before the 2 members of the Forbidden Wolf team could speak, Fan Lu said, "The wound on my chest is so deep that it's about to damage my organs. I hope you will report this to Lord Feng Qing and ask him to give me some healing items." The 2 members of the Forbidden Wolf team looked at each other but did not reject Fan Lu's request. "All right, one of us will report to Lord Feng Qing while the other will continue standing guard here. You also have the bloodline of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. You can circulate your bloodline power to resist the corrosion." Fan Lu laughed bitterly. "When Feng Xian attacked me, he was ruthless and cut off many of my body's spirit qi channels. I can't circulate my bloodline at all now. If I could expel the chaotic wind, I wouldn't have let it corrode my roots. It's very likely that I'll die if the chaos wind invades my heart. Please tell this to Lord Feng Qing." Fan Lu was not playing the emotional card against Feng Qing, nor was he holding out hope for Feng Qing. It was just that Fan Lu wanted to save himself. Fan Lu needed something to heal his injuries. When Feng Xian attacked him, he also took away his spatial equipment. Once Fan Lu died, the locks on Fan Lu's spatial equipment would be undone. Fan Lu's spatial equipment contained the spirit qi crystals he had received as rewards from Lin Yuan. Otherwise, he would have been able to retrieve healing items from his own spatial equipment. Fortunately, Fan Lu had brought the Thoughts letter paper with him instead of storing it in his spatial equipment. If Feng Qing was unwilling to give him healing supplies to save his life, Feng Xian would use the Thoughts letter paper to contact the envoys of the Lonely River's 4 species overlords and tell them to continue pressuring Feng Qing. Just like how Feng Qing compromised when Feng Xian pressured him, Feng Qing would also choose to compromise when he was pressured by the Lonely River's 4 species overlords' envoys. If he ended up with no other choice, Fan Lu could still ask Lin Yuan for help. Fan Lu stroked his wound and sighed to himself. He was still too weak. If he was stronger than Feng Xian would not have been able to injure him. Soon, the Forbidden Wolf team member who had sent the news to Feng Qing returned. This member of the Forbidden Wolf team had bumped into Feng Xian when he went to see Feng Qing. After explaining Fan Lu's situation, Feng Xian disagreed with healing Fan Lu. He mentioned the Elise clan multiple times, giving Feng Qing a headache. Feng Xian did not stop emphasizing his relationship with the Elise clan. Since Feng Qing was willing to trust Feng Xian's relationship with the Elise clan, it would not be good to make Feng Xian unhappy because of Fan Lu. Not only was Feng Xian less respectful to Feng Qing than before, but he was even edging on arrogance. He constantly used the Elise clan to shoot down Feng Qing. As a result, Feng Qing wanted nothing more than to kill Feng Xian. If he had gotten rid of Feng Xian after Andre brought Feng Xian back and expressed his dissatisfaction, he would not only have appeased the anger of the Andhra clan, but there would not be so many things happening now. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves had already formed a good relationship with the Lonely River's 4 species overlords, including the dark pufferfish. Cooperating with species of similar strength and supporting each other could allow the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves to gain the dignity they deserved. Feng Qing preferred to form such relationships. If Feng Xian had really become close to the Elise clan, the Elise clan would only hold the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves in even more contempt than the Andhra clan had. Feng Qing sought out Feng Niu, the leader of the Forbidden Wolf squad, after Feng Xian left. He handed the medicine to Feng Niu and told Feng Niu to bring it to Fan Lu personally as a form of comfort to Fan Lu. Fan Lu was unaware of Feng Qing's plan. After Fan Lu found out about Feng Qing's decision, he silently lay back on the bed with his back facing the Forbidden Wolf team members. The Forbidden Wolf team, who had come to relay the news, sighed when he saw Fan Lu's appearance. Fan Lu had indeed been an outsider at the beginning. He had obtained the bloodline of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves because he was favored by Feng Qing. At that time, Fan Lu could be said to have been hated by all the members of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. However, Fan Lu had indeed brought a lot of benefits to the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves since then. The deal with the Lonely River's 4 species overlords could be said to have benefited every Chaos Wind Demon Wolf. In particular, the Forbidden Wolf team and Fan Lu had gone to the Lonely River together. As the leader of this mission, Fan Lu had taken full responsibility instead of shoving all the responsibility to the Forbidden Wolf team. The Forbidden Wolf team had also collaborated with Feng Xian before. When they did well, all credit went to Feng Xian. When they did not do well, the Forbidden Wolf team always took the blame. Compared to Feng Xian, Fan Lu was a diligent worker. It was a pity that Lord Feng Qing abandoned Fan Lu just like that. The dark pufferfish had sent envoys to the Scarlet Territory to repay Fan Lu's kindness. The members of the Forbidden Wolf team were very worried that Fan Lu would affect the trade between the dark pufferfish and the Andhra clan. The 2 members of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolf Forbidden Wolf team sighed and returned to the door to continue guarding. Fan Lu's roots had been injured, so he was probably not long for this world. Fan Lu had already used the Thoughts letter paper to contact the Lonely River's 4 species overlords' envoys. After explaining the situation, Fan Lu stored away the Thoughts letter paper that was stained with his blood and waited for Feng Qing to send someone over with the medicine. The 4 species overlords of the Lonely River would pressure Feng Qing first. If Feng Qing could withstand the pressure, the 4 species overlords of the Lonely River would go on to pressure the Andhra clan. No matter what, he would be able to protect his life. The Andhra clan and the dark pufferfish's trade was involved with the Bloodians' next major plan. It was not something that Feng Xian could control. Knowing this, Fan Lu was not worried at all. Feng Qing forcefully suppressed his rage and said to Feng Xian, I understand your hatred for Fan Lu. You've always felt that Fan Lu had stolen for you and that he's the reason for your current state. But don't forget that Fan Lu is linked to the partnership between the Andhra clan and the Lonely River's 4 major species. As a Chaos Wind Demon Wolf, you should think about the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves whenever you encounter issues. Feng Xian's mind was filled with hatred for Fan Lu. Fan Lu had almost gained control of his life. This feeling constantly disturbed Feng Xian, making him exceptionally angry. Rather than saying that Feng Xian was envious of Fan Lu, it would be more accurate to say that he was envious of Feng Qing's favoritism towards Fan Lu. Feng Qing suppressed his deadly anger towards Feng Xian, and the latter also suppressed his dissatisfaction with Feng Qing. This dissatisfaction had already caused Feng Xian to lose his respectful tone towards Feng Qing. I grew up under you. You taught me to prioritize the interests of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. I've always worked myself to the bone for this. But I've always had a question. I hope you can give me an explanation for this. I want to know why you started valuing Fan Lu so heavily from the moment he appeared. Could it be that I fell short of Fan Lu and disappointed you? If I really did something wrong, I hope you'll tell me what it was. When Feng Qing heard Feng Xian's words, the anger that he had forcefully suppressed surged again. He had the freedom to decide who he favored. Feng Xian's words sounded like he was questioning his choice. Feng Xian had no say in who he valued. If he had not given Feng Xian a chance, how could Feng Xian have achieved such a high status among the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves? Could Feng Xian actually think that he had been born with that status? Feng Qing did not respond to Feng Xian. Instead, he said in a casual tone, Feng Xian, you have to understand one thing. I have chosen you over Fan Lu and am going with your wish of not healing Fan Lu's injured roots. If Fan Lu's death affects the partnership between the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves and the Lonely River's 4 species overlords, you will have to take responsibility. Feng Qing's words made Feng Xian's heart skip a beat. Feng Xian was a bystander who had been observing the attitude of the Lonely River's 4 species overlords towards Fan Lu. It was precisely because of this that Feng Xian felt so anxious now. Even if the other 3 species did not react to Fan Lu's death, the dark pufferfish would definitely pursue the matter. While Feng Xian was hesitating on whether he should give Fan Lu the medicine to heal his injuries, Feng Qing continued speaking, Feng Xian, there's one more thing. You are the most aware of how you became acquainted with the Elise clan and the value you hold to them. Even if you are indignant and want to prove yourself, you shouldn't harm your species. This is my advice to you. If you harm the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, your branch of the species will be removed. You won't be alone. Your entire branch will be considered sinners in the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves' history. Feng Qing's words shocked Feng Xian so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. But he soon calmed down. He had indeed embellished his relationship with the Elise clan. There were many things that the Elise clan had not told him. However, he would not have been able to achieve his goal if he had not said that. After all, it was a fact that Lord Black Elise had healed his injured roots and accepted his kowtow. He might not truly be considered part of Lord Black Elise's camp, but he was still worthy of speaking in his presence. Chapter 2912 Pressure from the Lonely River. As long as Fan Lu was alive, Feng Qing would never stop comparing him to Fan Lu. Once Fan Lu died, Feng Qing would lose that option, and he would be the only one left. Even if Fan Lu's death affected the cooperation between the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves and the Lonely River's 4 species overlords, Fan Lu had to go. Feng Xian reaffirmed his decision. Lord Feng Qing, do you think I'm exaggerating my relationship with the Elise clan? You know how serious my injuries were. Isn't it enough that Lord Black Elise was willing to spend resources to treat my injured roots? Although the Elise clan is not in the Scarlet Territory, they and the Undra clan are working together. If Lord Elise Black is really willing to take in the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, the Undra clan would never compromise their cooperation with the Elise clan for the sake of our Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Feng Xian insisted on his relationship with Lin Yuan, for it was his biggest bargaining chip. Feng Xian could not care less that his words would mislead Feng Qing. He was already unhappy with Feng Qing, and the feeling had only intensified. Since Feng Qing was threatening him with the survival of his branch, Feng Xian could not allow him to make good on his threat. Feng Xian did not want to become a sinner of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. At this moment, Feng Qing felt as if he was being shackled by Feng Xian. This feeling made Feng Qing feel as though he had lost control of the situation. The dark pufferfish envoy Inkskar had been trying his best to get closer to Fan Lu. Lin Yuan's trip to the Scarlet Territory was a secret, and Fan Lu would not tell the Lonely River's 4 major species about it. This was despite the fact that doing so would elevate him and cause the Lonely River's 4 major species to see him as being valued by Lin Yuan. Inkskar was well aware of the dark pufferfish's circumstances. The leader of the dark pufferfish, Inkthorn, had absolute authority, and he had become Lin Yuan's puppet. Thus, the dark pufferfish were now Lin Yuan's servants. Lin Yuan could decide whether the dark pufferfish lived or died. Thus, it went without saying that he could raise the status of a dark pufferfish. Inkskar had always been unwilling to accept his position among the dark pufferfish, and Fan Lu was someone who could speak to Lin Yuan. Inkskar saw Fan Lu as a way for him to rise up the ranks. Furthermore, he had planned to cooperate with Fan Lu in this operation all along. Hence, Inkskar followed Fan Lu's instructions. On this point, Inkskar had the same sentiments as the envoys of the other 3 species. They had been shocked when they found out that Fan Lu was with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. At the same time, they knew that this was an opportunity to show off in front of Fan Lu. The envoys of the Lonely River's 4 major species were all in the Undra clan's territory. The 4 of them led their clan members and rushed to the courtyard where Feng Qing lived. They wanted Feng Qing to provide an explanation pertaining to Fan Lu as well as force him to heal Fan Lu's injuries. The Undra clan was understandably alarmed when Inkskar and the others rushed to Feng Qing's residence. Andre's face turned black when he heard this news. He really wanted to know what was going through Feng Qing's head. Didn't Feng Qing know that the Undra clan was already partners with the Lonely River's 4 species overlords? Why was he angering the Lonely River's 4 species overlords over the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves' internal issues? The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves were really troublemakers. They were unending problems. The Undra clan was very concerned about their relationship with the Lonely River's 4 major species. The Bloodlines' plan to attack the mermaids was already set. The Andra clan was working with the dark pufferfish and would have a chance to obtain a large amount of venom from them in the future. The Andra clan had obtained the venom from the dark pufferfish clan at a price and sold the venom to the other Bloodline clans at another price. It was true that the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves' befriending of the Lonely River's 4 major species had benefited the Andra clan's development. However, the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves traded with the Lonely River's 4 major species and obtained a large amount of resources from them. If the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves did not carry out the trade, the Andra clan would be able to obtain the resources instead. The deal between the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves and the Lonely River's 4 major species cut into the Andra clan's benefits. Due to the fact that the Lonely River's 4 major species only recognized Fan Lu, and because maintaining their relationship with the Lonely River's 4 major species hinged on the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves as well, the Andra clan chose to turn a blind eye. But now that the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves had displeased the Lonely River's 4 major species, the Andra clan's interests were severely affected as well. Let's go. Come with me to see for yourself. Also, get someone to investigate how the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves had angered the Lonely River's 4 major species. Don't tell me it's because of that Feng Xian again. The young member of the Andra clan who came to report the situation said, Elder Andre, we've already asked about the situation before we came. The truth is that the Lonely River's 4 major species found out that the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves have disregarded Fan Lu's survival. It is because of this that they are causing a stir. If we let them continue like this, it will definitely affect the cooperation between the Andra clan and the Lonely River's 4 major species. However, Feng Xian is linked to Black Elise. We can't deal with Feng Xian recklessly before we confirm his significance to Black Elise. Andre gritted his teeth when he heard the report. He was right that it was because of Feng Xian again. This time, he could not let Feng Xian off no matter what. The clan leader was bringing the Elise clan's members to the Elisa clan's territory. Their relationship would definitely improve greatly along the way. Andre could not ignore the opinions of the Elise clan. After thinking for a moment, Andre used his communication item to contact Yi Shui and ask him how this matter should be dealt with. As a last resort, he could tell Lin Yuan about what Feng Xian had done. Lin Yuan would definitely understand the Andra clan's decision. When Yi Shui received Andre's call, he thought that something serious had happened in the clan. With Yi Shui's temper, he could not tolerate his clan members causing trouble. After hearing Andre's report, Yi Shui pondered for a moment. He believed that he had developed a good relationship with Lin Yuan and asked, Your Excellency Black Elise, how are you related to Feng Xian of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves? Feng Xian is taking advantage of your power to tyrannize the Andra clan, and this has severely affected the relationship between the Andra clan and the Lonely River's 4 major species. If you see Feng Xian as your servant, we will leave Feng Xian alone and hand him over to you when you return to the Andra clan with us. You can decide what to do with him then. Yi Shui did not say how he would deal with Feng Xian if Lin Yuan said that Feng Xian was inconsequential. If Feng Xian was inconsequential to Lin Yuan, the Andra clan would not only deal with Feng Xian but the rest of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves as well. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves' recent actions had violated the Andra clan's requirements for their dependent species. After eliminating the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, it would not be difficult for the Andra clan to prop up another dependent species. Lin Yuan knew of Fan Lu's suffering. As per the plan, he had treated Feng Xian's injuries in order to make Feng Xian take the blame. Feng Xian had never been important to him. However, Lin Yuan had not expected Feng Xian to be so good at taking advantage of the situation and for things to progress to this state. For Lin Yuan's sake, Fan Lu had suffered a lot at the hands of Feng Xian and was on the verge of death. Lin Yuan could not tell Yi Shui about this as it would cause Yi Shui to think that he was plotting against the Andra clan. However, since Yi Shui was the one who asked him about this, Lin Yuan no longer had such concerns. Who is Feng Xian? I don't recall such a person. Yi Shui immediately knew that Lin Yuan could not care less about Feng Xian. With Lin Yuan's status, Feng Xian was nothing more than a passerby. Yi Shui was afraid that Lin Yuan would suddenly recall Feng Xian after returning to the Andra clan. As such, he carefully explained to Lin Yuan. Your Excellency Black, Feng Xian is a member of the dependent species that brought you to the Andra clan. Do you still remember him? Before you left, you treated his damaged roots. Lin Yuan plastered an expression of enlightenment on his face. If you put it that way, I do have some impression of this person. He's a member of a dependent species and is very skilled at using unsavory methods to meet his goals. I healed his injured roots because he helped me once. Given that he's a member of the Andra clan, it only makes sense for the Andhra clan to get rid of him if he does something that affects their interests. Of course, I won't have any objections. This is an internal matter of the Andhra clan. Yi Xuet, you really don't have to ask for my opinion. Why would I interfere in the Andhra clan's internal affairs? An outsider is an outsider, after all. Those who aren't members of my clan aren't worth my effort. If your Andhra clan wants to get rid of your disobedient dependent species, be my guest. Yi Xuet informed Andre of Lin Yuan's reply. Andre was very surprised to hear this. Feng Xian had been relying on his relationship with Lin Yuan to do whatever he wanted. Andre thought that Feng Xian did this because Lin Yuan had made him some promises. He had never thought that all of Feng Xian's talk had been nothing but hot air. Ruvel.m. Andre would not be as angry as he was now if Feng Xian was truly supported by Lin Yuan. It was understandable for him to do whatever he wanted if he was truly supported by Lin Yuan. After all, the Elise clan was indeed stronger than the Andhra clan. Otherwise, the Andhra clan would not have asked for Lin Yuan's opinion when dealing with their dependent species. Feng Xian spouted such nonsense despite lacking that support. Andre felt as though the entire Andhra clan had been fooled. Andre was prepared to personally kill Feng Xian later to quench the hatred in his heart. Inkskar and the other members of the Lonely River's 4 major species gathered in Feng Qing's residence. Inkskar went to Feng Xian and gave him a tight slap. Feng Qing frowned. Regardless, Feng Xian was a core member of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Inkskar's slap was equivalent to slapping the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Inkskar's actions proved one thing to Feng Qing. To the Lonely River's 4 major species, Fan Lu was still more important than the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Even if Fan Lu survived, judging from the situation, the Lonely River's 4 major species would most likely break off ties with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Cooperating with the Lonely River's 4 major species was the biggest opportunity the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves had gained in the past 300 years. This opportunity could even be described as something that could only be chanced upon by luck. Now, this opportunity was about to be ruined. This was something that the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves could not bear. It could be said that there was no loss for the Lonely River's 4 major species to not cooperate with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Most of the Blue Dian clans were willing to cooperate with the Lonely River's 4 major species. However, as the leader of the clan, he could not lose his dignity. Feng Qing forced himself to put on the appropriate airs and said, "The Lonely River's 4 major species have already formed a partnership with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Why are you attacking our core members now?" The Bloodian's main partner was the dark pufferfish, so Inkskar had always been the representative of the Lonely River's 4 major species. "Ha, so I see the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves are still aware that you're our partners. We have long expressed that Fan Lu is our benefactor. Our species and the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves only have good relations because of him. Why else would the dark pufferfish cooperate with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves? We could have cooperated solely with the Andhra clan. The Andhra clan has promised us more benefits than the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves have. The other 3 species only collaborated with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves because of the dark pufferfish's reputation. Don't tell me you don't know this as the leader of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves? Release our benefactor immediately. We will take him away so he doesn't have to continue to be humiliated by you." Feng Qing did not know how Inkskar knew about Fan Lu's situation. Logically speaking, only the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves key members knew about Fan Lu's situation. There was only one possibility for the news to be leaked, and that was that a member of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves had leaked the news. Feng Qing felt that the only person who could possibly do this was the crazy Feng Xian. Speaking of which, Feng Qing had definitely hoped that Fan Lu would lose the support of the dark pufferfish. However, doing so would harm the interests of all the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. It had yet to be confirmed how important Feng Xian was to the Elise clan, but this had already caused the Lonely River's 4 major species to fall out with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. The Lonely River's 4 species and the Andhra clan were rather close. Both sides were going to launch a joint operation against the mermaids. Chapter 2913 How Dare You Hit Me? Under normal circumstances, with the dark pufferfish's strength, they would not have the qualifications to cooperate with the Blue Dians due to their strength. However, their poison could create great value for the Blue Dians. With the 4 species overlords of the Lonely River falling out with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, the Andhra clan would definitely attack the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves in order to appease the anger of the 4 species overlords. At present, Feng Qing no longer dared to put on airs. He turned to look at the newly promoted confidant behind him, "Bring Fan Lu here." As Feng Qing spoke, he shot a look at this member of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. However, this confidant, who had just been promoted by Feng Qing, was currently in a flustered state. Feng Qing could clearly feel that his newly promoted confidant had failed to grasp his intentions. If it were Fan Lu, he would definitely understand what his hint meant. His newly promoted confidant proved ineffective. As the captain of the Forbidden Wolf team, Feng Niu should understand the importance of helping Fan Lu recover before bringing him there to ensure that the members of the four species overlords wouldn't notice anything amiss on the surface. This way, they could also appease the anger of the dark pufferfish to a certain extent. There was no direct connection between the other three species of the Lonely River and Fan Lu. As long as the dark pufferfish did not pursue this matter, it would be considered over. That was what Feng Qing thought in his heart. However, looking at the dark pufferfish envoy's behavior, it was obvious that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Inkscar's stance made it clear that he wanted to support Fan Lu. Feng Qing was furious that the four species overlords of the Lonely River had come to him to seek revenge for Fan Lu. After all, Fan Lu was also a member of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. It was only because he had been promoting Fan Lu that Fan Lu had so many opportunities. Inkscar's actions had crossed the line. No matter what, the dark pufferfish should not interfere in the internal affairs of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Despite his rage, Feng Qing had to face the members of the four species overlords with a smile. Before Feng Qing could say anything, Feng Xian, who had been slapped by Inkscar, shouted angrily, "How dare you hit me? Do the four species overlords of the Lonely River know whose territory the Scarlet Territory belongs to? I've already pledged allegiance to His Excellency Black Elise. Aren't you afraid of offending His Excellency Black Elise and causing his dissatisfaction, leading to retaliation? The Elise clan is a Bloodlines clan with the bloodline of the Queen." Since the Andra clan was already dissatisfied with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, Feng Qing could no longer abandon his relationship with the four species overlords of the Lonely River. Before Feng Qing could say anything, Feng Xian, who had been slapped by Inkscar, shouted angrily, "How dare you hit me? Do the four species overlords of the Lonely River know whose territory the Scarlet Territory belongs to? I've already pledged allegiance to His Excellency Black Elise. Aren't you afraid of offending His Excellency Black Elise and causing his dissatisfaction, leading to retaliation? The Elise clan is a Bloodlines clan with the bloodline of the Queen." Having obtained great benefits from Feng Qing under the Elise clan's name, Feng Xian had developed the habit of using the Elise clan's name when he encountered trouble. Fan Lu had already told him not to care about Feng Xian's backing. Even if they really offended the Elise clan, Inkscar was willing to go to great lengths to support them. Firstly, the life and death of the dark pufferfish was under Lin Yuan's control and had nothing to do with the Elise clan. Furthermore, if he offended a powerful species for the sake of Lin Yuan's plan, it would be equivalent to him having successfully helped Lin Yuan. The stronger the faction he offended, the more Lin Yuan would owe him a favor. Inkscar said with a sinister smile, "Our dark pufferfish has never had any contact with the so-called Elise clan. So what if the four species overlords of the Lonely River offended one of the Bloodlines? It was the Bloodlines who begged us to trade with us. You're not a member of the Bloodlines, yet you keep mentioning the Elise clan. Are you abandoning your identity as a Chaos Wind Demon Wolf?" Inkscar looked down on Feng Xian. It wasn't a bad thing for Feng Xian to find someone to rely on and climb up the ranks. However, Feng Xian should never have, under any circumstances, jeopardized the interests of the clan. Yet, his actions against Fan Lu clearly showed a lack of regard for the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Inkscar had interacted with Feng Qing more than once, and he could sense that Feng Qing had always wanted to be on good terms with the Lonely River's four species overlords. If it wasn't for the fact that Inkscar had come over to coordinate with Fan Lu's operation, he might really have been moved by Feng Qing's sincerity. Inkscar's words were targeted not only at Feng Xian but also at Feng Qing. Feng Xian's outburst was one thing, but had Feng Qing been able to control Feng Xian well, many of the problems wouldn't have happened. Feng Qing's expression was already unpleasant to begin with, but Inkscar's words made it even worse. Feng Xian was stunned by Inkscar's words. This was the first time Feng Xian had failed to achieve the desired effect using the Elise clan's name. Feng Xian said fiercely, "Is your dark pufferfish challenging the authority of the Elise clan by saying this?" If Feng Xian wanted to seek protection from the Elise clan, he naturally had to involve the Elise clan in this matter. For the sake of prestige and reputation, the Elise clan would have no choice but to protect him. Feng Xian was not aware that Andre had already asked Lin Yuan through Yi Xuet, nor was he aware that he had always been Lin Yuan's pawn. The tiger had already bared its sharp claws at Feng Xian, so he naturally could no longer seek shelter under its skin. Upon receiving Lin Yuan's reply, Andre immediately rushed to Feng Qing's residence. As soon as Andre entered, he heard that Feng Xian was using the Elise clan to threaten the dark pufferfish, both of whom were important partners of the Andre clan. The energy in Andre's body surged, and scarlet ripples surged from his body. All the blood in Feng Xian's body turned into a sharp sword, flowing backward into Feng Xian's heart and piercing it like a sieve. With just one strike, Andre had ended Feng Xian's life. He did not want to give Feng Xian a chance to quibble. Lin Yuan had no reason to lie. Hence, Feng Xian must be lying. Feng Xian was originally questioning Inkskar, putting on an extremely high stance. His sudden death shocked Feng Qing, Inkskar, and the other members present. Feng Qing had already sensed Andre's presence when he came in. When Andre suddenly acted against Feng Xian, he immediately grasped the situation. It meant that Feng Xian did not have much of a relationship with the Elise clan. Otherwise, even if it was for the glory of the Elise clan, Andre would not have done anything to Feng Xian. Feng Qing had long noticed that the Andre clan's relationship with the Elise clan was one-sidedly ambiguous. If the Andre clan did not care about the Elise clan, they wouldn't have directed their anger towards the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves due to Feng Xian's attempts to gain favor with Lin Yuan. This situation was the most disadvantageous for Feng Qing and the entire Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Feng Qing had been deceived by Feng Xian, which meant that he had made all the wrong judgments. Just over an hour ago, Feng Qing had just offended the 4 species overlords of the Lonely River because of Feng Xian's deception. Andre ignored Feng Xian and addressed Inkskar and the other members of the 4 species overlords of the Lonely River. I wasn't aware of the situation with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves previously. Now that I know, I'll ensure that they give you an explanation. Why don't you follow me to the meeting hall? I'll personally bring Fan Lu to the meeting hall to meet you later. Even if it consumes the Andre clan's resources, we will help Fan Lu recover from his injuries. Andre had witnessed with his own eyes how Feng Xian attacked Fan Lu, giving him a basic understanding of Fan Lu's injuries. Even if Feng Qing's side was heartless and didn't provide any medical supplies to Fan Lu, the Andre clan's resources would still be sufficient to save him. It turned out that Feng Qing had treated the benefactor of the dark pufferfish in such a manner. No wonder the dark pufferfish were so angry. If the Andre clan wanted to continue cooperating with the dark pufferfish, the best way was to appease them. Although they were the benefactor of the dark pufferfish, the other 3 species of the Lonely River had also come to offer help. This was enough to prove that the rumors of discord among the 4 species overlords of the Lonely River were false, as they were clearly very united. It seemed like the Bloodlines knew too little about the Lonely River. Initially, Andre did not think much of Fan Lu and did not think that Fan Lu was of any value. However, Andre had changed his mind now. Fan Lu was a key figure that the Andre clan and the 4 species overlords of the Lonely River had befriended. Inkskar was still a little worried when he heard this and insisted, in that case, bring me along to investigate the situation. This matter was done by the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. As an elder of the Andre clan, you personally killed the fellow who threatened the safety of our dark pufferfish's benefactor. We are willing to owe the Andre clan a favor and won't blame you for this. Upon hearing Inkskar's words, Andre no longer persisted. He knew that Fan Lu's situation must be dire at this moment, as could be seen from Feng Qing's actions. As long as Inkskar didn't blame it on the Andre clan, everything would be fine. In any case, they were already prepared to abandon the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Even if the Andre clan didn't use the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves to appease the dark pufferfish, the Andre clan would deal with them sooner or later. Andre looked at Feng Qing with a sharp gaze. Feng Qing, I think there are some things that I don't need to say. You lead the way. Feng Qing wanted to stall for time, but he did not dare to disobey Andre's orders. Andre, an elder of the Andre clan, was a Holy Spirit expert and was stronger than him. Given the Bloodlines' attitude towards their dependent species, if Andre dared to attack Feng Xian, he would also dare to attack him. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves were currently in an absolutely disadvantageous state. It was impossible for the Andre clan to offer support to them. While the 4 species overlords of the Lonely River were now filled with hostility towards the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, their final stance would ultimately depend on Fan Lu's attitude towards them. As long as Fan Lu remained loyal to the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, the relationship between them and the Lonely River's 4 species overlords would be bound to improve. Feng Qing knew that he had let Fan Lu down, but he did not have much of a choice back then. Feng Xian had been using the Elise clan to suppress him, and he couldn't afford to offend the entire Elise clan for Fan Lu's sake. Fan Lu would definitely choose to forgive him after knowing the whole story. Fan Lu had been extremely soft-hearted by his side before, always considering his interests and obeying his orders without question. This time, he would certainly prioritize the benefits of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves as well. Fan Lu kept thinking about the rewards that Lin Yuan would give him after completing this mission. His longing for the future made him suppress the pain in his body. Fan Lu had always been looked down upon because of his bloodline. It was not because Fan Lu's bloodline was weak but because he was extremely ambitious and kept climbing up. At the level that Fan Lu was in, his bloodline could barely scrape the threshold, and only with the support of others could he enter more deeply. Thus, Fan Lu wished for the enhancement of his bloodline. Obtaining the bloodline of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves could only increase Fan Lu's bloodline, but it could not allow Fan Lu's bloodline to undergo a transformation and reach his upper limit. The Bloodian bloodline had an extremely strong infectious ability. It had the potential to transform Fan Lu's life rank. It was not merely Fan Lu's wishful thinking, as Lin Yuan had already made a promise to him. Just as Fan Lu was thinking about the future, his door was opened from the outside. Feng Niu walked in quickly. Upon smelling the rancid smell in the room, Feng Niu frowned and said to Fan Lu in a friendly tone, "Brother Fan Lu, I have some spiritual ingredients here that can help you recover from your injuries. You can simply clean your wounds, and change your clothes. Lord Fengqing has something to see you about." Feng Niu indeed understood Fengqing's intentions. As the leader of the Forbidden Wolf team, he had abundant resources at his disposal. Among them were these spiritual ingredients used for healing. The precious spiritual ingredients in Feng Niu's hands could heal Fan Lu's damaged roots. However, after considering it for a moment, Feng Niu decided against giving the precious resources to Fan Lu to use. Feng Niu did not know what exactly had happened. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves members who came to report did not explain the situation so clearly. Given the choice between Feng Xian and Fan Lu, Feng Niu was more optimistic about Feng Xian. Feng Niu's bloodline and Feng Xian's bloodline often had marriage alliances. Feng Niu could be considered half a cousin of Feng Xian. Judging from Feng Qing's attitude towards Fan Lu, Feng Niu assumed that Feng Qing was preparing to submit to the Elise clan and give up on Fan Lu. With Feng Xian's personality, he would definitely continue to ostracize Fan Lu, making it impossible for Fan Lu to have a place to stay. Feng Niu's thoughts had always been very traditional. Although Fan Lu had the bloodline of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, he had always been an outsider in Feng Niu's heart. Feng Niu acknowledged Fan Lu's value to the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, but he did not truly acknowledge Fan Lu's identity from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, he felt that Fan Lu was not worthy of such good resources. Fan Lu struggled to sit up from the bed and didn't say anything to Feng Niu. He took the spiritual ingredients from Feng Niu's hand and pointed at his tattered clothes. Fan Lu's spatial equipment had been taken away by Feng Xian, and he didn't have any clothes to change into at all. Feng Niu felt that Fan Lu was acting strangely. Previously, Fan Lu had always been very amiable to him. However, his attitude towards him now could only be described as cold. Fan Lu's coldness towards him made Feng Niu very unhappy. It was one thing for Fan Lu to treat him like this when he was still favored by Feng Qing. What right did Fan Lu have to treat him like this now? Feng Niu did not argue with Fan Lu. He took out a set of clothes and threw them in front of him before leaving the room where Fan Lu was imprisoned. Chapter 2914 Don't even think about stalling for time. The rotten smell in the room was really nauseating. It was not until Feng Niu walked out of the room that his brows relaxed again. When Fan Lu used the medicine and changed into the clothes he had prepared for him, it wouldn't be too impolite for him to present himself before Lord Feng Qing. Initially, Feng Niu looked down on Fan Lu. It was true that the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves would bestow their blood essence to other wolves. However, Fan Lu could be said to be receiving the lowest bloodline among all those bestowed by the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Feng Niu's friendship with Fan Lu started when Fan Lu established connections with the dark pufferfish. His attitude towards Feng Niu eased their relationship smoothly. However, Feng Niu no longer thought highly of Fan Lu as before. He couldn't help but feel that Fan Lu was about to be doomed. Due to the change in Feng Niu's opinion of Fan Lu, he was exceptionally dissatisfied with Fan Lu's attitude. If Fan Lu had no connection with Lin Yuan and merely allied with the dark pufferfish, he would be the benefactor of the dark pufferfish and would have their backing, just as Inkskar had said. Even if Fan Lu risked letting the chaotic wind energy enter his heart, he would not heal himself. The more miserable he was, the greater the reaction of the dark pufferfish would be. However, Lin Yuan had already decided on his reward. The envoys of the Lonely River's 4 species overlords were under Fan Lu's control. At a time like this, Fan Lu had to prioritize his health. The spiritual ingredients that Feng Niu had given him were not sufficient to heal his injured roots, but they could mitigate the deterioration of his injuries, which was enough for Fan Lu. As for the outfit that Feng Niu had given him, Fan Lu had no intention of changing into it. Firstly, Inkscar and the others were on their way here. There was no way he would be able to make it in time in his current state. Furthermore, Fan Lu felt that he had to let Inkscar and the others see his miserable side. His misery would reach Lin Yuan's ears through the words of Inkscar and the others. Lin Yuan would know how much he had sacrificed, and at the same time, it would also agitate the Andra elders. The Andra clan's elder who had been communicating with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves was Andre. Andre was already very dissatisfied with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves because of Feng Xian. Fan Lu played a pivotal role in the cooperation between the Bloodlines and the Lonely River's 4 species overlord. When Andre saw him in such a state, he would definitely punish the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Fan Lu couldn't be bothered to stage another act for Feng Niu, and the same applied to Feng Qing as he no longer had any value for Fan Lu. It was also a good opportunity for him to change his attitude towards Feng Qing without alerting the Andra clan. As a spy, Fan Lu knew very well not to attract the attention of others. If his unusual behavior attracted attention, it would be very easy for others to catch on to his vulnerabilities. Feng Niu, who was standing at the door, frowned. In Feng Niu's opinion, Fan Lu's actions seemed rather slow, considering that Lord Feng Qing was waiting for him. Just as Feng Niu was about to rush Fan Lu, he saw a group of people rushing towards him. Not only was there Lord Feng Qing but there were also envoys from the 4 species overlords of the Lonely River and even an elder of the Andra clan. It was the most luxurious lineup that Feng Niu could imagine. It was impossible for these people to be looking for him. He had no connection with the 4 species overlords of the Lonely River, nor had he had any direct contact with the elder of the Andra clan. They could only be here to look for Fan Lu. The moment Feng Niu met Feng Qing's gaze, he knew that he had messed up. What Lord Feng Qing wanted was to heal Fan Lu's injuries. He did not want the 4 species overlords of the Lonely River and the Andra clan's elder to be dissatisfied with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves because of Fan Lu's injuries and let it affect their cooperation. Feng Niu really did not expect Fan Lu to be of so much importance to the 4 species overlords of the Lonely River. Feng Xian was not among the group of people, which surprised Feng Niu. Little did Feng Niu know that Feng Xian had just been killed by Andre, the elder of the Andra clan, with his own hands. In Feng Niu's heart, establishing a relationship with Feng Xian was far more beneficial to the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves than with Fan Lu. Feng Qing lifted Feng Niu up with one hand. The moment he saw the expression on Feng Niu's face, his heart sank to the bottom. Feng Qing glared fiercely at Feng Niu. If the messenger didn't understand what he meant, Feng Niu should understand. Feng Niu had done this because he looked down on Fan Lu. His arrogance had really brought great trouble to the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Feng Qing looked at Feng Niu, who was in front of him, and said, "Feng Niu, these are the envoys of the 4 species overlords from the Lonely River. You've met them before. This is Elder Andre. You probably didn't have the chance to meet him before, right?" Upon realizing his failure to handle the situation adequately, Feng Niu immediately started to remedy the situation. He gestured for the other 2 members of the Forbidden Wolf team guarding the door to enter the room. Feng Qing noticed this and planned to stall for time. With every minute of delay, Fan Lu would be in a much better state. By the time Inkscar saw Fan Lu, it would be much easier for him to calm down. Andre could not be bothered to feign civility with Feng Qing here. However, after pondering for a moment, he did not stop Feng Qing from delaying. Instead, he chose to cooperate with him. The life and death of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves was completely in the hands of the Andra clan. Andre did not have the slightest intention of showing consideration for the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Yet, he didn't want the dark pufferfish to vent their anger on the Andra clan because of Fan Lu's condition. It was true that the Andra clan had first thought that the dark pufferfish's venom was extremely effective against the mermaids, which was why they had decided to contact the mermaids. But now, the dark pufferfish had established contact with many Bloodline clans like the Alan clan. If they angered the dark pufferfish could abandon the Andra clan at any time and collaborate with other Bloodline clans. If that happened, it would not affect the dark pufferfish, but it would severely affect the interests of the Andra clan. After the dark pufferfish's poison was confirmed to be effective against the mermaids, they had become highly sought after among the Bloodlines. Many bloodline factions were eager to establish ties with the dark pufferfish. This was the main reason why Andre would take Inkscar's attitude into careful consideration when handling this matter. It's true that I've never had any contact with him before. Since you're guarding here, I'd like to ask you how Fan Lu is doing now. Will the injuries he suffers affect his safety? Andre's words made Feng Niu's expression freeze. In fact, Feng Niu didn't know how to reply to Andre. Ever since Fan Lu was injured by Feng Xian, he had been lying on the bed without saying a word. His roots had been severely injured from the beginning. It was under the circumstance of saving his own life that he spoke up to ask for resources. If he refused to hand over the medical resources to Fan Lu would lose his life in less than half a day. His injuries were beyond serious, but Feng Niu clearly could not directly reveal Fan Lu's current situation. However, if he were to lie and say that Fan Lu's injuries were not serious, it would be equivalent to lying to the Andra clan. As a dependent species, deceiving a high-ranking species was a grave offense punishable by extinction. Before Feng Niu could contemplate the matter further, he needed to figure out the best course of action that would most benefit the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Inkscar, who was standing at the side, snorted unhappily, "Don't think we can't tell you're stalling." With that, Inkscar waved his hand, and the envoys from the other three species of the Lonely River walked past Feng Niu and opened the door. The members of the Forbidden Wolf team were all in front of the house. Upon knowing that the four species overlords of the Lonely River were cooperating with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, they did not stop the envoys of the four species overlords of the Lonely River without Feng Qing and Feng Niu's orders. The moment the door opened, Andre keenly caught the rotten smell coming from the room. The putrid smell carried the vibrant scent of blood, indicating that the decay wasn't from dead things but rather from living things. The five senses of the bloodlines were stronger than other species because of their bloodline. However, the World Emperor/Divine Kingdom envoys led by the Lonely River's four species overlords would certainly also be able to tell whether the rotten smell came from a living thing or a dead thing. Regardless of the circumstances, Fan Lu had contributed greatly to the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Feng Qing was so ruthless to the extent that he didn't even attend to Fan Lu's injuries. As a witness, Andre knew how badly Fan Lu had been injured by Feng Xian. If he had not been treated, Fan Lu would probably be on the verge of death. If it weren't for the fact that Feng Qing was still a member of the honor-absent parliament, Andre would have beaten him up so badly that he would be as severely injured, so he would also experience the feeling of being denied treatment. Inkscar was well aware that Fan Lu was Lin Yuan's favorite. Although he had expected Fan Lu to be in a bad condition after being attacked by Feng Xian, he had not expected Fan Lu to be in such a miserable state. Inkscar and the others harbored no feelings towards Fan Lu. They weren't angry because of what had happened to Fan Lu. The anger they displayed was purely an act to please Fan Lu. Real anger involved forbearance and decisiveness, yet the anger they feigned appeared frantic and aggressive. Inkscar saw that the mantis stone crabs and the hidden fog turtles had entered the house before him to provide Fan Lu with medical supplies that could heal his damaged roots. He knew that there would not be much of an effect if he went in now. Fan Lu must be extremely dissatisfied with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves after suffering such a huge grievance. Having understood this point, Inkscar directly fired at Feng Qing. "Feng Qing, you've been emphasizing the sincerity between you and our dark pufferfish. Is the way you treat our dark pufferfish's benefactor a sign of your sincerity?" Inkscar's anger could only be described as hysteria. Even Andre, who was beside him, was a little frightened. Even if Fan Lu had saved an important core member of the dark pufferfish, did they really owe Fan Lu such a debt of gratitude? The Andra clan had already thoroughly investigated Fan Lu's background, and it was rather complicated. First, he followed the alluring foxes, and then he was recruited by Feng Qing. However, Fan Lu had never had any prior contact with the factions there before he went to the Lonely River. Because of the thorough investigation, Andre did not suspect that there was something suspicious between Fan Lu and the dark pufferfish. He simply believed that the dark pufferfish placed a high value on relationships. This fact made Andre very happy. It was more beneficial for the Andra clan to establish a connection with a faction that valued relationships than a faction that was hostile to them. Inkscar immediately vented all his anger on Feng Qing. He had to somehow find an outlet to vent the anger in his heart, after all. Andre provided Inkscar with ample opportunity to vent his anger, preventing him from directing his fury toward the Andra clan. Actually, no matter how much Inkscar wanted to show off in front of Fan Lu, he would not vent his anger on the Andra clan. Many of Fan Lu's plans were intertwined with the Andra clan. It was not suitable for him to jeopardize the relationship between Fan Lu and the Andra clan. If he disrupted Lin Yuan's plan, not only would he not be able to curry favor with him, but he would also incur punishment from Lin Yuan. That would not be good. Feng Qing was also taken aback by Ingscar's words. He had never expected Ingscar to choose to confront him directly on the spot. He assumed that even if Ingscar was dissatisfied with him, he would only hinder the cooperation with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves in the future. It was because it was not a wise choice for an insignificant figure like Fan Lu to offend the entire Andra clan, no matter how one looked at it. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves were not the only ones who benefited from the trade. The Dark Pufferfish also reaped significant benefits. Feng Qing valued his dignity greatly. At present, he felt embarrassed and humiliated by Ingscar's words. However, the current situation did not allow Feng Qing to quibble. The truth was there, and even if Feng Qing were to try to argue, nobody would believe him. If it weren't for the fact that the Dark Pufferfish was cooperating with the Andra clan, and given the Andra clan high regard for their cooperation with the Dark Pufferfish, Feng Qing would probably confront Ingscar's targeted remarks directly. Who was Feng Qing, and who was Ingscar? Feng Qing was the leader of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, but Ingscar was only an envoy of the Dark Pufferfish. Even if the overall strength of the Dark Pufferfish were not much different from the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, the Dark Pufferfish were ultimately just a species on the Lonely River's side. The leader of the Dark Pufferfish didn't hold a position in the honor-absent parliament like he did. From a multidimensional perspective, the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves were superior to the Dark Pufferfish. Even the leader of the Dark Pufferfish shouldn't speak to him in such a manner. Yet, Ingscar, a mere envoy, actually dared to question him. Feng Qing forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and said sincerely, "I really didn't handle this matter well. I have always valued Fan Lu very much. Fan Lu was not a member of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. It was I who bestowed the blood essence of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves to him, giving him the chance to become one of us. I know that you Dark Pufferfish are very grateful for Fan Lu's help, but if I hadn't sent Fan Lu to your territory to negotiate with you, I don't reckon Fan Lu would have the opportunity to save an important figure of the Dark Pufferfish." The friendship between the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves and the Dark Pufferfish indeed began because of Fan Lu, but we cannot attribute all of it solely to Fan Lu. Chapter 2915 Is your heart really that ruthless? Feng Qing emphasized his tone, "Our two species will continue to cooperate in the future. I believe that the four species overlords of the Lonely River have also obtained sufficient benefits from the trade with our Chaos Wind Demon Wolves." Andre knew very well that the Andra clan had already harbored the intention to abandon the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. However, because of Feng Qing's status as a member of honor-absent parliament, the Andra clan needed to make some preparations if they wanted to abandon them. The most basic step was to remove Feng Qing's identity as an honor-absent parliament member before making a move against the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. While the Andra clan was only handling their own internal affairs, they were cautious not to let honor-absent palace misunderstand. If any faction were to take advantage of the situation, it could spell trouble for the Andra clan. In the East Universe, any species that disrespected the honor-absent palace would be punished without exception, even if it was a powerful species on the species ranking. While it wouldn't cause serious physical harm, it would lead to a long period of dejection. The species on the species ranking that provoked the honor-absent palace were living examples. If not for the fact that he was worried about the honor-absent palace, Andre really wanted to teach Feng Qing a lesson and let him know that regardless of how he perceived himself, he was merely a servant of the Andra clan. To put on airs in the Andra clan's territory was equivalent to disregarding the Andra clan. Moreover, the four species of the Lonely River were targets that the Andra clan wanted to befriend. Furthermore, Feng Qing's words were too shameless. Fan Lu was not the only one sent to the Lonely River by the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. The Forbidden Wolf team was also sent to the Lonely River by Feng Qing. Why wasn't there anyone in the Forbidden Wolf team who possessed the ability to save an important member of the Dark Pufferfish? Feng Qing insisted on attributing the credit of Fan Lu's contribution to the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, which not only belittled Fan Lu's contribution to them but it also came across as arrogant. Andre could not bear to listen to these words. Ingscar was so angry that he laughed at Feng Qing's words. Cooperation? What cooperation? Don't tell me your Chaos Wind Demon Wolves really think that you are in such high demand that the Dark Pufferfish insist on associating with you. The transaction with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves was sought after by Fan Lu. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better for us to use these resources to trade with other Bloodlines clans? Why do I have to trade with your Chaos Wind Demon Wolves? I will inform the leader about what happened to Fan Lu. From now on, our dark pufferfish and your chaos wind demon wolves will either have no dealings or become enemies. There will be no third option. Inkscar's words left no room for negotiation. Before coming, Inkskar had repeatedly confirmed with Fan Lu through the thoughts letter paper twice, wanting to determine how he was going to deal with the chaos wind demon wolves. Inkskar didn't want to misinterpret Fan Lu's intentions and end up flattering too much. It was a small matter to make Fan Lu unhappy, but if it jeopardized Lin Yuan's plan, he would unquestionably meet his demise. In Feng Qing's opinion, he had already made a huge concession to ease the situation. However, it seemed as though Inkskar did not understand his words at all. He actually directly broke off relations with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, which made Feng Qing somewhat lose his judgment. The dark pufferfish's actions were against their own interests. How could Fan Lu possibly bring such a significant value to the dark pufferfish that they actually severed ties with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves just because of Fan Lu? Feng Qing subconsciously looked at Andrei. Inkskar had the same reaction. Inkskar said to Andrei in an unusually serious tone, "Elder Andrei, our dark pufferfish are now in a cooperative relationship with the Andra clan. In terms of cooperation, we have always been generous. When the Bloodlines first established contact with the dark pufferfish, we were indeed unwilling to trade resources with you. But after working with the Andra clan, apart from the poison secreted by my clan, we have also shared resources from the Lonely River with you. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves are the dependent species of the Andra clan. I hope that the Andra clan can give the dark pufferfish an explanation on this matter. I believe that the request I am making is not something that your Andra clan cannot fulfill. The dark pufferfish aren't being unreasonable. You've already seen how the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves treat our benefactor. We can't tolerate the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves no matter what. If Elder Andrei isn't willing to provide us with an explanation, I believe there is no reason for the dark pufferfish and the Andra clan to continue cooperating. Although the dark pufferfish come from a remote area like the Lonely River, we still uphold our dignity. In the sky beyond the clouds, each species had significant differences in personality and the way they handled things because of the difference in bloodline. Andrei could understand why the dark pufferfish were so unyielding. However, even though Andrei had already placed Fan Lu in an extremely important position, he had still underestimated Fan Lu's status in the hearts of the dark pufferfish. The dark pufferfish had actually become Fan Lu's backing in this matter, showing such strong protection for him and helping him regain his position. This was not a bad thing in Andrei's heart. If the Andra clan took in Fan Lu in the future, they could use Fan Lu to strengthen their relationship with the four species of the Lonely River. Feng Qing, bring your Chaos Wind Demon Wolves back to your territory first. You've offended our Andra clan's esteemed guests. It's really not appropriate for you to stay in the Andra clan's territory. Afterward, if the Andra clan makes any decisions, you will be summoned. Take this time to reflect deeply and recognize the issues within your Chaos Wind Demon Wolves when you go back. Do you understand what I just said?" Andrei's serious tone did not give Feng Qing a chance to turn the situation around at all. Feng Qing's words were stuck in his throat. The Andra clan couldn't eliminate the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves at the moment, but they had to convey a stance to the dark pufferfish. This was the best way to handle the situation. The Andra clan's actions also did not indicate to Feng Qing that they wanted to abandon the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. They only asked him to bring the people back to reflect. In order to ease the relationship with the Andra clan, Feng Qing would definitely bring a large amount of resources to apologize to the Andra clan after he returned. Their leader, Yi Xuet, was still in the territory of the Elisa clan. It would take some time for him to return. He should be able to obtain a lot of benefits from the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves before Yi Xuet returned. While considering the well-being of the clan, Andrei was more inclined to prioritize his own interests. The competition between members of the Bloodlines clans was extremely harsh. Andrei had fought for his current position and power with his own capability. Upon seeing that Feng Qing did not want to leave, Andrei said coldly, "Feng Qing, are you staying here with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves to continue causing trouble for the envoys of the four species overlords of the Lonely River? Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't deceive yourself and the entire Chaos Wind Demon Wolves." Andrei's words were very ingenious, serving both as a deterrent to Feng Qing, and as a way to enlighten Feng Qing, forcing him to leave immediately. In front of Feng Qing, Andrei could not make a promise to Inkskar to salvage the relationship between the Andra clan and the dark pufferfish. After Feng Qing left, Andrei would be able to comfort Inkskar. Regardless of how low Feng Qing's EQ was, he knew that Andrei was not prepared to let him take Fan Lu away. Feng Qing had already offended the dark pufferfish and displeased the Andra clan, so he didn't make a request to take Fan Lu away. Feng Qing felt a sense of unease in his heart. Judging from the Andra clan's attitude towards the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, Feng Qing grasped their current situation. In the eyes of the Andra clan, the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves were far inferior to the 4 species overlords of the Lonely River. With the interests of the 4 species tied together, the other 3 species of the Lonely River would definitely choose to stand with the dark pufferfish. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves weren't as useful and valuable as the 4 species overlords of the Lonely River. If the Andra clan had to make a choice, Feng Qing was well aware of whom they would abandon. Inkscar, the envoy of the dark pufferfish, was targeting him not because there was some irreconcilable conflict between the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves and the dark pufferfish. All the key points revolved around Fan Lu. As long as Fan Lu was willing to speak up for the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, the dark pufferfish would still be willing to maintain a close relationship with them. No matter what, the blood of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves flowed in his body. Hence, Fan Lu should take the development of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves into consideration. When leading the members of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves away later, Feng Qing would personally find Fan Lu and explain to him. Fan Lu was an intelligent person, and there was no need for him to say too much. As long as Fan Lu knew that Feng Xian was dead, Fan Lu would know that he would still be the most favored person by his side in the future. However, after this incident, Feng Qing had already started to be wary of Fan Lu. Previously, he had entrusted Fan Lu with an important position because Fan Lu could bring him good luck. However, many events had unfolded within the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves since then. Although Feng Xian caused these things, Fan Lu was also involved. Inkscar was very satisfied with Andre's attitude. He did not want the Andra clan to do anything to the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Everything Inkscar did was to facilitate Fan Lu's plan. Some things were better done with restraint than overdoing it. Exercising restraint would significantly increase the margin for error tolerance, allowing for more room for developments to unfold in the situation. Thus, Inkscar did not stop Feng Qing from meeting Fan Lu. Upon seeing that Inkscar no longer insisted on targeting the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves after he let them leave, Andre heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Inkscar would go all out and insist that the Andra clan provide the dark pufferfish with an explanation immediately. This would definitely put the Andra clan in an extremely disadvantageous position. When Feng Qing left, Andre would take the time to calm Inkscar and, in passing, inquire about why the dark pufferfish were so supportive of Fan Lu. The moment Feng Qing saw Fan Lu, he finally understood how pathetic he was. The best spiritual ingredient to expel the invasion of the chaotic wind was called the wind-expelling grass. The wind-expelling grass could absorb the energy in the chaotic wind, but it also had a certain disadvantage. Using the wind-expelling grass would activate the blood circulation and have the effect of removing the silt and decay from the body. This caused the fresh blood gushing out of Fan Lu's wound to mix with rotten flesh and dirty blood, making him look like a decaying, bloody man. Although the wind-expelling grass had made Fan Lu look extremely miserable, his injuries should have healed significantly with its help. Based on Feng Qing's understanding of Fan Lu should be struggling to get up and bow to him at this moment. Feng Qing was already prepared to comfort Fan Lu and let him recuperate. Fan Lu's current attitude not only displeased Feng Qing but also instilled a sense of unease in Feng Qing's heart. Based on past behavior, Feng Qing never thought that Fan Lu would be disappointed in him. He had always believed that Fan Lu owed him a debt of gratitude. If it weren't for his protection, Fan Lu would have fallen into Kong Huan's hands long ago. Kong Huan had always treated her subordinates badly. Before this matter, he had treated Fan Lu much better than Kong Huan had treated Fan Lu. Feng Qing knew very well that he did not have much time to communicate with Fan Lu. Fan Lu, this problem has made you suffer a lot. It's not convenient for you to travel a long distance now, so you can stay in the Andra clan's territory for now. I'll pick you up later. I already know everything that Feng Xian did to you. I've already gotten rid of Feng Xian for you. I'll make it up to you for everything else. The dark pufferfish have a lot of misunderstandings about our Chaos Wind Demon Wolves because of you. During your time with the Andra clan, you need to reverse the dark pufferfish's opinion of our clan. Apart from what I promised you previously, you will be the vice-captain of the Forbidden Wolf team from now on as long as you do this well. You will be in charge of all the matters of the Forbidden Wolf team with Feng Niu. Feng Qing felt that his current promise to Feng Qing was enough. To put it bluntly, Fan Lu was an outsider who had been bestowed with the blood of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, transforming him from a regular wolf into the esteemed figure he was today. Fan Lu shouldn't have any complaints, even if he had to sacrifice himself. Moreover, he had already personally coaxed Fan Lu and even rewarded him with such a huge favor. At this moment, Fan Lu was indeed too lazy to continue acting with Feng Qing. However, Fan Lu's words were indeed sincere. Saying these words was equivalent to bidding farewell to his identity as a member of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Lord Feng Qing, I've always been conscientious in the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. I've always carried out all your orders like an imperial edict and have never made any mistakes. I've always tried my best to do my best. I've done my best to share your burdens for those things that others are unwilling to do. Even though you could have saved me, you chose to abandon me just because of Feng Xian's baseless accusations. Is your heart truly that ruthless? Chapter 2916 Bloodlines Recruitment. After saying the words, Fan Lu felt exceptionally happy. The mantis stone crab and hidden fog turtle envoys were beside him. Even if Feng Qing was dissatisfied with him, he would not do anything to him. His words were bound to reach Andrei's ears sooner or later. Fan Lu wanted to officially break off ties with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves and regain his freedom. Only then would he have a chance to join the Andra clan and become a true Blue Dian. He nearly died because of Feng Qing's decision. Feng Qing truly did not value him enough, given that he was still able to utter such words under these circumstances. If Feng Qing cared about his emotions at all, he would not have made such an overboard request. Fan Lu's words made Feng Qing's expression gradually freeze. Feng Qing did not expect Fan Lu to criticize him right away. If Feng Qing was not currently in the Andra clan and the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves couldn't provoke the Andra clan and incur their dissatisfaction, he would have given Fan Lu a lesson to remind Fan Lu how he rose to power. Feng Qing, who was on the verge of losing control of his emotions, revealed a strong killing intent. The mantis stone crab and the hidden fog turtle envoys immediately released their auras to confront Feng Qing. Andre walked in quickly and said coldly, I told you to leave with your Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Why are you still attacking the benefactor of the dark pufferfish here? Feng Qing, you've really become more and more impudent since you became a member of the honor-absent parliament. Get lost with your men immediately. In the future, Fan Lu will stay in our Andra clan's territory. I will report this to the leader. If Fan Lu is willing, we can let him become a Blue Dian. From now on, Fan Lu will have nothing to do with your Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Andre did not give Feng Qing any face this time because Feng Qing's actions had completely angered Andre. Feng Qing actually dared to reveal his killing intent toward Fan Lu at this time, which showed that he did not take him and the Andra clan seriously at all. He had already emphasized to Feng Qing many times the importance of cooperation between the Andra clan and the four species overlords of the Lonely River. Feng Qing was a very intelligent person and would certainly understand the implications of his actions. No matter what the reason was, revealing his killing intent was disrespectful to the Andra clan. It seemed that Feng Qing had really forgotten about his identity as a member of the honor-absent parliament. Compared to Feng Qing's help and appreciation toward Fan Lu, the Andra clan's help and appreciation to Feng Qing was much greater. Furthermore, Andre believed that this was a good opportunity to snatch Fan Lu. He had expressed his goodwill to Fan Lu by targeting Feng Qing. As an intelligent person, Fan Lu would surely understand what choice to make. While he was trying to recruit Fan Lu into the Blue Dians, he also had the intention of expressing his goodwill to the four species overlords of the Lonely River in order to alleviate their discontent. Without these incidents, the Andra clan's suggestion to keep could easily be interpreted as an attempt to poach Fan Lu. It wouldn't be very dignified for the Andra clan to poach a fellow from a dependent species. Therefore, finding an entry point to do so would eliminate many concerns. Feng Qing gritted his teeth and looked at Andre. Andre's killing intent was even stronger than Feng Qing's. If he dared to speak up and disobey him, Andre would have no problem injuring Feng Qing. Still, it was inconvenient for him to kill Feng Qing due to his status as a member of honor-absent parliament. Disrespect from a dependent species to the ruling species was unacceptable, and Feng Qing's disrespect would hold no ground wherever he went. In the end, Feng Qing did not say anything. He just left the Andra clan with the Forbidden Wolf team. If Fan Lu was concerned about the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, he would have thought of a way to reject Andre when the latter sought to claim him. However, Fan Lu's words were filled with displeasure toward the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Fighting with Andre for Fan Lu at this time would only force Andre to attack him. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves had lost the trust of the Andra clan. When Feng Qing returned, he had to think of a way to regain the trust of the Andra clan to secure the opportunity to be placed in an important position by them again. The best way was to prove the value of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Having been in the sky beyond the clouds and a member of Honor Absent Parliament for so long, Feng Qing possessed both resources and connections. A teleportation passageway that connected to the outer world appeared in the Valine Mountains. It was connected to the outer world of the Abyssal Beast Kingdom. Launching a surprise attack on the Abyssal Beast Kingdom through this teleportation passageway could yield a significant amount of Abyssal Beast resources. Every species had a huge demand for high-quality Abyssal Beast resources. Only with Abyssal Beast resources could they explore the outer world. The resources in the outer world might not be more abundant than the resources in the sky beyond the clouds, but the resources produced there were indeed not what the sky beyond the clouds could produce. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves had a certain relationship with the Cloud Leopards. If they managed to persuade them to share these resources with the Undra clan, the Undra clan would likely reinstate the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves into a significant position once they got the benefits. After Feng Qing left with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, Andre was about to comfort Fan Lu and ask him what he was thinking. However, Inkskar did not give Andre a chance to communicate with Fan Lu at all. Inkskar immediately asked about Fan Lu's well-being and expressed that he wanted to bring Fan Lu to the residence of the Dark Pufferfish in the Undra clan to slowly recuperate. If Inkskar's previous attitude towards Fan Lu had made Andre understand the importance of Fan Lu to the Dark Pufferfish, his actions now made Andre wonder inwardly if the person Fan Lu had saved was related to him. Otherwise, Inkskar wouldn't have any reason to display such an attitude towards Fan Lu. After Fan Lu responded to Inkskar's concern, he told Andre very respectfully, "Thank you, Undra clan, for thinking so highly of me. The bloodline of the Bloodlines is really desirable. However, I was just abandoned by the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves that I'm loyal to and nearly died. I need time to recuperate. My physique is extremely poor now. I believe Your Excellency Andre can sense it. I hope you can give me a chance to recuperate in peace. When I'm done recuperating and my thoughts are no longer entirely consumed by the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, I will provide you with a response. I hope that the Undra clan won't despise me when the time comes." Andre was very satisfied with Fan Lu's attitude. His words were filled with respect for the Undra clan. As a member of the Undra clan, it was only appropriate that he treated it with such an attitude. Andre thought for a moment and understood Fan Lu's current state. The Undra clan had investigated what Fan Lu had done to the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Fan Lu had not been a member of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves for long, but he had made a huge contribution to them. Hence, Fan Lu must be very sad to be treated like this after sacrificing so much for them. If Andre were to encounter such a situation, it would probably be difficult for him to recover from his sad state. Yi Shui had yet to return, and many matters within the clan still required Yi Shui's judgment. If Andre took too many initiatives, Yi Shui might feel that he had overstepped his boundaries, and that wouldn't be good. When Yi Shui returned, it was highly likely that Yi Shui would personally engage with Fan Lu to address the situation. Then go to the residence of the Dark Pufferfish and stay with them. I believe they will take care of you. After speaking to Fan Lu, Andre turned to Inkskar. If you need any resources to heal Fan Lu's injuries, feel free to request them from the Undra clan. We will provide the best resources to help him recover from his injuries. Inkskar rolled his eyes and said, Fan Lu is our Dark Pufferfish's benefactor. We do not lack medicine to heal injuries and recover roots. If your Undra clan really wants to provide help to Fan Lu, perhaps it's time to consider how to deal with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves in the future. I've always heard that the Bloodlines have strict management of their dependent species. Now, it appears that your management is only mediocre at best. Inkskar's words were filled with resentment and mockery, and Andre could hear it. Previously, due to the presence of Feng Qing and the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, Andre had refrained from responding to Inkskar regarding their way of handling the situation. Inkskar had already requested the Undra clan to punish the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves several times. Now that the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves had left, Andre said directly, our Undra clan will deal with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, but it will take some time. Feng Qing is a member of the Honor Absent Parliament. As long as Feng Qing remains a member, our Undra clan will not be able to do anything to the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Feng Qing's parliament status is managed by the Undra clan. If we can make him a member, then we can also make him lose his status. In order to befriend the 4 species overlords of the Lonely River, our Undra clan has shown great sincerity. Rest assured, the outcome of our handling of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves will not disappoint you. Everyone, just wait and see. Andre intended to demonstrate goodwill to the 4 species overlords through their way of handling the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. However, neither Inkskar nor Fan Lu would fall for Andrei's tricks. All of Inkskar's actions were to cooperate with Fan Lu. Logically speaking, Fan Lu should have agreed to Andrei's invitation when Andrei first suggested that he become a member of the Andra clan. Fan Lu had found an excuse to delay this matter because he was not sure about Lin Yuan's specific arrangements and could not ask him about them. Fan Lu did not want Lin Yuan to misunderstand him. He would make a decision after asking Lin Yuan about his arrangements so that no unexpected occurrences would happen. If Lin Yuan did not intend to let him stay in the Andra, agreeing to Andrei's invitation to become a member would disrupt Lin Yuan's future plans. In that case, he would be doomed. Lin Yuan was meticulously planning his future, and being an ordinary bloodline might not be his limit. Fan Lu only needed to follow in Lin Yuan's footsteps and improve step by step. Fan Lu was brought to the dark pufferfish's territory by Inkskar. He was looking forward to his future while recovering from his injuries. The 4 species overlords were under Lin Yuan's control and could be considered his subordinates. Fan Lu responded positively to them trying to curry favor with him. In the future, he would have many opportunities to interact with them as a bloodline. Establishing a good relationship with one another was not only beneficial to the 4 species overlords, but to Fan Lu as well. In the future, many of the things that Fan Lu would need to do would undoubtedly require their strong support. Fan Lu was very clear about this. Many of the things that the 4 species overlords had done would eventually be credited to Fan Lu in Lin Yuan's eyes. The 4 species overlords would be earning merits for him. When it came to those who could serve his interests, even if Fan Lu's status evolved to a position far surpassing that of the 4 species overlords, he would still seek to establish connections with individuals like Inkskar. Feng Niu led the Forbidden Wolf team and followed Feng Qing from the Andra clan's territory to the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves' territory. Along the way, Feng Niu wanted to say something but hesitated. Feng Niu had a lot to ask Feng Qing, but it was clear that Feng Qing did not have any intention of responding. However, as a core member of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, Feng Niu still had to ask those questions. Lord Feng Qing, judging from Fan Lu's current attitude, it's impossible for him to submit to our Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. This is not a favorable situation for us. Being on good terms with the 4 species overlords of the Lonely River can indeed bring great benefits to our species. You've already witnessed the Andra clan's attitude towards them. I think we need to humble ourselves and curry favor with the dark pufferfish to ease our relationship with the 4 species overlords of the Lonely River. Fan Lu is only the benefactor of the dark pufferfish. The other 3 Lonely River species are just cooperating with the dark pufferfish. Feng Niu's words made sense, but to Feng Qing, it was extremely ear-piercing. He had already yielded to the dark pufferfish envoy and said many good words, but Inkskar did not care about his goodwill or submission at all. Fan Lu even questioned why he was so ruthless. Fan Lu had already betrayed the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. From the perspective of a traitor like Fan Lu, he definitely would not want to rely on the dark pufferfish to reconcile with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Chapter 2917 The Effect of 20,000 Year Blood Wine. Fan Lu would definitely interfere in the mediation between the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves and the dark pufferfish. While Fan Lu was obedient when following him, he was also an extremely capable existence. Feng Qing did not care about this previously. It was only when Fan Lu broke off relations with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves because of this matter that Feng Qing began to take this aspect seriously. Fan Lu's prowess lay not in his strength but in the fact that he could find the most harmonious way to get along with anyone. During interactions, Fan Lu had the knack for making others instinctively want to get closer to him and develop a good impression of him. Fan Lu was one of the few people whom Feng Qing couldn't find fault with after interacting with him. With this trait of his, Fan Lu could subtly change the thoughts of the dark pufferfish members in the process of interacting with them. If Fan Lu wanted to interfere and affect the reconciliation between the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves and the dark pufferfish, it would be very easy. Fan Lu was a cautious person. He must have thought it through thoroughly before breaking away from his control and breaking off ties with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. It was because Feng Qing overly trusted Fan Lu that he didn't spend too much effort on controlling Fan Lu. Otherwise, if he had controlled Fan Lu through the Faith Tree or the Divine Kingdom, there wouldn't be so much trouble now. In a situation where Fan Lu was unable to leave the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, no matter how sad he would have to work for them in order to survive. Feng Qing was aware he was not a person who lacked vigilance. The reason such a situation happened was that his interaction with Fan Lu had caused him to let down his guard. Of course, this was also because Feng Qing was conceited and thought he could completely control Fan Lu. All along, Feng Qing had never taken Fan Lu seriously, let alone treated him as a threat to the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Feng Qing was filled with remorse. Despite his efforts in nurturing Fan Lu, the latter was actually going against the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves now. Upon seeing that Feng Qing did not speak, Feng Niu continued. Lord Feng Qing's matter concerns the future of our species. We have to resolve it no matter what. If there's really no other way, we might as well find a chance to interact with Fan Lu. I believe that our enmity with Fan Lu has not reached that irreconcilable level. Feng Qing sighed heavily and said, Feng Niu, you haven't interacted much with Fan Lu, so you don't know much about him. Fan Lu's thoughts are meticulous. If not for the fact that he had made thorough preparations in his heart, Fan Lu would not have dared to break off ties with our species. We might as well hand over more resources to the Undra clan to appease Fan Lu. It'll be more convenient to ease the relationship by paying tribute to the Undra clan. The Undra clan's displeasure with our species mainly arose because of Feng Xian's overstepping behavior. It has little to do with us. Feng Xian is dead now, and half of the Undra clan's anger has dissipated. As long as the benefits promised later can satisfy the Undra clan, they won't make things too difficult for us after weighing the pros and cons. It's worth it to bleed this time in exchange for the stable development of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. As long as my power can be enhanced further, I will find more support for the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves in the honor-absent parliament. Even if the Undra clan wants to settle scores with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves in the future, they will have to take a lot into consideration. The focus this time is not on Fan Lu nor the Dark Pufferfish. It's on the Undra clan's opinion of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Isn't the Undra clan dissatisfied with us because we have affected the benefits that the clan can obtain? I'll take care of this myself. You don't have to worry. After you go, you'll need to attend to many of the clan's affairs. Apart from providing resources to the Undra clan to appease their anger, the most important thing is to demonstrate our sincerity. Among the direct members of Feng Xian's lineage, there isn't any particularly outstanding individual. Go and get rid of his lineage completely. Send their corpses to the Undra clan personally and ask for their forgiveness. Feng Qing had not said anything previously because he was thinking about how to deal with this matter. He had already thought it through. If he wanted to change the current situation of the Undra clan, he had to be ruthless. Of course, making this decision was also directly related to Feng Qing's anger toward Feng Xian. Upon hearing Feng Qing's arrangement, Feng Niu's expression changed suddenly. He had guessed that Feng Qing might take action against Feng Xian's lineage but did not expect his determination to be so resolute. Feng Xian's bloodline was very closely associated with his bloodline, and the two bloodlines had undergone many marriage alliances. It would be very difficult for Feng Niu to justify his actions to the members of his bloodline if he got rid of Feng Xian's bloodline. However, Feng Niu also understood he could not question Feng Qing's decision. Feng Qing was already extremely furious. If he pleaded for leniency, Feng Qing would eventually vent his anger on himself. Lord Feng Qing, don't worry. I'll definitely take care of everything you've arranged. It's just that before I go, I still need you to contact the Undra clan. I have absolutely no authority within the Undra clan. Feng Qing hummed and continued to fall into deep thought. Lin Yuan was attending a banquet hosted by the Elisa clan and was being treated as a VIP. Yi Shui, Shi Mei and the others were exceptionally surprised by the treatment Lin Yuan received. While it was undeniable that Lin Yuan had helped the Elisa clan, there was truly no necessity for them to treat him in such a manner. The Elisa clan's standards for Lin Yuan were too high. If the Elisa clan hadn't just given birth to a Bloodian queen, everything would have been understandable, yet they had just given birth to a Bloodian queen and should be in the highest state of pride. The Elisa clan was very arrogant to the outside world. There were only two possibilities for such a situation to happen. Firstly, Lin Yuan's actions had genuinely benefited the Elisa clan. Secondly, the Elisa clan had heard of the Elise clan before. The Elise clan was also a Bloodian clan with a queen in power, and the Elisa clan was doing this to establish ties with them. Compared to the former, Yi Shui and Shi Mei felt that the latter was more likely. Lin Yuan remained calm amidst the Elisa clan's hospitality. During this banquet, Helena had toasted Lin Yuan no less than 3 times. Basically, everyone could tell that Helena was interested in Lin Yuan. Under normal circumstances, a young female Bloodian should appear noble and reserved in front of others, not warm and forthright. Under the gazes of the other Bloodians present, Lin Yuan conversed with Qin Yu. Many of the Bloodian clans present had never heard of the Elise clan. The Undra clan may not be qualified to endorse Lin Yuan's status, but the new Bloodlines Queen and the Elisa clan were certainly qualified to do so. At the end of the banquet, Qin Yu personally invited Lin Yuan for a chat. After the banquet ended, the Elisa clan would hold a large-scale banquet that was not only for the Bloodlines. At that time, all the factions present would have a chance to come to the territory of the Elisa clan again. The Bloodlines clans should have dispersed by now, but Yi Shui and Shi Mei were waiting for Lin Yuan with the members of the Andra and Alan clans. Through this banquet, both of them were even more determined to establish ties with Lin Yuan and the Elise clan. Yi Shui and Shi Mei were in a state where they disliked each other, with Yi Shui blaming Shi Mei for snatching opportunities from the Andra clan. On the other hand, Shi Mei blamed Yi Shui for not sharing such opportunities with her. Shi Mei, don't waste your time. His Grace Black Elise will definitely return to the Andra clan with me. Our Andra clan still has a collaboration to discuss with His Grace. Upon hearing Yi Shui's words, Shi Mei rolled her eyes so hard it seemed they might roll into the sky. Yi Shui, I've already told you that our clans have a cooperative relationship. Our two clans have encountered many challenges together and have had many marriage alliances. By doing this, you are destroying the relationship between us. Your Andra clan has clearly completed the deal with Lord Black, but now you are saying that you want to make another deal with Lord Black. Aren't you doing this to prevent the Alan clan from establishing contact with His Grace Black? Do our two clans truly need to regard each other as competitors and be on guard against one another? I'll only say what needs to be said once. If you don't change your mind after listening to me, then there won't be any reason for our Alan clan to be on good terms with the Andra clan in the future. Shi Mei's words to Yi Shui were not a threat. The Alan clan was slightly stronger than the Andra clan in terms of strength. The two clans had always been supporting each other all along. On many occasions, the Alan clan had generously offered opportunities to the Andra clan to help them grow rather than hoarding them for themselves. This was what an allied Bloodlines clan should be doing. The Alan had always been generous to the Andra clan, yet the latter was unwilling to share opportunities with them at this juncture. If the two sides continued to cooperate, the Alan clan would be at a disadvantage. Upon hearing Shi Mei's words, Yi Shui's expression changed. Shi Mei, what are you talking about? If I regarded you as competitors, why would I let Black Elise appear in front of you? You're overthinking this. After we complete our cooperation with the Elise clan, I will personally send His Excellency Black Elise to your Alan clan. Shi Mei sneered. Lin Yuan was clearly interested in the Elisa clan and requested Yi Shui to bring him over. Under Lin Yuan's request, Yi Shui had no way of rejecting him. Otherwise, Yi Shui would certainly prefer to keep Lin Yuan in the Andra clan. Lin Yuan was not someone who would listen to Yi Shui's arrangements and requests. Yi Shui did not have the ability to decide where Lin Yuan would go, let alone personally send him to the Alan clan. Yi Shui, since you put it that way, then let's rely on our own capabilities. Shi Mei ignored Yi Shui and quietly waited for Lin Yuan with the Alan clan. In Qin Yu's private hall, Qin Yu was bowing in front of Lin Yuan with a look of reverence and gratitude. Lord, try the blood wine that our Elisa clan has hidden for nearly 20,000 years. This jar of nearly 20,000-year-old blood wine will immediately be absorbed by the body to strengthen the body. Our Elisa clan only has 2 jars of this old blood wine left. If you like to drink it, I'll pack the other jar for you before you leave. Lin Yuan took a sip of the blood wine in his cup. Its spiciness made his face turn red. However, as Qin Yu had said, this blood wine was indeed extremely beneficial to the body. Lin Yuan felt the energy in the blood wine spread from his abdomen to his entire body, cleansing it. His body was covered in sweat, and his physique had been strengthened. There were no side effects to strengthening one's physical fitness. Lin Yuan did not stand on ceremony with Qin Yu. He downed the blood wine in his cup and drank a few more. After drinking 3 cups of blood wine, Lin Yuan realized that his body was rejecting the energy in the blood wine. This meant that the energy in the blood wine could not be absorbed by his body indefinitely. Many treasures had restrictions on the human body, especially those that could be used to increase lifespan. Lin Yuan did not like the taste of blood wine, and his body's need for blood wine had reached a saturation point. However, Lin Yuan still decided to take the 2 jars of blood wine, as they were very important to the members of Sky City. With these 2 jars of blood wine, not only could Lin Yuan improve the physical fitness of all the members of the Sky City, but he could also select a few outstanding white-clothed followers to nurture. Lin Yuan was now the actual controller of the Elisa clan, so there was no need to be polite with Qin Yu. If Lin Yuan wanted to repay the Elisa clan, it would be more useful to provide them with spirit chi crystals. With Lin Yuan in control of the Elisa clan, he would nurture them in the future. These 2 jars of blood wine are useful to me. Qin Yu, help me pack them before I leave. The Scarlet Territory is rich in blood-type spiritual ingredients. The Elisa clan doesn't lack blood-type spiritual ingredients. What they lack is pure spirit qi. I'll provide you with some pure spirit qi. You can stay behind to use it yourself or distribute it to the members you like. I remember you saying that you have 2 top Bloodline kings under you who have the chance to step into the Queen's bloodline. If these 2 really have the opportunity to reach the juncture of bloodline enhancement in the future, I can help them transform like I helped you. However, before helping your 2 subordinates increase their bloodlines, you have to think about whether the increase in their bloodlines will affect you. If it affects you, then there's no need for them to increase their bloodline. You have to guarantee that you can manage the Elisa clan for me. Chapter 2918, Lin Yuan's Reward. Qin Yu was overjoyed when she heard Lin Yuan's words. The Elisa clan had indeed produced a Bloodline Queen her. Their combat power had increased. In the Scarlet Territory, the Elisa clan had an extremely high status, but in fact, it was still very difficult for them to rise to prominence. Apart from her, the other members were basically unchanged. As a Bloodline Queen, it was impossible for her to obtain external resources for the Elisa clan frequently. Lin Yuan was willing to provide the Elisa clan with a large amount of pure spirit qi crystals. The spirit qi would be combined with the blood-type spiritual ingredients that the Elisa clan had meticulously collected. The strength of the core members could be increased in a short period. This would allow the Elisa clan to snowball into power. Lin Yuan had just spent a large amount of pure spirit qi to help her become a Bloodline Queen. He had also promised to give spirit qi to the Elisa clan and expressed his willingness to help Rula and Fan Kia improve their bloodlines. This was enough to show Lin Yuan's generosity. Lin Yuan would continue to provide the Elisa clan with spirit qi in the future. Rula and Fan Kia served her willingly. Qin Yu, Rula, and Fan Kia were no longer ordinary friends. Theirs was a friendship that transcended life and death. Even if Rula and Fan Kia became Bloodline Queens as well, they would still listen to her. However, there were many things that could not be proven with words. It was useless to rely on words alone. If Lin Yuan really helped Rula and Fan Kia to become Bloodline Queens, Qin Yu would suggest that Lin Yuan take control of them as well. Qin Yu was very smart. She knew that if the Elisa clan wanted to continue receiving Lin Yuan's support, they had to not let Lin Yuan feel that they were not worth investing in. Once Lin Yuan felt that it was not worth it, it would be difficult for the Elisa clan to receive his resources in the future. Qin Yu could sense that Lin Yuan possessed the Bloodline bloodline, but she felt that his bloodline was not an ordinary one. Qin Yu no longer cared about Lin Yuan's identity. She could see the future of the Elisa clan, which stuck by Lin Yuan's side. Lord, don't worry. Under my lead, the entire Elisa clan will offer our 100% loyalty to you. Lin Yuan drank a few more cups of blood wine. After confirming that the blood wine was no longer useful to him, he pondered for a moment and asked, how much influence does the Elisa clan have in Honor Absent Palace? I need you to do something. Qin Yu did not ask Lin Yuan what he wanted her to do. Instead, she began introducing the Elisa clan's situation in the Honor Absent Parliament. Lin Yuan must have asked her this because he needed to have some influence in the Honor Absent Parliament to achieve his goal. Lord, to be honest, I'm a Class 2 speaker in the Honor Absent Parliament. I manage hundreds of members. There are more than 100 Class 2 speakers like me in the Honor Absent Parliament and more than 100 Class 3 speakers. There are a total of 24 Class 1 speakers. They are the ones who are truly in charge. I was originally a Class 3 speaker. However, the lifespan of 2 Pinnacle Kings in my clan had decreased to the point that they decided to relinquish their responsibilities as Class 3 speakers to me. It was then that I became a Class 2 speaker. If my bloodline hadn't evolved, I would have ended up falling back to a Class 3 speaker during the next selection. There is a certain degree of freedom that comes with being a Class 2 speaker. Now that my bloodline has evolved, I will solidify my position as a Class 2 speaker. If it's not a serious matter, I should be of help to you. Lin Yuan had previously learned about the Honor Absent Parliament from Fan Lu and Kong Huan. His information was rather lacking due to Fan Lu and Kong Huan's low positions. Now, Lin Yuan had gained a rough understanding of the Honor Absent Parliament's situation from Qin Yu. There were at least hundreds of thousands of members in the Honor Absent Parliament. From this, it could be seen how huge the Honor Absent Parliament was. As a Class 2 speaker who could solidify her status, it should not be difficult for Qin Yu to promote Fan Lu to a member of parliament. It would be more convenient for Fan Lu to develop in the future if he stayed with the Andhra clan. However, there was a drawback to doing this, which was that it bound the Andhra clan and the Elisa clan together. It was not a good thing for the only two Bloodline clans Lin Yuan had under him to be bound together. Furthermore, Fan Lu was still completely unaffiliated with the Elisa clan. On Yu rashly inviting Fan Lu to the Elisa clan and making him a member would definitely arouse speculation from the outside world. At the same time, it would upset the Andhra clan. The Andhra clan had already contacted Fan Lu in the hopes of recruiting him. They wanted to use Fan Lu's relationship with the Lonely River's four major species to build a good relationship with them. It was unlikely that the Andhra clan would dare to utter any words of opposition if the Elisa clan fought with them for this opportunity. However, the Andhra clan would definitely be critical of this. It was better to let Fan Lu stay with the Andhra clan before creating a suitable opportunity for him to build a relationship with the Elisa clan. This way, the Elisa clan could provide help to Fan Lu. Staying with the Andhra clan would allow Fan Lu to understand the Bloodlines from a different angle through Qin Yu. This would make it easier for Lin Yuan to learn everything about the Bloodlines. Qin Yu, have you heard of the Lonely River's four major species? Qin Yu hurriedly nodded. The Lonely River's four major species were the overlord species in the remote Lonely River. But to the Elisa clan, which now had a queen presiding over them, the four major species of Lonely River were nothing. Even before Qin Yu became the Bloodline queen, the Lonely River's four major species had been trivial to the Elisa clan, which had three pinnacle kings. Qin Yu had heard of the Lonely River's four major species because of the dark pufferfish. The Bloodlines were preparing to attack the mermaids, and the venom produced by the dark pufferfish would be extremely useful to the Bloodlines. It was precisely because of this that Qin Yu paid attention to the Lonely River's four major species. Master, I've heard about the Lonely River's four major species. Their combined strength is only comparable to a Bloodline faction with a king bloodline. Does your plan target them? It seems like they are currently in the Scarlet territory. Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head. The Lonely River's four major species are under my control. There's no need for me to target them. I mentioned them because I intend to help you create an encounter to befriend Fan Lu, who is on good terms with the Lonely River's four major species. Let Fan Lu build a relationship with your clan. This will make it easier for him to complete the mission I arranged for him. If the opportunity arises in the future, help Fan Lu become a member of the honor-absent parliament. Qin Yu carefully took note of what Lin said. For Lin Yuan to say this and deliberately mention Fan Lu meant that he valued Fan Lu very much. Fan Lu was definitely not strong. Otherwise, he would not have been involved with the Lonely River's four major species. The fact that Lin Yuan valued Fan Lu so much in spite of his lack of strength was enough to show how important he was. Qin Yu was now under Lin Yuan's command as well. From now on, her potential depended on Lin Yuan's appreciation of her. The resources that Lin Yuan could provide her were very difficult for Qin Yu to obtain through her own abilities. As such, Qin Yu planned to befriend Fan Lu and build a good relationship with the rest of Lin Yuan's subordinates. This might come in handy at some point. Master, it's very easy for me to create such an opportunity. When I find out more about Fan Lu, I'll choose a suitable opportunity to befriend him. If you want to become a member of the honor-absent parliament, you have to have strength. At the very least, you have to be World Emperor/Pinnacle Divine Kingdom. If, as you said, Fan Lu's bloodline transforms into the Bloodline bloodline, I can help him increase their strength. Lord, you don't have to worry about Fan Lu. Lin Yuan patted Qin Yu's shoulder. With Qin Yu's help, Lin Yuan did not need to worry about this matter anymore. He only needed to reward Fan Lu when he saw him. Fan Lu had put in a lot of effort and suffered a lot for his plan. He was completely under Lin Yuan's control, so there was no need to question loyalty. Apart from demonstrating Fan Lu's capabilities, this also showed his determination to work for Lin Yuan's sake. If Fan Lu did not have this determination, he would not have allowed himself to remain in such a state after suffering such serious injuries. After leaving the Elisa clan, Lin Yuan would return to the Andhra clan before returning to Sky City. The Bloodlines' plan against the mermaids was already set in stone, and Lin Yuan had no intention of saving them. He only needed to choose some mermaids and transfer them to the Spirit Lock spatial zone to be controlled by Dark Blue so they could supply faith power to it. Lin Yuan told Qin Yu about this, and she would help him find a way to select and transfer that group of mermaids to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had been away from Sky City for too long. Even if he could contact the Moon Empress, Wen Yu, and the others through the fantasy crystal birthstone flower, Sky City still needed him. After returning to Sky City, Lin Yuan wanted to try evolving the Four Seasons Mountain into a higher fairy. Regardless of whether the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons caused trouble for Lin Yuan, he had to get rid of them to prevent them from affecting the future development of the Faith Country. The Faith Country concerned the future of all of Sky City's members. There could be no mistakes. Lin Yuan left everything to Qin Yu. He took the blood wine and left the Elisa clan's territory. Before meeting Qin Yu, Lin Yuan had already agreed to return to the Undra clan with Yi Shui. Yi Shui was waiting for him at the entrance to the Elisa clan. Lin Yuan was certain that Yi Shui would not leave without him. This meeting between him and Qin Yu had shown the Undra clan how mighty the Elise clan was. Yi Shui definitely wanted to befriend him even more than before. When Yi Shui saw Lin Yuan, he smiled. He had been afraid that Lin Yuan would leave without him. Lin Yuan's current attitude showed Yi Shui that he was willing to befriend him as well. Shi Mei kept blaming herself for being insincere. No matter how unwilling Yi Shui was, he had to comfort Shi Mei. Your Excellency Black, the leader of the Alan clan, Shi Mei Alan, has been waiting for you. She wants to invite you to the Alan clan. Are you willing to go? If you want to go to the Alan clan, I can show you around the Alan clan's territory after you're done visiting the Undra clan's territory. When Shi Mei heard Yi Shui's words, the hostility on her face decreased a little as she looked at Lin Yuan expectantly. Shi Mei had been wanting to become acquainted with Lin Yuan. Now, she knew that Lin Yuan's Elise clan was a Blue Dian clan that could stand toe-to-toe with the Elisa clan. The Elisa clan had just obtained a new queen. If she did her best and became acquainted with Lin Yuan, it would be a large opportunity for the Alan clan. Otherwise, as the ruler of her clan, there was really no need for Shi Mei to do this. Lin Yuan shook his head. My clan has other matters that I need to see to. I don't have that much time to stay in the Scarlet Territory. I am already acquainted with Shi Mei. We might not be considered allies, but I don't think we'll mind helping each other out in a pinch. Yi Shui was delighted when he heard Lin Yuan's words. In Yi Shui's opinion, Lin Yuan was just being polite. Compared to the Alan clan, Lin Yuan preferred to interact with the Undra clan. This was great news for Yi Shui. Shi Mei's expression was filled with regret. She wanted to befriend Lin Yuan but had been rejected. If she pressed on, she would only become a nuisance. Although Shi Mei was disappointed, she did not show it. Instead, she chose to leave with Lin Yuan. She might not be able to befriend Lin Yuan now, but this did not mean that she would never have the chance to do so in the future. Lin Yuan would come back to the Scarlet Territory sooner or later, and she would find an opportunity to befriend him. She had successfully pressured Yi Shui to create an opening for her, but Shi Mei was not grateful at all. Her anger was still directed at Yi Shui, and she decided to stop helping the Undra clan from now on. Shi Mei wanted to observe and find out Lin Yuan's reason for coming to the Scarlet Territory. The Alan clan could befriend Lin Yuan based on his needs and bypass the Undra clan. In terms of overall strength, the Alan clan was stronger than the Undra clan. Lin Yuan had no reason to only befriend the Undra clan and not the Alan clan. Yi Shui recalled that Andre had sent him a message saying that Feng Xian had been executed. Although Lin Yuan said that he did not care about Feng Xian, the latter was someone whom Lin Yuan had personally healed. Yi Shui felt that it was necessary for him to inform Lin Yuan of the situation so that Lin Yuan would not vent his anger on the Undra clan. Your Excellency Black, Feng Xian threatened the cooperation between the Undra clan and the Lonely River's four major species, thereby jeopardizing the overall interests of the Blue Dians. The Undra clan has executed him. Chapter 2919, Falling Out with Lin Yuan. Yi Shui paused for a moment before continuing. Feng Xian is bold and reckless because of his link to you. Some of Feng Xian's actions have tarnished you. Feng Xian is a Chaos Wind Demon Wolf. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves are a subsidiary of the Undra clan. I plan to make the entire species apologize to you. The corners of Lin Yuan's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he looked at Yi Shui speechlessly. Yi Shui was really good at talking. The Undra clan had already gotten rid of Feng Xian, yet he was still able to implicate him. He did want to make use of Feng Xian. But even if he did so, there was no relationship between him, the two of them, let alone a deep bond. No matter what Feng Xian did, it would not affect him. Yi Shui wanted to get rid of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves because he felt that they were disobedient. However, he made it sound like it was for Lin Yuan's sake. Lin Yuan hated Yi Shui's behavior. Did he really look like a fool? Without needing Lin Yuan to say anything, Jin Chen released his aura, completely suppressing Yi Shui. Yi Shui, the puny Chaos Wind Demon Wolves can't be considered related to the Elise clan. Do you have an issue with the Elise clan? Is that why you are lumping us together with the likes of them? It's up to you if you want to kill or torture your own dependent species. Our clan's dependent species would never do anything that goes against the clan's interests, much less interfere with our collaborations with other species. Jin Chen's words were merciless, causing Yi Shui's expression to change several times. If this was any other time, Shi Mei would definitely speak up for Yi Shui. But this time, she did not do so. She would be delighted if Lin Yuan feuded with the Undra clan. Only then would the Alan clan have more opportunities to interact with Lin Yuan. Yi Shui was rarely rebuked like this. He had assumed Spring, Winter, Connie, Jin Chen and the others were Lin Yuan's blood servants. Lin Yuan had not stopped Jin Chen from contradicting him, meaning that Lin Yuan was definitely very unhappy with him. Yi Shui knew his place and quickly admitted defeat. Your Excellency Black, you've misunderstood me. No matter how capable the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves are, they could never be associated with the Elise clan. I misspoke just now. Please forgive me. Lin Yuan sneered in the way elites would. Yi Shui, our clans are cooperating, but mutual respect is still necessary. If something like this happens again, the Elise clan will no longer consider the Undra clan as friends. I've always been curious about the distance between the Lonely River and the Scarlet Territory. How did the species from the Lonely River end up cooperating with the Undra clan? Yi Shui was originally shocked and furious by Lin Yuan's words. But when Lin Yuan changed the topic, Yi Shui's expression became more natural. Yi Shui knew the answer to Lin Yuan's question, so he quickly answered it truthfully. In order to ameliorate his relationship with Lin Yuan, Yi Shui explained the situation in detail. When he was done, Lin Yuan asked, in that case, the Undra clan and the Lonely River's 4 major species are also friends with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. When Yi Shui heard Lin Yuan mention Fan Lu, he thought that Lin Yuan wanted to target Fan Lu because of the Undra clan. As such, he hastily pulled away from Fan Lu. Your Excellency Black, you might not know this, but Fan Lu was originally an external member of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. But he was bestowed with the blood essence of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves because he made a huge contribution to the species. However, the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves treated Fan Lu extremely badly. He almost died at their hands. The Undra clan intends to make Fan Lu a bloodline. Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly before he smiled and said, "Oh? I didn't expect the Undra clan to think so highly of Fan Lu. You're even willing to spend your blood essence to help him transform his bloodline. Hearing you say that, I really want to get to know this guy called Fan Lu. Let's go. When we return to the Undra clan, introduce Fan Lu to me." Yi Shui was stunned when he heard this and instinctively wanted to refuse. He thought that Lin Yuan had taken a fancy to the Lonely River's 4 major species and wanted to compete with the Undra clan for the opportunity to collaborate with them. There was no doubt that the Elise clan was stronger than the Undra clan. The Undra clan could not compete with the Elise clan when it came to being a collaborative partner. However, Yi Shui believed that Lin Yuan would not stay in the Undra clan for long. Even if Lin Yuan took the initiative to befriend the Lonely River's 4 major species, they would definitely be wary and not interact with him directly. The Lonely River's 4 major species were unaware of the Elisa clan. As long as he did not introduce Lin Yuan to them, it would be fine. Ever since the Lonely River's 4 major species came to the Scarlet Territory, they had been in contact with the Undra clan. It was likely that only the Undra clan could give them a sense of security. With the strength of the Elise clan, they would not take the initiative to befriend the Lonely River's 4 major species. The strength of the Lonely River's 4 major species was comparable to that of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. They were only at the level of dependent species. The Undra clan had Holy Spirit experts, but the strongest expert of the Lonely River's 4 major species was only at the pinnacle Divine Kingdom level. There was an insurmountable gap between them. It would be degrading for the Elise clan to initiate a friendship with the Lonely River's 4 major species. Yi Shui did not have a good impression of the Lonely River's 4 major species. They were rather arrogant. Such arrogance should not come into contact with the Undra clan. The Lonely River's 4 major species probably thought that the Bloodlines needed the help of the dark pufferfish for their operation against the mermaids. But in truth, most of the Bloodline clans never counted on the venom produced by the dark pufferfish. A species without a Holy Spirit expert could only be considered a tool at best. Your Excellency Black, since you want to get to know Fan Lu, I would be glad to introduce him to you. However, I heard that Fan Lu is a bootlicker. You have to be careful not to be deceived when you interact with him. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. Fan Lu was indeed an insignificant figure in Yi Shui's eyes. However, Yi Shui had probably forgotten that he had just said that the Undra clan intended to turn Fan Lu into a Blue Dian. This could be said to be the greatest reward the Blue Dians could give to their dependent species. Even Feng Qing had never received such kindness. Yi Shui wanted to give this preferential treatment to Fan Lu because he saw Fan Lu's potential value. Yi Shui was afraid that the Lonely River's 4 major species, whom he had gotten to know through Fan Lu, would be interested in Fan Lu and compete with the Undra clan. From Yi Shui's words, Lin Yuan could confirm that Yi Shui lacked foresight. Otherwise, as the leader of a clan, Yi Shui would not have done something so disjointed. It would have been fine if he had been unaware of Yi Shui's thoughts. However, Yi Shui had allowed him to see the scheme he was cooking up. Lin Yuan did not always have to be the smartest person in the room, but he would not allow himself to be treated as a fool. If others treated him as a fool, he would look stupid if he did not expose this person. Hehe, you sure know how to joke. You just said that you are preparing to transform Fan Lu into a Blue Dian. How could Fan Lu be as terrible as you said? If you are unwilling to introduce me, then forget it. I'm not interested in getting to know a fellow from your dependent species. It was, indeed, as Lin Yuan had said. There was no need for Lin Yuan to meet Fan Lu. At most, Lin Yuan would have Winter secretly deliver the reward to Fan Lu. The Undra clan's members were not powerful enough to detect Winter's presence. Yi Shui's face alternated between red and white. He looked at Shi Mei for help, clearly hoping she would speak up for him. Shi Mei rolled her eyes at him. Yi Shui had not even been willing to introduce her to Lin Yuan. How did he have the gall to seek her help now? Could it be that he wanted her to stand up for him and tell Lin Yuan that he had no such intention? She heard what Yi Shui had just said. Wasn't Yi Shui afraid that Lin Yuan would vent his anger on him? Shi Mei hated selfish collaborators the most. Alas, the Undra clan had been on good terms with the Alan clan for nearly 1,000 years. Shi Mei was extremely regretful. If she had not supported the Undra clan back then, the Alan clan would definitely be gaining another solid ally now. Based on the Undra clan's current attitude towards the Alan clan, the Undra clan would not help the Alan clan if anything were to happen in the future. Shi Mei did not want to help Yi Shui, but she would not kick Yi Shui when he was down. There were many things that Shi Mei needed to attend to. It would not be too late to split the relationship between the two clans after she was done. Yi Shui looked rather annoyed when Shi Mei failed to respond to his plea for help. He felt that Shi Mei was coveting the Undra clan's opportunities. He had indeed forgotten how Shi Mei had helped the Undra clan. He was more willing to take sole credit for the rise of the Undra clan. Yi Shui had always flaunted himself as the one who helped the Undra clan rise and revive. Yi Shui could hear the unhappiness in Lin Yuan's words. Just as Yi Shui was about to defend himself, Lin Yuan spoke. Since the Undra clan isn't sincere at all, I'd better take a trip to the Alan clan. The deal with the Undra clan is the same as the one with the Alan clan. At first, Shi Mei felt that it was a pity that she could not befriend Lin Yuan. She had not expected such a huge reversal. This reversal caused the ever-composed Shi Mei to look excited. She hurriedly said, "The Alan clan is very willing to trade with the Elise clan. We will definitely treat you as our most honorable guest." Yi Shui had not expected this. Yi Shui did not care that what he was about to say would anger Shi Mei. He hurriedly said, "Your Excellency Black, you've misunderstood me. I didn't mean that at all. I hope you can understand what I truly mean. The Undra clan has always treated you as our most honorable guest." Without needing Lin Yuan to say anything, Shi Mei snapped, "Words aren't enough to prove that you see him as an honorable guest. His Excellency Black Elise can experience it himself. With your attitude just now, no one can sense your so-called sincerity. Now that he has decided to go to the Alan clan's territory, you should respect his decision." Shi Mei warmly invited Lin Yuan. Her attitude toward Lin Yuan was many times more enthusiastic than Yi Shui's. Shi Mei could humble herself better than Yi Shui could, especially when she was trying to befriend someone. Shi Mei cared a lot about the deal with Lin Yuan. If she could trade with Lin Yuan once, she would be able to understand the benefits of being on good terms with the Elise clan. Lin Yuan ignored Yi Shui and left with Shi Mei. Up until now, Lin Yuan had never interacted with Fan Lu, so it would actually be good not to see him. This would allow him to completely separate himself from Fan Lu. Lin Yuan had already informed Qin Yu of the development path that he had arranged for Fan Lu. She would find a suitable opportunity to promote Fan Lu. Lin Yuan's reward would be delivered to Fan Lu tonight. The Andra clan had severed their relationship with him and could no longer rely on the Elise clan. They could only make friends with the Lonely River's 4 major species through Fan Lu. The Alan clan, who had always been on good terms with the Andra clan, had clearly detached themselves from the Andra clan. Yi Shui needed a place to vent after suffering such a huge blow. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves became his best punching bag. In spite of the Alan clan's warm welcome, Lin Yuan did not stay for long. Lin Yuan traded a pure spirit chi for a large amount of blood-type spiritual ingredients with the Alan clan. These blood-type spiritual ingredients would be enough for the blood love for a long time. Shi Mei regarded her relationship with Lin Yuan as the luckiest thing that had happened to the Alan clan in the past 300 years. Shi Mei was going to use the pure spirit chi she had traded to improve her strength. The Alan clan was indeed a king clan, but this did not mean that they would be stuck in such a state forever. If she could strengthen past Pinnacle King bloodline, the Alan clan would rewrite history and obtain the same glory as the Elisa clan. Chapter 2920. Fire Feathers Wild Lions. Lin Yuan did not think much during his interactions with the Alan clan. Lin Yuan traded with the Alan clan because he needed blood-type spiritual ingredients. Presently, he was fully focused on Sky City. When he returned to Sky City, he would use the resources he had obtained on his journey to enable the main members to increase their strength quickly. These resources would improve the Faith Country as well. Fan Lu initially assumed that he would be able to meet Lin Yuan. He was disappointed that this failed to happen. Fan Lu saw Winter that night. He had just as deep of an impression of Winter as he did of Lin Yuan. Winter was the one who had taken control of those who had gone to the Class 2 world, as well as the abyssal beast they rode on. Winter gave Fan Lu a piece of spatial equipment before nodding and leaving without saying anything to him. In Winter's eyes, Fan Lu was insignificant. Winter's nod to Fan Lu was already the greatest affirmation he could give. Fan Lu did not care about Winter's attitude towards him. When Fan Lu first came into contact with Winter, the latter's attitude had been much harsher than it was now. The fact that Lin Yuan was willing to let Winter make this trip was enough to show how much he valued him. Fan Lu checked the resources in the spatial equipment with anticipation. After checking, a shocked expression appeared on his face. Fan Lu stood rooted to the ground in shock for a long time. Fan Lu had asked himself many times what he had done to deserve so many rewards from Lin Yuan. Many of these rewards had already exceeded Fan Lu's understanding. The resources that Lin Yuan would use as rewards were all like this. If these resources were given to Qin Yu, a Blue Dian queen, she would also be excited and shocked. Fan Lu had gained Lin Yuan's recognition through his ability, which made Lin Yuan treat Fan Lu as a subordinate who was worth nurturing. Otherwise, Fan Lu would not be qualified to obtain so many high-quality resources. Fan Lu did not know how to use the 3,000 odd spirit chi crystals and nearly 10,000 blood-type spiritual ingredients. However, once Fan Lu became a Blue Dian, these things would come in handy. The resources that Lin Yuan had invested in Fan Lu allowed him to roughly understand Lin Yuan's arrangements for him. He was extremely satisfied with Lin Yuan's arrangements. After becoming a Blue Dian, not only would Fan Lu's life be transformed, but it would also begin a new journey. Fan Lu found out that Winter had not gone to see the Lonely River's 4 major species. This meant that they had not managed to obtain Lin Yuan's rewards. In the future, Fan Lu would be relying on the envoys of the Lonely River's 4 major species to do things for him. Fan Lu still regarded himself as a superior in the 6th Boundary Patrol team. He knew very well what a superior should do. The Lonely River's 4 major species were obediently helping him. He needed them to listen to his arrangements and follow his lead, so he felt he had to give them some benefits. Those blood-type spiritual ingredients were useless to the envoys, but they were unable to get their hands on spirit chi crystals. He would not be able to use up all these spirit chi crystals in a short period. As long as he worked for Lin Yuan, he would have a chance to obtain them again. Fan Lu took out 400 spirit chi crystals. 4 brocade boxes were filled with 100 spirit chi crystals each. Since he had decided to reward them, he had to give them more. Otherwise, he might as well not reward them at all. Since it was used as a reward, he had to be impartial. Due to the fact that the Lonely River's 4 major species were under Lin Yuan's control, they were very close. The envoys would interact with each other through information. If they knew that their rewards were biased, the party that received the lesser rewards would definitely have objections. Inkscar was the one who supported him the most. He had almost become the spokesperson of the Lonely River's 4 major species. Fan Lu would secretly give Inkskar a portion of the rewards that Lin Yuan had given him. He believed that Inkskar would understand his intentions and work harder for him in the future. Inkskar received a total of 200 spirit chi crystals. Ever since he was born, he had never received so many rewards. Inkskar had only followed Fan Lu because he wanted to raise his status among the dark pufferfish. He had never thought that he would be able to obtain such a generous reward. These practical benefits were much more important than raising his status. These 200 spirit chi crystals were enough to advance Inkskar's bloodline. Increasing his strength would increase Inkskar's status among the dark pufferfish. Lord Fan Lu, thank you for your nurturing. I'll be relying on you in the future. I hope you won't hold back from helping me. From today onwards, I am willing to be at your disposal. Every word you say will be treated as an imperial edict. Inkskar's words demonstrated his submission to Fan Lu. He had helped Fan Lu before but had never addressed Fan Lu as Lord. Inkskar could not get close to Lin Yuan, so he was treating Fan Lu this way because he felt he could also obtain a good future if he connected with Fan Lu. For the sake of his future, Inkskar was willing to offer his loyalty. He was even willing to go against the interests of the dark pufferfish. In any case, the dark pufferfish had already submitted to Lin Yuan and were his subordinates. Fan Lu was well aware of this. Since Fan Lu was also loyal to Lin Yuan, he naturally would not do anything to harm the interests of the dark pufferfish. Inkskar was very ambitious, and his ambition was targeted at the dark pufferfish and not Lin Yuan. This allowed Inkskar's ambitions to have no conflict with Fan Lu's needs. Fan Lu was willing to give Inkskar a hand if he had the chance. As long as Inkskar was someone who knew how to repay kindness, he would be able to give back what he wanted. Fan Lu was very satisfied with Inkskar's current stance. Inkskar, I work by Lord Lin Yuan's side. Lord Lin Yuan has treated me well, so I will definitely treat you well, too. The two of us are now bound together for good or ill. If you know this clearly, you will know what to do in the future. Even if I don't work with you anymore, our connection won't be broken. Fan Lu's words seemed to be a reminder to Inkskar, but in fact, that was not Fan Lu's intention because he knew that Lin Yuan planned to let him develop with the bloodlines in the future. His development would only get better and better. As his development improved, Inkskar would naturally cling tightly to him. If one day, Fan Lu's development became worse and worse, Fan Lu would no longer have any need for Inkskar. Fan Lu believed that at that time, Inkskar would no longer obediently follow by his side and listen to his orders. In the next few days, the members of the Andra clan frequently went to the residences in the dark pufferfish territory to see Fan Lu. The Andra clan had lost their good relationship with the Elise clan. This was a situation that Yi Shui had never expected. Not only that, but the Alan clan, which was on good terms with them, also had a lot of issues with the Andra clan. It had even reached the point where it would threaten the cooperation between the two clans. The Andra clan could not break off their cooperation with the Alan clan because they still had to rely on the Alan clan in many aspects of cooperation. Secondly, the Alan clan had been helping the Andra clan all this time. If the Andra clan severed ties with the Alan clan, Shimei would definitely speak ill of the Andra clan outside and label them as ungrateful. If that was the case, the Andra clan would no longer be able to survive in the Scarlet Territory. The Andra clan had developed rapidly over the years, and they had offended many other Bloodian clans. Yi Shui understood this. Andre could not make many decisions on his own. After Yi Shui returned, Andre told him everything that had happened in the clan during this period. Yi Shui was already in a bad mood. Hearing Andre's description made his mood worse. The key was that he was the one who had suggested supporting the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves as a dependent species. Even if he wanted to blame someone, there was no one for him to blame. No matter how bad the current situation of the Andra clan was, they could still choose another dependent species. The Chaos Wind Demon Wolves had already jeopardized the clan's interests. There was no reason for the Andra clan to keep such a species. Andre, which species have the strength to replace the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves? Andre immediately knew that Yi Shui wanted to cripple the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Yi Shui's idea could be said to coincide with Andre's. Lord Yi Shui's white belly sound snakes and fire feather wild lions both have great potential. When the time comes, I will personally go to inspect them. The strength of these two species is about the same as the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. In fact, they are much stronger than the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves in some aspects. In particular, the bloodline of the fire-feathered wild lions is even stronger than that of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. This time, I will definitely choose a more obedient species than the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. Yi Shui raised his hand and rubbed his chin. This was Yi Shui's habit when he was thinking. Let's first select the species that are suitable to be dependent species. After the selection, we'll hold a meeting with the elders to discuss it. Then, bring 2 jars of blood wine that has been brewing for more than 8,000 years and visit Speaker Blackwing. Let the leaders of the newly chosen dependent species replace Feng Qing. In the Andra clan, no one hated the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves more than Andre. Lord Yi Shui, the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves sent someone over to seek forgiveness. Do you think there's a need for us to give them a chance? Yi Shui waved his hand. Chance? How can a chance be given so easily? The Elise clan didn't give us a chance. Before executing the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, tell them to scram and think about the past. Don't let them come to the Andra clan again, where they'll just be an eyesore. If there's such information in the future, don't let it reach my ears. You said before that Fan Lu hasn't replied yet. Meet him on my behalf and him that the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves can be handed over to him to manage. Their life and death depend on his emotions. No matter what, we must strive to make Fan Lu a member of the Andra clan. As long as Fan Lu becomes a member of the Andra clan, not only will the Lonely River's 4 major species no longer have any objections to the Andra clan, but they will even be of help to us. Yi Shui thought about it again and felt that it was really not suitable for him to meet Fan Lu personally as the leader of the Andra clan. If he personally went to see Fan Lu, it would be fine if Fan Lu agreed. If Fan Lu continued to stall, he would lose all his formidability. How could he lead the members of the Andra clan in the future? Fan Lu had rejected Andre previously because he knew that Feng Qing had given up on him despite him working hard to contribute to the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. His mindset had been skewed. However, after such a long time, Fan Lu must have thought things through. If Fan Lu refused again, there would only be one possibility, and that was that Fan Lu did not want to join the Andra clan. Joining the Andra clan was an excellent opportunity for Fan Lu. As a smart person, Fan Lu should be very clear that if he joined the Andra clan, it would stabilize the cooperation between the Andra clan and the Dark Pufferfish. Only then would the Dark Pufferfish take Fan Lu seriously. Otherwise, if he wanted to build a relationship with the Dark Pufferfish based on kindness, the relationship would definitely not last. Andre had been rejected by Fan Lu once before, so he did not think that Fan Lu would reject him again. He decisively accepted the mission Yi Shui had arranged for him. Andre had been working hard to become Yi Shui's trusted aide. During this period, he had worked extremely hard for Yi Shui. Now that Yi Shui treated Andre as a trusted aide, Yi Shui would specify for Andre to do many things. This made Andre extremely happy. Based on the current situation, he would soon become Andra clan's 3rd elder. After much consideration, Fan Lu decided to contact Lin Yuan first. There were some things that he needed Lin Yuan's opinion on in order to ensure that he would not make any mistakes. Coincidentally, Lin Yuan had given him so many rewards, so he had to thank him. Fan Lu tried to contact Lin Yuan through the thoughts letter paper and realized that he could no longer contact him. Fan Lu knew that Lin Yuan must have already left the Scarlet Territory. As such, he contacted him through the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower. Lord Lin Yuan, thank you very much for your gift. Now that the Andra clan wants to recruit me, should I accept their invitation? Lin Yuan knew that Fan Lu would definitely take the initiative to contact him after receiving the supplies from Winter. He had been waiting for news from Fan Lu. Chapter 2921, Kong Huan's Plea. As Lin Yuan had expected, the Andra clan had invited Fan Lu to become a member of the bloodlines. The Andra clan had cut off their connection with him and lost their friendship with the Alan clan. Deepening their relationship with the Lonely River's 4 major species became the best choice for them. It was the most reasonable choice for Fan Lu to become a bloodline through the Andra clan. Fan Lu, I arranged for you to become a member of the bloodlines. You should know the benefits of becoming a bloodline. You're the one negotiating with the Andra clan. You can use the Lonely River's 4 major species as bargaining chips to fight for your own benefits. When Fan Lu took out the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower to contact Lin Yuan, he waited beside it, hoping that he would be the first to see it when Lin Yuan sent him a message. Fan Lu was extremely excited that Lin Yuan had given him permission to accept the Andra clan's invitation to become a pure-blood bloodline. Knowing and confirming that he could become a bloodline brought out 2 completely different sets of emotions in him. However, Fan Lu was puzzled by Lin Yuan's arrangement. Lin Yuan wanted him to become a bloodline through the Undra clan because he wanted to be on good terms with them. However, if he used the Lonely River's 4 major species as a bargaining chip to obtain more benefits from the Undra clan, this would most likely anger the Undra clan. This would not be beneficial to his relationship with the Undra clan, and Lin Yuan definitely knew that. Fan Lu tentatively asked Lin Yuan, "Master, if I bargain with the Undra clan, it's very likely that they will be dissatisfied, and this will be detrimental to our future cooperation with them. Do you think I should curry favor with the Undra clan?" Lin Yuan immediately understood what Fan Lu meant and replied, "The Undra clan is just a springboard for you. My arrangements for you are not mainly tied to the Undra clan. You don't have to worry too much about their attitude towards you. Soon, you will leave the Undra clan. I will prepare a bigger stage for you." Lin Yuan's words exhilarated Fan Lu. Fan Lu had just left the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, and the Undra clan was already a behemoth to him. However, Lin Yuan had clearly told Fan Lu that the Undra clan was just a springboard. This springboard was too high. Fan Lu found it hard to imagine where he could jump with this springboard. It was obvious that Lin Yuan had never been to the Scarlet Territory before. During their conversation, Fan Lu had clearly realized that Lin Yuan had reached the Elisa clan through the Undra clan. Apart from the Undra clan, Lin Yuan had probably only interacted with the Elisa clan. A bloodline queen had just appeared in the Elisa clan. Lin Yuan's goal was the blood pool, which had the same amount of resources needed for that bloodline queen's evolution. The bloodline queen had already completed her evolution, and there was no further information from Lin Yuan. The meaning of this could not be more obvious. Only a queen clan like the Elisa clan was worthy of using the Undra clan as a springboard. Fan Lu suppressed his excitement and replied, "Lord, thank you for giving me such an opportunity. I will definitely not disappoint you." Lin Yuan smiled when he saw Fan Lu's message. He was very satisfied with Fan Lu's response. Lin Yuan had paved the way for Fan Lu and he knew how far Fan Lu could go on this path he had laid out for him. Fan Lu only needed to show that he was working hard. "Fan Lu, I didn't give you many resources this time. In the future, the Elisa clan's leader, Qin Yu, will provide you with the resources to increase your strength. You have to increase your strength as soon as possible after transforming into a bloodline. If I want to push you to become a member of the honor-absent parliament, it will be necessary for you to possess a certain level of strength. If you don't increase your strength, I won't be able to help you even if I am capable and willing to do so. When your strength increases, Pinnacle World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, the honor-absent parliament will definitely have a seat for you." Lin Yuan's every word struck Fan Lu's nerves, causing his soul to tremble even more. Lin Yuan's promise was a great opportunity for Fan Lu. Fan Lu had only been by Lin Yuan's side for a short period, but he was already on the cusp of becoming a member of honor-absent parliament. Feng Qing and Kong Huan, to whom Fan Lu had pledged allegiance, were both members of honor-absent parliament. If he became a member of honor-absent parliament, he would be of equal status to them. Fan Lu was about to transform into the kind of person he yearned to be. Fan Lu felt that he had not done enough to receive such a generous reward from Lin Yuan. If Fan Lu wanted to live up to Lin Yuan's reward, all he could do was follow the path that Lin Yuan had paved for him. Apart from excitement, Fan Lu was also nervous and afraid. He was afraid that he was not worthy of Lin Yuan's appreciation. Of course, Fan Lu was still looking forward to the future. He looked forward to his future development after becoming a member of the honor-absent parliament. At that time, he should have the capital to establish his own clan in the Scarlet Territory. As long as he worked hard for Lin Yuan, Fan Lu believed that Lin Yuan would not be stingy with giving him such an opportunity. On the way back, Lin Yuan asked Connie, Jin Chen, Lu Chen, and Lu Yao to search for traces of the Star Pirates. After discovering the Star Pirates, they were to get rid of them. To a certain extent, Lin Yuan's actions were equivalent to doing a good deed for the entire sky beyond the clouds. A well-established Star Pirate group would wipe out hundreds of millions of living beings in the sky beyond the clouds each year while plundering. To a certain extent, the influence of the Star Pirate group on the sky beyond the clouds was no less than that of the rat infestation. While cleaning up these Star Pirates, the resources they plundered became Lin Yuan's reserves for the development of Sky City. If someone told the Star Pirates that their resources were about to be plundered by other forces, these Star Pirates would not believe it at all. It snowed all year round in the cold mountainous area where the snow-covered foxes lived in the North Universe. The area was not suitable for other types of foxes to live. It was fine for the alluring foxes. The resources they needed to increase their strength had nothing to do with elements. The alluring foxes was a species that mainly cultivated their spirit and soul. It was enough to train the mind accordingly. Foxes that needed to absorb elemental energy, especially those that needed to absorb fire elemental energy, were not suitable to stay in the territory of the snow-covered foxes. However, if they were not in the territory of the snow-covered foxes, it would be very difficult for them to have any contact with the snow-covered foxes. Those dependent species that were not appreciated were living extremely poorly. Once they become a dependent species of the snow-covered foxes, it would be very difficult for them to break free. Kong Huan had led the alluring foxes to the North Universe. Because Lin Yuan had raised her bloodline to pinnacle alluring bones, she was able to take root in the territory of the snow-covered foxes. After a few months of development, the foxes under Kong Huan's command had become the noblest dependent species in this area. In the beginning, Kong Huan would often be called to the palace of the leader. Now, he would personally come to the territory of the alluring foxes to interact with Kong Huan. Putting on a show was a specialty of the alluring foxes. The snow-covered fox leader doted on Kong Huan more and more every day. Kong Huan had learned that this leader named Shui Kong was a new elite among the snow-covered foxes. With the lifespan of the snow-covered foxes, Shui Kong had already surpassed the Holy Spirit level before he reached middle age. There was still a high possibility that Shui Kong's strength would improve further. If the alluring foxes were not relying on Lin Yuan but Shui Kong, Kong Huan would definitely be very happy now. However, Lin Yuan was the one they were relying on, and she needed to fulfill all of Lin Yuan's requests. Under such circumstances, they would be in a tough spot if Lin Yuan's arrangements clashed with Shui Kong's. Kong Huan's life was in Lin Yuan's hands, so she would definitely listen to him. However, Shui Kong would not lose his sense of propriety just because she fawned on him. Once her actions threatened Shui Kong's interests, Shui Kong would feel betrayed and would not show mercy to her. If her bloodline could evolve from pinnacle alluring bones to alluring soul, she might be able to affect Shui Kong's emotions. At the thought of this, Kong Huan subconsciously placed her hand on her stomach. Kong Huan could feel that a life was being nurtured in her womb. This little life was a bargaining chip for her. However, it was far from time to use this bargaining chip. The stronger the snow-covered fox, the harder it was for them to have children. This especially applied to the snow-covered fox leaders. There were at least 1,000 female foxes that Shui Kong doted on, but none of them could give birth to a son or a daughter for him. If Shui Kong knew that she was pregnant with his child, he would definitely be overjoyed that his bloodline could now be passed on. Kong Huan did want Shui Kong to direct all his joy on the child. Instead, she wanted him to direct more joy on her. In order to do this, Kong Huan needed to plan more and increase her interaction with Shui Kong. More importantly, she wanted to raise his bloodline to alluring soul and use her bloodline to mesmerize Shui Kong. All foxes were very open-minded, especially the snow-covered fox leaders. Kong Huan did not expect to have pure love between her and Shui Kong. The foxes could easily obtain the love of others through their bloodline, so they did not subscribe to true love. Kong Huan had the jade that Winter had given her and could contact him if she landed in worst-case scenarios. Kong Huan felt that this was the most suitable time to contact Lin Yuan through Winter. If she could use this offspring to mesmerize Shui Kong, it would be equivalent to opening a channel for Lin Yuan in the Northern Universe. Even if Lin Yuan could not help her improve her bloodline, it was time for her to let Lin Yuan see her results after such a long time. For the next few days, Shui Kong would be using the coldness of the glacier to temper his body and would not come to Kong Huan. After Kong Huan communicated with Lin Yuan about the situation, she could face Shui Kong more calmly. Regardless of whether her bloodline could be improved, she had to find a suitable way to interact with Shui Kong. Kong Huan contacted Lin Yuan. In fact, Lin Yuan had already thought of contacting Kong Huan before coming to the Scarlet Territory. Before Lin Yuan went to the sky beyond the clouds, the only people he controlled were Fan Lu and Kong Huan. Lin Yuan had already contacted Fan Lu and given him significant help. However, Kong Huan and Lin Yuan were still out of contact. If not for the fact that there were too many things going on in the Scarlet Territory, Lin Yuan would have already contacted Kong Huan more than once. After all, Winter had clearly said that communicating through the jade would not consume much energy. These consumptions were not as fast as Winter's self-recovery. After greeting Lin Yuan, Kong Huan directly explained her situation and needs. Master, I've already explained the situation of the snow-covered foxes to you just now. I want to rely on this child to enter the upper echelons of the snow-covered foxes. I have to raise my bloodline to alluring soul. Otherwise, this leader might wipe out the alluring foxes out of loyalty to his offspring. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrow. Kong Huan's development speed in the Northern Universe was not inferior to Fan Lu's. She had actually established herself among the snow-covered foxes so quickly. Kong Huan treated her child as an opportunity. It was not difficult for Lin Yuan to help Kong Huan evolve her bloodline. He only needed to give a portion of his alluring fox bloodline to Kong Huan to absorb. Not to mention that his alluring fox bloodline came from Kong Huan. He had separated it through the body of all spirits so she could also absorb it directly. Apart from the bloodline, Lin Yuan also needed to provide Kong Huan with another batch of resources. Lin Yuan had asked Kong Huan to develop in the Northern Universe, so he definitely had to give her something in return. It was Lin Yuan's decision that Kong Huan gave up her status as a member of Honor Absent Palace and moved to the North Universe. Lin Yuan needed to be responsible for Kong Huan. Lin Yuan turned around and said, "Winter, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip to the North Universe." Winter said with a smile, "Young master, I happen to have something to do in the North Universe. I can deliver the supplies and finish these things along the way. I'll be back in 3 days by using mystic techniques. I can ensure that Kong Huan receives the bloodline and resources you bestowed in time." Lin Yuan replied to Kong Huan, "Kong Huan, you will be able to receive what you want in 3 days. Apart from improving your bloodline, I will also provide you with a batch of supplies so that you can accelerate the development of the alluring foxes. It's inconvenient to use the jade to communicate. Winter will give you a communication fey this time. You can communicate with me at any time through this communication fey." Fortune Treasure Palace wasn't just a faction in the East Universe of the sky beyond the clouds, it extended its influence across all 4 universes and had special honor guests there. Fortune Treasure Palace selected the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower as its chosen medium of communication due to its unique ability to transcend time and space. Chapter 2922, Frigid Frost Marrow. After Lin Yuan nurtured the first Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower the first time, he no longer focused on nurturing it. Lin Yuan had retracted his energy, but the entire 100 Questions Beast army was constantly nurturing the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower. The Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower Raymond had been raised to immortal breed and was able to communicate across universes. If Lin Yuan wasn't just one among many special honor guests at Fortune Treasure Palace, they wouldn't treat him the same as the others. In that case, he wouldn't need to bother Winter with this trip. He could simply ask Fortune Treasure Palace to teleport resources to Kong Huan. Lin Yuan's development in the East Universe had just begun, so he could not provide any more help to the alluring foxes. Lin Yuan had already told Kong Huan about this. Kong Huan was both happy and touched by Lin Yuan's words. To Kong Huan, it was very difficult to teleport resources across time and space. Since Lin Yuan had guaranteed that he would receive the resources within 3 days, he must have spent a lot of effort. Kong Huan had only asked Lin Yuan to help her evolve her bloodline. Apart from that, Lin Yuan had also taken the initiative to provide her with a batch of resources. Lin Yuan treated her much better than Xuekong did. Although Xuekong doted on him, he had yet to use his identity as the speaker to make her a member of North Universe's Heaven Guiding Palace's parliament. She had already made many open and hinted requests to Xuekong, but the latter had always brushed her off. Lin Yuan's answer gave Kong Huan a sense of security. Kong Huan could use Lin Yuan's help to fight with Xuekong and even control him. If Kong Huan were to plot against Xuekong alone, she was afraid that she would make a mistake and anger Xuekong. This might even result in her implicating all the alluring foxes. Until now, some people in the fox race still had their own schemes. This was because there were other alluring foxes who had also raised their bloodline to alluring bones. By evolving her bloodline to alluring soul, Kong Huan could truly suppress the alluring foxes and become their absolute leader. Only when the alluring foxes were united would they be able to obtain the greatest benefits from interacting with the snow-covered foxes. Otherwise, Kong Huan was afraid that she would be stabbed in the back by the alluring foxes while she was working hard for their future. After contacting Lin Yuan, Kong Huan only needed to quietly wait for him to provide her with resources to upgrade her bloodline. Kong Huan received the resources that Lin Yuan had provided for her and met Winter again. Winter's aura was even more oppressive than Xuekong's. This meant that Winter was probably stronger than Xuekong in terms of raw strength. Kong Huan racked her brains but could not figure out Lin Yuan's identity and which species he came from. Kong Huan would never treat Lin Yuan as a native of that Class 2 world. Kong Huan, who could not figure it out, stopped studying Lin Yuan's identity. She only needed to know that Lin Yuan was her master. Lin Yuan did not only control her but would also provide her with real resources. Kong Huan bowed deeply to Winter. "Lord Winter, thank you for coming all this way for the alluring foxes. These are the resources that we have recently gathered in the snow-covered foxes territory. I'll give these resources to you now. Kong Huan handed a spatial equipment to Winter while bowing to him. Kong Huan knew that Winter was Lin Yuan's true confidant. Regardless of whether Winter was in Lin Yuan's hands or was a free agent, Kong Huan wanted to use these resources to prove the speed of development of the alluring foxes since arriving at the North Universe. It proved to Lin Yuan that the alluring foxes were very capable and had obtained so many resources from the North Universe in such a short period. In fact, most of these resources were not obtained by the alluring foxes with their own abilities. The alluring foxes received them because of Shui Kang's affection for Kong Huan. As a genuine leader of the snow-covered fox clan, Shui Kang had an abundance of resources. Shui Kang was actually not very generous to Kong Huan. Shui Kang had many partners, and Kong Huan was only one of them. She was not even the most outstanding one. She could not even be ranked in the top 10. Some of Shui Kang's female fox partners had already reached the Holy Spirit level or even pinnacle Holy Spirit level. In spite of the eliteness of the alluring fox's bloodline, increasing their strength could increase the strength of their bloodline. The reason Kong Huan was so uneasy before communicating with Lin Yuan was that she was afraid that Shui Kang would only be temporarily interested in her. After her popularity passed, he would become cold towards her. Before her bloodline reached alluring soul, Kong Huan did not dare to try to capture Shui Kang's heart. Shui Kang's son in her womb was Kong Huan's greatest bargaining chip. Only by improving Kong Huan's bloodline could her bargaining chip unleash its full value. Compared to capturing Shui Kang's heart, Kong Huan wanted Lin Yuan to acknowledge her. On the surface, the alluring foxes were the snow-covered foxes' dependent species, but in reality, Lin Yuan was their master. Winter did not take the spatial equipment from Kong Huan and said in a slightly gentle tone, "The alluring foxes need resources now more than ever. Young master has given a large number of resources to the alluring foxes this time. Save your own resources for other uses. When I came, I observed the situation of the alluring foxes. I saw that the younger generation has been nurtured well. It shows that you've put in a lot of effort in your species development. Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower. Young master hasn't visited the North Universe to develop, so there's basically no need for him to take the initiative to look for you. If you encounter anything, you can directly report to young master through the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower, or report the situation here to young master every once in a while. The leaders of the snow-covered foxes are promiscuous when they are young but will eventually choose a mate to be their queen. If your bloodline advances to alluring soul, you can try to develop in this direction. You know better than me how to win the favor of a snow-covered fox leader. Apart from the things you need and numerous creator resources, young master also asked me to hand this drop of frigid frost marrow to you. It will definitely be extremely useful for your development among the snow-covered foxes." Kong Huan was very happy to hear Winter's words. Kong Huan was so happy at first because she had another chance to contact Lin Yuan. Although Lin Yuan was not looking for her, she could report to him every once in a while. Only by communicating could they deepen the relationship between master and servant. Kong Huan felt that she and the alluring foxes were not important, but Winter's words meant that Lin Yuan was interested in their future. That drop of frigid frost marrow was an ice-type treasure. Only a few drops were found in 100 million old glaciers. She was pregnant with a snow-covered fox descendant. Not only could she strengthen her physique by introducing the frigid frost marrow into her body, but her body would also gain ice and snow attributes. It could also nourish the child in her womb, increase the child's affinity with the ice and snow energy, and increase the innate coldness of the snow-covered foxes. A leader would indeed be happy to have a son, especially since this son was Shui Kang's first son. However, compared to having many children, Shui Kang hoped that his children would be extraordinary geniuses. The snow-covered foxes placed great importance on nurturing the younger generation. Every fox leader was proud to have powerful and talented offspring, and Shui Kang was naturally no exception. Kong Huan could already imagine how Shui Kang would react if she absorbed the frigid frost marrow and gave birth to an extremely talented son for him. She was not worried that Shui Kang's future nurturing would cause her child to be separated from her. There had always been a secret of the alluring fox clan, which was that the alluring fox clan could decide the gender of their offspring when nurturing one. Female alluring foxes had a high status, but each branch could only give birth to at most 3 female members. Male foxes worked as servants. This was very similar to the king blood jackals. However, the male blood jackals would at least have a chance to make a name for themselves. However, the male alluring foxes did not have such a chance at all. On this front, the snow-covered foxes and alluring foxes were complete opposites. Only males were eligible to become leaders, while females usually served as assistants to males. Kang Huan could use her bloodline to ensure that this child of hers was a male. Moreover, through the contract between her bloodline and the child, she would ensure that her child would always be closest to her. The alluring foxes had a glorious history. When they were at their most glorious, they were above many other foxes. This also included the extinct powerful fox species. Previously, Kang Huan had never come into contact with an alluring soul bloodline. After sensing its power from Lin Yuan, Kang Huan began to believe some of the records kept by the species. As the current leader of the alluring foxes, Kang Huan wanted to lead her species to continuous development. She would use the snow-covered foxes as a springboard to jump into a brighter future. The alluring foxes were best at charming people. Using other races as springboards could be said to be the most common method of the alluring foxes. Kang Huan took the frigid frost marrow from Winter and knelt on the ground with her head lowered at Winter's feet. "Thank you for your generous reward, Lord Lin Yuan. I will definitely lead the alluring foxes in creating a world for you. It's just that absorbing the frigid frost marrow requires nurturing from external forces. I hope you can help me complete the absorption of the frigid frost marrow so that its energy can be absorbed by the fetus in my womb. This way, the precious resource from Lord Lin Yuan won't go to waste." Winter looked down at Kang Huan, who was prostrating in front of him. Kang Huan's words were very interesting. In order to get his help, she even mentioned Lin Yuan's reward. Winter didn't feel offended by this. In fact, he felt a little impressed. The more Winter thought about it, the more it would help Lin Yuan to expand his territory in the North Universe. Lin Yuan had asked him to bring the marrow to Kang Huan because he wanted him to help her absorb it. Even if Kang Huan didn't say anything, he would help Kang Huan absorb the frigid frost marrow. Winter was quite satisfied with Kang Huan's development. He raised his hand and a wisp of cold air shot into Kang Huan's body from his fingertips. In an instant, Kang Huan felt that her internal organs had been frozen. Her mind, soul, and spirit were protected by this wisp of energy and were not affected at all. The frigid frost marrow in her hand fused into her body under the guidance of the cold air. Kang Huan's soul, mind, and spirit remained in this huge icehouse for an unknown period. When she woke up, she felt that her body had entered a completely new state. Kang Huan could not help but be fascinated by this ethereal state. The cold air had actually turned her bones into jade bones. Kang Huan subconsciously touched her abdomen. She could feel the sturdiness of the little creature in her there. Kang Huan knew that Winter had given her this opportunity. Just as Kang Huan stood up to thank Winter, she realized that he had disappeared. When the coldness on her body completely dissipated, Kang Huan felt a rancid smell drilling into her nose. Kang Huan looked down at her body and realized that there was a thick layer of grayish-black turbid matter attached to it. Kang Huan hurriedly went to wash up and change her clothes. After washing up, Kang Huan was stunned by the person in the mirror. The person in the mirror looked like her, but the skin, bone, temperament, and charm of the person in the mirror far exceeded her own. With a face like hers, even if her bloodline did not increase to alluring soul, Kang Huan was confident she could try to capture Shui Kang's heart. However, Kang Huan could not explain the changes in her body to Shui Kang. Before Shui Kang returned, Kang Huan had to complete her bloodline transformation. It was understandable that her facial features had become exquisite because of the metamorphosis of her bloodline. Kang Huan did not want Shui Kang to have doubts about her after he returned. Once Shui Kang suspected her, it would be very difficult for Shui Kang to truly love her. Kang Huan absorbed the blood essence that Lin Yuan had given her. 2 days later, when Kang Huan woke up again, a seductive beauty lingered in the room. Kang Huan's pinkish-purple eyes flickered slightly. As her eyes moved, Kang Huan almost captured her own heart. So this was the alluring soul bloodline. Only when one's bloodline reached alluring soul could they truly unleash the alluring fox's true strength. It was only now that her bloodline had reached alluring soul that Kang Huan felt like she had reached a higher level. Chapter 2923, Unparalleled Beauty Among the Foxes. Kang Huan carefully comprehended her bloodline first before scrutinizing her appearance. In terms of appearance and temperament, even Shui Kang's most favored women couldn't compare to her. Just as Kang Huan was about to take the fantasy crystal birthstone flower to communicate with Lin Yuan and express her gratitude, she discovered the spirit chi crystals and soul-type spiritual ingredients that Lin Yuan had stored in the spatial equipment. After a rough estimate, there were at least 30,000 spirit chi crystals. These spirit chi crystals were sufficient for her to enhance her strength and help the alluring foxes develop. Dealing with Xuekong was actually just the first step for the alluring foxes to establish a connection with the snow-covered foxes. As the alluring foxes continued to develop, it was inevitable that the female alluring foxes would marry a large number of male snow-covered foxes. By that time, the snow-covered foxes would become a force that the alluring foxes could rely on and use. Kong Huan's bloodline had evolved to alluring soul, giving her the ability to help her subordinates break through to alluring bone. Kong Huan possessed a strong sense of community and was very concerned about the development of her species. This trait of hers was also why Lin Yuan had taken a fancy to Kong Huan. As opposed to spending resources to support an expert, Lin Yuan was more willing to support the entire species. The value and benefits that a species could offer Lin Yuan outweighed those of what an expert could bring him. Kong Huan was very nervous when she contacted Lin Yuan through the fantasy crystal birthstone flower. She was well aware of Lin Yuan's temperament and was afraid that he would ignore her. She had only contacted Lin Yuan twice since she had been recruited by him. After contacting Lin Yuan, Kong Huan had been waiting on the sidelines. Soon, Kong Huan received a response to the message she had sent to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, Kong Huan, you don't have to be polite with me. You can use the resources I provide for you as you see fit. There's no need to conserve them. Lin Yuan, once you've used them up, I will find an opportunity to provide more for you. Upon seeing Lin Yuan's reply, Kong Huan felt a warm glow in her heart. Lord Lin Yuan was supporting the alluring fox's development. He was going to provide them with more resources in the future. Before Kong Huan could thank Lin Yuan again, he sent another message. Lin Yuan, Kong Huan, your bloodline should have been successfully enhanced, right? At alluring soul grade, it will be a little difficult to evolve further. Lin Yuan, for now, focus on your development within the snow-covered foxes, and don't worry about enhancing your bloodline. I will help you enhance it in the future. The reason Lin Yuan told Kong Huan it was difficult to improve her bloodline further was that he had previously tried to enhance it. However, Lin Yuan did not gain much from his evolution. If Lin Yuan wanted to improve his alluring fox's bloodline, it would take a long time, even with the body of all spirits. Kong Huan's bloodline had been enhanced with Lin Yuan's help. Under such circumstances, it would be extremely difficult for her bloodline to evolve by itself. Lin Yuan did not want Kong Huan to spend time and energy on things that may not be achievable. The most important thing for Kong Huan now was to expand Lin Yuan's territory in the North Universe according to Lin Yuan's request. Kong Huan was very smart and immediately understood what Lin Yuan meant. Kong Huan, rest assured, Lord Lin Yuan. I will definitely focus on the alluring fox's development and consider it my foremost duty at present. I will strive to let you be able to borrow the power of the snow-covered foxes within 3 years. Lin Yuan was very satisfied with Kong Huan's response. In terms of alertness, Kong Huan's level of alertness was not inferior to Fan Lu. She could clearly understand his intentions. Since Kong Huan had promised Lin Yuan, it was unlikely that she would break her promise and upset him. Lin Yuan, previously, I chose to make the alluring foxes relinquish their power in the East Universe and head to the North Universe to develop, causing your species to suffer a huge loss. Lin Yuan, I made such a request back then because I had my own considerations and concerns. I will definitely compensate for the losses you suffered in the East Universe in the future. Lin Yuan's words were a promise to Kong Huan and an acknowledgement of her efforts during this period. If he had not provided Kong Huan with resources, Lin Yuan's words might have seemed a little fake. However, he had provided Kong Huan with a large amount of resources and helped her gain a foothold within the snow-covered foxes now. What Lin Yuan had done was equivalent to helping Kong Huan take back the glory of the alluring foxes, especially since he had enhanced her bloodline to alluring soul. With Kong Huan's bloodline evolution alone, their development in the North Universe was bound to surpass that in the East Universe. Their development in the East Universe had had little to do with the time they had spent establishing themselves there, rather, it primarily depended on their strength. Improving the top combatants of the alluring foxes would allow them to live a better life. Kong Huan, thank you, Lord Lin Yuan, for taking our alluring foxes into consideration. We will certainly make the best use of our time to develop. Kong Huan, at present, I haven't encountered any resistance with the snow-covered foxes. However, if we face any obstacles in the future, I hope that Lord can lend a helping hand to us. Kong Huan had always been a thoughtful person. Now that her bloodline had evolved and she was pregnant with Xuekang's child, she believed that Xuekang would treat her better. However, Kong was not the only fox's leader within the snow-covered foxes. In the future, if the alluring foxes wanted to thrive within the snow-covered foxes, it would be necessary to interact with more than just Kong. If she encountered any trouble in the future, Kong Huan could only ask Lin Yuan for help. She believed that she had to say what she needed to say in advance. Kong Huan hoped that Lin Yuan would understand their difficulties within the snow-covered foxes. She didn't want Lin Yuan to perceive them as inadequate when she asked for his help in the future. Lin Yuan, of course. If you face any difficulties in the future, feel free to inform me. Lin Yuan did not chat with Kong Huan for long, and the latter also did not dare to waste too much of his time. After ending the communication with Lin Yuan, Kong Huan took advantage of the time before Kong returned to thoroughly address every aspect of the alluring foxes. Kong Huan had eliminated nearly 1/6 of the alluring foxes. She had long harbored intentions to eliminate these people but could not bear to do so. Despite their unwillingness to submit to her, they were still the species' inherent strength. However, the current rise of the alluring foxes had already become a sure bet, and prioritizing their stability outweighed the need to preserve their strength. Kong was very particular about ostentation. Before Kang's return, there would be a special ceremonial officer to inform the various dependent species. Every dependent species had to send a representative to welcome Kang's return. In the past, Kong Huan would casually send a few outstanding young female alluring foxes to welcome Kong. Due to the characteristics of their bloodline and the fact that Kong Huan was favored by Kong, the alluring foxes had become the target of public scrutiny. What Kong Huan had to do her best to keep the alluring foxes low-key so that they would not arouse disdain from the other fox species. However, as Kong Huan was preparing to seduce Kong, keeping a low profile would undoubtedly hinder Kong Huan's goal. Moreover, Kong Huan was pregnant with Kang's child. Once this matter was leaked, it would be impossible to keep a low profile. When Kang's first offspring was born, the snow-covered fox leaders would definitely announce it to the world and attract tens of thousands of foxes to pay homage. In that case, she might as well make a grand appearance and show off her charm when welcoming Kong. Kong Huan had been inquiring about Kang's preferences, and she learned that he actually did not like people who maintained a low profile. Kong liked female foxes who were generous. Kong Huan looked at herself in the mirror and began to dress up. In the past, she had always liked to wear gorgeous clothes, but now, her stunning face, paired with an enchanting demeanor and aura, would captivate all who beheld her. As opposed to gorgeous clothes, plain clothes were more suitable for Kong Huan now. Kong Huan knew exactly how to maximize the characteristics of her appearance. Dressed in a white dress without any makeup, she was a stunning beauty amidst the snowy landscape. Under normal circumstances, a dependent species would have to send at least 50 people to welcome a leader like Kong. Kong Huan selected 9 members of the alluring foxes who possessed exceptional beauty. However, standing beside Kong Huan, they merely appeared ordinary. If 9 ordinary-looking members of the alluring foxes were to stand beside Kong Huan, her striking appearance would make them seem noticeably out of place. Over the past few days, the alluring foxes had already become aware that Kong Huan's bloodline had undergone a metamorphosis. Apart from those who had been opposing Kong Huan and causing trouble for her, the other members were exceptionally happy about the evolution of her bloodline. Everyone in the alluring foxes was well aware that Kong Huan's bloodline evolution would bring about a better future for the species. As Kong Huan led the 9 alluring foxes to the palace where Kong lived, countless foxes were captivated by Kong Huan's presence. Due to the bloodline characteristics of the alluring foxes, Kong Huan's appeal wasn't limited to male foxes alone, even female foxes could be equally drawn to her. During this period, many people from other dependent species ran over to greet Kong Huan. Kong Huan maintained a lukewarm attitude toward these dependent species, albeit far less enthusiastic than before. Kong Huan had just arrived at the territory of the snow-covered foxes, so she naturally had to build a good relationship with the other fox species. Perhaps when she encountered something in the future, these other species would be able to lend a helping hand. Now that Kong Huan was thinking of controlling Kong, she naturally would not care about their dependent species. If she got too close to any dependent species during the process of interacting with Kong, it was very likely to bring disaster to them and would even incur Kong displeasure. Right now, these fox species members who were interacting with her were simply lusting after her body, nothing more. These people were too insignificant to the snow-covered foxes, and were not worthy of her effort. There were many dependent species who came to welcome Kong, but even among the crowd, Kong Huan was still the most eye-catching one. Even though Xuekang's phoenix had already appeared, many foxes still couldn't help but look at Kong Huan. Xuekang had always valued the attitude of his dependent species toward him. He had already observed that many of them were not making eye contact with him, which caused his expression to darken. Xuekang was not in a hurry to flare up. Instead, he looked in the direction of these gazes and immediately saw Kong Huan standing in the crowd. Kong Huan stood there in a white dress and looked at him with a smile. The few alluring foxes behind Kong Huan, who were dressed in vibrant colors, possessed exceptional beauty. Still, compared to Kong Huan, who was dressed in white, they paled in comparison and were not worth mentioning. Among Xuekang's companions, the majority were female snow-covered foxes. Xuekang tended to prefer members of his own species over outsiders. But now, the appearance and temperament of the female snow-covered foxes beside him had become inferior. Xuekang found it hard to shift his gaze away from Kong Huan to the extent that he had forgotten his displeasure with other dependent species earlier. Xuekang did not recognize Kong Huan at first. He only confirmed Kong Huan's identity after seeing the alluring foxes behind her. Kong Huan was the mate he had chosen. Previously, Xuekang's interest in her was merely fleeting, and he did not pay much attention to her. Now apart from Kong Huan, Xuekang could no longer tolerate anyone else. Xuekang had always done things as he pleased. As a leader, he had absolute autonomy. He stepped out of his phoenix carriage and walked towards Kong Huan. He extended his hand to invite Kong Huan to ride with him. This was an unprecedented encounter for Xuekang's companions. Xuekang's favored companions had developed strong hostility towards Kong Huan, but it was only as simple as hostility. Being on the receiving end of Xuekang's care, his favored companions would not dare to find trouble with Kong Huan. Instead, they worried that Kong Huan might cause them trouble. The charm of the alluring foxes could be transmitted through physical contact. The moment Kong Huan held Xuekang's hand, her alluring soul bloodline had already begun to subtly influence Xuekang, intensifying his desire to draw closer to Kong Huan and win her favor. The reason the alluring foxes could dominate the world previously was that their bloodline effects on other fox life forms would not be detectable. Despite having tens of thousands of companions, Xuekang felt nervous sitting next to Kong Huan, like a young child. He was at a loss for what to do. Kong Huan sat beside Xuekang and revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. She did not take the initiative to talk to him. She wanted to reshape her interaction with Xuekang. She wanted him to take the initiative. Chapter 2924 Evolving Fairy. Kong Huan had her own schemes in her heart. The alluring fox relied on their bloodline to manipulate emotions, allowing Kong Huan to obtain the greatest benefits from the interweaving endgame of emotions with Xuekang. Xuekang and Kong Huan's relationship seemed like a match made in heaven, but it was actually a scheme that Kong Huan had meticulously orchestrated in order to let the alluring fox find the protection of the snow-covered fox and use their power for their own benefit. Kong Huan could acutely sense a hint of turmoil in Xuekang's aura beside her, indicating that she had accomplished half of her goal. It was fine as long as Xuekang was interested in her. During her interactions with Xuekang, his feelings for her would inevitably deepen continuously. Lin Yuan was about to return to Sky City. He harbored no concerns regarding Kong Huan's situation at all. Firstly, as a superior, Lin Yuan had to have faith in Kong Huan's competence, given that he had chosen to place her in an important position. Furthermore, Lin Yuan had provided Kong Huan with everything that she needed and all of her requirements for development had been fulfilled. Under such circumstances, Lin Yuan would not be able to do anything if Kong Huan were to encounter any more problems. Lin Yuan had made huge strides in the development of the sky beyond the clouds. Before Sky City could stabilize its footing, Lin Yuan started to build Faith Country based on the actual situation in the sky beyond the clouds. Building the Faith Country had taken a lot of effort on all the members of Sky City. In the beginning, Lin Yuan had taken large strides to grasp the situation and challenge the core members of Sky City. During the decades of development in the main world, the core members of Sky City had grown accustomed to a life of comfort and had become lax. At present, Lin Yuan had yet to return to Sky City, but he believed that all the members in Sky City had entered their optimal state. Lin Yuan's initial bold steps did not indicate blind arrogance. On the contrary, he preferred to proceed with caution and stability. For a long time to come, Lin Yuan would develop his faction in the East Universe. Apart from investing in resources, Lin Yuan could not offer Kong Huan much help. Of course, if Lin Yuan could satisfy Kong Huan's resource needs, yet Kong Huan was not able to let the alluring fox gain a foothold in the North Universe, then their existence would hold no meaning for Lin Yuan. Spring, whose expression was steady, suddenly glanced in a direction, and Winter reacted the same way as Spring. Lu Chen, Lu Yao, Connie, and Jin Chen did not discover anything. However, they had already noticed the changes in Spring and Winter's expressions. They followed Spring and Winter's gaze and looked into the distance, trying their best to see what they had discovered. Spring and Winter took the lead in speaking to Lin Yuan. Young master, there's a special disturbance coming from the east and west, and it seemed to have connections with the fairies. It's most likely that a natural landscape is evolving to a fairy, or perhaps it's a breakthrough for a fairy seeking evolution. No matter what the reason is, I think it's necessary for us to go and take a look since we've discovered it. We're quite far away from this fairy. It's hard to sense it here. However, those species and factions that are closer will definitely be able to sense the aura and also rush over. Spring and Winter's words did not surprise Connie and Jin Chen much, but it shocked Lu Chen and Lu Yao. Despite their best efforts to investigate, Lu Chen and Lu Yao couldn't detect the slightest anomaly. This was equivalent to telling them that there was an insurmountable gap between them and Spring and Winter. Having witnessed Winter demonstrate his strength, Lu Chen and Lu Yao were able to assess and anticipate his abilities. Now, it seemed that Winter had not used his full strength when dealing with the both of them. Lin Yuan now understood the value of a fairy. The first fairy that Lin Yuan came into contact with was the one that helped begin Lady pass the Heavens trial. After passing the Heavens trial, she directly became an intermediate fairy. Lin Yuan could not help but be speechless. He did not expect that he would leave such an impression on Lu Chen and Lu Yao. As the leader of a large faction, he believed that his approach to handling matters was certainly not ruthless. While it was true that such an image would help the management of the faction members, Lin Yuan felt that there was no necessity to establish such an image. He did not wish for Sky City's superiors and inferiors to have such a relationship in the future. Lin Yuan personally stepped forward and helped Lu Yao up as he spoke to her in an extremely serious tone. You don't have to be so careful with me. All of you have now become my subordinates. From now on, you will join Sky City as Connie and Jin Chen did. As long as you refrain from actions that endanger Sky City and remain loyal to me, I will treat you with equal respect. While it's appropriate to be cold when dealing with those star pirates, but when dealing with my own people, I think you should be able to feel my sincerity. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, not only did Lu Chen and Lu Yao nod, but Connie and Jin Chen also nodded vigorously. They had been by Lin Yuan's side for such a long time that they could naturally sense his sincerity. From the perspective of a superior, Lin Yuan could be considered someone who treated his subordinates the best. Not only did he provide resources to Lu Chen and Lu Yao, but he also provided resources to their children. Lu Chen and Lu Yao's children would not be of any help to Lin Yuan, yet he chose to provide resources for them. Lu Chen and Lu Yao were aware that this was a gesture of respect towards them. Jin Chen had only recently become Lin Yuan's subordinate, yet he had already obtained a large number of spirit chi crystals, which he could not have obtained with his own ability alone. Jin Chen could use these spirit chi crystals and vitality to enhance his bloodline without needing to resort to killing his own kind to do so. Among the four of them, Connie was definitely the one who had benefited the most from Lin Yuan. Connie's bloodline had been successfully enhanced with Lin Yuan's help, and her strength had risen from the pinnacle of the World Emperor/Divine Kingdom to the Holy Spirit level. The King Blood Jackal could be considered kings in the wilderness of the north of the Lonely River. However, once they ventured into other areas, not only would they not be able to become kings, but they would also face challenges in their survival. Back then, if the King Blood Jackal could thrive in other areas, Connie would not have let them relocate to a god-forsaken place like the north of the Lonely River. Lu Chen, Lu Yao, Connie, and the others all expressed their loyalty to Lin Yuan. At this moment, they felt a sense of belonging to Lin Yuan. It was not easy for the four of them to obtain a sense of belonging. During Lin Yuan's conversation with them, he didn't delay the journey. After traveling in the direction indicated by Spring and Winter, Lu Chen and Lu Yao's faces showed expressions of astonishment. At present, Lu Chen and Lu Yao were also able to sense the aura emitted by the intermediate fairy. Apart from its aura, Lu Chen and Lu Yao also sensed a large number of people gathering here. Among them, there was no lack of auras emitted by Holy Spirit experts. Judging from it, it was evident how many factions had their eyes set on the intermediate fairy. At this point, Spring and Winter could already confirm that there wasn't a natural landscape that was about to transform into an intermediate fairy. Instead, it was a lower fairy desperately trying to evolve. A lower fairy must have encountered difficulties to be evolving here. Otherwise, there was really no need for a lower fairy to take risks in an unfamiliar environment. Fairies should know very well that their bodies were a huge treasure. They were very careful about their own safety. Spring and Winter sensed carefully and could confirm that there was only the aura of one fairy here. This meant that no members of the fairy institution were present. Spring and Winter exchanged glances, and from the expressions in their eyes, they could confirm that they had made the same assumptions. Winter said to Lin Yuan, "Young master, the people from the fairy institution haven't arrived here yet. The fairy institution has the means to detect the location of the fairies. It is a method closely related to bloodlines that can't be concealed. The fairy institution's headquarters is in the West Universe, but there are also fairy institution factions scattered in the East Universe. I suggest that we take this fairy away before the fairy institution arrives. As long as we can take this fairy away without anyone knowing, we can push the blame to the other factions present." Chapter 2925 The Disappearing Emerald Lady. At any time, there was always a risk in seeking opportunities. Letting these factions be punished by the fairy institution to take the blame for him could be considered making the most of the situation. Winter had never been concerned about the life and death of other factions and species. As an old fellow who had crossed countless eras, Winter possessed a transcendent understanding of life and death. Lin Yuan raised his brows and acknowledged Winter's words. Indeed, it would be better to find an opportunity to take this lower fairy away instead of staying and fighting with so many factions to contend for it. With Spring and Winter by his side, even if the fairy institution arrived, Lin Yuan believed that they would not be able to compete with him. However, Lin Yuan did not want to clash with the fairy institution. Based on Lin Yuan's understanding of the Begin Lady and Celestial Sight, he held a good impression of the fairies. He believed that each fairy's previous form was a blissful haven. If it could cooperate with the fairy institution in the future, it would definitely bring great benefits to Lin Yuan. Winter, your suggestion is not bad. Let's do this according to your suggestion. Winter bowed to Lin Yuan and said softly, "Young master, let Spring protect you here. You don't have to go forward anymore. Let me go and bring over the lower fairy that's about to evolve." His lower fairy's aura is very chaotic, and there are several energy fluctuations near it. It's likely that the fairy is engaged in battle with someone or being plotted against. Lin Yuan had helped Begin Lady and Celestial Sight pass the Heavens trial, so he was well aware of how dangerous it was for a fairy. When a fairy went through the Heavens trial, they would try their best to seek protection from the outside world to successfully pass. While being harassed, it was impossible to pass the Heavens trial. Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "In that case, I'll wait for you here. If that lower fairy is in danger, you might as well lend a hand to help it." Upon hearing this, Winter raised his hand and formed a hand seal. A crescent-shaped ice mirror appeared in front of Lin Yuan. The ice mirror displayed Winter's perspective, and Lin Yuan could clearly see all his movements reflected in the mirror. This experience was rather novel to Lin Yuan. Lu Chen, Lu Yao, Connie, Jin Chen, and the others all broke out in cold sweat for the other factions who had their eyes set on this fairy. Should this fairy really be under attack now, prompting investigation by the fairy institution, then it suddenly disappeared, the factions present would certainly pay for the fairy institution's anger. There was no doubt about this. As powerful life forms, they all knew the benefits of a fairy to a faction, especially a fairy that was about to evolve into an intermediate fairy. However, no one would choose to attack a fairy unless it was absolutely necessary. Apart from being afraid of the power of the fairy institution, it was mostly because they didn't want to interfere with a fairy. For a fairy, besides the considerable danger of evolving its bloodline, the opportunity for bloodline evolution was equally rare. Once lost, it would be difficult to obtain it again. Emerald Lady had been resisting tenaciously as if she had gone mad. Her resistance had completely infuriated the experts of the Evil Forest Tiger. These Evil Forest Tiger experts launched one attack after another at Emerald Lady, indicating a clear intent to kill her. The leader of Evil Tiger Forest was prepared to kill Emerald Lady after confirming that she refused to cooperate and didn't leave any room for negotiation. However, such behavior was clearly something that those sparrows were unwilling to see. If the people from the Evil Forest Tiger killed Emerald Lady, wouldn't the other factions' efforts be in vain? A dead fairy was far less valuable than a living fairy. Emerald Lady had already suffered some injuries to her body. If she sustained more injuries, the other factions may not be able to help Emerald Lady pass the Heavens trial and let her evolve into an intermediate fairy. At this moment, various factions chose to intervene, determined not to let the Evil Tiger Forest harm Emerald Lady any further. Apart from helping Emerald Lady get rid of the people from Evil Forest Tiger, it was also crucial to calm Emerald Lady's emotions as much as possible. The evil forest tigers were really stupid. Even if they had to employ some methods to capture Emerald Lady, they definitely shouldn't have targeted her vulnerabilities. This way, even if they really managed to control Emerald Lady, they wouldn't be able to convince her to work for the evil forest tiger in the future. The people of the evil forest tiger realized that other factions might become aware of the existence of Emerald Lady and that there might be other factions waiting in the wings, like mantises hunting cicadas while sparrows watch. Capturing Emerald Lady, a fairy with special abilities, was something that the evil forest tiger had been researching for the past 300 years. One of the evil forest tiger branches was attacking Emerald Lady, while the other 5 branches remained hidden in the dark, preparing to wait for the sparrows to step forward and intimidate them. The commotion had escalated. The members of the evil forest tiger were really afraid that the fairy institution's people would suddenly appear. All the factions present treated the evil forest tiger as mantises, but little did they know that they also regarded the people from other factions in the same light. The factions bold enough to target the evil forest tiger would all become resources for them. In order to fight for Emerald Lady, the major factions engaged in a fight. The scene was very chaotic. Upon seeing this scene, Emerald Lady's despairing expression intensified. She was very regretful, as she did not expect such a serious consequence because of her negligence. In her heart, the heavenly pool that grew on her was like her own child. Emerald Lady had been using her roots to nourish the heavenly pool. If it weren't for her nourishment of the heavenly pool, Emerald Lady could have evolved to a lower fairy at least 10,000 years earlier. After the heavenly pool became a lower fairy, its abilities will establish a cycle with Emerald Ladies. This cycle would be beneficial to both sides. Just as Emerald Lady was in a state of despair, an inconspicuous snowflake descended from the sky and landed on her body. Right on the heels of that, an astonishing energy erupted from within the snowflakes, and Emerald Lady was sucked into the snowflakes. The moment she was sucked into the snowflake, all the factions pounced on the snowflake. However, the snowflake had actually disappeared silently under the eyes of all the factions. The aura emitted from Emerald Lady's body was still lingering in the world, but she was no longer there. The major factions present were not fools. They knew very well that this situation had occurred because an expert had used some special method to take Emerald Lady away. The power in the snowflakes didn't come from Emerald Lady, and it most likely didn't come from a fairy. Otherwise, the aura would not be so murderous. The moment the snowflake released its aura, everyone present had a feeling that if they did not dodge the aura released by the snowflake, they would definitely be frozen by it. Its aura had already surpassed the level that everyone present could imagine. Emerald Lady was taken away by an expert in this way. Everyone present had no intention of continuing the fight. Without sufficient benefits, all battles were meaningless. However, it was clearly too late for the people from the major factions to escape. Chapter 2926, Arrival of the Fairy Institution. The entire sky suddenly darkened. However, what caused the sky to darken was not the thick rain clouds, but the monstrous yellow sand that covered the sky. The yellow sand emitted a thunderous aura, but it did not affect the environment at all. On the contrary, it had a certain nourishing effect on the environment. The factions that dealt with the fairies in the East universe were no strangers to this monstrous yellow sand. This was the ability of one of the higher fairies stationed in the East universe by the Fairy Institution. This higher fairy had already lived for 3 years and was exceptionally powerful. It was said that this higher fairy was formed from a desert and was one of the few intermediate fairies who were good at attacking. The major factions present looked at the yellow sand in shock. They did not expect the Fairy Institution to arrive so quickly. Unfortunately, if the people from the Fairy Institution had arrived a moment earlier, Emerald Lady would not have been taken away by the snowflakes. The fact that the Emerald Lady was taken away by the snowflakes in front of so many people was unbelievable to the Fairy Institution. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. The lingering aura of the Emerald Lady remained, though her presence was no longer there. The people from the Fairy Institution would definitely vent their anger on the factions present. The only way for the major factions present to save themselves was to flee in all directions. It was unlikely that there would be too many people from the Fairy Institution. It seemed like there would only be 2 higher fairies at most. The Fairy Institution had no way of keeping everyone here, hence if anyone got caught by them, it would be purely bad luck on their part. Not only would they be unlucky, but their faction would also suffer fierce retaliation from the Fairy Institution. Among the factions present, none were in a more awkward position than the Evil Forest Tiger. If the other 5 branches of the Evil Forest Tiger hadn't emerged just now, only one branch of the Evil Tiger Forest would be present, and they would still have a chance of escaping amidst the chaos. Now that the evil forest tiger's 6 branches were all gathered here, the chances of escaping were minuscule. As long as one of them was captured by the fairy institution, the entire evil forest tiger would not be able to escape punishment. In the sky beyond the clouds, it was not difficult to find the faction behind an individual because it often had ties to the individual's bloodline. It was precisely because of this reason that the experts from the major factions present were so flustered. Compared to their own deaths, these experts were more afraid that the species and factions behind them would be implicated. The originally condensed yellow sand in the sky fell like raindrops. Every life form present seemed instinctively drawn to the sand, much like magnets. The yellow sand formed a layer of sand on the surface of these life forms, directly imprisoning them on the spot. However, the yellow sand did not stop moving. It would flow into the bodies of these life forms through their pores and 7 apertures, cutting off their vitality from the inside out. The method was abnormally ruthless. This was in line with the fairy institution's attitude toward those factions and individuals who posed a threat to the fairy institution or the fairies. In the sky, a handsome male fairy with short yellow hair was furiously urging the rain of sand to descend. The reason why the sandstorm covered such a wide area was because this male fairy had activated his roots right from the start, increasing the destructive power of the sand rain through his bloodline. From the very beginning, this male fairy harbored the intention of killing everyone present who dared to target Emerald Lady. However, his expression gradually became solemn because he realized that he couldn't sense the Emerald Lady's existence. The atmosphere there clearly still had the dense aura of the Emerald Lady. She was about to face the heavens trial and transform her bloodline into an intermediate fairy. Regardless of whether Emerald Lady was dead or had fallen into the hands of some faction, both outcomes deeply agitated Sandabis, causing him to be on the verge of going berserk. At this moment, a figure out of thin air appeared beside Sandabis. The figure emanated an abnormally thick aura, like a lofty mountain. The aura emanating from this figure was different from the vibrant vitality exuded by Emerald Lady. It was heavy and suppressive, like a desolate mountain. Sandabis, when we do things in the East Universe, we have to take into account the reputation of the Supreme Palace. It's not appropriate for you to activate your root power. Otherwise, hundreds of thousands of kilometers will turn into a desert within 7 years. Countless life forms will perish because of you. This goes against the standards of conduct upheld by our fairy institution. Emerald Lady and I are transformed from natural landscapes of the same kind. Although we represent 2 extremes, I can investigate Emerald Lady and confirm her current situation. She was besieged by so many factions present, and she had also used her root power to manifest her fairy statue. Emerald Lady's lifespan has likely reached its end. You should grieve but not excessively. At this crucial moment, for Emerald Lady to continue depleting her root power solely for the sake of the heavenly pool that she nurtured back then is an exceedingly irresponsible and willful act. As an adult fairy, she has to pay the price for her decision. This does not just apply to Emerald Lady, but also us. This was the first time Sandabis had heard his old friend Deep Mountain speak so much. Sandabis understood very well that Deep Mountain had done so to comfort him. Deep Mountain knew about his relationship with Emerald Lady. It could be said that Emerald Lady had grown up under Sandabis's protection. From the moment Emerald Lady became a fairy, Sandabis had fallen in love with her at first sight. Due to Sandabis' strong desire to control, he also possessed a strong desire to control Emerald Lady, whom he had fallen in love with at first sight. Even the heavenly pool that Emerald Lady had always cherished and nurtured within herself made Sandabis dissatisfied. Sandabis regretted interfering with Emerald Lady back then. If he hadn't interfered, Emerald Lady might not have ended up like this. Deep Mountain, you have to help me find traces of the Emerald Lady. I don't believe that these people here can kill her in such a short period of time. They don't have it in them. As long as I find traces of Emerald Lady, I'll help her complete her transformation even if I have to expend my root power. Deep Mountain's expression darkened. Sandabis, as one of the 5 envoys of the fairy institution stationed in the East Universe, your actions are jeopardizing your own interests. It doesn't conform to the development guidelines of the fairy institution. You should know very well how much root power you need to use to help Emerald Lady survive the heavens trial if she's really still alive. In the short term, the effects of consuming these roots may not be evident. However, when you have the next opportunity to transform your bloodline, it will pose a barrier, hindering your potential for further evolution in the future. Our fairy institution set such rules because we have too many precedents. It's best if you don't make a mistake. You're the one with the highest chance of breaking through and becoming the fairy king among the 5 of us. If you want to use your bloodline power to help Emerald Lady, I'll stop you." Deep Mountain was unusually serious when he said this. He did not want his good brother Sand Abyss to make a mistake. If Sand Abyss really used his root power to save Emerald Lady, how would Emerald Lady survive in the fairy institution in the future? Sand Abyss was not someone who could not distinguish between what was important and what was not. As long as he gave Sand Abyss some pointers, Sand Abyss would give up on this idea. While speaking to Sand Abyss, Deep Mountain had already injected his root power into the ground under his feet and began to sense Emerald Lady. Deep Mountain treated Emerald Lady as his younger sister, so he more or less had a good impression of her. Even if Deep Mountain was indifferent, he did not want anything to happen to Emerald Lady. However, no matter how hard Deep Mountain searched, he could not find any traces of Emerald Lady. This angered him and caused him to use the heavy pressure from the ground to crush many fellows who had already fled far away. Lin Yuan's location was extremely far away, so Winter put Emerald Lady into the snowflakes that he had condensed using his innate coldness. Unless someone with strength similar to Winter or who happened to be able to see through Winter's innate coldness appeared, it would be practically impossible to discover Emerald Lady trapped in the snowflakes. Winter used the innate coldness in the snowflakes to smoothen Emerald Lady's bloodline and root power, which had become chaotic due to excessive stimulation. His actions immediately made Emerald Lady realize that the owner of the snowflakes was kind to her. Emerald Lady had now completely calmed down. Although she felt sadness in her heart, she was also clear that her impulsiveness had passed, and she had survived. Certainly, she had to face the Heaven's trial. What she had to do was to try her best to ensure that she could survive the Heaven's trial and become an intermediate fairy. Emerald Lady could guess that Sand Abyss would definitely avenge her when he arrived. Those fellows who targeted her and even cut off her pool's future path would receive the punishment they deserved. Winter rushed in front of Lin Yuan and waved his hand. Frost spread in all directions with Lin Yuan in the center, completely isolating his aura from the outside world. He crushed the snowflake containing the Emerald Lady, and her figure appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan could acutely sense that Emerald Lady was in an extremely bad state, but her bloodline was constantly trying to activate the energy of heaven. If not for Winter isolating Emerald Lady's aura, the Heaven's trial could have descended at any moment. Emerald Lady looked at Lin Yuan's group with a defeated expression and did not speak immediately. Even if Winter had just helped her calm down the bloodline in her body, she could not immediately determine if they were friends or foes. From the Emerald Lady's point of view, all the people who captured her should be classified as foes. Lin Yuan took a step forward and used Morbius True Data to check on Emerald Lady before speaking seriously. In your current condition, you need to absorb a large amount of pure spirit qi. Not only that, but you also need to absorb wood element energy to nourish your bloodline. Otherwise, even if we're willing to help you in Heaven's trial later, the benefits you obtain will be greatly reduced. I'm sure you don't want this to happen. No matter what, you have to take responsibility for your future. Winter had brought Emerald Lady to Lin Yuan so that she could become his subordinate. Winter was a very smart person and knew how to help Lin Yuan subdue the Emerald Lady. Emerald Lady was most likely most concerned about the heavenly pool that had its ley lines cut off and its water contaminated with various toxins. To others, helping restore the future of this heavenly pool may seem extremely difficult, but for Lin Yuan, it is remarkably simple. As a natural landscape, even if the heavenly pool's roots were cut off, it still possessed an extremely strong self-recovery ability. As long as he provided the root power needed by the heavenly pool would self-repair. To the heavenly pool, root power consisted only of pure spirit qi and water element energy. Lin Yuan could provide these things for the heavenly pool. Winter deliberately inquired about the heavenly pool's situation to provide Lin Yuan with an opportunity to bring Emerald Lady under his wing, as it was too dangerous to forcefully keep a fairy. Setting aside loyalty concerns, if the fairy were to contact the fairy institution would definitely not let the matter rest. Winter had already informed Lin Yuan of the information he had found out. Lin Yuan did not immediately mention the situation of the heavenly pool. Even if he were to do so, it would be more appropriate to wait until Emerald Lady passed the Heaven's trial. Lin Yuan handed spatial equipment to Emerald Lady. At present, we should be like enemies to you. You've caused a huge commotion here. We naturally have to come over to take a look. If it weren't for our help, you know what would have happened to you now. We are both plunderers and saviors to you. I think the resources in this spatial equipment should be enough to show our goodwill. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Emerald Lady's eyes flickered slightly. She did not consider Lin Yuan and his group to be her saviors. If they were really her saviors, they could have stayed behind after helping her and waited for the fairy institution to arrive. By that time, the fairy institution would naturally reward them heavily. Yet, the group of people in front of her hadn't done so because they were interested in her identity as a fairy and wanted to control her. As opposed to saviors, it should be more accurate to say that they were plunderers. If not for the fact that she really needed help now, Emerald Lady wouldn't even want to try to discern whether the individuals before her were acting out of goodwill or malice. Emerald Lady took the spatial equipment and examined it. She was shocked by the resources inside. She was well aware of her situation, and she didn't actually have high expectations for her evolution to an intermediate fairy. With her current state, even if she returned to the fairy institution, they would most likely give up on her after weighing the pros and cons. Those intermediate and higher fairies wouldn't possibly use their own root power to help her. The rule of the fairy institution was to prioritize the protection of higher fairies as much as possible to ensure their combat power. However, in terms of resources, lower fairies could use them to increase the strength of the fairy institution. The fairy institution had a quota for the resources provided to every lower fairy. Yet, the creator resources accumulated in the spatial equipment given to her by this young man in front of him exceeded all the resources the fairy institution had provided after her transformation into a fairy. Chapter 2927, Emerald Lady's Submission. After inspecting the resources of this spatial equipment, Emerald Lady felt that the spatial equipment in her hand had become more valuable. With just the resources in the spatial equipment, she could replenish all her consumption. The fact that the people in front of her were willing to give her this spatial equipment made them appear as kind existences in Emerald Lady's eyes. Emerald Lady needed these resources very much, but she didn't immediately put them away and use them. She knew very well that the resources surely came with a price. Using these resources meant she needed to repay the group of people before her. Emerald Lady didn't know what this group of people wanted her to do. You have provided me with so many creator resources. What do you need me to do? My abilities may be unique, but clearly, they cannot create this much value. As a member of the fairy institution, I will never betray the fairy institution and let you use me to control more fairies. Emerald Lady looked at Lin Yuan warily. The group of people before her had brought her there from the encirclement of the major factions using a method that she had never heard of before. If it was for her sake alone, the price was really too high. Previously, she had heard that some fairies were controlled by evil factions. They would use the controlled fairies to attack more fairies. The Emerald Lady would rather give up her life than do such a thing. Lin Yuan could see the wariness in Emerald Lady's eyes. It was normal for her to be wary of him. If the Emerald Lady did not guard against him at this moment, wouldn't she be a fool? Lin Yuan did not explain much to Emerald Lady. Instead, he released Begin Lady and Celestial Sight from the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Certainly, some things were easier for fellow fairies like Begin Lady and Celestial Sight to convey to Emerald Lady. As a fairy, Emerald Lady would also be more likely to listen to the Begin Lady and the Celestial Sight. In terms of bloodline, the Begin Lady's bloodline was higher than Emerald Lady's. Fairies were very obedient to bloodlines. Using Celestial Sight as an example, it was extremely obedient to Begin Lady. Emerald Lady hadn't expected that two fairies would suddenly appear by Lin Yuan's side, and one of them had a bloodline that surpassed her own. Before Lin Yuan had summoned Begin Lady and Celestial Sight, he had already communicated with them. Begin Lady's heart ached for Emerald Lady. Upon sensing Emerald Lady's state, she used her root power to nourish her. As an underground river that had nurtured countless life forms, Begin Lady's root power was extremely healing. While there was a fundamental difference between this healing ability and Emerald Lady's healing ability, they could complement each other to some extent. As Begin Lady helped the Emerald Lady nourish her damaged roots, she conversed with her. Celestial Sight chimed in from time to time. It did not take long for Lin Yuan to notice that Emerald Lady's hostility toward him had decreased significantly. Despite maintaining a certain level of vigilance, Emerald Lady has begun to warm up to Begin Lady, who was willing to expend root power to help her. I'm Begin Lady, and you're Emerald Lady. Our names are fated. Sister Emerald Lady, my path to becoming a fairy is much more difficult than yours. If it weren't for young master's help, I would have died in heaven's trial. Celestial Sight was also supported by young master like me. Young master sensed your aura and brought you here, but he won't force you to do anything you don't want to do. Now is not the time to talk about anything else. Use these resources to reach your optimal state as soon as possible so that you can welcome the heaven's trial. We'll talk about the rest after your bloodline evolves. After she finished speaking, Begin Lady busied herself helping Emerald Lady and placed the resources in the spatial equipment in front of her. Begin Lady was exceptionally earnest in persuading Emerald Lady about the matter. Given her understanding of Lin Yuan, if Emerald Lady remained stubborn and refused to express any intention of surrendering to Lin Yuan, he would not keep helping her. No one would help a person who was wary of them for no reason, especially if they had to invest such a huge amount of resources. Of course, Lin Yuan wouldn't continue to help Emerald Lady indefinitely. However, if Emerald Lady clearly refused to join, he probably wouldn't bother her either. Based on Emerald Lady's attitude toward Lin Yuan's resources, Begin Lady could come to a conclusion. The resources that Emerald Lady had previously used in the Fairy Institution could not compare to the resources that Lin Yuan had provided. Wouldn't joining Lin Yuan be an opportunity for Emerald Lady? Begin Lady and Celestial Sight had said everything that needed to be said, so she would let Emerald Lady think for herself. After hearing the Begin Lady and Celestial Sight's persuasion, Emerald Lady's attitude toward Lin Yuan had subtly changed. Being acknowledged by two fairies like this, the group before her surely couldn't be bad people. Since the other party was willing to provide her with such abundant resources, it would indeed be extremely beneficial for her to join this faction. As highly intelligent life forms, fairies were capable of contemplating their future. Through the resources that Lin Yuan had provided for her, Emerald Lady had confirmed that her growth here would be much faster than in the Fairy Institution. As the Emerald Lady absorbed the resources provided by Lin Yuan to stabilize her damaged bloodline, she spoke to Lin Yuan with an extremely serious expression. Before discussing whether or not I want to join you, I would like to tell you about my abilities. I'm transformed from 100 million years of green mountains. Originally, ordinary natural landscapes like green mountains don't have the chance to transform into fairies. When I was still a natural landscape, I encountered many great opportunities. It was these great opportunities that allowed me to grow. I transform into a fairy much slower than other natural landscapes, yet my talent is by no means lacking. However, in terms of abilities, mine are rather limited. I can only enhance the growth and evolution speed of plant-type life forms. This makes it impossible for me to contribute much to the Fairy Institution with my abilities. I can say that I'm not good at fighting at all. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been controlled by those evil people from the start. Emerald Lady's description of her capabilities was very objective, she didn't exaggerate her capabilities. When she first became a fairy, Emerald Lady was treated as a genius in the Fairy Institution. Later, because of her ability, she was moved out of the core circle. These two matters had a huge impact on Emerald Lady, to the extent that she began to feel inferior. What Emerald Lady was unaware of was that Lin Yuan already knew about her ability. The reason Lin Yuan valued her so much was precisely because of her ability. The most precious thing in the Faith Country was food, and the Faith Country had developed too quickly. Even if they kept nurturing soldier ration radishes, their production was too low, and they could not keep up with the development of the Faith Country. Soldier ration radishes also could not be nurtured blindly as they had their own lifespan. If the Emerald Lady was willing to submit to Lin Yuan, he would bring her to Sky City and let her nurture the soldier ration radishes. In that case, the Faith Country would no longer need to worry about food and clothing, and the speed of development of the Faith Country would not need to decrease. Emerald Lady's ability solved a fundamental problem that Lin Yuan urgently needed to solve. This made her ability extremely important to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan said directly, "You don't have to be so pessimistic about your ability. To me, your ability is extremely important. If you join me, you will feel a sense of accomplishment because of your ability in the future. I will also be responsible for the subsequent improvement of your bloodline and strength. I can't give you much time to think here. I hope you can immediately respond to me after passing the Heavens trial. If you're unwilling to join me, I won't force you. I'll let you leave and return to the Fairy Institution." Begin Lady knew Lin Yuan well, and he would not be a good person for no reason. At most, he would help Emerald Lady survive the danger like he was doing now. He would not invest more resources in her. The existence of a fairy could benefit an area. Lin Yuan would treat his investment in Emerald Lady's resources as a good deed. Even though Lin Yuan had become increasingly decisive along his journey, his original intention had remained unchanged. Emerald Lady nodded at Lin Yuan and began to absorb the resources silently. Although Emerald Lady did not give Lin Yuan an answer, she had already made up her mind. She had already decided to join Lin Yuan. On one hand, it was indeed because of the resources that Lin Yuan had invested in her. Emerald Lady needed these resources to grow quickly. On the other hand, Emerald Lady also wanted to experience the sense of accomplishment her bloodline could bring her. Lin Yuan let Emerald Lady recover her roots in advance so that her body could better withstand the benefits that would be bestowed at the end of the Heaven's trial. He did not need Emerald Lady to use her strong body to deal with this Heaven's trial. Back then, even White Speak was able to help begin Lady resist the Heaven's trial. Now, with spring and winter, resisting the Heaven's trial was naturally nothing difficult. Spring and winter sensed the aura of a fairy approaching them from afar, so they suggested to Lin Yuan, "Young master, the people from the fairy institution are rushing towards us. I'm sure that the people from the fairy institution won't discover any traces of Emerald Lady. But if they keep rushing here, they'll meet sooner or later. If we don't want to have a conflict with the fairy institution, we have to leave this place." Winter did not send a voice transmission to Lin Yuan, allowing Emerald Lady to hear him clearly. He was forcing Emerald Lady to make a choice. Lin Yuan nodded. If the people from the fairy institution were rushing toward him, Lin Yuan would indeed need to bring Emerald Lady with him. Lin Yuan said helplessly to Emerald Lady, "Previously, I wanted to wait until you finished the Heaven's trial. Now, it seems that you have to make a decision in advance. If you decide to join me, we will take you out of here. If you want to return to the fairy institution, you can just wait here for the people from the fairy institution to arrive. After we leave, your aura will be able to spread out." Emerald Lady had a feeling that Lin Yuan was testing her and was joking. Lin Yuan had just given him so many resources. Would he really let her go? Since Emerald Lady had already made her decision, she wasn't prepared to change her mind. "I'm willing to leave with you and join you in the future. I hope you can be more tolerant in the future." Emerald Lady had feelings for the fairy institution, but as a member of the fairy institution, she felt like she was being controlled. She could sense Sand Abyss's admiration for her, but she hated Sand Abyss's control over her. Leaving the fairy institution was equivalent to leaving the Sand Abyss's control. If she was stronger than Sand Abyss, even with her good temper, she would want to beat him up. Having received Emerald Lady's accurate answer, Spring and Winter led Lin Yuan and the rest to move, including Emerald Lady. Before leaving, Winter had deliberately cleaned up Emerald Lady's remaining aura. Even if the fairy institution stood on the land where Emerald Lady was, they wouldn't be able to sense her aura. For a considerable period, Lin Yuan's Sky City would hide in the north of the Lonely River to develop. The fairy institution's influence was not powerful in the East Universe to investigate the north of the Lonely River. The factions present were enough for the fairy institution to vent their frustrations upon. After arriving at the new area, Emerald Lady activated the bloodline in her body and the Heaven's Trial descended. Spring helped Emerald Lady resist the Heaven's Trial, allowing her to steadily evolve. The Emerald Lady had evolved from a lower fairy to an intermediate fairy. Her strength hadn't increased too much, but her bloodline had increased several times over. The increase in her bloodline also increased Emerald Lady's ability to promote the growth and evolution of plant-type life forms. Subduing the Emerald Lady was a huge gain for both Lin Yuan and Sky City. If not for such a huge harvest, Lin Yuan would not have slowed down his pace of returning to Sky City. Despite extensive searching, Sand Abyss and Deep Mountain still couldn't find any trace of Emerald Lady. Sand Abyss and Deep Mountain didn't execute all the people who targeted Emerald Lady but left a portion for interrogation. After a careful interrogation, these people who were interrogated all had the same confession. Emerald Lady was taken away by a snowflake. In the entire sky beyond the clouds, there were only a few species with powerful ice-type and snow-type abilities. The snow-covered foxes, the frost ferrets, and the cold jade vipers all possessed such abilities. However, the auras of these species were very obvious. If there were really members of these species, it was impossible for him not to detect them. Sand Abyss and Deep Mountain were in an extremely bad mood, especially since Sand Abyss was on the verge of collapse the more they searched. However, no matter what, it was better for Emerald Lady to be taken away by a snowflake than to be killed. Chapter 2928. Luxurious Gift. Deep Mountain looked at Sand Abyss' expression and sighed heavily. Then, he placed his hand on Sand Abyss' shoulder and patted him. "Sand Abyss, let's go back and report. The disappearance of Emerald Lady is a huge loss to Fairy Institution. We haven't made a move in the East Universe for nearly 10,000 years. We need to show the strength of the Fairy Institution to warn the major factions in the East Universe. At that time, there will most likely be the appearance of a Fairy King. Although the heavenly pool that Emerald Lady has her eye on is in a bad state, it's not impossible to save it. Do you think we should help this heavenly pool? No matter what, it has a similar bloodline to Emerald Lady. Deep Mountain was not the kind of person who would cause trouble for his good friend for no reason. He made such a suggestion because he felt that Sand Abyss had the ability to do so. Sand Abyss shook his head. Sand Abyss did not know what it meant to love the object of a loved one's affection. At this moment, Sand Abyss's thoughts were all on Emerald Lady. Sand Abyss was very put off by Emerald Lady helping this heavenly pool. He already felt that this heavenly pool was an eyesore. Give me another day. If I still can't find any traces of Emerald Lady, let's go back and report then. The heavenly pool will stay here. The fate of this heavenly pool originated from Emerald Lady. It is suffering from this calamity because of Emerald Lady. What will happen in the future will depend on the fate of this heavenly pool. Emerald Lady would never have come here and would not have ended up like this if not for the heavenly pool. Upon hearing Sand Abyss's words, Deep Mountain did not know what to say for a moment. Deep Mountain felt that Sand Abyss made such a choice not only because of Emerald Lady but also because of his own thoughts. Deep Mountain could sense Sand Abyss' desire to control Emerald Lady. Did Emerald Lady's decision really have nothing to do with Sand Abyss? Deep Mountain would definitely not say these words. Alright, I'll search for Emerald Lady with you today. I hope we can find her. However, the possibility of finding Emerald Lady is very slim. Don't hold out too much hope. Just do your best and leave it to fate. If Emerald Lady was really taken away by some faction, this faction most likely has their eyes on her ability. They shouldn't treat her too badly. As long as Emerald Lady is still alive, we will be able to meet one day. Sand Abyss did not relax at all when he heard Deep Mountain's words. Deep Mountain made it sound nice. If Emerald Lady was really captured by a faction, even if this faction did not take her life, they would definitely guard her strictly and restrict her freedom. How could they let Emerald Lady out? If Emerald Lady could contact the Fairy Institution, they would definitely retaliate against this faction. This faction that captured the Emerald Lady definitely knew this. Sand Abyss and Deep Mountain were focused on Emerald Lady, but Emerald Lady, who had just successfully become an intermediate fairy after overcoming the Heavens Trial, was not focused on Deep Mountain and Sand Abyss at all. Emerald Lady was extremely excited by Lin Yuan's words. Is what you said true? Can you really help the pool recover its roots? Lin Yuan glanced at Winter, who immediately understood what he meant. What Lin Yuan wanted to ask him was not whether he could help the heavenly pool recover its roots but whether it was possible for it to evolve into a lower fairy if he invested a large amount of resources into it. If the heavenly pool was exposed to the major factions, the Fairy Institution would eventually turn their attention to it. Lin Yuan would definitely not allow it to grow freely after healing its roots. Not only would this not make Emerald Lady calm down, but it would also cause her to continue worrying about the heavenly pool. Winter sent a message to Lin Yuan through his soul, "Young master, the heavenly pool is not far from becoming a fairy. If those forces hadn't tampered with the heavenly pool, it would have completed its transformation in 10 years, and Emerald Lady wouldn't have specially made this trip. It's beneficial for you to turn this heavenly pool into a fairy and keep it as well as Emerald Lady by your side. The bloodline of this heavenly pool comes from Emerald Lady. The fairy it transforms into will complement Emerald Lady's abilities and will be able to activate Emerald Lady's bloodline to the greatest extent. It is very suitable for the development of the Faith Country." Winter paused for a moment and thought of 4 Seasons Mountain, which Lin Yuan had yet to transform into a fairy. "Young master, if you help 4 Seasons Mountain evolve in the future and directly transform it into a higher fairy, then 4 Seasons Mountain, Emerald Lady and Celestial Sight, who are both mountains as well, can promote each other. Begin Lady and the fairy transformed by the heavenly pool will surround this mountain and provide the best living environment for the entire Faith Country. These 5 fairies will definitely construct a blessed land that can create huge wealth." Winter's plan was exactly the same as what Lin Yuan had in mind. Lin Yuan already had such plans for 4 Seasons Mountain, Begin Lady and Celestial Sight. Emerald Lady and this heavenly pool just so happened to supplement his plans. She felt that it was necessary to let Emerald Lady take a good look at the heavenly pool's situation. Even if Emerald Lady did not have any animosity toward Fairy Institution, she would know that Lin Yuan was the one who truly treated her well once she got a glimpse at the state of the heavenly pool. Fairy Institution was more utilitarian toward Emerald Lady. They were unlike Lin Yuan, who was willing to spend so many resources to help Emerald Lady. After Spring thoroughly investigated the situation, she told Lin Yuan everything she had discovered. Winter brought Lin Yuan and the others to where Emerald Lady was. This time, Lin Yuan had to secretly help the heavenly pool recover its roots and become a fairy. Thus, he put Connie, Jin Chen, Lu Chen and Lu Yao into the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan had full trust in them and could even control the holy spirits. Emerald Lady had not seen what the heavenly pool she had nurtured looked like yet. Emerald Lady knew that the heavenly pool she had nurtured had been destroyed because she had heard about it from those wicked fellows. Now, she saw that the heavenly pool that she had painstakingly nurtured had actually been destroyed to such an extent. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for her to treat the heavenly pool on her own. This would not change even if she used her roots. Although Emerald Lady knew that it would be very difficult for the heavenly pool to recover, she was still very disappointed by Sand Abyss's actions. Sand Abyss clearly knew that she valued the heavenly pool, but he had not given it a chance at all. He had even previously expressed disgust at him helping the heavenly pool. It was not difficult for Sand Abyss to get rid of these filthy energies without treating the heavenly pool's roots. Sand Abyss clearly did not want to give the heavenly pool any more chances. Emerald Lady did not understand why Sand Abyss did such a thing when he was so nice to her and clearly liked her. Sand Abyss's love was like a cage to Emerald Lady. The fact that Emerald Lady had agreed to Lin Yuan's invitation in such a short time was related to Sand Abyss' control over her. Young Master, Before Emerald Lady could ask Lin Yuan for help, Lin Yuan had already taken out a spatial equipment and poured a large number of spirit chi crystals and water-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls into the pool. These water-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls were produced by the elemental shellfishes. They were a specialty of the main world, and there were no elemental shellfish in the sky beyond the clouds. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would have seen traces of elemental shellfishes or heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls in Fortune Treasure Palace. To put it bluntly, the value of the elemental shellfishes was that they could use spirit chi to transform into pure elemental energy. The purer the spirit chi absorbed, the purer the elemental pearls produced would be. In order to nurture feys, many spirit chi professionals needed pure elemental energy to raise their bloodlines. This made it more cost-effective to prepare heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls through the elemental shellfishes. However, there were many feys in the sky beyond the clouds that could produce pure elemental energy, and many of them cost less than the elemental shellfishes. Moreover, the price of pure spirit chi in the sky beyond the clouds was about 2.5 times higher than elemental energy of the same purity. This made the elemental shellfish extremely useless. If it weren't for the endless spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone and the elemental shellfish's rapid conversion of spirit chi to produce elemental energy that enabled Lin Yuan to produce resources, he would have already considered replacing the elemental shellfishes. Compared to Emerald Lady simply helping the heavenly pool cleanse this polluted energy through external forces, it's better to use this pure spirit chi and water element energy to awaken the heavenly pool's roots so it can cleanse itself. This way, we can ensure that the heavenly pool retains great potential for development after it transforms into a fairy. Otherwise, given its current crisis, it won't be unable to advance even an inch after it becomes a fairy. Lin Yuan's words moved Emerald Lady again. She knew very well how much resources Lin Yuan needed to invest in this decision. Chapter 2929, Lin Yuan's Return. If it was out of Lin Yuan's interest, there was no need for him to do so. Lin Yuan's actions made Emerald Lady deeply feel his sincerity and feel protected. It was just as Lin Yuan had said. By letting the heavenly pool cleanse itself, it could maximize the pool's development potential after it transformed into a fairy. Since Lin Yuan was this considerate toward her, Emerald Lady was very willing to be loyal to him. Young Master, I will definitely work hard to create value for you in the future. I won't let you sacrifice so much for me for no reason. Lin Yuan smiled and did not say anything. It was good that Emerald Lady had such a mindset. Lin Yuan indeed needed Emerald Lady to do many things in the future and would have to trouble her. The purification of the heavenly pool required time, so Lin Yuan could only provide it with resources while waiting at the side. Winter enveloped this place with his aura. He would prevent anyone coming here from affecting the heavenly pool's evolution. The people from Fairy Institution had already left. They probably would not be returning anytime soon. With Fairy Institution's attitude toward this heavenly pool, even if it transformed into a fairy and disappeared, Fairy Institution would most likely not be able to discover it. While Lin Yuan was waiting for the heavenly pool to transform, a group of giant white condors in north of the Lonely River flew over to investigate the King Blood Jackal's territory. Because of the Crimson Heaven Falcon's orders, the Spinning Wings White Falcons did not fight with the King Blood Jackals or test the power supporting them. However, the leader of the Spinning Wings White Falcons, Bai Yunzong, had been monitoring the territory of the King Blood Jackals. The Spinning Wings White Falcons did not discover Sky City floating in the sky. Instead, they discovered the Faith Country that was constantly being built and changed. When the Spinning Wings White Falcon spies discovered the Faith Country, Bai Yunzong understood the value of the Faith Country. The Faith Country was a huge container that produced faith power. No matter how impure the faith power was, collecting it would represent unimaginable wealth. Bai Yunzong was sure that this massive faith country was definitely not built by the king blood jackals. The owner of this faith country was probably the person behind them. After much consideration, Bai Yunzong finally decided to inform Qi Ju of the Crimson Heaven Falcons, who were in the territory of the Spinning Wings White Falcons. Firstly, with Qi Ju presiding over the Spinning Wings White Falcons, he was under Qi Ju's supervision and could not do anything in secret. Whatever he did would definitely be discovered by Qi Ju. Secondly, if he told Qi Ju about this discovery, he would most likely be able to obtain Qi Ju's reward. The Crimson Heaven Falcons must be very interested in this faith country. In order to seize this faith country, the Crimson Heaven Falcons would most likely attack the power behind the King Blood Jackals. Bai Yunzong hoped that this would happen. Once the Spinning Wings White Falcons moved, they could plunder the King Blood Jackal's wealth. After making these contributions, it would be easier for him to obtain the Crimson Heaven Falcon's blood essence from Qi Ju. The few drops of blood essence Qi Ju gave Bai Yunzong helped his bloodline change. Bai Yunzong liked the joy of his bloodline transforming. The Crimson Heaven Falcon bloodline was much stronger than the Spinning Wings White Falcon bloodline. Unfortunately, the blood essence Qi Ju provided for himself was insufficient to completely transform the bloodline in Bai Yunzong's body. We have the Spinning Wings White Falcons. With them here, why would we need to do this? I have no intention of competing with you for authority among the Spinning Wings White Falcons. I'll let you give orders to them. You should thank me for coming here this time. You've been with the Spinning Wings White Falcons for hundreds of years but haven't made them submit. This time, I've shown you many hidden problems. You can use this opportunity to get rid of those disobedient Spinning Wings White Falcons. Qi Ju, I don't believe that you can't even control the Spinning Wings White Falcons well. I heard that you even applied for a few drops of blood essence to the head of the Spinning Wings White Falcons. This means you've spent a lot of effort on them. Qi Ju could not be bothered to argue with Qi Ling. If it were not for the Crimson Heaven Falcon's arrival, the Spinning Wings White Falcons would not dare to do this. You don't have to worry about whether I can control the Spinning Wings White Falcons. You guys have just arrived, so you still need to settle down. I also need to continue investigating some information on my side. Why don't we wait for 7 days before we act together? The Spinning Wings White Falcons are not strong enough. You do not need to use them as cannon fodder for no reason. No matter what, they are still one of our dependent species. Why don't we act together? Use your strongest strength to catch this faction off guard so that you can negotiate with this faction as soon as possible. It's easier for the species to decide about this faction if we figure out the truth during the negotiations. While Qi Ju and Qi Ling were plotting, the Moon Empress was holding an internal meeting in Sky City. If the Moon Empress had encountered such a situation a month ago, she would definitely be in a dilemma and not know what to do. The Moon Empress feared that her decision would result in irreversible consequences. But now, with the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower, the Moon Empress could contact Lin Yuan. She had already informed Lin Yuan of the situation when the Spinning Wings White Falcons began to investigate the King Blood Jackal's territory. The Moon Empress could basically confirm they had discovered the existence of the Faith Country. She felt that this matter could not be ignored, be it the Spinning Wings White or Crimson Heaven Falcons, who were the source of the issue. A war was about to break out between the two sides. After listening to the Moon Empress' explanation of the situation, Lin Yuan still gave the same answer. He told the Moon Empress not to worry. Autumn and summer could protect Sky City and resolve this matter. Moreover, Lin Yuan would return to Sky City within 5 days. After the Moon Empress ended her communication with Lin Yuan, she immediately looked for Summer and Autumn and informed them of Lin Yuan's arrangements. The Moon Empress had convened this meeting to announce Lin Yuan's return in 5 days. She also wanted everyone in Sky City to be on guard and try not to go to the area where the Crimson Heaven and the Spinning Wings White Falcons were located. Before this meeting was held, the Moon Empress found Kira and asked her to assign a large numerous demon insects to the edge of the King Blood Jackal's territory. They surrounded almost the entirety of the King Blood Jackal's and Crimson Heaven Falcon's territories. Apart from wanting to protect the Faith Country, the Moon Empress also wanted to tell the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons they were aware of their actions. It would be fine if this battle did not start. But once it started, either Sky City and the Faith Country would be destroyed, or both the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons would become subordinates of Sky City, just like how Sky City controlled the 4 races of the Lonely River. After 2 full days, Lin Yuan looked at the male fairy who looked similar to Emerald Lady and said with a smile, "You have to thank Emerald Lady for what you have today. Emerald Lady obtained your future. Emerald Lady almost lost her life for you. From now on, you should stay by her side." The male fairy bowed to Lin Yuan again and looked at Emerald Lady with admiration. Emerald Lady did not allow the male fairy to speak and directly reached out to help him. "Little Pool, there's no need to be so distant with me. You and I will follow young master and do our best to repay young master's kindness." Emerald Lady named this male fairy transformed from the heavenly pool Grey Pool, and his abilities were exactly the same as Emerald Lady's. The superimposition of their abilities could multiply the effects when nurturing plant-type phase. As the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons were about to start a war with Sky City, Lin Yuan, the city lord, needed to rush back to Sky City as soon as possible. With Spring and Winter's help, Lin Yuan rushed back to Sky City within 3 days. He smiled as he looked at the familiar scenery around him. The moment Lin Yuan returned to Sky City, he headed to the Moon Empress residence. Chapter 2930, Eternal Moon Prayer. Ever since the Moon Empress learned that Lin Yuan was about to return to Sky City, she had been looking forward to his return. The Moon Empress was reading the reports Su Yiren and Luolan had provided. The Faith country was developing smoothly, but there were still many problems. These problems would pose hidden dangers if left unchecked. The Moon Empress knew very well how serious these hidden dangers would affect a faction's development in the future. When the Radiance Federation was developing, many hidden dangers existed, which were not corrected in the beginning. As these hidden dangers were gradually exposed, the Radiance Federation's royalty often had to pay a huge price to clean them up. The Moon Empress needed to contain these hidden dangers in the cradle so that they could not be exposed. The Moon Empress was so tired and under so much pressure because of this goal. The Moon Empress carefully read Su Yiren and Luolan's reports and used a pen to annotate. There were a few issues that the Moon Empress planned to personally head to the Faith country to investigate. Both Luolan and Su Yiren were very glad that the Moon Empress was willing to spend her time managing the Faith country, as it saved them from making numerous mistakes. The Moon Empress's ability to grasp the overall situation was something that Luolan and Su Yiren could not compare to. Mystic Moon and Cold Moon supported the Moon Empress from the side. With Mystic Moon and Cold Moon's help, the Moon Empress could control the entire situation. Without Cold Moon and Mystic Moon, the Moon Empress herself would inevitably be negligent in many things. Sky City was not very large. There were only a dozen core members, and the other 1,000-odd members rarely strayed from their respective roles. The real problem was the Faith country. There was friction in the Faith country at all times. It was inevitable that these living beings would fight for benefits after the villages were integrated. It was like gathering the students of several classes together, and fights would be inevitable between the students of each class. It was even more so in the huge Faith country. Once such a situation occurred, the Moon Empress would get the demon insects to swiftly get rid of those troublemakers. The Moon Empress rubbed her temples. If this were all she had every day, it would not be a big deal to the Moon Empress. The key was that the Spinning Wings White Falcons were becoming restless. The Moon Empress did not have as much faith in Autumn and Summer's abilities as Lin Yuan did. After all, the Moon Empress had never seen them use their powers. The Faith country could be said to be the core project that Sky City had invested in after coming to the sky beyond the clouds. Fortunately, Lin Yuan was about to return. Otherwise, the Moon Empress would not know what to do. The Moon Empress had just put down the documents in her hand when she looked up and saw Lin Yuan walking toward her. The Moon Empress subconsciously rubbed her eyes, thinking she had recently been too busy. After confirming that it was really Lin Yuan, the Moon Empress hurriedly stood up. Lin Yuan hurriedly went forward to hold the Moon Empress' arm and said with heartache and guilt, "Master, you've really worked hard recently." The Moon Empress shook her head. "It's not hard on me. It's hard on you when you're outside." The Moon Empress looked at Lin Yuan from head to toe and said softly, "Little Yuan, you've lost a lot of weight and tanned a little during this trip. It's obvious that you haven't eaten properly." During this period, Lin Yuan had been travel-worn. He had indeed lost some weight after experiencing the hardships of life, and he was also a little darker than before. Since Lin Yuan's body of all spirits was in a state of absolute purity, his appearance changed little. Only those who truly cared for him would notice these subtle changes in Lin Yuan's body. The Moon Empress' concern touched Lin Yuan's heart. "Master, I will come here every day now. Compared to me, you really have to recuperate." Lin Yuan greeted Cold Moon and Mystic Moon. Lin Yuan respected Cold Moon and Mystic Moon. Both of them were seniors who had witnessed Lin Yuan's growth. Both of them had given Lin Yuan a lot of support when he was growing up, and Cold Moon was Chu Si's teacher. Cold Moon's nurturing of Chu Si helped her greatly improve in all aspects. When they saw Lin Yuan take the initiative to greet them, both Cold Moon and Mystic Moon bowed respectfully. Previously, Cold Moon and Mystic Moon had addressed Lin Yuan as Young Lord because he was the Moon Empress disciple. At that time, Lin Yuan had been very weak. Lin Yuan's strength had already surpassed that of the Moon Empress, and the two of them could clearly feel that the new generation was surpassing the old. Lin Yuan no longer needed to rely on the Moon Empress. Instead, he had become the Moon Empress and the other's pillar of support. The Moon Empress helped Lin Yuan adjust his collar as she said, "Little Yuan, you must have a lot of things to do since you just came back. Go do your work. Remember to come over for dinner." Lin Yuan was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he took out the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast from his spatial equipment. A pinnacle grade 4 creator was an extremely precious existence in the sky beyond the clouds. The Moon Empress could tell at a glance that the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast was extraordinary. When the Moon Empress contacted Lin Yuan after obtaining the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower Child Raiment, Lin Yuan mentioned that he had found a suitable fey for her. At that time, the Moon Empress was very curious about what kind of fey was suitable for her. Not only did Lin Yuan help her increase her strength, but he also helped to increase her fey's strength as well. It could be said that Lin Yuan knew the Moon Empress feys very well. If Lin Yuan said that this fey was compatible with the Moon Empress combat system, it would definitely not be wrong. The Moon Empress had long cultivated her mentality to a level as calm as an ancient well. However, the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast had undeniably brought the Moon Empress a huge surprise. Whether it was the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast's abilities, Moon Condensed Dew and Moonlight Protection, or the exclusive skill, Dark Side of the Moon, they were all very compatible with the Moon Empress. In particular, Moon Condensed Dew could increase all the Moon Empress phase strength even faster. It could be said that this Desire Moon-Eyed Beast was tailor-made for the Moon Empress. At this moment, the Moon Empress suddenly thought of the merciful star peony that Lin Yuan had contracted. The Desire Moon-Eyed Beast was compatible with her fey, and so was the merciful star peony. Lin Yuan could also choose to contract the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast. The Moon Empress knew that Lin Yuan had many feys and had the ability to contract multiple feys. "Little Yuan, this Desire Moon-Eyed Beast is also suitable for you. With this Desire Moon-Eyed Beast, you can quickly nurture the merciful star peony. Why don't?" Before she could finish, Lin Yuan spoke first. "Master, the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast is more suitable for you than me. In the future, if the merciful star peony needs moon dew, I'll ask you for it. Go ahead and contract this Desire Moon-Eyed Beast. It's a good opportunity to see what kind of abilities and exclusive skills this Desire Moon-Eyed Beast will obtain as its grade and quality continue to increase." When the Moon Empress heard Lin Yuan's words, she did not stand on ceremony. Once the Moon Empress contracted the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast, her overall strength would increase by a large level. And this was at the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast's current level of Silver/Legend. The Desire Moon-Eyed Beast's Dark Side of the Moon could increase the offensive power of all the Moon Empress feys. The little white rabbit who had been munching on carrots in front of the Moon Empress table had been looking at the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast ever since Lin Yuan summoned it. Its eyes were filled with interest in the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast as if even the radish in its hand was no longer fragrant. "Little Yuan, since you say so, I'll contract this Desire Moon-Eyed Beast. If you need moon dew in the future, just let me know." After saying that, the Moon Empress placed her hand on the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast's forehead and circulated her spiritual energy. Soon, the Moon Empress successfully contracted the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast and became her fey. The Moon Empress raised her hand, and a willpower rune with a faint amber color appeared on her fingertip. This rune gave people the feeling that it was like the boundless moonlight that shone brightly. Clearly, this willpower rune was very compatible with the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast. "Little Yuan, it's a coincidence. I comprehended this willpower rune recently. This willpower rune is very compatible with the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast. I can directly evolve the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast to fantasy breed. Then, I can increase its strength." Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Master, Sky City's matters have been handled by you. I don't have anything urgent to see the others about. Why don't I stay here to help you strengthen the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast? Let me help you strengthen the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast. It will be more beneficial to its improvement." After the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast was contracted by the Moon Empress, it was clearly not as afraid of people as before. The Desire Moon-Eyed Beast was very reliant on the Moon Empress. The Desire Moon-Eyed Beast happily welcomed the willpower rune condensed by the Moon Empress. The Desire Moon-Eyed Beast could feel the benefits of this willpower rune. The Desire Moon-Eyed Beast's body, which was intertwined with this willpower rune, gradually changed. Its fur gradually changed from its original yellow and white to a pale moon color. The symbol of an eye appeared on the long tail of the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast, which represented that the bloodline of the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast had improved. Lin Yuan placed his palm on the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast's back and channeled a massive amount of pure spirit qi into the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast's body, promoting the transformation of its bloodline. Lin Yuan could sense that the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast's body had enlarged to nearly 2 meters long. A body more than 2 meters long was considered huge for the Desire Moon-Eyed Beasts. The size of the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast was not a good thing for it. The Desire Moon-Eyed Beast could only play supportive positions in battle and did not have any combat abilities. The larger its body, the easier it would be for the enemy to target it and make it a live target. Fortunately, the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast's body only grew to a certain size. As its bloodline evolved again, its body began to shrink. In the end, it became the size of a palm, just enough to stand on the Moon Empress' shoulder. After shrinking, the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast became even more exquisite and adorable. Not long after, with Lin Yuan's body of all spirits, the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast was raised to Diamond X/Fantasy V. Lin Yuan used true data to investigate the evolved Desire Moon-Eyed Beast. Fey name, Desire Moon-Eyed Beast. Fey species, long-haired species/eyed beast species. Fey grade, Diamond, 10/10. Fey type, Light. Fey quality, Fantasy V. Abilities. Moon Condensed Dew, the moonlight in its body will be condensed into moon dew. The moon dew can boost entities that use moonlight as a main source of energy. These entities will be able to absorb energy even quicker, and their bodies will be cleansed. Moonlight Protection, its eyes will cleanse the moonlight, which will protect selected targets. The strength of the protection will be linked to the strength of its own bloodline and the strength of the moonlight in its environment. Gazing Moon, its eyes will fixate on the moon, and it will be able to comprehend everything it requires to evolve. The speed at which it absorbs moonlight energy will also be increased. Pure Moon, in an environment with moonlight, moonlight can be used to extract things that do not belong to this life form but are attached to it, expelling these additional things. Moon Fusion, it will melt into the moonlight to prevent the enemy from harming it. It can use the moonlight to enhance living beings that use moonlight as energy. Condensed Moon Tail Knot, use the hair on the tail to tie a moon knot on the target's body. The moon knot can cause the moonlight energy in the target's body to surge. The sacrificial tail knot can recover a large amount of moonlight energy in a short period of time. Exclusive skill. Dark Side of the Moon, when it uses moonlight in its attacks, the moonlight will be boosted. A portion of the light element energy will be transformed into dark element energy. The two kinds of moonlight energy will attack the target. Eternal Moon Prayer, pray to the moon to increase its ability to control the moonlight energy according to the number of moons. The more moons it prays to, the stronger the moon energy it will control. Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment. The Desire Moon-Eyed Beast's previous exclusive skill was already very compatible with the Moon Empress. But now, Desire Moon-Eyed Beast was not only compatible with the Moon Empress phase, but it was also compatible with the Moon Empress Sacred Source Life Form Forage Moon. The exclusive skill Eternal Moon Prayer obtained by the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast when it evolved to legend would increase the strength of the energy it controlled according to the number of moons. There was only one moon in the natural environment, be it the main world or the sky beyond the clouds. However, because the Sacred Source Life Form Forage Moon had gathered all the moons in the dimensional world, it could summon 6 moons at the same time. These 6 moons could greatly increase the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast's ability to control the moonlight energy. Chapter 2931, Retaliating First. The Desire Moon-Eyed Beast relied on its ability to control the moonlight to improve all 6 of its abilities. The Desire Moon-Eyed Beast's gold ability, Pure Moon, had a powerful purifying effect. This purifying ability could use moonlight to purify energy or things that did not belong to a living being. It expelled things that did not belong to a living being. This purification ability could not only expel curses and control type abilities, but it could also deal with the most difficult parasitic life forms. It used the moonlight energy to completely strip away these parasitic life forms. This kind of purification ability with support effects could be regarded as a foundational ability most of the time. The Desire Moon-Eyed Beast's platinum ability, Moon Fusion, allowed it to fuse its body into the moonlight to prevent the enemy from harming it. This ability could be seen as a defensive capability. While defending, the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast could also use moonlight to amplify other creatures that used moonlight as energy. All of the Moon Empress phase basically used moonlight energy as a source of energy. The Desire Moon-Eyed Beast could choose any fey to enhance. The Desire Moon-Eyed Beast's diamond ability, Condensed Moon Tail Knot, also had an extremely powerful amplification effect. Under the enhancement of the tail knot, the moonlight energy in the target's body would be in a surging state. In a surging state, it could maximize the efficiency of a living being's use of moonlight energy. The tail knot would be sacrificed when the moonlight energy in the target's body was about to be exhausted. The target could recover a large amount of moonlight energy in a short period. Using this moonlight energy to fight a prolonged battle greatly increased the endurance of the Moon Empress's phase. Lin Yuan was very satisfied with the Diamond X/Fantasy V Desire Moon-Eyed Beast's 3 new abilities and exclusive skills. He could see a pleasantly surprised expression on the Moon Empress's face, which meant that she was also satisfied with the phase evolution. Master, we evolved the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast to Diamond X/Fantasy V. We need to let it settle down for a period of time. When the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast evolves to Myth Breed, we'll continue to evolve it. We can evolve it to the World Emperor/Divine Kingdom stage in one go. The Moon Empress seriously said, Little Yuan, thanks to you, I obtained such a huge opportunity. You've wasted a lot of time here. Go and see Lu Ji and Wen Yu. They haven't seen you in a long time. Lin Yuan smiled and said, Master, how can the opportunities you obtained from me be more than the opportunities I obtained from you? If not for your early nurturing, I wouldn't have been able to improve so quickly. The Moon Empress shook her head gently. She had indeed given Lin Yuan some help, but that was what a master should do for her disciple. There was nothing special about them. Even if other experts accepted Lin Yuan as a disciple, they would do the same. On the other hand, the other disciples would not give their master so many opportunities and help. Her help to Lin Yuan had only accelerated Lin Yuan's growth, and it did not have much of an impact on Lin Yuan's growth limit. The Moon Empress did not say too much to Lin Yuan. If she did, it would make her seem too pretentious as a master. She just had to continue doing what she needed to do. The only thing she could do now was to help Lin Yuan take care of Sky City and the Faith Country and personally witness Lin Yuan's growth. After Lin Yuan left the Moon Empress residence, he was not in a hurry to meet Lu Ji and Wen Yu. Instead, he first met with Summer and Autumn. The Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons were eyeing Sky City. Summer and Autumn had to have already investigated the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons situation. Lin Yuan needed to understand the situation first. If the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons really attacked Sky City and the Faith Country, Lin Yuan would get rid of them in one go. He wanted to determine whether he should take in the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons or eliminate them directly. In short, Lin Yuan would never allow any species to covet Sky City and the Faith Country. The Faith Country could not withstand so many blows. The Faith Country could now steadily produce faith power, and the rate at which faith power was produced was constantly increasing. Once the Faith Country was damaged, it would be very difficult for it to recover to its current state. If Lin Yuan let the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons off, the news of Sky City and the Faith Country's existence would definitely spread. This would be extremely bad for the Faith Country and Sky City and would cause many safety hazards. Lin Yuan did not want these safety hazards to appear. If news of this spread from the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons and an even more powerful species targeted Sky City and the Faith Country, Lin Yuan would definitely be unable to deal with it. Lin Yuan had already set his sights on the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons territory. The Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons territory was much richer than that of the King Blood Jackals. If Sky City wanted to fully develop the Faith Country, they would need both basic resources and population. This especially applied to the population. The Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons territory had a large population. If the living beings of these two territories were gathered together, the scale of the Faith Country would increase by more than 5 times. It was said that the Crimson Heaven Falcons territory alone was more than 6 times that of the King Blood Jackals. In the wilderness of north of the Lonely River, the Crimson Heaven Falcons on which Lin Yuan had his eye were the supreme kings. When Summer and Autumn saw Lin Yuan, they had mixed feelings. They envied Spring and Winter for being able to stay by Lin Yuan's side for such a long time. After experiencing so many things with Lin Yuan along the way, Lin Yuan's attitude toward Spring and Winter must be even closer. Although Summer and Autumn's emotions were a little complicated, the two of them did not feel bitter jealousy towards Spring and Winter. At most, they were envious. They had been old friends for so many years. Lin Yuan would definitely bring the two of them along next time. From another perspective, Lin Yuan's willingness to entrust the important task of guarding Sky City to the two of them could be seen as his trust in them. After not seeing Lin Yuan for a long time, Summer and Autumn bowed to him seriously and called him Lord Saint. Lin Yuan took out 2 pieces of spatial equipment and threw them to Summer and Autumn. They contained resources that were suitable for them. Lin Yuan had asked Spring and Winter to help pick out these resources. Summer and Autumn, these should be very useful resources for the two of you. You can use these resources to increase your strength. Now that I'm back, I will provide the 4 of you with a large number of spirit chi crystals to help you continue to increase your strength. Previously, Lin Yuan did not help Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter because he did not have that many resources that could be used by the 4 of them. Now that he had the Faith Country, Morbius had been helping Lin Yuan collect spirit chi crystals. There were more than 1 trillion residents in the Faith Country, and the number of spirit chi crystals that they provided when they evolved was abnormally large. These spirit chi crystals had long been piled up into a mountain. As the Faith Country continued to develop, Lin Yuan would have more and more spirit chi crystals. Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter were the strongest forces under Lin Yuan's command. Giving resources to the most elite forces under his command was the most beneficial approach for Lin Yuan. They thanked Lin Yuan respectfully for his gifts. However, the 4 of them were not too surprised. In the past, they had relied on Lin Yuan's gifts to rise up. If not for Lin Yuan's constant investment in them, it would have been impossible for them to be as powerful as they were now. Summer and Autumn, I believe you've already investigated the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcon's situation. Why don't you tell me about them so I'll know what I'm doing? Summer was the first to speak. Young Master, Autumn mainly investigated the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcon's situation. I'm mainly responsible for protecting Sky City and the Faith Country. When Summer said this, her tone revealed some dissatisfaction. Summer's personality was relatively weak. As such, Autumn helped her to make most of the decisions. After Autumn finished investigating the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons, Summer also had the idea of investigating them because she knew that Lin Yuan would definitely ask about them when he arrived. However, Autumn rejected Xia's idea of investigating the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons on the grounds that the Faith Country was too large and needed the 2 of them to protect it together. Summer knew very well what Autumn meant by doing this. Autumn actually did not have many bad intentions. He was just doing this to show off in front of Lin Yuan. Summer did not want to have a conflict with Autumn because of such a matter. However, there were some things that Summer had to make clear. Autumn was the one who investigated the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons. If anything really happened, Summer would not take the blame for Autumn. When Winter heard this, he looked at Autumn and thought, after so long, Autumn still likes to be greedy for credit. I've already warned him more than once about this. Summer was the kind of person who did not like to fuss over anything. If it were Spring, she would definitely clash with Autumn. It was one thing to cause trouble for Lin Yuan if there was a conflict. But more importantly, if there were a rift between the 4 of them, it would be difficult for them to cooperate as well as before. Winter was going to find an opportunity to remind Autumn again. Winter would tell Lin Yuan about this if he did not listen to him. Lin Yuan's reprimand would definitely be effective on Autumn. Autumn explained the situation of the Crimson Heaven and the Spinning Wings White Falcons to Lin Yuan. Young Master, the Spinning Wings White Falcons are just vassals of the Crimson Heaven Falcons. The Crimson Heaven Falcons have complete control over the Spinning Wings White Falcons and have sent their core members to guard the Spinning Wings White Falcons territory. I went to the Crimson Heaven Falcons territory and investigated the situation. The Crimson Heaven Falcon experts are guarding a forest. They're most likely waiting for some natural treasure in the forest to mature. This kind of natural treasure can either allow the Crimson Heaven Falcon's bloodline to break through or help their experts evolve. According to my observations, only 2 Crimson Heaven Falcons have broken through to the Holy Spirit level. The grades of those 2 experts are not very clear, so I think that a bloodline breakthrough is more likely than a grade evolution. Lin Yuan nodded. From Autumn's explanation, Lin Yuan had a certain understanding of the Crimson Heaven Falcon's situation. This trip had broadened Lin Yuan's horizons and he had seen many powerhouses who had broken through to the Holy Spirit level. Lin Yuan had taken in Lu Chen, Lu Yao and Jin Chen as his subordinates. If he had not gone on this trip, Lin Yuan would have marveled at the Crimson Heaven Falcon's strength. Now that he had been out for a while, he felt that the Crimson Heaven Falcons were only slightly stronger than the Elisa clan. I heard that the Crimson Heaven Falcons have been investigating the Faith Country recently. Is that true? Autumn seriously said, Young Master, it's true. The Crimson Heaven Falcons will lead the Spinning Wings White Falcons to attack the Faith Country in the next few days. I suggest we attack the Crimson Heaven Falcons or the Spinning Wings White Falcons before they attack the Faith Country. If the experts of these two species attack directly from different directions, it will be difficult for us to cover all bases in our defense. Autumn had expressed his opinion to Lin Yuan, and he agreed with him. Lin Yuan also felt that he needed to attack the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons first. It would be best if he could control their experts in their territory. It would not cause a large-scale war if it could be completely controlled. Lin Yuan could catch the Crimson Heaven Falcons off guard since they were unaware of the situation. Lin Yuan did not do this because he feared the Crimson Heaven Falcons' power but to ensure that the flames of war would not spread to the Faith Country. After clarifying the pros and cons, Lin Yuan said, "Winter, you excel at protection. Why don't you stay behind to protect Sky City and the Faith Country? Spring, summer, and autumn, the three of you will bring Lu Chen and Lu Yao to attack the Crimson Heaven Falcons' territory. We must ensure that we completely control them all." Lin Yuan was not going to let Connie and Jin Chen go on this mission. Chapter 2932. The Insect Queen's Opportunity. Connie had been away from the King Blood Jackal's territory for some time. Connie needed to spend some time to regain control of the King Blood Jackals. Lin Yuan had heard from Wen Yu that some King Blood Jackals had been disobedient recently, so he told Connie about this situation. The King Blood Jackals were Lin Yuan's tools to control the entire territory. They had to be obedient. Lin Yuan believed that after Connie regained control of the King Blood Jackals, she would definitely put an end to this situation. If Connie could not do this, there was no need for Lin Yuan to keep her by his side. As for Jin Chen, Lin Yuan had arranged a good place for him. The Sky Radish Endless Vine bloodline was extremely powerful. Lin Yuan wanted to nurture Jin Chen so that he could quickly increase his strength and replenish a large amount of vitality. Lin Yuan was prepared to let Jin Chen guard the soldier ration radishes and assist the 100 Questions Beast Army in nurturing them. Lin Yuan had never allowed the 100 Questions Beast Army to move outside. Even if it was those who were completely under Lin Yuan's control, he was not willing to expose the existence of the 100 Questions Beasts to them. The 100 Questions Beast Army produced a large number of potions every day, and these potions were considered extremely important strategic resources. The scarcity of food in the Faith Country had not improved. Currently, the Faith Country was expanding rapidly. The soldier ration radish could only barely keep the residents of the Faith Country from being hungry. Even food and shelter could not be guaranteed. This was the inevitable process of the expansion of Faith Country, and there was no way to avoid it. As the Faith Country continued to develop, these situations would improve. Even if the soldier ration radishes could not feed all the residents of the Faith Country, the residents' faith under the protection of the Faith Country would be much better than before. There was no doubt about that. However, humans were always unsatisfied. In the Faith Country, some people had gathered and wanted to snatch the soldier ration radishes from the area where they were planted. Fortunately, Luo Lan was the first to notice this and inform Su Yiren. The latter also informed the Moon Empress of the situation, preventing anything bad from happening. If Sky City did not strike when such a situation occurred, similar situations would inevitably happen in the future. Only when such a situation had just happened could he stop it with lightning speed. Only then could he prevent such a situation from happening. Although it was very difficult for such an incident to happen again, it was still necessary to spend some effort to eliminate the hidden danger in advance. Once something happened to the soldier ration radishes, Lin Yuan would lose the way to maintain his Faith Country. With a Holy Spirit expert like Jin Chen guarding inside, they could maximize the possibility of resolving any unexpected incidents they encountered. Even if Jin Chen could not resolve the situation, he could still buy time until spring, summer, autumn, and winter arrived. With Emerald Lady and Grey Pool, the soldier ration radish would soon be nurtured in large quantities. Apart from providing food for the residents of the Faith Country, the soldier ration radishes could also allow Jin Chen to improve his overall strength as soon as possible. Lin Yuan had already given Jin Chen the Spirit Chi crystals. During the process of devouring the soldier ration radish's vitality, Jin Chen could absorb these Spirit Chi crystals by himself. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's arrangements, spring, summer, and autumn immediately responded. Compared to Lin Yuan's constant measurement, the three of them preferred Lin Yuan's decisiveness in killing, which was the greatest recognition of their abilities. Previously, Lin Yuan had asked Summer and Autumn to stay behind to protect Sky City and the Faith Country. If Summer and Autumn continued to stay behind in this operation, they would inevitably feel dissatisfied. Winter was steady in his actions and extremely clear about things. He knew very well that Lin Yuan treated the four of them equally and did not intend to favor anyone, so he did not care about this. On the contrary, in Winter's opinion, Lin Yuan greatly valued the faction territory's safety. Asking him to stay and protect it was the greatest recognition for him. Lu Chen, Lu Yao, Jin Chen, and Connie were waiting outside. After learning of Lin Yuan's arrangements, Lu Chen and Lu Yao immediately went into action. Lu Chen and Lu Yao were extremely excited to work with the three top experts. In Lu Yao's opinion, this was the best way to get closer to them quickly. Lu Chen and Lu Yao really hoped that they could get to know experts like spring, summer, and autumn. Knowing someone who was stronger than them would definitely help their future development. Lu Chen and Lu Yao were extremely powerful themselves. The two of them would be happy to be able to join this operation. Connie heaved a sigh of relief. As the ruler of the King Blood Jackals and the neighbor of the Spinning Wings White Falcons, Connie had always been very afraid of them. Their strength had always suppressed the King Blood Jackals. Even though she had reached the Holy Spirit level, the fear in her heart had not disappeared. If Connie were to participate in this operation, she would definitely be extremely worried about her safety. Apart from the Spinning Wings White Falcons, there were also experts from the Crimson Heaven Falcons. The Crimson Heaven Falcons had always been an existence that Connie could only look up to. Fortunately, Lin Yuan was not sending her to participate in the operation. Instead, she was going to stay back to manage the King Blood Jackals. Connie was indeed interested in managing the King Blood Jackals. This was a good opportunity. Lin Yuan had previously explained the situation to her and expressed his dissatisfaction with the King Blood Jackals. If he could not resolve their internal situation, Lin Yuan would definitely transfer his dissatisfaction to him. Connie had to prevent this from happening. To begin with, she did not have much of an advantage over Lin Yuan. If this continued, she would not be far from being eliminated. Meanwhile, Jin Chen was exceptionally happy. The environment that Lin Yuan had arranged for him was like a paradise to him. The only thing Jin Chen had to do in this paradise was to restrain his desire to eat. If there were insufficient soldier ration radishes, they should not eat them. Jin Chen had already interacted with Emerald Lady and Grey Pool. Not only could Emerald Lady and Grey Pool promote the soldier ration radishes' growth, but they were also extremely beneficial to Jin Chen, a plant life form. It was already a joy for Jin Chen, Grey Pool, and Emerald Lady to be together. Spring, summer, autumn, Lu Chen and Lu Yao launched a thunderous operation. Before the Crimson Heaven and the entire Spinning Wings White Falcons took action, they had already launched an attack. Spring and summer did not attack the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons directly. Instead, they opened a barrier and completely sealed the Spinning Wings White Falcons' territory. Unless one was strong enough to break through the barrier, no one could leave. Autumn led Lu Chen and Lu Yao into action. Autumn did not know how Lin Yuan was going to deal with the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons. Autumn did not kill them all. Instead, he sent a golden leaf into the bodies of every Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons. The target that was hit by this leaf would be like a tree in late autumn, and all their strength would wither. This leaf would absorb this energy just like a fruit that was about to be nurtured on a plant. Lu Chen and Lu Yao did not have the ability to imprison other living beings like Autumn did. In the face of the resistance of the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons, Lu Chen and Lu Yao would avoid their vital points and severely injure the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons so that they could not move. As long as they avoided their vital points and did not injure their roots, these injuries could recover on their own. Lin Yuan had already met with Wen Yu and Lu Ji. Lu Ji and Wen Yu had not changed much from before. Ever since Lin Yuan had left, Lu Ji had been in seclusion for half the time. Lu Ji placed great importance on improving his strength. Without any restrictions on the use of the Firefly Demon fetuses, Lu Ji transformed all the insect species carcinoma phase controlled by elegance into fairies. If not for the fact that he was the white-clothed followers' supervisor and had to deal with many matters regarding the white-clothed followers, Lu Ji would have remained secluded for longer. Wen Yu was not in a hurry to reminisce with Lin Yuan. Instead, she took out all the information about Sky City and the Faith Country that she had organized. Getting Lin Yuan to read through this information through Genius was much more convenient than Wen Yu explaining the situation to him bit by bit. Ever since Wen Yu learned about Genius Connected Tales ability, she had developed a good habit of recording information through Hear Heaven's secrets. Lin Yuan summoned Genius. Genius used its long tail to hook Lin Yuan's shoulder and landed in his arms. Lin Yuan pulled Genius into his arms. Genius was now the commander-in-chief of the 100 Questions Beast Army, and its actions were extremely dignified. However, Genius was always that clingy little fellow to Lin Yuan, and Chimey was the same. Genius greatly liked its life in the sky beyond the clouds, but Chimey always complained about it. As Chimey could not live stream after coming to the sky beyond the clouds, Chimey naturally lost its fans. Chimey's voice had already become famous in the main world. Now, only people in the Spirit Lock spatial zone would have the chance to admire Chimey's singing. Lin Yuan did not have any good ideas. That was because Chimey needed to improve its abilities in the Spirit Lock spatial zone and did not have time to go outside to gain fans. Actually, if Chimey really wanted to gain fans, Lin Yuan could let Chimey go to the Faith country and sing there. Chimey's existence would accelerate the output of faith power from the residents of the Faith country. However, two conditions were necessary to achieve this. First, Chimey needed to be strong enough, and second, he had to ensure that the Faith country was in a completely stable state. Otherwise, Lin Yuan could not rest assured about Chimey's safety in the Faith country. As Genius used connected tales to look through the contents of these documents, Lin Yuan carefully understood everything that had happened to Sky City and the Faith country while he was away. Everyone in Sky City had their own roles to play, and their development was very positive. The real problem was the Faith country. There were not many big problems in the Faith country, but the small problems had never stopped. Each of these problems would definitely take a lot of effort to eliminate. Lin Yuan realized how hard it had been for Luolan and Su Yiren. Under such circumstances, Luolan and Su Yiren rarely took the initiative to ask about the distribution of faith. After Lin Yuan finished reading the information, Wen Yu put it away. This information would be saved by Wen Yu in the future. Every 100 years, there would be a 100-year-old record of Sky City and the Faith country. To Lu Ji and Wen Yu, Sky City and the Faith country were separate. The Faith country could only be considered an existence under Sky City. The Astronomical Parliament and the Faith country were both forces under Sky City. However, because Wen Yu was not strong enough in the sky beyond the clouds, the Astronomical Parliament could no longer communicate with the stars in the sky, so the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting could not be held. Wen Yu felt very regretful. When he first came to the sky beyond the clouds, Wen Yu knew very well how much help the Faith country could bring to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan sensed Lu Ji's aura and smiled as he said, "Big brother Lu, from the looks of it, it won't be long before the strength of your divine kingdom increases. You're the first among us to reach high-grade divine kingdom." Lu Ji controlled many insect species carcinoma phase through elegance. After these insect species carcinoma phase turned into fairies, many resources were needed to control them. Even the core members of the major factions could not afford these resources. Lin Yuan had been providing unimaginable resources to help Lu Ji and the other insect species carcinoma phase to evolve. In the beginning, these insect species carcinoma phase did not bring many benefits to Lu Ji. However, as these insect species carcinoma phase evolved to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, the benefits gradually became apparent. Insect species carcinoma phase had always been controlled by the world's will. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for them to surpass diamond grade in their entire lives. When they went berserk, they would cause a catastrophe that could cause great harm. Without any restrictions, this kind of disaster could spread wantonly in the main world. Still, the slightly stronger species in the sky beyond the clouds could eliminate this disaster with some effort and time. However, after these insect species carcinoma phase changed their fate and reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, the insects produced by these insect species carcinoma phase could contribute faith power. Elegance would forcefully extract the faith power from the bodies of these demons, causing Elegance's realm to continuously increase like an accelerator. Chapter 2933. Sequence Competition. It was precisely because of the benefits of these insect species carcinoma phase turning into fairies that Lu Ji was willing to transform them into fairies. If not for that, Lu Ji would not want to waste too many of Lin Yuan's resources because of him. Lu Ji smiled. "Lin Yuan, I've already told you about the benefits brought by these fairies. I didn't expect them to contribute faith power to Elegance continuously. At this rate, Elegance should be able to evolve to the Holy Spirit level in a few years." Lin Yuan agreed with Lu Ji's words. Stepping into the Holy Spirit level from the Divine Kingdom was exceptionally difficult to other life forms. For example, Connie only obtained the opportunity to reach the Holy Spirit level from Pinnacle Divine Kingdom after an indefinite. Furthermore, Lin Yuan gave Connie the opportunity. Without Lin Yuan, Connie would have taken perhaps tens of thousands more years to evolve. Now that Lu Ji had obtained such an opportunity, he seemed like a child of providence. The Holy Spirit level was not the pinnacle of elegance. The stronger a life form was, the more faith power it needed. After reaching the Holy Spirit level, Elegance's future journeys were bound to be trouble-free. Big Brother Lu, if Elegance needs any resources to increase its strength in the future, just inform me. Insect species carcinoma feys also exist in the sky beyond the clouds. However, they are not as destructive here as they are in the main world. They are often not treated as strategic resources and have no value. Upon discovery, they are immediately disposed of. As a result, none of the chambers of commerce sell insect species carcinoma feys. This area of north of the Lonely River is extremely vast. Although the resources may not be abundant enough, we can always find some insect species carcinoma feys if we put in a lot of effort. After we control the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons, I plan to develop the resources north of the Lonely River systematically. When the time comes, you will contract all the collected insect species carcinoma feys. Big Brother Lu, as your strength continues to increase, you will be able to lead white-clothed followers better. Lu Ji could feel Lin Yuan's concern for him. All along, Lin Yuan had always treated him selflessly, evoking a feeling of warmth within him. Lin Yuan's words had struck a chord in Lu Ji's heart. When Sky City had just been established, Lin Yuan had appointed Lu Ji as the leader of the white-clothed followers. However, Lu Ji had never been a powerful person among them. Since Lu Ji had no competitive relationship with anyone in Sky City, he could still manage himself well even if he was not strong enough. However, insufficient strength was not a good thing. Lu Ji could sense that some of the white-clothed followers were not submissive to him, but he felt powerless to address it. He could not possibly blame the white-clothed followers for not respecting him enough just because he was not strong enough. To forge iron, one must be strong themselves. With enough strength, Lu Ji would not feel as powerless as before when managing these white-clothed followers. Wen Yu noticed the details in Lin Yuan's words. Young master, are you preparing to attack the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons this time? Wen Yu's strategic insight was second only to the Moon Empress in Sky City, surpassing Mystic Moon, Su Yiren, and the others. In the beginning, Mystic Moon had merely provided guidance to Wen Yu. Later, he noticed that Wen Yu had been taken in as a disciple because of her outstanding strategic insight. Wen Yu was well aware of the benefits of eliminating the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons and leading Sky City and the Faith Country to occupy their territory. To be fair, Sky City only had high-end resources and soldier ration radishes, which provided provisions for sustenance. There was no way to exchange these high-end resources for basic resources in the wilderness of north of the Lonely River. For the Faith Country to develop to its current state, it had basically exhausted the foundational resources in the King Blood Jackal's territory. Su Yiren and Luolan had talked to Wen Yu about this matter more than once, but Wen Yu had never had a good solution because she could not possibly decide to attack the territories of the King Blood Jackals and Crimson Heaven Falcons. Wen Yu did not know about the strength of spring, summer, autumn, and winter as well as the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan had just mentioned that he wanted to control the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons to develop north of the Lonely River. Based on Wen Yu's understanding of Lin Yuan, he would not have said such words unless he was confident. Lin Yuan replied in a serious tone, "That's right. We've actually already attacked the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons. There will be a result soon. After I control them, I'll get someone to bring you to their territories. You can then personally inspect the resources in these two areas. After your inspection, I'll have to trouble you to make a resource development plan for their territory." Lin Yuan's words greatly surprised Wen Yu and Lu Ji. Wen Yu and Lu Ji did not expect Lin Yuan to have attacked the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons. Since Lin Yuan dared to attack them, it could only mean that he had accumulated a lot of power, which was good for the entire Sky City. "Young master, when I head to the territories of the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons to inspect, I hope that you can dispatch around 200 million demon insects for me. I can allocate a portion of the demon insects to guard every resource location I find. Demon insects can sense each other's presence. The territory of the Spinning Wings White Falcons alone is much larger than that of the King Blood Jackals. If we don't mark it, I'm afraid we'll have to waste time searching for many resource locations when we go over to develop them." When Kira first arrived at the sky beyond the clouds, 200 million demon insects were considered a very large group. However, now that Kira had been developing there for such a long time, it was easy to mobilize 200 million demon insects. Currently, there are at least 100 billion demon insects. The majority were primarily Class 3 genetic lock demon insects, extensively bred by Class 2 genetic lock demon insects. These Class 3 genetic lock demon insects were like the cornerstones of the demon insect world. For the sake of the prosperity of the demon insects, they could be consumed at will. Kira was an extremely ambitious individual. Her ambition did not lie in targeting Sky City or increasing her status in Sky City. Instead, she was constantly prepared to face the other demon insect queens and intended to compete with them. Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, Lu Ji, and the Moon Empress had noticed this situation, which was why they refrained from managing Kira. For a demon insect, it was good always to maintain their ambitions. Sky City's territory was not that big yet. As Sky City's territory continued to expand, Kira needed to breed many insects to maintain its stability. While Kira's ability was not highlighted in the establishment of the Faith Country, she consistently maintained its foundational stability. As soon as the life forms that caused trouble were discovered, Kira promptly ordered the demon insects to eliminate them. Without Kira to maintain stability, the frequent conflicts in the Faith Country would create an atmosphere of instability. It would be impossible for Sky City to obtain so much faith power. When you, there's no problem. You have extremely high authority within the demon insects. If you have any requests, you can communicate directly with Kira and get demon insects from her. By then, based on the actual situation, you can have as many demon insects as you want. With the expansion of the territory, I'm prepared to release the demon insect, Kira. I'll provide a large number of genes for Kira to continue strengthening the demon insect army. In fact, Sky City possessed top-notch combat power. It could be said that controlling the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons was much easier than controlling their territories. Both the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons had many dependent species under their command and some species that existed independently, struggling for survival between the two species. These species were proud and unwilling to submit to other species, or the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons did not favor them. They were extremely difficult to deal with. After Lin Yuan gained control of the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons, he could exercise control over their dependent species, as he did with the King Blood Jackals. Then, he would integrate these dependent species bit by bit into the Faith Country, becoming a manager who cooperated with the demon insects to maintain stability in the Faith Country. However, it would require a lot of effort to deal with those species that were not under the control of the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons. Lin Yuan had never been one to rush into things. He would allocate ample time to organize and control these two territories. He could not rush the acquisition of territories and the expansion of the Faith Country. If Lin Yuan were too hasty, the soldier ration radishes wouldn't be able to keep up with the production of provisions. Young Master, 200 million demon insects are sufficient. There are many specialized flying demon insects among them. I only need 2 to 3 of these flying demon insects and about 200 demon insects on the ground to mark a resource location. I've been supplying Kira with the genes of various species recently. These words reflected Wen Yu's foresight and strategic insight. With so many talented individuals focusing on internal affairs in the Sky City, Lin Yuan was relieved, knowing that they could grow through their efforts and eventually become managers of the Sky City themselves. The Faith Country did not need an individual leader to deliver faith power to all the members of Sky City. Both Su Yiren and Luolan needed to relinquish their identity as individual leaders. In such an environment, Lin Yuan could completely leave the Faith Country to others. He only needed to make decisions on important matters behind the scenes. After talking to Wen Yu, Lin Yuan asked Lu Ji, "What's the situation with Big Brother Liu's white-clothed followers? Did anything happen while I was gone?" Lu Ji hurriedly said, "Lin Yuan, I have something to tell you about the white-clothed followers. Sky City's basic members are divided into combat sequence and reserve sequence. Reserve sequence members have always wanted to charge forward. Many of them made it into the combat sequence through the annual competition. The situation in the main world is relatively stable because the resources obtained by the combat sequence members are higher than the reserve sequences. Even those who are a little lax will be difficult to surpass. But now that they're in the sky beyond the clouds, both the combat and reserve sequence members must adapt to the environment of the sky beyond the clouds. However, the adaptability to the environment varies depending on the individual's physique. Many reserve sequence members have improved by leaps and bounds after coming to the sky beyond the clouds, surpassing the strength of some members in the combat sequence. It will be time for the internal competition between the two sequences in another month. I suggest we reselect the two sequences members, including the white-clothed followers." Lu Ji rarely made such a controversial proposal. However, Lu Ji was exceptionally resolute in making this suggestion. As the leader of the white-clothed followers, Lu Ji had to interact frequently with the white-clothed followers, members of combat sequence and reserve sequence. These people were indeed loyal to Sky City, but human hearts were fickle. Fairness was the biggest prerequisite to prevent fickleness from arising in people's hearts. Evaluating one's position in Sky City based on one's true strength would be acceptable to everyone. Even with continuous expansion, the total number of white-clothed followers would ultimately be limited to 500 people. The white-clothed followers appeared excessively arrogant when facing other battle and reserve sequence members. Lu Ji did not want to see this situation continue, as it would definitely pose a huge threat to Sky City's development. If the total number of white-clothed followers and battle and reserve sequence members exceeded 100,000, it would be extremely difficult for Lu Ji to maintain absolute fairness. It would be so difficult that Lu Ji might have no choice but to give up on this idea. However, with only 5,000 people, Lu Ji's idea of maintaining absolute fairness was achievable. He only needed to spend some effort, and it was not difficult for Lu Ji. When Lin Yuan heard Lu Ji's suggestion, he did not immediately express his stance. Instead, he pondered for a moment before nodding at Lu Ji with a smile. Lin Yuan could also see Lu Ji's growth from his suggestion. Lin Yuan had always acknowledged the importance of fairness within a faction. While it might be possible to hold on without fairness for a short period, significant problems were bound to arise over time. Lin Yuan was very pleased that Lu Ji had discovered this and proposed a solution. Big brother Lu, I support your suggestion. When the competition begins, we can make it more grand. Then, inform all the members of the white-clothed followers, combat sequence and reserve sequence in advance. When the time comes, the core members of Sky City will attend the ceremony, so let them prepare in advance. Why don't we start discussing what rewards we should prepare for these participants based on their results when the competition ends? Chapter 2934, 12-Winged Silver Corona. Apart from the core members, Sky City was only made up of the white-clothed followers and combat and reserve sequence members. After that, the white-clothed followers and combat and reserve sequence would not expand. It could be said that the white-clothed followers and combat and reserve sequence members were definitely Lin Yuan's own people who were under his control. Since that was the case, Lin Yuan had no reason not to be generous. Under normal circumstances, Lin Yuan would provide a large amount of high-quality resources for Sky City's grassroots. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Lu Ji and Wen Yu immediately displayed thoughtful expressions on their faces. Neither of them had ever considered what sort of rewards they would prepare for the white-clothed followers and combat and reserve sequence members in the competition. Previously, these rewards had been provided by Lin Yuan, which meant that he had always been the one making the decisions. Lu Ji and Wen Yu had merely distributed the resources provided by Lin Yuan according to his instructions. Now that Lin Yuan had given Lu Ji and Wen Yu a chance to suggest the distribution of rewards, they would definitely think about it seriously. Wen Yu quickly had an idea. As Sky City's main manager, Wen Yu knew very well how much resources Lin Yuan had invested in the white-clothed followers and combat and reserve sequence members. Wen Yu easily calculated the approximate value of the reward according to a certain ratio. Lu Ji's ability in this aspect was inferior to Wen Yu's, and he was still in deep thought. However, Lu Ji was the leader of the white-clothed followers, and the white-clothed followers and combat and reserve sequence members were under his control. Even if Wen Yu had an idea, she did not speak. Instead, she waited for Lu Ji to speak first before she added. After nearly 5 minutes, Lu Ji spoke extremely seriously, Lin Yuan, be it the white-clothed followers, combat sequence or reserve sequence members, they all harbor a strong desire for new feys. After reaching the Divine Kingdom level, every white-clothed follower needs to replenish at least 2 feys. Those combat and reserve sequence members who haven't reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom will need to replenish at least 1 fey. Some white-clothed followers and combat sequence members have already made a request of me. Zhou Luo has always managed the reserve sequence members, and the situation is the same on his end. I think there's no harm in using high-quality bronze feys as a reward and providing some resources needed to nurture feys. Upon hearing Lu Ji's words, Wen Yu nodded subconsciously. What Lu Ji had said would be considered the best reward in any faction. However, while it might suffice as an ordinary reward in Sky City, considering it as the main prize for a major competition would indeed seem somewhat shabby. Lin Yuan intended to make the competition exceptionally grand. All the core members of Sky City, including the City Lord, would attend. This could be considered to be Sky City's biggest event since its founding. Awarding the resources that Lin Yuan typically granted to the grassroots of Sky City as the rewards for this grand event seemed inappropriate. Before Wen Yu could speak, Lin Yuan shook his head, Big brother Lu, the rewards for the competition shouldn't be limited to just resources. As far as I remember, I have only promoted the members of the white-clothed followers to the World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, and the other combat and reserve sequence members are only at the spirit fire level. Compared to the newly contracted feys and the resources to increase their strength, these members will definitely want to increase their levels as soon as possible. Since we've already decided to make this competition grand, why don't we prioritize the reserve sequence members for the competition? I will upgrade the top 30 participants of the competition from the Spirit Fire level to the Divine Kingdom level. Then, these members will obtain the qualifications to compete with the battle sequence members. The top 30 combat sequence participants can compete with the 500 white-clothed followers. Lu Ji had never mentioned to Lin Yuan that some white-clothed followers had become arrogant and lazy. Once Lu Ji discovered this situation, he would immediately deal with it and personally find these white-clothed followers for an in-depth conversation. While Lu Ji hadn't really brought up this matter to Lin Yuan, Wen Yu had documented it in the files. Lin Yuan proposed such a competition reward to increase the strength of the reserve sequence members. He would start mobilizing Sky City's grassroots, starting with the reserve sequence. Not only would this make Sky City's internal competition stronger, but it would also help eradicate the arrogance at the grassroots. This competition would also offer the reserve sequence members the opportunity for evolution. Otherwise, it would be too difficult for them to stand out in a situation where high-quality resources were mainly directed towards white-clothed followers and combat sequence members. Wen Yu smiled when she heard Lin Yuan's arrangement, which resonated well with her thoughts. However, she refrained from making specific arrangements because she did not know the price Lin Yuan had to pay to help Sky City's grassroots increase their strength. Lin Yuan, I'll make the arrangements as you say. However, we're still in the midst of attacking the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons. Should I inform you about the competition now? Lin Yuan immediately said, Big Brother Lu, just pass on the news now. You must give the reserve sequence members time to prepare before the competition. The Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons won't need these reserve sequence members, and it won't affect Sky City. We just need to focus on the acquisition of the territories later. Lu Ji immediately prepared to make preparations. Before he left, he thought of something and said to Lin Yuan, not long after you left, a bunch of mice appeared in the Spinning Wings White Falcons territory. These mice possess extremely strong reproductive abilities and decent strength themselves. If the Moon Empress hadn't ordered Summer to take action and eliminate this group of mice that could reproduce at high speed, the entire King Blood Jackal's territory would have suffered a calamity. Lu Ji had lingering fears on his face. He had personally witnessed the reproduction of that group of mice. 7 or 8 mice could multiply within half a day into a large swarm. Lu Ji was very familiar with Red Thorn and Silver Corona and was aware that they fed on flesh and blood. He took the initiative to propose reserving a portion of the mice and raising them in the sea of flowers woven by Silver Corona and Red Thorn. Lu Ji's suggestion allowed Red Thorn and Silver Corona to improve rapidly while Lin Yuan was away. As this was Lu Ji's private request to Summer, Wen Yu did not document it in the records. Upon hearing Lu Ji's words, Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, especially upon learning that Lu Ji had arranged for these mice to be in the sea of flowers woven by Silver Corona and Red Thorn. This was because Lin Yuan had deliberately collected many mice kings in the previous rodent infestation, intending to use these tooth mice to replace dimensional life forms in feeding Red Thorn and Silver Corona. He didn't expect Sky City to have a rodent infestation. Lin Yuan keenly captured from Lu Ji's words that these tooth mice capable of causing rodent infestation had escaped from the territory of the Spinning Wings White Falcons. The Spinning Wings White Falcons could be said to be the natural enemy of these mice. Tooth mice that could multiply infinitely could be considered the best food for the Spinning Wings White Falcons. They must have released these mice and come over. Otherwise, they would most likely cause a rodent infestation within their territory. The Spinning Wings White Falcons probably intended to use this method to probe their side, so the Moon Empress had gotten Summer to quell this rodent infestation. This meant that the alien insects did not have much effect in combating these tooth mice. Lin Yuan had personally witnessed tooth mice's ability to breed, which was stronger than that of demon insects. Moreover, the individual combat strength of these tooth mice was not something that demon insects could compare to. If it weren't for the fact that these ordinary tooth mice had low intelligence and couldn't be completely controlled by Kira like the clueless Class 3 genetic lock demon insects, they would definitely have the ability to become the top of the species ranking and threaten other species. At present, Lin Yuan had already returned to Sky City. At such a distance, he could contact Silver Corona and Red Thorn. Red Thorn was currently in a deep sleep. It was obvious that it was at the juncture of evolving. Silver Corona, on the other hand, had successfully evolved. Silver Corona sensed Lin Yuan's connection and knew that he had returned to Sky City. It immediately headed to Sky City to look for Lin Yuan. While Lin Yuan had been away, Silver Corona had experienced a major transformation in its life. Now that Lin Yuan had returned, Silver Corona was eager to see him. Firstly, Silver Corona really missed Lin Yuan, and secondly, it wanted to prove its growth to Lin Yuan. Silver Corona's speed was extremely fast, and it didn't take long before it appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was both surprised and delighted that Silver Corona had grown a pair of wings to become a 12-winged fairy. He immediately used True Data to check on Silver Corona. Fey name, Sea Burial Lotus Flower, Silver Corona. Fey grade, High Sovereign, 5/10. Fey type, Source/Fairy. Fey quality, Immortal 4. Abilities. Spotted Coral, when trained according to the spots on the coral jade, different effects are generated. Nurture Spot Style, nurture the spots that were absorbed from the spotted coral jade in the bone lotus flowers. The bone lotus flowers will use a living being's life and soul to nurture the spots to give them vitality. The spots with vitality can use the living being's original strength to increase the strength and stamina of the bone lotus flowers. Burial Spot Style, place the spots in between the bone lotus flowers. The spots will eat the bone lotus flowers and become bone insects. The bone insects will retain the spots' abilities and can deal with attacks on the bone lotus flowers according to the abilities. The external life force will be absorbed, and when the external life force is still weak, their soul can also be absorbed. Bone Powder Mist, the bone lotus flowers will vomit out the living being's bones that could not be digested. The bone powder will fly up into the sky and stay in the coral spots once it reaches a set thickness of layer. Blood Bone Insect Drunk, while the bone insects are eating, they will enter a drunken state. When they're in a drunken state, they will not feel any pain. The circulation of their root power will also slow down. Blooming Lotus, the bone lotus flower's structure will change and gain split into main lotuses and branch lotuses. The branch lotuses will strengthen combat power while main lotuses will lose all combat power. Every time the main lotuses blooms, the spots will use the vitality they absorb to produce a skeletal insect. The skeletal insect can consume gus to repair damage done to the body. Arrival of Grant of Death, when the hermit's dead servants could not stand up against the enemies, they will change into the grants of deaths that place death penalties on the target's souls. Soul Parasite Rebirth, the soul will be hosted in the main lotus. The main lotus will make a copy of the aura of the life form soul and vitality. When the target's body and soul are damaged, the main lotus can be sacrificed while absorbing vitality and soul power to enable the target to be reborn. Once reborn, the target will be in a very weak state and its soul and roots will also be diminished. Lotus Territory Fairy Shadow, the fairy bloodline in its body will be used to nurture lotus fairies in the sea of bone lotus flowers. When the lotus fairies attack targets, there is a chance that the target will die instantly. The life forms killed by the lotus fairies will be turned into lotus puppets and they will retain a portion of the target's abilities from when they were alive. Soul receives bone territory, use the fairy bloodline to trigger its own soul. The soul will be linked to the Sea of Flowers and can temporarily store the Sea of Flowers. The larger the Sea of Flowers, the shorter the period of time it can be stored in the soul, its soul energy can be used to replenish its soul territory. If there is insufficient soul energy to replenish or strengthen the Sea of Flowers, the soul will suffer irreparable damage. Hidden Lotus Bud Realm, when the growth space outside its body is restricted, or when it wants to shrink the area of the Sea of Flowers, the main flower will change its form and form a bud realm and nurture the Sea of Flowers in it. In battles, each bud realm will form a space of its own. It can transfer the target in the Sea of Flowers to the bud realm to divide the battlefield. Exclusive Skill. Hermit's Dead Servant, the bone lotus flower will absorb the target's body when attacking it. 1% of the target's power will be injected into the target's soul to cause the target to be pregnant with its dead soul. The dead soul will consume itself, and when the bone lotus flowers gain 36 hermit dead servants, every hermit dead servant will be able to create a layer of mist over the bone lotus flowers. Rotted bones into fireflies, both vitality and death aura will be absorbed simultaneously. The vitality will turn into fireflies that will mend the sea of bone lotus flowers. The death aura will increase the strength of every bone lotus flower. If there is a pile of rotting bones below the bone lotus flowers to supply nutrients to them, as long as the main lotus is alive, rotting lotuses will be produced from the rotting bones and energy will be saved. Lotus Territory Symbiosis, all of the life forms in the territory will be classified as one entity and their lives will be linked together. When individual targets are attacked, the Lotus territory will take on some of the damage. Before the Lotus territory is destroyed, the individual targets will continue to live. Parasite Bone revives life. During combat, branch lotuses will be sacrificed to repair the sea of bone lotus flowers. Other bone lotus flowers and insect patterns can also be rejuvenated. Indestructible spots. In battle, regardless of the injuries received, the spots will not be depleted by external attacks. Spots replenished through other methods will also enjoy this effect. The excess spots will be trapped in the Bud Realm. When the Bud Realm is attacked, it can increase the stability of the Bud Realm and restore it. Chapter 2935, 11 Stars, Astronomical Parliament. Silver Corona had evolved from Sovereign/Creation to High Sovereign/Immortal. It had even evolved all the way to Immortal 4. This meant that the effect of nurturing Red Thorn and Silver Corona through the mice was much stronger than using dimensional life forms. Among the tooth mice Lin Yuan had brought back, there was a Mouse King, who would undoubtedly accelerate the growth of Red Thorn and Silver Corona. Silver Corona was now a genuine 12-winged fairy. Silver Corona's abilities and exclusive skills became extremely powerful as its bloodline improved. Silver Corona had reached High Sovereign and obtained the Hidden Lotus Bud Realm skill, which allowed Silver Corona to freely control the size of the Sea of Flowers without having to reduce its size due to space restrictions. With the main flower nurturing the Bud Realm, each Bud Realm would essentially become an independent spatial world. In this independent spatial world, the Sea of Flowers could grow freely. This was equivalent to folding the Sea of Flowers. Every Bud Realm could be considered as Silver Corona's way of dividing the battlefield. As Silver Corona's bloodline grade continued to increase, it could still form a forbidden area in the sky beyond the clouds. Once a foreign life form entered this forbidden area, it would be relatively more powerful. Silver Corona could teleport these foreign life forms to different Bud Realms and make these powerful individuals lose the chance to help each other. If Silver Corona couldn't defeat the opponent in the Bud Realm, it could also teleport its unit in the Sea of Flowers to the Bud Realms to assist in the fight. This not only greatly increased Silver Corona's combat ability but also its functionality. Silver Corona's Immortal Breed exclusive skill, Indestructible Spots, allowed it to ensure that its spots would not be damaged in battles. Although it required a large number of spots to fight, it could not produce spots on its own. Even if some of Silver Corona's abilities and exclusive skills could greatly increase spots in battle, this was also because Silver Corona had previously accumulated the spots through the jade-textured coral jades. Silver Corona itself did not possess such an ability. Now that it possessed indestructible spots, Silver Corona no longer had to worry about the consumption of spots in battle. Silver Corona had accumulated an abundance of spots and was in a state of excess. It would continue to accumulate spots in the future. Then, it could deposit those surplus spots into the Bud Realm. Whether the attack came from inside or outside the Bud Realm, the spots entering could increase the stability of the Bud Realm and even repair it. Silver Corona had yet to reach World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. Once it did, it would be able to truly demonstrate its capabilities. Previously, Lin Yuan had thought that nurturing Silver Corona and Red Thorn was an extremely difficult task, but he no longer thought so. Given the speed at which Red Thorn and Silver Corona's strength were enhancing, adding a certain amount of Mice Kings would further accelerate their evolution. Lin Yuan only needed to pay attention to these mice and not let their reproduction speed exceed the limits of Red Thorn and Silver Corona's devouring abilities. While Lin Yuan observed Silver Corona, Wen Yu and Lu Ji also watched it. Wen Yu did not have fairy-type feys, so she was not sensitive to Silver Corona's bloodline. Since every one of Lin Yuan's feys was evolving optimally, Wen Yu didn't find Silver Corona's 6 wings particularly remarkable. Unlike Wen Yu, Lu Ji was very concerned about Silver Corona's bloodline. Lu Ji's Insect Queen had already reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, and its current bloodline was only at the level of 12 wings, which was equivalent to Silver Corona's bloodline. While its bloodline was slightly more advanced than Silver Corona's, it was still far from 14 wings. Even Lu Ji, who had stepped into the Divine Kingdom level, could not guarantee that Elegance would have a chance to evolve its bloodline. Silver Corona was currently at the Immortal level. One step further and it would become Eternal/Spirit Fire. When it reached the Divine Kingdom level, Silver Corona might be able to raise its bloodline to 14 wings if opportunity arose. In terms of bloodline potential, Silver Corona far surpassed Elegance. However, the strength of a Fey, even if it was a fairy Fey, could not be judged solely by its bloodline. Very few Feys could compare to Elegance's abilities, especially when it could control insect species Carcinoma Feys and transform them into fairies. Because Lu Ji knew his value, he never indulged in self-pity like he did when elegance was still myth breed. At present, Lu Ji had become more confident. Lin Yuan, I'll spread the news of the competition now. As the leader of the white-clothed followers, I'm also a part of Sky City's combat sequence. I want to participate in the competition too. Neither Wen Yu nor Lin Yuan was surprised by Lu Ji's request. Lu Ji was a very strong-willed person. When faced with doubt, he wanted to prove himself. There was no doubt about this. From a leader's point of view, Lu Ji indeed needed to do this. Lu Ji had no chance to show off his strength in Sky City, especially after growing up. This made it inevitable for the white-clothed followers to doubt Lu Ji after their strength increased to the World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. In the face of such doubts, Lu Ji could only use his strength to prove himself. As long as he could prove himself, he would immediately win the respect of the white-clothed followers and reserve sequence members. Wen Yu told Lin Yuan everything she needed to say and was about to leave when Lin Yuan stopped her. Wen Yu, don't be in a hurry to leave. I have something to tell you. Wen Yu hurriedly stopped in her tracks and wondered why Lin Yuan was looking for her. She would try to speculate Lin Yuan's thoughts not because she wanted to think about how to respond to him but because, instead of simply being Sky City's manager, it was more accurate to describe her as Lin Yuan's subordinate. Wen Yu had long developed a habit of thinking, especially about Lin Yuan's words. Only then would Wen Yu be able to understand Lin Yuan's thoughts and reach a tacit understanding with him. However, after thinking for a long time, Wen Yu could not figure out why Lin Yuan had stopped her. At that moment, Wen Yu heard Lin Yuan say, Wen Yu, I remember that your astronomical parliament had evolved to 10 stars when you left the main world. It should be almost at 11 stars now, right? Wen Yu hurriedly said, Young master, my sacred source life form, the astronomical parliament, has indeed evolved to 11 stars and obtained a new function. But I'm still far from activating the astronomical parliament. Even though my astronomical parliament has reached 11 stars, I still can't contact the celestial bodies in the sky beyond the clouds. I keep feeling that there's a barrier between us. I fear that even if my astronomical parliament reaches 12 stars, I still won't be able to convene meetings among the constellations. Wen Yu did not hide her current situation and thoughts from Lin Yuan. She had always been very anxious about this matter. Wen Yu's value in Sky City was mainly demonstrated through the astronomical parliament. Now that there was no astronomical parliament, she could only be an ordinary internal affairs member. Wen Yu and Su Yiren each had their own strengths in internal affairs. In fact, they were both talents of the same level. However, Su Yiren's absolute love poppy was useful in managing the faith country. While Su Yiren's poppy fruits had suffered many casualties in the main world, she replenished them after coming to the sky beyond the clouds. They had all reached the World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. These 14 poppy fruits could help Su Yiren harvest faith in the faith country. If it were not because Su Yiren had no intention to seize the faith power, the residents of the faith country who had been in contact with the 14 poppy fruits and were drawn to the absolute love poppy's function would undoubtedly provide faith power to Su Yiren. In this aspect, Wen Yu, who could not activate the astronomical parliament, was weaker than Su Yiren. However, no one in Sky City would look down on Wen Yu because of this. Many of Sky City's core members had been astronomical parliament members. They knew very well that although Lin Yuan had the final say in the astronomical parliament, Wen Yu was the actual controller. However, Wen Yu's demands of herself were all self-imposed. It was precisely because she had always had such high expectations of herself that she was continuously driven to improve. Lin Yuan replied, Wen Yu, in the process of nurturing feys, I nurtured a fey that can help you strengthen your connection with the constellations. If you feel that your connection with the constellations is only a step away now, you might have a chance to reopen the astronomical parliament in the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan's words took aback Wen Yu. Lin Yuan typically conducted himself with composure, and it was rare for him to be so certain about something. If Lin Yuan could say that, he could basically guarantee that the astronomical parliament would be reconvened. There were two reasons why Lin Yuan was so certain. Firstly, 12 stars was not the peak of sacred source life forms. His master, the Moon Empress sacred source life form, Forage Moon, had already broken through the 12 stars limit. When a sacred source life form broke through to the 12 stars, it would form its own sacred rune. With each breakthrough, another sacred rune would appear. Although there would be no additional functions, the more sacred runes there were, the stronger the functions obtained would be. Furthermore, the star vastness peony's amplification on the astronomical parliament would increase as its strength continued to improve, and there was still a lot of room for improvement. With possible improvements in both aspects, Lin Yuan was very confident in reopening the astronomical parliament. Just as Wen Yu was pleasantly surprised, Lin Yuan said, "Wen Yu, why don't you summon the sacred source life form astronomical parliament for me to take a look? We can give it a try now. I can also take a look at the astronomical parliament's new function after its evolution." When she heard Lin Yuan's words, Wen Yu closed her eyes, and a surge of spiritual energy surged out of her body. It carried a mysterious feeling as if it could connect to the stars in the sky. The huge cat's eye on Wen Yu's forehead was like an intelligent eye that contained the wisdom of the galaxy. Dazzling starlight flickered in the cat's eyes. Lin Yuan could clearly sense that Wen Yu's spiritual energy was condensing into the cat's eyes and trying to connect with the stars. Lin Yuan used Morbius True Data to investigate the astronomical parliament. Sacred source name, astronomical parliament. Sacred source species, source genus/sacred source species. Sacred source star grade, 11 stars. Sacred source type, mystic realm. Abilities. Star spirit seat. When the astronomical parliamentary meeting is taking place, the members seated on the 12 zodiac constellation seats can exchange resources with the members seated on the north-south constellation seat with the willpowers and laws. Constellation charge. During the session of the parliament, the power of the stars can be utilized to replenish the energy of the convener, prolonging the duration of the session and maintaining stability during its proceedings. Constellation passage expends a huge amount of star energy to open up a passage that connects to the astronomical parliament members. Astronomical parliament members can teleport through this passage under the consumption of their willpower and laws. Star spirit blessing. The constellation related to one's position will bestow blessings upon the parliament members. It will use the power of the stars to provide them with certain opportunities to aid in their growth. As 11 stars sacred source life form, the astronomical parliament possessed 4 abilities. Wen Yu had always been very satisfied with the abilities of her astronomical parliament. In her opinion, each of its abilities was extremely powerful. Unfortunately, the astronomical parliament could not be convened and Wen Yu's sacred source life form was simply ineffective without the parliamentary meeting. Upon seeing Wen Yu's astronomical parliament's abilities, Lin Yuan nodded. Every ability of the sacred source life form had increased the astronomical parliament's strategic significance. Among these newly acquired abilities, constellation charge could prolong the astronomical parliament's time, which was extremely necessary. Several times before, after the astronomical parliament meeting ended, Wen Yu would be extremely exhausted and fall into coma for 2 to 3 days. Constellation charge could effectively prevent such a situation. Lin Yuan valued the constellation passage more than the star spirit blessing. Constellation passage could directly open a passage connected to the astronomical parliament members regardless of the cost. This passage was equivalent to a teleportation door. It would allow Lin Yuan to use the astronomical parliament members as a springboard to develop in other areas. When the astronomical parliament members encountered an unsolvable danger, they could also use the constellation passage to teleport Lin Yuan or others over. Wen Yu was waiting with a serious expression. Lin Yuan was going to support her in her attempt to reconvene the astronomical parliament. At present, Lin Yuan also summoned the star vastness peony. No one knew that this attempt would cause a huge storm in the 4 universes of the sky beyond the clouds. Chapter 2936, Restarting the Astronomical Parliament. Lin Yuan had just nurtured the star vastness peony, and it was still at Sovereign X/Immortal 9, a certain distance away from evolving to High Sovereign. If the star vastness peony wanted to increase its strength, it needed to rely on the absorption of moonlight energy. It would probably have to wait for a while before it could evolve to the Divine Kingdom level. However, this did not stop the star vastness peony from using its exclusive skill, Celestial Body Boost, on Wen Yu. When the star vastness peony saw Lin Yuan and Wen Yu, it bowed slightly to them. The star vastness peony and Wen Yu were old acquaintances. Wen Yu's sacred source life form, the astronomical parliament, needed to comprehend the constellations. During the period when the star vastness peony absorbed starlight energy at night, Wen Yu stayed by its side. However, unlike with Wen Yu, the star vastness peony was not as warm and friendly toward Lu Ji. Lin Yuan gave an order to the star vastness peony, "Star vastness peony, please use Celestial Body Boost on Wen Yu and help her comprehend the constellations through the sacred source life form. Remember to do your best to protect Wen Yu during the process and ensure her safety." The star vastness peony nodded seriously. Then, it transformed into its true form, and the enormous shadow of the peony enveloped Wen Yu. Wen Yu suddenly felt she was much closer to the stars in the sky. Previously, there was a barrier between her and the stars that she could not sense and touch. Now, they seemed much closer, as if the distance between them had diminished. Under the astronomical parliament's communication, the stars began to respond. Excitement illuminated Wen Yu's face as she felt the connection deepening. Wen Yu knew very well that if she wanted to, she could start the astronomical parliament now. She sensed the space that the constellations had built for her, and she was still the absolute owner of the space. Wen Yu was not in a hurry to try opening the astronomical parliament. Instead, she opened her eyes and looked at Lin Yuan with joy. It was obvious that she was asking Lin Yuan for his opinion. Lin Yuan nodded at Wen Yu. It was necessary to investigate the actual situation of the astronomical parliament before convening it. He definitely did not want a repeat of the mishap where the astronomical parliament was convened, only to be abruptly halted minutes later due to Wen Yu's physical condition. After receiving Lin Yuan's approval, Wen Yu took out 2 chairs and placed one beside her as she had done during the astronomical parliament meeting. Wen Yu sat on the chair and prepared to begin the ritual that was usually prepared before the astronomical parliament. Lin Yuan called out to Wen Yu and handed her the 7 or 8 pieces of rainbow fish coats, indicating that she should use them up first. Apart from increasing the speed at which Wen Yu recovered her spiritual energy, the rainbow fish coats could also increase the resilience of her spiritual energy to ensure that even in the face of unexpected situations, Wen Yu would be less likely to suffer damaged spiritual energy. Once spiritual energy was injured, it was very difficult to recover. Lin Yuan did not want Wen Yu to be in such a dangerous situation. Lin Yuan had also collected many spiritual type ingredients that were suitable for Wen Yu. However, these spiritual ingredients had a certain stimulating effect on the mind. It was far from being as gentle as the rainbow fish coats. It was not suitable for use unless it was necessary. Lin Yuan also sat on the chair and waited to enter the familiar astronomical parliament. After a while, Lin Yuan and Wen Yu appeared at the same time and sat on the golden chair that no one had sat on for a long time. Among the constellations, Libra and Leo lit up brightly, as if they were welcoming the return of a king. When Wen Yu felt the familiar touch of the golden chair beneath her, tears welled up in her eyes. Wen Yu knew that her strategic importance to Sky City would greatly increase in the future. As one of the 3 founders of Sky City, she could finally use the constellations to weave a net for Sky City's bright future. The astronomical parliament had evolved to 11 stars, and Wen Yu had become more proficient in her control over it. Wen Yu possessed the ability to control the candidates to enter the astronomical parliament. In this astronomical parliament meeting, Wen Yu had only invited Lin Yuan to participate, without extending an invitation to Lu Ji. This astronomical parliament meeting was Wen Yu's first attempt after coming to the sky beyond the clouds. She would be as cautious as possible because she knew that this was the only way to ensure her safety. Young master, should I try to lure people into the astronomical parliament? Lin Yuan nodded. Since he wanted to see if Wen Yu's astronomical parliament could successfully convene in the sky beyond the clouds, it was necessary to make such an attempt. The consumption of Wen Yu's energy to lure others into the astronomical parliament was much greater than maintaining the astronomical parliament itself. There was no shortage of people in the sky beyond the clouds who were willing to use everything they had, including freedom and life, to make a wish. Wen Yu quickly sensed a life form from afar through the astronomical parliament. However, before Wen Yu could pull the life form into the astronomical parliament, she felt her spirit and soul begin to weaken. She understood that this was due to the depletion of her spiritual energy. Wen Yu quickly ended the astronomical parliament meeting. If she forcefully pulled this life form into the astronomical parliament, she was certain that she would be bedridden for at least 3 years and would not be able to recover her damaged spiritual energy in a short period. Even though Wen Yu immediately cancelled the astronomical parliament, she still collapsed on the chair in reality. She felt as if thousands of needles were stabbing into her brain. Despite the pain she endured spiritually, Wen Yu was exceptionally joyful. With the enhancement of the star vastness peony, she had indeed held the astronomical parliament as she wished. Be it her sacred source life form or the star vastness peony, they would continue to enhance, and Wen Yu's spiritual energy would also continue to enhance. At the very least, she wanted to prove that she had the possibility of holding an astronomical parliament in the future. However, she probably wouldn't have the chance to do so in the short term. Even if the astronomical parliament convened now, they wouldn't be able to do anything in just a minute or 2. Wen Yu had to ensure that it could last for more than 15 minutes before she attempted to pull people into the astronomical parliament. When Lin Yuan saw Wen Yu's current state, he immediately took out a gourd-shaped container and handed it to her. In this gourd-shaped container made of water blue jade, there are about 150 drops of warm essence sweet marrow. This warm essence sweet marrow is far better than the rainbow fish coats for spiritual recovery. When recovering spiritual energy, there is a possibility of some water element energy attachment, which could be considered a drawback of the warm essence sweet marrow. Fortunately, I can get rid of them with the silver stamen gold luster kasha. Using the warm essence sweet marrow to restore spiritual energy can help you avoid constantly falling into such a state. As he spoke, Lin Yuan opened the gourd-shaped container and poured the warm essence sweet marrow into Wen Yu's mouth. Wen Yu's state of spiritual energy depletion was immediately alleviated. Wen Yu was pleasantly surprised by the existence of warm essence sweet marrow. However, she was very well aware that it must be exceptionally expensive. If it was not necessary, she would try not to use them. They were a precious resource that Lin Yuan had obtained from the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan sighed inwardly. Given Wen Yu's current situation, if she wanted to reopen the astronomical parliament, she would have to wait until her astronomical parliament reached 12 stars. Breaking through the 12 stars limit and awakening the sacred rune, or enhancing the star vastness peony to the world emperor/divine kingdom level were the only ways to make it possible. Wen Yu's successful convening of the astronomical parliament had a lot to do with the astronomical parliament's constellation charge ability. Without constellation charge, she might not even be able to last 30 seconds. Be it the astronomical parliament or the star vastness peony, it would not be easy to enhance them. Suddenly, Lin Yuan thought of the 100 Questions Beast. The abilities and exclusive skills of the 100 Questions Beasts varied during their evolution. However, some of them possessed abilities like spiritual energy expansion. If Wen Yu could contract a 100 Questions Beast with the spiritual energy expansion ability, she would have a higher reserve of spiritual energy, and the increase in her spiritual energy reserve would help her increase the timing of the astronomical parliament meeting. With Lin Yuan's growing the 100 Questions Beasts, it was not difficult for him to find a silver grade 100 Questions Beast with spiritual energy expansion ability. Lin Yuan decided to find a suitable 100 Questions Beast for Wen Yu to contract. The 100 Questions Beast did contain a huge secret, but Lin Yuan did not need to hide it from Wen Yu. It was impossible for Wen Yu to leak this information. Lin Yuan brought Wen Yu into the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. This was not the first time Wen Yu had entered the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. However, the current situation in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone was completely different from when she had entered it previously. Wen Yu was astonished by the development of the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. No matter how good the previous Spirit Lock Spatial Zone was, it was just a space. However, the current Spirit Lock Spatial Zone looked like a world. Before Lin Yuan entered the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, he had already informed Genius to help him choose a 100 Questions Beast with the spiritual energy expansion ability. Genius was already standing on the work table with a silver blue 100 Questions Beast, waiting for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's work table could be said to be the earliest item in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. His work table had never been changed. He brought Wen Yu to the work table and picked up the 100 Questions Beast beside Genius. Wen Yu, are you interested in contracting this fey? This is a small 100 Questions Beast. This 100 Questions Beast skill can help you increase your spiritual energy. It has a very special way of increasing spiritual energy, in which it doesn't directly increase your spiritual energy, but allows its spiritual energy to superimpose with yours. You should know that the 100 Questions Beasts are feys with powerful spiritual energy. When they evolve to the world emperor/divine kingdom level, their spiritual energy will increase by at least 50 times. As long as you contract this 100 Questions Beast, I will help you nurture it. Lin Yuan did not force Wen Yu to contract a 100 Questions Beast. He had always treated her with great respect. As opposed to demanding Wen Yu contract a fey, he was more willing to follow Wen Yu's choice. Lin Yuan would explain the pros and cons of contracting a 100 Questions Beast to Wen Yu, and then he would let her make the decision herself. Even if Wen Yu was unwilling to contract the 100 Questions Beast, it would not be a problem for Lin Yuan. He had merely found a solution to the problem. Wen Yu was aware of the 100 Questions Beast's existence and knew that Lin Yuan had a way to evolve it. Actually, she had long wanted to contract a 100 Questions Beast, but she had never mentioned it to Lin Yuan. Now that Lin Yuan was willing to let her contract the 100 Questions Beast, Wen Yu was undoubtedly very happy. She was very willing to contract the 100 Questions Beast. As long as she contracted it, she could start the astronomical parliament very quickly. This time, Wen Yu had marked someone who was deeply entrenched in their dreams and possessed strong determination. Even from a distance, Wen Yu's perception of this individual remained exceptionally strong. The astronomical parliament did not manage to pull the individual over this time, but Wen Yu would still be able to find them in the next astronomical parliament. Hopefully, when the next astronomical parliament meeting was held, the individual would be deep in their slumber. The illusion snake was once an exceptionally powerful species in the West universe. 4 epochs ago, they changed the state of the West universe, which caused the fairy institution and other powerful factions in the West universe to retreat as they were unwilling to directly start a conflict with the illusion snake. However, due to their excessive prominence and certain events they experienced, the illusion snake gradually declined. The glory of the illusion snake had long vanished from the sky beyond the clouds. The illusion snake had split into 16 species during those 4 epochs. Among these 16 species, the weakest was the purifying water illusion snake. As the saying went, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Logically speaking, even the weakest species of the illusion snake, the purifying water illusion snake, should have a decent living environment. However, what really made it difficult for the purifying water illusion snake to survive was the suppression of the crystal rock illusion snake. During the past 1 or 2 epochs, the crystal rock illusion snake almost treated the purifying water illusion snake as servants, ordering them to utilize their innate talents to extract precious ores from the rocky cliffs near the sea. If the quality and quantity of these ores did not meet the requirements of the crystal rock illusion snake, they would rely on the suppression of their bloodline to kill the members of the purifying water illusion snake. If not for the fact that they wanted the purifying water illusion snake to continue serving them, the purifying water illusion snake would have long perished in the hands of the crystal rock illusion snake. In a cave on a cliff by the sea, a youth from the purifying water illusion snake suddenly awoke from his slumber. Chapter 2937, 12 Stars of Love. The youth was very handsome, and there were faint blue snake patterns on his cheeks. Inside the cave, there was more than one youth of the purifying water illusion snakes. However, this particular youth possessed a distinctive trait compared to other members of the same species. The eyes of ordinary purifying water illusion snakes were silver blue, but this youth's eyes were different. One was silver blue, and the other was green gold. Despite his appearance, this young purifying water illusion snake didn't receive any preferential treatment. On the contrary, he frequently suffered abuse from the supervisor of the crystal rock illusion snakes. Fortunately, the purifying water illusion snake's recovery ability was extremely strong. Therefore, his injuries and stamina would recover very quickly. The young purifying water illusion snake raised his hand and rubbed his strange eyes. Last night, before he slept, Jing Bai had made a wish. He was willing to use everything to change his fate and the future of the purifying water illusion snakes. Under the suppression of the crystal rock illusion snakes, the purifying water illusion snakes had gradually lost their pride. Especially the newly born members of the purifying water illusion snakes, who considered the current suppression of the crystal rock illusion snakes to be the norm. Over the past thousands of years, some members of the purifying water illusion snakes were unwilling to be controlled by the crystal rock illusion snakes and fled. Most of the members who had fled had been captured. Once captured, they would be immediately executed by the crystal rock illusion snakes and would not be given a second chance. Those members of the purifying water illusion snakes who had not been captured could indeed escape the control of the crystal rock illusion snakes, but their close relatives had to suffer on their behalf and be executed by the crystal rock illusion snakes. Over such a long period, the close relatives of the purifying water illusion snakes would be wary of each other, fearing that their close relatives might flee and leave them to endure the consequences. In particular, in the past few hundred years, there had been cases of close relatives reporting that their relatives had fled. This situation made Jing Bai's heart ache as it only meant one thing, which was that the purifying water illusion snakes were gradually being enslaved by the crystal rock illusion snakes and were about to completely become their dependent species. It was a great irony because the crystal rock and purifying water illusion snakes lineage had once come from the same species, which was the powerful illusion snakes. As long as the purifying water illusion snakes remained weaker, they would only continue to suffer. The crystal rock illusion snakes couldn't take the initiative to give up on the purifying water illusion snakes. Without the purifying water illusion snakes using their abilities to help the crystal rock illusion snakes collect those precious ores, it would be difficult for the latter to collect those ores. To a certain extent, the purifying water illusion snakes contributed to making the crystal rock illusion snakes stronger. Last night, Jing Bai felt as if someone had answered his prayers and brought him to a place where the constellations shone brightly. However, before he could see the magnificent constellations clearly in his sleep, he felt like he was falling. Immediately afterward, Jing Bai woke up from his sleep. Although the scene in the dream was abnormally real, Jing Bai did not take the dream too seriously. He simply regarded it as an illusion resulting from his anxiety about changing his current situation. Contemplating this, Jing Bai laughed at himself. How could he possibly possess the capability to change this situation? Because of his brother's escape, his parents had been killed by the crystal rock illusion snakes. He was only able to survive until now as a laborer because of his eyes. However, his eyes were not considered extraordinary among the purifying water illusion snakes, rather, they marked the beginning of Jing Bai's abuse. The purifying water illusion snake's eye color had a deep connection with their bloodline. His green-gold eyes proved that his purifying water illusion snake bloodline was not pure. In a species where people came together because of bloodlines, those with impure bloodlines would be ostracized and discriminated against. The other youths from the purifying water illusion snakes in this cave did not live with Jing Bai. Even though it was clearly his elder brother's betrayal that led to the tragic death of his loved ones, there was a prevailing belief circulating that Jing Bai had caused the deaths of his own relatives. These unfair treatments had indeed left Jing Bai somewhat resentful towards the purifying water illusion snakes. However, Jing Bai still hoped that the purifying water illusion snakes could rise successfully. Day after day, the waves in this bay relentlessly swept against the cliffs, and the purifying water illusion snakes began another working day for the crystal rock illusion snakes. Beside him, a few men in half-body python skin armor were whipping the slow purifying water illusion snakes members with their whips. The purifying water illusion snakes who had been thrown into the sea from the cliffs did not dare to make a sound. They could only endure the pain in their bodies and do their best to collect the ores. If they offended the supervisors of the crystal rock illusion snakes, they would be beaten to death. Wen Yu, who was in the spirit lock spatial zone, had already contracted the silver grey 100 questions beast genius had brought. After the 100 questions beast was contracted, it was arranged to absorb the pure spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone to increase its strength. In the past few decades, Wen Yu had comprehended 3 willpower runes that were suitable for spirit type phase. She chose a willpower rune that was most compatible with the 100 questions beast and combined it. The 100 questions beast, which had fused with the willpower rune, did not undergo a qualitative transformation like genius bloodline when it evolved to diamond grade. Nevertheless, Wen Yu found the 100 questions beast's spiritual energy expansion was truly beneficial. Wen Yu exclaimed, as long as young master raises this 100 questions beast to sovereign/creation, I should be able to guarantee that the astronomical parliament will last for more than 10 minutes. If this 100 questions beast can evolve to immortal breed, the astronomical parliament will be able to convene for more than 20 minutes. When the astronomical parliament breaks through, you can use the star vastness peony to enhance me. It should be possible to extend the astronomical parliament meeting time to 1 hour, much longer than the time spent convening it in the main world previously. I can also recruit more people to become a member of the astronomical parliament. After contracting the 100 questions beast, Wen Yu's eyes were filled with endless anticipation. After leaving the spirit lock spatial zone with Wen Yu, Lin Yuan did not stay any longer. Instead, he prepared to meet Su Yiren and Luo Lan. Lin Yuan knew that both of them had the most things to report to him in the entire Sky City. During this period, if the Moon Empress had borne the heaviest burden, then Su Yiren and Luo Lan had borne the heaviest work. Lin Yuan knew very well how vast the Faith country was. It was one thing for Su Yiren and Luo Lan to possess the capability, but it was another thing altogether for them to bear the burden. He would not confuse the two matters. Despite having chosen to contract a vitality sloth, it didn't stop Su Yiren and Luo Lan from looking exhausted when Lin Yuan saw them. In particular, Luo Lan had dark circles under her eyes, which were a sign of prolonged physical exertion. Luo Lan's performance in Sky City had never been outstanding. Ever since she joined Sky City, she had been receiving help from others. Both Yinlin and Su Yiren had assisted Luo Lan a lot, not to mention the support provided by Lin Yuan and Wen Yu. Luo Lan, who had been growing up with the help of others, really hoped to prove herself. While Luo Lan was very ambitious, she had always suppressed her ambitions very well because she believed that it was foolish to show feelings in a place where others were generally better than herself. During this period, Luo Lan had done her best, and she was very satisfied with the current results. Although Su Yiren was the one in charge of managing the Faith country, Luo Lan was very clear about the value of her efforts. She had never harbored the intention of proving herself and only wanted to silently contribute to the construction of Sky City. This was the best repayment to her savior. Su Yiren didn't have as many thoughts as Luo Lan. Ever since she had left the main world and was no longer in charge of the 7 states of darkness, and managing the Dark and Sand Island continents, Su Yiren had been relieved of her burden. What left the deepest impression on Su Yiren was the moment Lin Yuan found her hiding behind a pile of trash. At that moment, Su Yiren felt both uneasy and at ease. Previously, Su Yiren had always felt that the moment 7th Page War conquered the 7 states of darkness was the turning point of her fate. However, the biggest turning point in her fate was actually the moment Lin Yuan found her. When Lin Yuan found her, Su Yiren's only thought had been survival. Recovering the 7 states of darkness was just a wish she could only dream of. Lin Yuan was like a dreamer who had fulfilled all of Su Yiren's wishes. Since then, Su Yiren was very willing to use her own capabilities to manage a complicated faction. The more challenging things were, the more motivated Su Yiren became. Both Luo Lan and Su Yiren had finally reunited with Lin Yuan after a long separation. Previously, they had not had much chance to communicate with Lin Yuan through the fantasy crystal birthstone flower. Lin Yuan didn't talk about business with Su Yiren and Luo Lan right away. Instead, he handed over some spiritual ingredients that were suitable for them. There was nothing special about Luo Lan's phase because Luo Lan's soul energy was weaker than ordinary people's. This was the reason Luo Lan only successfully contracted his own sacred source life form when she became a spirit fire expert. Unlike Su Yiren, who had the absolute love poppy, Luo Lan was skilled at governance, and Lin Yuan only needed to provide Luo Lan with ordinary resources to enhance her strength. Su Yiren's situation was very different from an ordinary individual like Luo Lan. Her situation was somewhat similar to Lu Ji's, but Elegance's uniqueness made it so that Lu Ji could only contract one fey. The insect species carcinoma phase that Lu Ji contracted later were all contracted by Elegance. On the other hand, Su Yiren's contracted phase had to be combined with her sacred source life form. The absolute love poppy would then control all the phase under Su Yiren's control. Su Yiren, I heard from Wenyu that your absolute love poppy has mutated. I wonder how it is doing. Upon hearing that, Su Yiren immediately summoned her sacred source life form, the absolute love poppy. A strange touch of pink light flickered in Su Yiren's hand, and a beautiful flower the size of 2 palms was gently swaying. Even though Su Yiren was controlling the absolute love poppy to prevent its aura from leaking out, it still affected Luo Lan, who was standing at the side, and made her appear intoxicated. On the other hand, Lin Yuan was not affected by the absolute love poppy. He had developed strong resistance to control, whether it be over his mind, soul, or spirit. This resistance stemmed from his connection to the purple afterglow and the alluring soul alluring fox bloodline in his body. Whether it was the purple afterglow that had evolved to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom or the alluring fox bloodline in Lin Yuan's body, their levels were not inferior to the absolute love poppy. Lin Yuan used Morbius True Data to investigate the absolute love poppy. Sacred source name, absolute love poppy. Sacred source species, source genus/sacred source species. Sacred source star grade, 12 stars. Sacred source type, spiritual/soul/mind. Abilities. Love desire glass, by using the mind, spirit, and soul, the target will feel enormous love that will strike the target's most important parts. A piece of glass that contains love will be formed. When the glass is broken, the target will give up its energy core, and its combat power will be triggered. Once the energy core is used up, the target will die. 14 poppy fruits, contract 14 life forms of the same gender as the contractor, and the absolute love poppy will plant a small poppy fruit inside the 14 life forms. The targets will gain a small amount of the absolute love poppy's power, and their appearances will change as well. The poppy fruits inside the targets will absorb the love from the target and transfer it into the absolute love poppy to increase its stars. Desire absorption. When a target is under the absolute love poppy's complete control, the target will become its plaything. All the energy in the target's body can be absorbed by the absolute love poppy at will. The absolute love poppy will brew the controlled life form through the special substance and poison in its body. When it matures, it can absorb the target's energy and convert it into its own inherent energy. Poppy fruit forest. Every target who is attracted and contributes energy to the 14 poppy fruits will provide the absolute love poppy with an equal amount of energy. The target's double energy supply will be borne by the target itself. Lin Yuan discovered that the absolute love poppy's star grade had evolved to 12 stars. He remembered that the absolute love poppy was only a 6 stars sacred source life form when he first observed its data. Lin Yuan realized that whether it was the absolute love poppy, Su Yiren's phase, or Su Yiren herself, the speed at which their strength increased far exceeded others. Be it Wen Yu, Luo Lan, Lu Ji, or the others, they were all left behind by Su Yiren. This must be related to the absolute love poppy's desire absorption ability. Chapter 2938, Red Thorn's Evolution. The absolute love poppy's ability desire absorption could allow any life form that could be controlled by the absolute love poppy to become bait for the absolute love poppy to increase its strength. As long as the absolute love poppy injected a special substance into the target's body, the strength absorbed by the target could directly be added to the absolute love poppy and Su Yiren. Su Yiren had relied on this method to increase her strength so quickly. Apart from desire absorption, the absolute love poppy also obtained a new ability called Poppy Fruit Forest. This ability allowed Su Yiren to obtain more faith power. It could be said that the 14 poppy fruits had completely become a tool for Su Yiren to harvest faith power. With this ability, Su Yiren's speed of improvement would not be any slower than Lu Ji's. Lin Yuan was very happy about the improvement of his companions. Even though Su Yiren was controlling the absolute love poppy with all her might, she was still unable to prevent its aura from leaking out. Luo Lan had been under the control of the absolute love poppy for a long time, so it had a considerable impact on her. After Lin Yuan inspected the absolute love poppy, Su Yiren quickly recalled it. Young master, after my absolute love poppy reaches 12 stars, it will be quite difficult for it to continue improving. I'm no longer focused on improving my strength. Luo Lan and I have gained a lot from managing the faith country. Actually, those living beings scattered in the various villages don't have much sense of belonging to the villages. After these villages were united, they could not attack each other because they were under our control, causing each village to be relatively peaceful. These neighboring villages began to fuse, and various life forms began to gather in groups. At first, Luo Lan and I felt that this kind of gathering was more in line with the standards of development. We planned a test area to deliberately facilitate this. But in the end, once the groups formed by these living beings reached a sufficient scale, they neglected our management. In the end, Luo Lan and I separated the residents of this experimental area and moved them to various places in the faith country to neutralize these groups. But this will inevitably cause conflicts between the different species. Su Yiren honestly explained to Lin Yuan the problems she had encountered when she was in charge of the faith country. Only Su Yiren could provide the best feedback to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan did not immediately answer Su Yiren's question. Instead, he lowered his head and seriously pondered over her question. In the end, Lin Yuan said seriously, I think Sky City's current development direction is most compatible with Sky City. We don't have to put too much thought into it. We're already doing our best to provide the best living environment for the residents of the faith country. In the faith country, we can guarantee food, shelter, and medical treatment. There's no need to redistribute these living beings in the faith country according to their species. Once redistributed, the faith country will be equivalent to a miniature sky beyond the clouds. The various races in the sky beyond the clouds are constantly fighting. How can there be peace? Lin Yuan's words reminded Su Yiren of an issue she had when she managed the Dark Continent and Sand Island continent in the main world. Now that she was managing the faith country, there were more than 10,000 species in the faith country. If stability could be maintained, it meant that this method was an extremely high-quality way to manage the faith country. There was no need for her to take the initiative to create problems before they arose. Young master, I understand what you mean. The faith country is still expanding. As there aren't enough soldier ration radishes, Luo Lan and I decided to slow down the expansion of the faith country. Many demon insects were lost in the previous conflicts. I hope that Kira can divide more demon insects to increase the stability of the faith country. Recently, there have been some rumors in the faith country that the Crimson Heaven Falcons are preparing to attack the faith country. They think that the faith country is about to become the possession of the Crimson Heaven Falcons. This is most likely because a spy from the Crimson Heaven Falcons has infiltrated the faith country. However, because there are many people in the faith country, it's very difficult to identify the spy. I'm afraid these rumors will throw the current faith country into disarray. Su Yiren knew very well that the faith country had only been established for a short period. The residents of the faith country did not have much sense of belonging to the faith country. Any rumor could destabilize the current state. Apart from the internal stability of the faith country, Su Yiren was also worried that the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons would attack the faith country. Su Yiren would be helpless if such a thing happened. Lin Yuan said to Su Yiren seriously, you don't have to worry about the situation with the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons. Soon, both the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons will become subordinates of Sky City and serve us. We will soon take over the territories of the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons. At that time, the Faith Country can expand into the territories of the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons. I will solve the problem of the soldier ration radish supply as soon as possible. In a short period, I will be able to completely solve the problem of food and clothing in the Faith Country. Just do your best to expand your Faith Country. Su Yiren's heart skipped a beat. Su Yiren had always regarded the Spinning Wings White Falcons as a threat. In the end, Lin Yuan was not only going to get rid of the Spinning Wings White Falcons but the Crimson Heaven Falcons as well. Without the threat of the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons, developing a Faith Country was a piece of cake for Su Yiren. Constructing the basic form of a Faith Country was the most difficult stage. Su Yiren had already solved the most difficult stage. It was only now that Loyal Land completely broke free from the Absolute Love Poppy's influence. However, the Absolute Love Poppy still left some residual effects. Loyal Land looked at Su Yiren with an ambiguous gaze and her face flushed red. When Su Yiren looked at her, she even lowered her head shyly. Su Yiren hurriedly handed Loyal Land a potion that strengthened her spiritual energy and eliminated the mental influence. She urged Loyal Land to drink it. Su Yiren had specially requested these medicines from the Moon Empress. She was afraid that the Absolute Love Poppy would affect her own people. Loyal Land did not interrupt the development of the Faith Country. She just let Su Yiren report to Lin Yuan. Seeing that Su Yiren was almost done talking to Lin Yuan, Loyal Land said, "Young master, didn't you say that you wanted to choose some dependent species in the Faith Country to nurture? I paid special attention to these people in the Faith Country and realized that many of them have the chance to become spirit contractors. I think that if we want to nurture the managers of the Faith Country, we might as well choose and nurture some spirit contractors. Compared to ordinary people, spirit contractors are undoubtedly more suitable for this job. Spirit contractors are already seen as noble in the sky beyond the clouds. This way, it will be easier to convince the public." Lin Yuan nodded. It was indeed better to nurture those with some talent as spirit contractors. "Loyal Lan, your suggestion is not bad. Since that's the case, you can choose a spirit contractor from each village to nurture. Use these spirit contractors to strengthen the control over the various villages. The Faith Country is a force formed by combining villages. If we can strengthen the control over these villages one by one, it will undoubtedly be a strong boost to the stability of the Faith Country as a whole." Lin Yuan, Su Yiren, and Loyal Lan chatted for a while before Lin Yuan suddenly sensed Red Thorn calling out to him. This meant that Red Thorn's grade, quality, and bloodline had evolved. Lin Yuan did not ask Red Thorn to come over. Instead, he prepared to go to the underground palace to meet Red Thorn personally. Coincidentally, Lin Yuan was going to throw the Mice Kings into the sea of flowers that Red Thorn and Silver Corona had opened. "Su Yiren, Loyal Lan, I'll inform Kira to produce more demon insects. Then, I'll add more demon insects to guard each village." While talking to Su Yiren and Loyal Lan, Lin Yuan sent Kira to the underground palace. Lin Yuan used the ethereal jellyfish's node teleportation skill and appeared in the underground palace after a few teleportations. Before Lin Yuan could leave the underground palace, Red Thorn bumped into him. Lin Yuan realized that Red Thorn's fairy bloodline had also increased to 12 wings. However, compared to Silver Corona, Red Thorn's bloodline was clearly much stronger, so Lin Yuan was not surprised. This was because Red Thorn's bloodline was stronger than Silver Corona's even before it evolved to 12 wings. Lin Yuan used true data to investigate Red Thorn's bloodline. Fey name, Red Thorn, 12-winged demon, Thousand Eyes relinquish. Fey species, Rafflesia genus/fairy species. Fey grade, Sovereign, 3/10, Fey type, Source/wood. Fey quality, Creation 6 abilities. Mouth of relinquish, secretes vigorous digestive fluids with powerful corrosive properties, allowing a faster speed to absorb the energy in the food. The tongue of relinquish inside the mouth is able to increase the digestion speed by several times. It can also secrete a special corrosive fluid from the flesh and blood that it consumes. When the tongues of relinquish pierce a target, the tip of the tongue can be cut off and left in the target's body. While the target remains alive, the tip of the tongue will control the target's spirit and soul. After the target dies, the tip of the tongue can control and manipulate the target to make it appear as though it is still alive. Brutal carnivore vine. The vines contained digestive fluids that grew in midair, and the sharp teeth on the inner side of the vine could grind off and collect flesh and blood energy. Eye of relinquish. Eyes formed by using blood and flesh energy. Each eye contains a huge amount of blood and flesh energy. When the number of eyes of relinquish on every mouth of relinquish is maintained below 60, they are merely able to store energy. When the number of eyes of relinquish is above 60, those eyes of relinquish that are above 60 can be turned into an energy ray at any time. Sea of Flowers state transition. By quickly using up the stored up energy, the Sea of Flowers child Raymit's attacking power and mobility can be improved by several times. The child Raymit's weapons will also morph in a way that increases their functionality. Demon Spirit Curse Kill. Whenever any of the Ortet's Raymits touches an enemy target and breaks through a target's defense, the target will be cursed. Every curse carries a negative effect that would be stacked with every additional attack. Tongue Pouch births demons. When a corpse is being consumed, it can be stored in the tongue pouch and nurtured. If the corpse's power is intact, it can be nurtured into a special life form that contains a fairy bloodline. Its previous power will be retained and its power can also be increased when tempered by blood energy. Demon Transformed Bound Fairy. Its bloodline will be injected into the demon nurtured by tongue pouch births demons. The demon will transform into a fairy with a bloodline that is one level lower and is controlled by Red Thorn. The fairy will take on the same abilities and with sufficient vitality, can become an individual mouth of relinquish. The bound fairy's bloodline and power will be increased as the main body evolves. The nutrients absorbed by the bound spirit's mouth of relinquish will be channeled to the main body. Death Soul Servant Demons. During the process of devouring living beings, use the souls and death aura of living beings as well as their demonic bloodline to create servant demons. When the strength of the servant demons reaches the same level as their bodies, new servant demons will be born. Apart from having combat strength, these servant demons can also increase the speed at which it can nurture demons through their tongue pouches and transform them into demons. Exclusive skill. Spore Growth. Spits a huge amount of spores, which can absorb the energy or flesh energy supplied by Red Thorn, out of its spore cavity to quickly grow Raymits and child Raymits that are controlled by the Ortet. Wither Glory. Red Thorn can rapidly absorb the energy from the soil and pour the energy into the Sea of Flowers. As long as the soil has the roots of the child Raymits and Raymits, the withered Sea of Flowers would reach its prime state. Spore's Destruction Death Order. Each time the entity grown from a spore is on the brink of death after being attacked by the enemy's energy that enters the spores will turn into pure death aura and death curse energy. The death aura will trigger the effects of the death curse energy and a time can be set to decide when the accumulated death curse energy will attempt to kill the target. The target's survival is linked to the strength of the vitality in the target's body. Sea of Flowers Sacrifice. Sacrifice the Sea of Flowers produced by the main body and gather the energy of the Sea of Flowers into its body, allowing it to enter a special demonic state to maximize its strength. After entering this state, the deterrence and killing effect on other targets with demon bloodlines will greatly increase. Chapter 2939, The Crimson Heaven Falcons and Spinning Wings White Falcons fall under control. Previously, Red Thorn was suzerain/myth. Now, it had finally transformed into a sovereign/creation. Red Thorn had become a 12-winged fairy at sovereign/creation. Red Thorn had crossed an extremely difficult threshold. Red Thorn's future development could be described as limitless. Red Thorn's attachment to Lin Yuan was extremely obvious, and it was extremely aggressive. Red Thorn had never tolerated other creatures being too close to Lin Yuan, especially fairies with the same bloodline as it. Lin Yuan allowed Red Thorn to sit on his shoulder. It flapped its golden and red translucent wings and waved its small hands in satisfaction. A vine extended from Red Thorn's hand and tied the other end to Lin Yuan's wrist. Red Thorn liked to communicate with Lin Yuan in this way. This was a habit it had developed before it obtained the fairy bloodline. When Silver Corona and Red Thorn saw Lin Yuan, it scoffed and quickly flew back to the Sea of Flowers. In the beginning, when Red Thorn and Silver Corona's grades were relatively low, they were able to interact in a friendly manner around Lin Yuan. As their bloodlines improved, Red Thorn's possessiveness toward Lin Yuan became more and more obvious. Moreover, Red Thorn's bloodline became stronger and it could directly suppress Silver Corona. This made Silver Corona intentionally avoid Red Thorn when it was by Lin Yuan's side. Without Lin Yuan, Red Thorn and Silver Corona would still be able to communicate with each other. The Sea of Flowers was created by Red Thorn and Silver Corona. Privately, Lin Yuan valued Red Thorn more than Silver Corona. Red Thorn was the first fey that Lin Yuan had contracted after Genius and Chimey. Red Thorn was also a legacy left behind by Lin Yuan's parents in this life. It could be said that no matter what kind of fortuitous opportunity Red Thorn obtained, every step of its evolution met Lin Yuan's requirements. Lin Yuan only gave Red Thorn the freedom to evolve when it reached myth. Breed. During the evolution process, feys were affected by their surroundings. Redthorn's evolution perfectly confirmed this conjecture. Redthorn's sovereign ability Dead Soul Servant Demons was extremely similar to Silver Corona's exclusive skill Hermit's Dead Servant. They fused the souls and bloodlines of the living to refine servant demons during the process of devouring living beings. However, the Hermit's Dead Servants created by Silver Corona were used for combat. The Dead Soul Servant Demons refined by Redthorn were more like functional products. Apart from having combat ability, it could also work with the ability Tongue Pouch Births Demons and Demon Transformed Bound Fairy to increase the speed at which demon spirits transformed into fairies. It could be said that Redthorn's strongest combat ability was dependent on Tongue Pouch Births Demons and Demon Transformed Bound Fairy. Dead Soul Servant Demons strengthened these two abilities, which basically strengthened Redthorn's strength. Redthorn's new exclusive skill was called Sea of Flowers Sacrifice. Sea of Flowers Sacrifice was completely different from Redthorn's previous path. Redthorn's previous path involved dividing its energy and transforming it into a sea of flowers to fight. All the combat methods revolved around the Sea of Flowers. Redthorn was like the commander of the Sea of Flowers, but Sea of Flowers Sacrifice allowed Redthorn to gather the energy of the Sea of Flowers into its body. It stimulated Redthorn's fairy bloodline again and entered a special fairy form to fight. In this state, it could maximize Redthorn's strength and make it a super strong individual unit. Not only that, but after Redthorn entered this state, it would be much more intimidating and lethal to other creatures with fairy bloodlines. Redthorn had the lowest grade among all of Lin Yuan's feys. Even the feys that Lin Yuan had spirit-locked were about to surpass Redthorn in grade. However, the exclusive skill Sea of Flowers Sacrifice meant that Redthorn's combat potential had been greatly increased. Lin Yuan was extremely satisfied with Redthorn's evolution. "Do you still find the toothed mice delicious?" Redthorn quickly nodded. "Yuan, the toothed rat's mice much better than those dimensional life forms. The genes of these toothed mice are extremely beneficial to Silver Corona and me. After eating these toothed mice, I realized that they have improved my ability to produce the Sea of Flowers. It's a pity that these toothed mice grades are a little low. It felt pretty good to eat them before Silver Corona and I evolved. After evolving in grade, I always feel that a large portion of my digestive ability will be wasted." Lin Yuan knew that Redthorn was not picky about food, but it rarely praised a certain food so seriously. Lin Yuan handed the fey storage box containing the mice kings to Redthorn. "There are high-grade toothed mice in here. Some of them are even kings. Their breeding ability is much stronger than ordinary toothed mice. You don't have to worry. As you advance in grade, the speed at which you increase your strength will slow down. Just focus on improving your strength. If you lack any resources, inform me immediately. These toothed mice haven't been nurtured yet. In the future, if you think that the toothed mice produced by these mice kings don't meet your and Silver Corona's requirements, I just need to nurture them." Lin Yuan paused for a moment before speaking to Redthorn in an extremely solemn tone. "Redthorn, you've already seen the breeding ability of these toothed mice. You should know how much trouble these toothed mice will cause if they escape from the Sea of Flowers. When raising these mice, you have to make sure that they don't escape your control no matter what." Redthorn nodded and said, "Lin Yuan, don't worry." When Summer brought the toothed mice over, she specially explained this to Silver Corona and me. She even said that these toothed mice are extremely good at burrowing underground. I have more arrangements for the underground of the area where I'll be nurturing these mice than I do for the surface. These mice won't escape Silver Corona's and my control. In order to prevent accidents from happening, Silver Corona and I have also taken many protective measures in the periphery of the mice breeding area and deep underground. We found that when raising these rats, they have a certain degree of obedience." Lin Yuan revealed a surprised expression. This was the first time he had heard that these toothed mice which could cause large-scale rat infestation had the ability to obey. "Redthorn, what do you mean by obedience? Can you and Silver Corona control these rats?" Redthorn shook its head and said, "We can't control the rats, but we can set up a safe area for them. The toothed mice in the safe area won't be attacked by Silver Corona and me. These toothed mice aren't very intelligent, but they will soon realize this. In order to survive, these toothed mice will fight for the safety zone. They will not hesitate to attack each other for it. The toothed mice that can stay in the safe area will be the strongest in the entire breeding ground. Only by handing the breeding rights to these toothed rats can we ensure that the quality of the toothed rats will increase." Lin Yuan understood what Redthorn meant by control. To put it bluntly, Redthorn and Silver Corona had found a way to let these mice reproduce in the Sea of Flowers. Red Thorn and Silver Corona used the toothed mice's instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages to obtain food in an extremely stable way. Lin Yuan knew that Red Thorn and Silver Corona were well prepared, but he still reminded Red Thorn, these mice kings have extremely high intelligence. They can use their identity as kings to control all the mice. With the addition of these mice kings, it will definitely bring you and Silver Corona quite a bit of difficulty. While Lin Yuan was instructing Red Thorn, the nest of the Spinning Wings White Falcons had been completely controlled by Lu Chen and Lu Yao. The members of the Spinning Wings White Falcons, led by Bai Yunzong, collapsed to the ground. The members of the Crimson Heaven Falcons, led by Qi Ju, resisted much harder than the Crimson Heaven Falcons. The elite members of the Crimson Heaven Falcons basically had their wings broken. The energy in their bodies was sealed by a golden leaf. Lu Chen and Lu Yao had been targeted by Winter before and had seen how he attacked. They already thought highly of Winter's strength. However, when they started the joint operation with Autumn, they realized that Autumn's strength was actually higher than expected. Lu Chen and Lu Yao thought that there would be a fierce battle when they participated in the operation. Lu Chen and Lu Yao had heard of the Crimson Heaven Falcons. The overall strength of the Crimson Heaven Falcons was slightly weaker than the nine-headed snakes, but they also had combat strength above the Holy Spirit realm. From the looks of it, the bloodline of the Crimson Heaven Falcons suppressed the two of them. However, Autumn basically did not give the two of them a chance to attack. He dealt with many Spinning Wings White Falcons and the elite Crimson Heaven Falcons alone. In this battle, Autumn appeared to be at ease. It was obvious that he had not used his full strength. Everyone's character was determined from the moment they were born. The things they experienced in their long life would change their character, but their basic principles would not change much. For example, Autumn had been by Lin Yuan's side for such a long time. Although many things had gone wrong because of his impetuous personality and he had learned his lessons, he had yet to fix many issues. For example, Autumn was still brooding over the fact that Lin Yuan had brought spring and winter with him instead of him. More than once, he wondered if he had done something wrong to displease Lin Yuan. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. Now that he finally had a chance, Autumn really wanted to prove himself. Spring and Summer knew Autumn's personality. For example, when Summer encountered something, she would not think as much as Autumn did. She would only do her job and what she had to do. Autumn and Summer pulled open the barrier and enveloped the territory of the Spinning Wings White Falcons. Indeed, some members of the Spinning Wings White Falcons had escaped. These escaping members of the Crimson Heaven Falcon were captured by Summer and Autumn. In fact, Spring, Summer, and Autumn were all afraid that the Spinning Wings White Falcons would spread the news. Even if the Crimson Heaven Falcons found out about the situation, they still did not have much ability to resist. However, if the Crimson Heaven Falcons were to spread the news of the situation in the north of the Lonely River to other factions outside the north of the Lonely River, it would inevitably bring endless trouble to Sky City. Qi Ju, who was originally the manager of the Crimson Heaven Falcons guarding the territory of the Spinning Wings White Falcons, and Qi Ling were planning to command the Spinning Wings White Falcons to attack the Faith Country. However, before the Spinning Wings White Falcons could make a move, the power behind the King Blood Jackals had already made the first move. The power behind the King Blood Jackals was so powerful that even they could not resist it. At this time, any resistance would only increase the casualties. It was obvious that the other party did not choose to kill them directly. Most likely, he wanted them to submit. Qi Ju looked at Qi Ling, who was not far away from him. The moment his eyes met Qi Ling's, he understood what they meant. On the Crimson Heaven Falcons side, Qi Ling was only a core member of the Crimson Heaven Falcons who had arrived first. After Qi Ling, the second elder of the Crimson Heaven Falcons would also lead a portion of the Crimson Heaven Falcons as elites here. Whether the two of them chose to resist or submit, they would inevitably be criticized by the other members of their species in the future. Instead of letting Qi Ju and Qi Ling choose, it was better to drag it out until the second elder arrived. As for the Spinning Wings White Falcons, with Bai Yunzong's character, it was very obvious what choice he would make. After Bai Yunzong confirmed that the power behind the King Blood Jackals was stronger than the Crimson Heaven Falcons, he would lead the entire Spinning Wings White Falcon race to submit. Neither Qi Ju nor Qi Ling wanted to take responsibility. However, rather than dying here, the two of them hoped to survive. In a situation where the other party was so powerful, the Crimson Heaven Falcons might still be able to have a bright future as a dependent species. Of course, when Qi Ju and Qi Ling handed the choice to the second elder who was about to rush over, the fate of the Crimson Heaven Falcons would be in his hands. The man who attacked the Crimson Heaven Falcons was clearly stronger than the leader of their species. After Autumn controlled the situation, he said to Lu Chen and Lu Yao, "The two of you are the newbies that young master recruited this time. Remember to do your best for young master. Gather the members of the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons who have reached World Emperor. I have something to say to them." Although Autumn sometimes acted rashly and messed up his sense of propriety, he had an extremely strong charisma and personality. Autumn was like a king who was looking down with disdain. Lu Chen and Lu Yao hurriedly bowed in response. The strength Autumn had just displayed still shocked Lu Chen and Lu Yao. Soon, according to Autumn's request, Lu Chen and Lu Yao brought all the members of the Spinning Wings White Falcons who were at the World Emperor and above, as well as the Crimson Heaven Falcons to Autumn. Chapter 2940, Taking the Initiative to Obey. Before Lu Chen and Lu Yao brought the Spinning Wings White Falcons over, the Spinning Wings White Falcons internal group had already carried out a preliminary communication. Bai Yunzong's control over the Spinning Wings White Falcons was just as strong as that of the King Blood Jackals. Bai Yunzong's bloodline had transformed after absorbing the blood essence of the Crimson Heaven Falcons, which caused a portion of the Spinning Wings White Falcons' upper echelons to doubt his bloodline. Although the Spinning Wings White Falcons were indeed the dependent species of the Crimson Heaven Falcons, the bloodlines of the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons were on two parallel lines. The Spinning Wings White Falcons used wind elemental energy as their main source of energy, but the Crimson Heaven Falcons mainly used fire elemental energy. Using the Crimson Heaven Falcon bloodline to forcefully change the Spinning Wings White Falcon bloodline was not a wise choice from the perspective of species evolution. If Bai Yunzong changed the control of wind elements that the Spinning Wings White Falcons were proud of into controlling fire elements, he would no longer be associated with the Spinning Wings White Falcon bloodline. It was precisely because of this consideration that the higher UPS of the Spinning Wings White Falcons doubted Bai Yunzong. Although this doubt had already appeared, it was not enough to threaten Bai Yunzong's rule over the Spinning Wings White Falcons. Bai Yunzong was still the most authoritative leader of the Spinning Wings White Falcons. Bai Yunzong had always been respectful to Qiju. He acted as a lackey of the Crimson Heaven Falcons. He treated Qiju's words as an imperial edict. But in fact, Bai Yunzong was always scheming. Back then, the Crimson Heaven Falcons had occupied the territory of the Spinning Wings White Falcons and forced them to submit. With the strength of the Spinning Wings White Falcons at that time, they couldn't refuse. The control that the Crimson Heaven Falcons had over the Spinning Wings White Falcons back then could be said to be exactly the same as Autumn's control over the Spinning Wings White Falcons now. One had to know how to choose one's strength and not be too rigid. This had always been Bai Yunzong's principle. After confirming that the faction controlling the King Blood Jackals was far stronger than the Crimson Heaven Falcons, Bai Yunzong chose to attach himself to Sky City without any worries. This kind of voluntary attachment was not under Autumn's coercion. Autumn did not even need to mention it. Bai Yunzong would take the initiative to find the corresponding opportunity. The power of Bai Yunzong's divine kingdom was related to telepathy. Bai Yunzong had already used the power of his divine kingdom to inform the core members of the Spinning Wings White Falcons who could make decisions. The core members would try their best to express the Spinning Wings White Falcons' intention to submit when they had the chance to come into contact with Autumn. Bai Yunzong did not know what choice the Crimson Heaven Falcons would make. If the Crimson Heaven Falcons were prepared to resist, he did not want the Spinning Wings White Falcons to become burial items for the Crimson Heaven Falcons. The core members of the Spinning Wings White Falcons did not have any objections to Bai Yunzong's choice. Firstly, it was because Bai Yunzong had always been the leader of the Spinning Wings White Falcons. Over the years, he had been the one to lead the Spinning Wings White Falcons' development. Secondly, Bai Yunzong's choice was very compatible with the interests of most members of the Spinning Wings White Falcons. The Spinning Wings White Falcons were now on the weaker side. None of them wanted to die in this battle. Everyone's common hope was to survive this storm. The Spinning Wings White Falcons had been living under the noses of others for tens of thousands of years. The Crimson Heaven Falcons did not treat the Spinning Wings White Falcons well. They only guaranteed the Spinning Wings White Falcon basic resources. It might be a good choice for the Spinning Wings White Falcons to change the faction they relied on. Because he had already communicated with the core members of the species in advance, he had a clear request and decision. Therefore, Bai Yunzong hurriedly spoke the moment he saw Autumn. "Lord, I don't know how the Spinning Wings White Falcons have offended you, but I hope you can give us a chance. Let us follow you to make up for their previous mistakes." As Bai Yunzong spoke, he had already knelt on the ground with his hands by his sides. This could be said to be the greatest submissive etiquette of the Spinning Wings White Falcons. Bai Yunzong was extremely nervous as he spoke. This was despite him feeling that the important figure standing in front of him had left the Spinning Wings White Falcons alive because he wanted to take in the Spinning Wings White Falcons. However, before confirming this matter, there was no way to guarantee the safety of the Spinning Wings White Falcons. Fortunately, this sudden attack was timely enough. If this surprise attack had happened a day later, there would probably have been no room for negotiation after the Spinning Wings White Falcons attacked. When Bai Yunzong expressed his submission to Autumn, the other members of the Spinning Wings White Falcons were also very nervous. The answer of this godlike expert in front of them would determine the future of the Spinning Wings White Falcons. Bai Yunzong's voluntary submission was both unexpected and within Autumn's expectations. In fact, Autumn did not take the Spinning Wings White Falcons seriously at all. He did not even take the Crimson Heaven Falcons seriously. Autumn's thoughts were very simple. Be it the Spinning Wings White Falcons or the Crimson Heaven Falcons, they had so many members. Species like the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons which were gathered through bloodlines were led by their rulers. If the current rulers did not agree to submit, then he would deal with them. Then, the authority would be handed over to a ruler who was willing to lead the entire species to submit. This way, he could control the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons. After controlling these two species, there were many ways to make them submit. Bai Yunzong's plea was not to protect the Spinning Wings White Falcons but to protect his life and his right to rule the Spinning Wings White Falcons. If Connie did not understand anything back then and was unwilling to submit to Lin Yuan, the King Blood Jackals would still have submitted to Lin Yuan but they would no longer have Connie as their leader. Autumn looked up at Bai Yunzong. Not only was Bai Yunzong smart but he was also very lucky. Being able to join Lin Yuan was a huge blessing for someone with Bai Yunzong's strength and bloodline. Sky City was still developing rapidly. Although Bai Yunzong did not join Lin Yuan at a serendipitous of a time as Connie had, as long as Bai Yunzong was smart enough, his status by Lin Yuan's side would not be lower than Connie's. Firstly, it was because the bloodline strength of the Spinning Wings White Falcons was higher than that of the King Blood Jackals. Secondly, the Spinning Wings White Falcons were good at flying and could take on the exploration work in the territory. Just from this point alone, the Spinning Wings White Falcons were much more valuable than the King Blood Jackals. The Sky City was still above the territory of the King Blood Jackals. The resources in the territory of the King Blood Jackals were already poor. But now, they were almost fully harvested. After occupying the territory of the Crimson Heaven Falcons and the Spinning Wings White Falcons, it was very likely that Sky City would land above the territory of the Spinning Wings White Falcons. On the one hand, it would facilitate the exploitation of resources. On the other hand, while establishing a faith country in the territory of the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons, it would also be convenient to take care of the faith country built in the territory of the King Blood Jackals. In the future, Bai Yunzong would have plenty of opportunities to interact with Lin Yuan. Qi Ju, Qi Ling and most of the members of the Crimson Heaven Falcons could not help but look up and glare fiercely at Bai Yunzong. Qi Ju and Qi Ling had already expected Bai Yunzong to lead the Crimson Heaven Falcons to submit, but they had not expected him to submit so quickly. The other party had clearly decided to submit without being pressured. After the Spinning Wings White Falcons submitted, it was soon their turn to express their stance. After Lu Chen and Lu Yao counted the number of people and confirmed that they had brought everyone over, they reported to Autumn, "Your Excellency Autumn, Sister Yao and I have already brought the people you mentioned. A few of them are seriously injured." Hearing Lu Chen and Lu Yao's reply, Autumn said, "You've all become my young master's prisoners. You only have two choices now. Surrender or die. I can decide whether to get rid of you or not with a raise of my finger. Since the Spinning Wings White Falcons have already expressed your stance, I'll let you live. I heard that the Spinning Wings White Falcons are the dependent species of the Crimson Heaven Falcons. Your dependent species has already expressed their stance. As the main species, what should the Crimson Heaven Falcons?" The pressure directly pressed down on the members of the Crimson Heaven Falcons. Now, it was time for the Crimson Heaven Falcons to speak. However, Qi Ju and Qi Ling were shirking responsibility. Neither of them was willing to be the one to speak. Both Qi Ju and Qi Ling had the ability to make decisions. Qi Ju was an envoy sent by the Crimson Heaven Falcons to the territory of the Spinning Wings White Falcons. Qi Ling was here to represent the Crimson Heaven Falcons. Even if what the two of them said could not represent all the Crimson Heaven Falcons, they could still represent the people present. Before the Crimson Heaven Falcons completely collapsed and submitted to the young master mentioned by this expert in front of them, Qi Ju and Qi Ling did not want to be the first to betray the species. However, they had to reply now. Qi Ju didn't want to die at all. Seeing that Qi Ling had no intention of speaking, Qi Ju spoke, "Lord, we're all small fries of the Crimson Heaven Falcons. We don't have the ability and qualifications to make decisions for the Crimson Heaven Falcons. I can represent the people here and choose to submit, but it won't mean much to you. I wonder if you can allow the leader of the Crimson Heaven Falcons to make this decision. The leader should be able to meet you soon." When Qi Ling heard Qi Ju's words, she suddenly looked up and glared at him. Qi Ju's words were equivalent to exposing the second elder of the Crimson Heaven Falcons who had yet to rush over. There was a lot of unhappiness between Qi Ju and the second elder of the Crimson Heaven Falcons, but Qi Ju should not be like this. When Qi Ju decided to say these words, he did not consider what others thought of him. After all, Qi Ju did not betray or surrender. Even if the entire Crimson Heaven Falcon eventually submitted to this faction behind the King Blood Jackals, he would still be nailed to the pillar of shame of the Crimson Heaven Falcon forever if he surrendered first. Qi Ju indeed had his own thoughts. From Qi Ju's perspective, these thoughts were indeed understandable. However, Lu Chen and Lu Yao looked at Qi Ju regretfully. This was an excellent opportunity for Qi Ju. This opportunity was exceptionally rare for him. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it would be the only one. If Qi Ju stood up at this moment, he would decisively choose to surrender. Based on Lu Chen and Lu Yao's understanding of Lin Yuan, he would definitely not mistreat Qi Ju. Qi Ju had thrown away a great opportunity. Autumn raised an eyebrow at that. Since someone from the Crimson Heaven Falcons is about to come, let him make the decision. Coincidentally, I can also understand the specific internal situation of the Crimson Heaven Falcons through someone who actually carries weight. I don't need to hear it from you small fries. Spring and Summer used their spirits to scan the area. After confirming that no one would escape, they released the restriction and left only a portion of their spirits to continue probing. This expert from the Crimson Heaven Falcons who was about to arrive must be extremely powerful. When facing this powerful fellow, it was necessary to make some preparations. If this fellow from the Crimson Heaven Falcons sensed the existence of the barrier and turned to escape, they would have to spend a lot of effort chasing after him. Secondly, it was very likely that the news would spread during the pursuit. The best way to capture this expert from the Crimson Heaven Falcons was to catch a turtle in a jar. Spring, Summer, and Autumn did not need to make too many preparations for the expert from the Crimson Heaven Falcons who was about to arrive. As long as they did not alert him, they would definitely be able to capture him easily. While Autumn was waiting for the second elder to arrive, Lin Yuan arrived at the area specially created for the soldier ration radishes. Emerald Lady and Grey Pool were already on the move. The two of them were nourishing the soldier ration radishes with their innate abilities as fairies. The soldier ration radishes were expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. The soldier ration radish was a plant that grew extremely quickly. Raising the growth speed of the soldier ration radishes was not the best way to solve the food crisis. If one took a closer look, they would discover that not only were the branches and leaves of the soldier ration radishes growing faster, but the trunks were also gradually becoming thicker under the nourishment of Emerald Lady and Grey Pool's roots. The soldier ration radishes branches could only be separated when they had grown to a certain thickness. If the branches were not thick enough, forcefully reproducing the soldier ration radish would cause it to enter a dormant state. Previously, some of the 100 Questions beasts did not understand the soldier ration radish and forcefully reproduced it, causing considerable losses. Now, the soldier ration radishes that had been forcefully reproduced and were in dormant states had begun to grow under the nourishment of Emerald Lady and Grey Pool's roots. From afar, Lin Yuan saw a beautiful figure investigating the situation of the soldier ration radishes. When the beautiful figure heard the commotion, she turned around and met Lin Yuan's eyes. Chapter 2941, Sky City's Granary. This beautiful figure hurriedly turned around among the soldier ration radishes with a smile. This beautiful figure was none other than Sun Ningxiang, who had been following Lin Yuan. Sun Ningxiang was neither a member of the Astronomical Parliament nor a member of Sky City. Sun Ningxiang was the person in charge of Condense Fairy Orchard. She had led Condense Fairy Orchard and joined Sky City. She only officially joined Sky City when she brought Condense Fairy Orchard to the Marsh World to build a foundation for Lin Yuan in the Marsh World. Sun Ningxiang was not strong and did not have outstanding talent in internal affairs. It could be said that Sun Ningxiang had placed all her talents on plant cultivation and the management of fey breeding bases. When Sun Ningxiang confirmed that she would follow Lin Yuan to the sky beyond the clouds, Lin Yuan helped her raise her strength to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. However, Sun Ningxiang had never thought of herself as a core member of Sky City. She only focused on the work that Lin Yuan arranged for her. Ever since she had gone to the sky beyond the clouds, apart from the first few core meetings of Sky City members, Sun Ningxiang had not had the chance to meet with Lin Yuan. However, Sun Ningxiang knew that Lin Yuan valued her very much. Otherwise, he would not have given her such an important task like nurturing the soldier ration radishes. Apart from the soldier ration radishes, other rare plant-type creatures were also planted here. For Sun Ningxiang's convenience, Lin Yuan provided her with 100 deposit vegetable pods in human form as her assistants. A few of the deposit vegetable pods were standing beside Sun Ningxiang. When they saw Lin Yuan, they bowed slightly and greeted him. Sun Ningxiang, who had not seen Lin Yuan for a long time, found it difficult to suppress her feelings. However, she quickly adjusted her emotions and walked up to Lin Yuan with a smile. "Lin Yuan, the 2 fairies you arranged have given this place a new lease of life. The soldier ration radish production will soon double. From next month onward, I estimate that the soldier ration radishes produced for the Faith country will be more than twice as much as it is now. As long as these soldier ration radishes meet the conditions to be reproduced and cultivated separately, I will start to cultivate them separately. Based on the current situation, the production area for the soldier ration radishes is a little small. It's necessary to expand this place. The soldier ration radishes produced in the future might not be useful. I will store the soldier ration radishes in batches." Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. Wen Yu planned everything that had happened in Sky City, so she was also very familiar with Sun Ningxiang's situation. Wen Yu had compiled all the information. Lin Yuan knew how hard Sun Ningxiang had worked during this period. During the continuous expansion of the Faith country, Sun Ningxiang used her own ability to increase the production capacity of the soldier ration radishes and appropriately used the resources provided by the 100 Questions Beast Army. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for the Faith country to support such a rapid expansion. It could be said that Sun Ningxiang was Sky City's most outstanding logistics personnel. As the production of soldier ration radishes increased, it was necessary to stock up on them. The soldier ration radishes would not rot in the spatial equipment. The soldier ration radishes would be able to maximize the stability of the Faith country, whether it was to deal with the rapid expansion of Sky City or the emergence of some force majeure factors. They were the cornerstone of the Faith country's thriving development. "Ningxiang, you've worked hard during this period. I heard from Wen Yu that you have plans to contract a vitality sloth. Your sacred source life form is not compatible with the vitality sloth. I suggest that you don't contract the vitality sloth. Now, you have Emerald Lady and Grey Pool to support you in your work. Begin Lady and Celestial Sight will also stay here for this period. They will all help you." Lin Yuan had 2 goals for returning to Sky City. Apart from cleaning up the troubles of the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons and occupying their territories to expand the Faith country and develop Sky City, Lin Yuan had another very important goal. This goal was to help 4 Seasons Mountain transform into a fairy. Whether 4 Seasons Mountain could evolve into a fairy depended on whether Lin Yuan could make the Faith trees go against the ancient times. Only by planting the anti-ancient Faith tree on the 4 Seasons Mountain could he gather the Faith power of the Faith country. After collecting the Faith power, it would be easier to distribute it effectively. It was neither difficult nor easy to transform 4 Seasons Mountain into a fairy. Using a large amount of resources on the 4 Seasons Mountain was enough to awaken the intelligence of the 4 Seasons Mountain and turn it into a fairy. However, Lin Yuan hoped that 4 Seasons Mountain could directly transform into a higher fairy. This was the only way to increase 4 Seasons Mountain's future development potential. After Lin Yuan finished nurturing 4 Seasons Mountain, he would also let 4 Seasons Mountain stay here. At that time, 4 Seasons Mountain would be able to help Sun Ningxiang. Sun Ningxiang hurriedly said, "Young master, I'm not tired at all. This place is very helpful for my sacred source life form to increase its stars. Compared to the others, I contracted a sacred source life form very late because my soul wasn't strong enough. However, my sacred source life form has already reached 10 stars while I've been here. Coincidentally, my sacred source life form's ability has a good effect on the soldier ration radish's growth. I originally planned to contract a vitality sloth. At the most important stage of the development of the Faith country, I have to do something for our collective. My sacred source life form has only recently reached 10 stars. Its new ability has already made it unnecessary for me to contract the vitality sloth. Sun Ningxiang's sacred source life form came from the marsh world. It was purely a support-type sacred source life form with no offensive capabilities. Every once in a while, Sun Ningxiang would use her sacred source life form to transform a soldier ration radish into a female. The output of the female radishes could be more than 10 times that of the ordinary soldier ration radishes. Moreover, Sun Ningxiang could also use some special spiritual ingredients to try to nurture the female radishes so that they would have the medicinal properties contained in these spiritual ingredients. Due to the guidance of Sun Ningxiang's sacred source life form, the vines and leaves produced by the soldier ration radish could cure diseases. The soldier ration radish's mutation depended on Sun Ningxiang's sacred source life form. However, these soldier ration radishes with special functions could be used under certain conditions. Not only could they increase the production of faith power, but they could also save a large sum of healing funds. Lin Yuan had built the faith country to ensure the health of the residents. Life forms who had reached myth breed would not be tortured by illness anymore, but the newborns in the faith country could not resist the invasion of disease. Sun Ningxiang could be said to have found a suitable position and unleashed the power of her sacred source life form to the extreme. After explaining her situation, Sun Ningxiang said to Lin Yuan very seriously, "Young master, before the faith country expands, I feel that we shouldn't distribute the soldier ration radishes directly even if we have more of them. It will cause a lot of trouble if the residents of these faith countries suddenly transition from being barely hungry to being fed. Now that the situation is good, the production of soldier ration radishes will definitely double. It's necessary to build the granary now." Su Yiren had just said what Sun Ningxiang said, and Su Yiren had the same thoughts as Sun Ningxiang. Su Yiren also felt that the soldier ration radishes should not be distributed in large quantities. Su Yiren's suggestion was to wait until the temple for sacrifices was completed, then use the rich food as a reward for the citizens who could provide high-quality faith power. This was equivalent to sending out 2 messages. Citizens who could produce a large amount of faith power in the faith country had a very high status and better treatment. This would encourage other citizens in the faith country to compete to produce faith power first. "Ningxiang, you have a good idea. The soldier ration radishes have always been nurtured by you, and the production of the soldier ration radishes have always been provided by you. You have the most say in how many soldier ration radishes you need to accumulate. You will be in charge of the construction plan of this granary. After the granary is built, you will also be in charge of it. I will arrange for 50 reserve members of Sky City to assist you in this matter. These 100 deposit vegetable pods will continue to be your assistants. What do you think?" Sun Ningxiang was very excited when she heard Lin Yuan's words. Sun Ningxiang was indeed a person who did not fight for anything. However, when the opportunity was presented to her, Sun Ningxiang would still seize it and fight for it. However, Sun Ningxiang would only grab those opportunities that she could grasp. Sun Ningxiang had always kept a respectful distance from those opportunities that she might not be able to grasp. And this opportunity was clearly something that Sun Ningxiang herself could grasp. It was a piece of cake for Sun Ningxiang to manage the construction of this granary and the subsequent accumulation of resources. "Young master, don't worry. I will definitely do a good job. 50 reserve members are more than enough for me. Apart from these 50 reserve members, I also hope that you can send some spirit craftsmen and land imps who are good at building infrastructure. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient for me to bring so many soldier ration radishes with me. Moreover, accidents could happen easily." Sun Ningxiang had once been the leader of a faction. She had taken over Condense Fairy Orchard during its most critical period. At that time, Condense Fairy Orchard had been surrounded by enemies from both sides. This gave Sun Ningxiang an extremely strong sense of danger. She liked to take precautions for everything. Lin Yuan had always admired Sun Ningxiang's sense of crisis. Although Sky City and the Faith Country were developing very easily, and the enemies that appeared, be it the Spinning Wings White Falcons or the Crimson Heaven Falcons behind them, were not enough to pose a threat to Sky City, it was inevitable that Sky City would encounter a real crisis in the future. The next time they encountered such a crisis, Sun Ningxiang's precautionary attitude would greatly reduce the losses that Sky City might suffer. There's naturally no problem with the spirit craftsman and the land imp. Even if you didn't mention them, I would have prepared them for you. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can inform me. When I'm not around, you can look for when you. Remember, when you encounter something, don't always think about fighting it alone. The members of Sky City are inseparable. It's only right for us to help each other." Lin Yuan chatted with Sun Ningxiang for a while before bringing her to check on the situation at Four Seasons Mountain. Lin Yuan realized that Four Seasons Mountain's bloodline transformation was much easier than he had imagined. Four Seasons Mountain had really accumulated a lot over the years in the main world. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry to evolve Four Seasons Mountain. Before evolving Four Seasons Mountain, he felt that he should first get rid of the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons. Then, he would focus on evolving the Four Seasons Mountain. There were many matters in Sky City that Lin Yuan had to decide for himself. Spring, summer, autumn, Lu Yao and Lu Chen had already waited and met up for the second elder of the Crimson Heaven Falcons. The second elder was extraordinary. His strength had already broken through to the Holy Spirit level. Due to the restraint of their bloodlines, despite being slightly weaker than Lu Chen, it would be very difficult for Lu Chen and Lu Yao to take down the second elder even if they joined forces. This was unless Lu Chen and Lu Yao risked their lives. But even if they risked their lives, they would end up in an internecine outcome. However, it was different with spring, summer, and autumn present. Spring and summer knew that autumn liked to show off and did not attack the second elder. Autumn pressed his fingers together and a scene of withering appeared behind him. These withered leaves attacked the second elder. The second elder was shocked and furious. He did not expect to see such a scene. When Qi Ju first reported the situation of the Faith Country, the Crimson Heaven Falcons treated the Faith Country as a piece of fat meat that could be slaughtered. They had not taken the faction behind the King Blood Jackals seriously. In the eyes of the upper echelons of the Crimson Heaven Falcons, this faction had designs on the King Blood Jackals but not the Spinning Wings White Falcons which were stronger than the King Blood Jackals. It was obvious that they had figured out the situation and did not want to fight the Crimson Heaven Falcons. Qi Zhentian had never thought that not only would the Spinning Wings White Falcons become prisoners of this faction, but even strong Crimson Heaven Falcons would be injured and killed. They were like prisoners who were at a loss. The scarlet flames that Qi Zhentian spewed out were as sticky as bright red paint. As the flames burned, phantoms of giant eagles with wingspans of more than 1,000 meters flew out one after another. However, be it these giant eagle phantoms or the burning of these dark red flames, they all seemed very powerless in the face of these fallen leaves. These leaves only covered these flames and the flames fused into the leaves. Bright fire patterns were outlined on these leaves. Chapter 2942, Totem Snake Transformation. Every leaf was equivalent to a silent bleak world. All the targets that came into contact with this bleak world would become prisoners of this bleak world. The resistance of Qi Zhentian was actually not very effective. Like the other Spinning Wings White Falcons, he was filled with a strong sense of powerlessness. It was as if the second elder was just a weak ant. It is easy to explain such a situation. The fundamental reason for such a situation was that Autumn's strength had to be far above that of Qi Zhentian. To an ordinary person, stepping on an ant was no different from stepping on a beetle. The two seemed to belong to completely different dimensions. The moment Qi Zhentian's body was tainted by the golden flames that filled the sky, the energy in his body and the power of his bloodline were digested and devoured by these golden leaves. Qi Zhentian, who was originally soaring in the sky, fell heavily to the ground. Autumn slowly arrived in front of Qi Zhentian and the tip of his shoe stopped 10 centimeters away from Qi Zhentian's head. It was as if being any closer to Qi Zhentian would stain Autumn. Autumn looked disdainfully at the disheveled Qi Zhentian. He gently raised his hand and the leaves that landed in front of Qi Zhentian immediately left Qi Zhentian's body. This gave Qi Zhentian the chance to move freely. I asked the two leaders of the Crimson Heaven Falcons just now. They said that you have more weight and should make the decision. I'll only ask you once. Do you want the Crimson Heaven Falcons to submit to my young master? Autumn's tone was calm, but Qi Zhentian could feel the sharp killing intent in his words. It was as if as long as he said no, this expert in front of him whose strength he could not understand at all would kill him. As the second eld, the difference in strength between him and the species leader was not too big. Even if the leader was stronger than him, he couldn't suppress him so easily to the point that he did not have the chance to fight back. Qi Zhentian frequently sparred with the of the Crimson Heaven Falcons, Qi Renyang. Qi Zhentian felt that even if Qi Renyang obtained the opportunity that he had waited for thousands of years for and improved his strength, he would still be no match for this man with sharp eyebrows. Not far away, there was a man and a woman who were obviously from the same species. Their strength was comparable to his. The other two women were undoubtedly much stronger than him. They had most likely reached a level comparable to the man with sword-like eyebrows. Qi Zhentian was secretly shocked. What kind of powerful faction was standing behind the King Blood Jackals? With the powerful strength of this faction, even if they did not reside in a small place like north of the lonely river, they would be able to stand firm in the core area of the East universe. Such a powerful faction appeared here. Could it be that this faction was here for the treasure that the Crimson Heaven Falcons were waiting for to mature? With this thought, Qi Zhentian felt that he was being a little ridiculous. That treasure was only effective on some special fire-type falcon species feys, and the Crimson Heaven Falcons happened to be one of the compatible bloodlines. If not for the fact that the experts of the Crimson Heaven Falcons were using it, the Spinning Wings White Falcons who also had a falcon species would absorb the energy of this treasure when it matured. They would definitely be burned to bones by the huge flames inside. Qi Zhentian remembered that the last time Qi Ju brought back news, he said that someone in the territory of the King Blood Jackals had gathered the scattered villages together to form a huge country. This kingdom could steadily produce faith power. If not for Qi Ju's report, the Crimson Heaven Falcons would have coveted the faith power produced by this huge country. The Crimson Heaven Falcons would not order the Spinning Wings White Falcons to attack an unknown faction at this critical moment. This faction had powerful experts and collected faith power in an orderly manner. To accumulate strength in a god-forsaken place like north of the lonely river, he must have a lot of plans. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Qi Zhentian's mind, but Autumn did not intend to give him so much time to consider. Autumn snorted coldly. Autumn's cold snort made Qi Zhentian subconsciously shiver. The killing intent released by Autumn's aura seemed to turn into sharp knives that stabbed straight at Qi Zhentian. Qi Zhentian hurriedly said, "I'm willing to lead all the Crimson Heaven Falcons here to submit to your young master." Qi Zhentian's words were very firm. Qi Zhentian was unwilling to be the first person to submit on behalf of the Crimson Heaven Falcons. However, the Crimson Heaven Falcons couldn't be a match for this faction even if they used all their strength. There was no point in resisting under such circumstances. Qi Zhentian could not bring all the Crimson Heaven Falcons to the Netherworld. The Crimson Heaven Falcons were a faction with many dependent species under their command. Before they came to north of the lonely river and hid here, they had far more dependent species than they did now. A faction that gathered other factions as their dependent species would be able to accept being the dependent species of a more powerful faction to seek protection. The key was that the Crimson Heaven Falcons could not make a choice in the current situation. When choosing to submit, Qi Zhentian glared fiercely at Qi Ju. If Qi Ju had not made such a report back then, he would not be in such a sorry state now. Autumn nodded in satisfaction when he heard Qi Zhentian's answer. In fact, Autumn did not think much of the Crimson Heaven Falcons. But before coming, Lin Yuan had clearly wanted to take the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons in as dependent species. If Qi Zhentian was stubborn and did not work, Autumn would have no choice but to kill Qi Zhentian. It would seem like Autumn had not properly completed the mission that Lin Yuan had given him. Since the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons have chosen to submit to my young master, follow me to meet him." As he spoke, Autumn's robe fluttered. A fallen leaf stuck to the back of every Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcon. When they went to meet Lin Yuan, if anyone dared to make a move, this fallen leaf would immediately clean up the troublemakers. Autumn would not allow anyone to be disrespectful in front of Lin Yuan, especially those whom he had brought over. Lin Yuan had already returned to Sky City and was preparing to help the Moon Empress nurture the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast. Before returning to Sky City, Lin Yuan handed over nearly 1 million spirit chi crystals to begin Lady for her and Celestial Sight to use to nourish the Four Seasons Mountain. The Faith Country was not only a treasure trove that produced faith power but was also a treasure trove that provided spirit chi crystals to Lin Yuan. Until now, Lin Yuan had yet to meet Morbius. Morbius had been helping Lin Yuan absorb the world grace and creation world ley lines through the pure land of bliss. Lin Yuan had been using the golden pearls to strengthen the lore runes in the sacred sword-wielding queen. As the sacred sword-wielding queen was in a deep sleep, Lin Yuan could not use its abilities. Otherwise, with the golden pearls that he had accumulated, those laws could most likely be strengthened into spirit fire. Lin Yuan was now providing a massive amount of resources to the Four Seasons Mountain. It was only a matter of time before the Four Seasons Mountain transformed into a fairy. When he saw Lin Yuan, Mystic Moon hurried forward with a smile and said, "Young Lord, the Moon Empress is in seclusion." When the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast evolved to myth breed, its bloodline showed signs of metamorphosis. The Moon Empress and the Rabbit Emperor are very concerned about the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast's situation, but I believe it won't be long before they come out of seclusion. Lin Yuan nodded. The Desire Moon-Eyed Beast's bloodline metamorphosis was a good thing for the Moon Empress, so she needed to focus on dealing with it. Lin Yuan could sense that Mystic Moon's strength was on the verge of transforming from beginner world emperor/divine kingdom to intermediate. Lin Yuan had helped Mystic Moon and Cold Moon increase their strength. Cold Moon was different from Mystic Moon. Cold Moon was a spirit chi professional while Mystic Moon was a dragon species fey. It was undoubtedly more difficult to increase Mystic Moon's strength than it was to increase Cold Moon's strength. This was because Mystic Moon had to ensure that his bloodline improved before he could increase his strength. Mystic Moon's bloodline was of an extremely high level and there were very few special spiritual ingredients to support it. It would be very difficult to reach intermediate divine kingdom by relying solely on the activation of his bloodline. Even if he could cross this gate, he would waste a lot of his evolution potential. Ever since Lin Yuan had become the Moon Empress disciple, Mystic Moon had been helping Lin Yuan and had done his best to help him solve his problems. Even Lin Yuan's capable assistant, Wen Yu, had been nurtured by Mystic Moon. Otherwise, with Wen Yu's growth alone, she would not be able to help Lin Yuan for a long time. Mystic Moon was a cold person when it came to outsiders. Lin Yuan had learned this when he first went to Leaning Moon Mountain. However, Mystic Moon was like a furnace to his own people. He always did his best for them. Lin Yuan had always been very clear about Mystic Moon's situation. During this trip, he had thought of solving the problem for Mystic Moon. Lin Yuan handed a diamond fey storage box to Mystic Moon. "Uncle Mystic, I specially found the things inside for you. Whether it's to increase your strength or increase your bloodline, they should be quite helpful." Upon hearing this, Mystic Moon hurriedly investigated the contents of the Diamond Fey storage box. Upon closer inspection, Mystic Moon saw that the Diamond Fey storage box actually contained 10 dragon pearls that emitted a majestic dragon aura. The weakest of these dragon pearls was produced from a Pinnacle World Emperor/Divine Kingdom dragon species Fey. If he could absorb the dragon chi inside, his bloodline would quickly increase. Mystic Moon wanted to thank Lin Yuan, but he realized that Lin Yuan had already disappeared and entered the breeding room next to the Moon Empress. Mystic Moon looked in the direction where Lin Yuan had disappeared and revealed a warm and gentle smile. If Cold Moon saw Mystic Moon's smile, she would realize that Mystic Moon's smile had only been shown to the Moon Empress before. And now, there was another person who made Mystic Moon smile, and that person was Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan entered the breeding room and released his new Fey, the Brahma Flower Jade Blood Snake that he had just spirit locked. The Brahma Flower Jade Blood Snake had already been nurtured to Sovereign/Creation. Fey name: Brahma Flower Jade Blood Snake. Fey species: Snake Pupils/Lucian Snake. Fey grade: Sovereign, 3/10. Fey type: Soul. Fey quality: Creation 6. Abilities: Snake Eyes, controls other snake species Feys through its eyes. When its soul energy is enough to suppress other snake species Feys, it can induce them to contract or sacrifice it. Contract allows control over the snake-type life forms. As long as the targeted snake-type life form's spiritual power does not exceed its own, it will not escape its control. When sacrificing the targeted snake-type life forms, it can obtain the energy from its body and use its flesh to strengthen its own physical fitness. Snake coiling defense: coiled its body together, allowing the entire snake body to become one. When it is attacked, it can shrink its body and increase its defense to the greatest extent. Soul forging armor: when the soul energy is combined with the snake species Fey's bloodline, it will form an armor that interweaves with the bloodline on the surface of the body. Not only can it resist physical attacks, but it also has a certain resistance to elemental damage. Life-prolonging shedding: under the circumstances of using the snake coiling defense, if the target pierces through the defense and poses a threat to its life, it will instinctively undergo a snake shedding to avoid fatal damage. Each snake shedding weakens the body and diminishes a certain amount of soul strength. Swift snake shadow: increases the snake species phase under its control, allowing them to react and attack more quickly. Violent venom burst: activate the snake venom in the target's body, causing the slow-acting snake venom to instantly activate its poison effect and cause timely damage to the target. The poison damage to the target will be converted into healing energy to heal the army of snakes. Snake devouring rampage: the snake-type phase under its control will devour each other and increase the strength of the main body in a superimposed manner. It will also cause the devouring main body to enter a berserk state and sacrifice itself to attack the enemy. At the end of its life, its body will explode, and the damage will be equivalent to its full strength attack at its peak. Fearless snake heart: all the targets in the snake group will be fearless. The snake heart is as tough as iron and has a certain chance of being immune to mental, soul, and mind abilities. When facing a powerful enemy, even if the enemy uses bloodline deterrence, it can still reveal 100% of its strength. Exclusive skill: Six Flowers Curse: through the 6 flowers curse in the eye, whenever the target's body is invaded by poison related to the target, a snake flower will grow from the wound. When the number of snake flowers reaches 6, the target's bloodline will be forcefully changed, turning the target into a sub-snake. Control strengthening. When contracting a snake species fey, the contract will be bound to the target's soul. Once bound to the target's soul, if the contract is shaken by external influences, the contract will spontaneously sacrifice the target to prevent it from breaking free from its control. Brahma Snake Totem. Transform the totem into a copy on the contractor's body. The contractor will share the worship of the snake creatures. It can perfectly control the snake creatures it controls and obtain the faith power of these snake creatures. Totem Snake Transformation. Every time a snake-type life form undergoes a metamorphosis, a portion of the snake-type life form's subsequent metamorphosis potential will be transferred to the contractor, helping the contractor's physique and bloodline to undergo a metamorphosis. Chapter 2943, Sparrow Perching Chinese Parasol Tree. Upon being summoned, the Brahma Flower Jade Blood Snake obediently wrapped its tail around Lin Yuan's arm. Morbius was on Lin Yuan's wrist. As Morbius Spirit Lock Fey, the Brahma Flower Jade Blood Snake did not dare to overstep its boundaries. Even if Lin Yuan did not have anything on his left wrist, the Brahma Flower Jade Blood Snake would not dare to be there. Apart from constantly improving its grade and quality, the Brahma Flower Jade Blood Snake, which had been staying in the Spirit Lock spatial zone all this time, also controlled many snake species feys. Its ability to control snake species feys was much stronger than Wendy's when she was the Medusa Snake Demon. While the Brahma Flower Jade Blood Snake behaved exceptionally well in front of Lin Yuan, it exhibited exceptional ferocity and dominance when dealing with other snake species feys under its control. Many snake species feys creatures would be eliminated if they did not meet its requirements. The Brahma Flower Jade Blood Snake was too spoiled and willful. Upon discovering this situation, Lin Yuan taught it a good lesson. Lin Yuan had spent a lot of effort selecting the snake species feys for the Brahma Flower Jade Blood Snake. Every snake that was lost because of its willfulness was a huge loss for Lin Yuan. The Brahma Flower Jade Blood Snake's strength had already reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, and its intelligence was far higher than that of ordinary humans. If not for the fact that it did not like to appear in human form, it could already transform into a human and walk outside. The Brahma Flower Jade Blood Snake was extremely solitary and did not communicate with the life forms in the Spirit Lock spatial zone like Lin Yuan's other Spirit Lock feys, and only liked to control its own wild snakes. When the Brahma Flower Jade Blood Snake reached Sovereign, it obtained the exclusive skill, Fearless Snake Heart. Snake species feys were generally cunning, and they often preferred to use some strategies to deal with their enemies rather than brute force. The various habits of snake species feys had caused them to dislike fighting head-on with their enemies in battle. Fearless Snake Heart allowed snake species feys to fight fearlessly while maintaining their inherent quality. Apart from that, it could also allow them to have a certain chance to become immune to various forms of control on their spirit, soul, and mind. Even when facing bloodline suppression and being subjected to intimidation by the enemy's bloodline, they would still be able to exert 100% of their strength. This greatly enhanced the strength of the snakes controlled by the Brahma Flower Jade Blood Snake. When the Brahma Flower Jade Blood Snake reached creation breed and obtained Totem Snake Transformation, Lin Yuan was pleasantly surprised. As the Brahma Flower Jade Blood Snake's strength increased, the number of snake species feys it controlled would also increase. With such a large number of snake species feys being nurtured and enhanced, it was inevitable that their bloodlines would transform. Whenever the bloodlines of the controlled snake species feys transformed, the potential of this bloodline transformation would be reflected in Lin Yuan's body through the totem to help his physique transform. Lin Yuan's body of all spirits needed to constantly transform, but it was extremely difficult. Up until now, Lin Yuan's body of all spirits had not undergone any changes. Totem Snake Transformation could assist Lin Yuan in enhancing his chance of physical transformation and help him in evolving the body of all spirits. This was extremely important to Lin Yuan. Although Totem Snake Transformation had some side effects, such as causing the snake species feys to lose half of their evolution potential while providing opportunities for Lin Yuan's physical transformation, they would not affect the strength of the snakes. Even if it was for himself, Lin Yuan would provide the best resources for the snakes. Lin Yuan raised his hand and stroked the Brahma Flower Jade Blood Snake that was tied to his arm. It felt cool to the touch and was as hard as a jade ring. Lin Yuan did not immediately let the Brahma Flower Jade Blood Snake return to the Spirit Lock spatial zone like he did after checking the feys. He told the Brahma Flower Jade Blood Snake, "You should have snake species feys that are about to evolve their bloodlines, right?" Bring one out now. I want to help its bloodline transform and also try the effect of your totem snake transformation. The Brahma flower jade blood snake immediately summoned a giant silver grey snake with a triangular head. Upon being summoned, the giant snake did not even dare to let out its signature hissing sound. It obediently crawled by Lin Yuan's feet. The Brahma flower jade blood snake hated it the most when snake species feys under its control revealed their aura in front of it. Every time it encountered such a situation, it would eliminate them. The snake was a shatter spatial silver viper that was at the juncture of bloodline transformation. Its scales were already in a semi-crystallized state. Once the snake scales crystallized completely, the shatter spatial silver viper's bloodline would have a breakthrough. If Lin Yuan wanted to completely crystallize the scales of the shatter spatial silver viper, he would only need to provide it with some pure spirit qi. Lin Yuan brought a few spirit qi crystals to the shatter spatial silver viper and crushed them. The shatter spatial silver viper did not give up on the rare opportunity and hurriedly absorbed the pure spirit qi. Gradually, its scales became transparent. As the shatter spatial silver viper's bloodline evolved, Lin Yuan felt a strange sensation in his body. The feeling was very strange as Lin Yuan felt that his body had been strengthened to a certain extent, and he trembled from the inside out. This time, the tremor seemed to be hitting the shackles of his body. Such a sensation happening once was nothing significant for Lin Yuan. However, if it were to occur hundreds or thousands of times in the future, it would definitely be of great help to enhance Lin Yuan's physique in the future. Lin Yuan sent the shatter spatial silver viper and Brahma flower jade blood snake back to the spirit lock spatial zone. Immediately afterward, Lin Yuan entered the spirit lock spatial zone to check on Chimey. Previously, Chimey's problem was that it could not obtain top-grade strange flames, which restricted the evolution of its grade and quality. Lin Yuan had traded for a large number of high-grade flames in Fortune Treasure Palace. The phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree, which had reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, could absorb these flames. After the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's transformation, Chimey quickly absorbed the flame energy into its body. Under normal circumstances, if Chimey had only enhanced its strength and quality, Lin Yuan would not have cared so much. Yet now, Chimey's bloodline was throbbing. This was a sign that Chimey's bloodline was about to transform. Chimey and Genius were the first two feys to follow Lin Yuan. Chimey had evolved continuously from a sound bird. Even though it had always maintained its sparrow species bloodline, Chimey's bloodline was already comparable to the main phoenix species feys when it reached suzerain/myth breed. Its bloodline was even stronger than many main phoenix species feys. When Chimey and Lin Yuan's other feys were all suzerain/myth breed, Chimey showed exceptional strength among them. However, when other feys had evolved to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, Chimey had only evolved from suzerain/myth breed to sovereign/creation in the past 20 years due to insufficient resources. However, the accumulation of strength over time was beneficial for Chimey. In fact, its bloodline was already showing signs of metamorphosis. Lin Yuan used Morbius True Data to check on Chimey. Fey name, Command Phoenix Donde Sparrow Fey species, Sound Sparrow genus/Sound Sparrow species. Fey grade, Sovereign, 10/10, Fey type, Sound/Light Fey quality, Creation 8. Abilities. Phoenix Cry, the power of main Phoenix will combine the Phoenix Cry into musical notes that will turn into birds. The birds will be able to pass through almost anything. After coming into contact with a target, the Phoenix Cry within the musical notes will stun and disturb the target. When the musical notes are attacked or blocked, they will separate into more birds. New Day of Light, the exquisite main Phoenix blood and sunlight will solidify into a sun. Under the light of the sun, its abilities will rapidly be absorbed by light. When the light is used up, it can replenish Phoenix blood and soul. Phoenix breed input sound, by tempering the Phoenix species Fey's soul into Phoenix breed and injecting it into the body of an avian Fey, the avian Fey will gain the intelligence and partial abilities of the Phoenix species Fey. By setting the Phoenix breed will be set alight and increase the power of the musical notes that had transformed into birds. Falling Sky New Day, drop the sun in its body to create a territory full of sun energy. When the sun energy depletes, it will temporarily be immune to most physical and elemental damage. Speak Spirit Singer, enter song into the soul. By using up the Phoenix breed's ability to bring song into reality, the will powers and effects in the song can be an advantage or disadvantage to bless its friends or curse its enemies. Clear Zither change voice, place an anchor on something that could release light-type energy. By controlling this entity or whatever was connected to this entity, one's voice or voice-type ability can be applied to this entity and dispersed with this entity at the center. Sun projection, its bloodline will be transformed into a rising sun and projected onto that world's original sun. The sun power will provide it with an overall boost. During this process, it will be closely linked to the sun. Once over, it will enter a very weak state. 9 suns cry, when the suns formed within oneself resonate with the celestial body, the suns will extract energy from the celestial body to form 9 suns. The 9 suns can project their clear cries and create a domain filled with solar energy for themselves. Exclusive skill. Double sun reigns. The stronger the power of the sun it controls, the stronger its ability to communicate with other suns. According to the strength of the rains, it can offer a song to the sun and lend energy from the other suns to replenish itself. New sun body, fuse with the sun it produces and enter the non-burning nirvana world sparrow. Its abilities will not change, but it will be able to switch attributes. Sound spirit sacred hall, its own musical notes will form a sacred hall. Within the sacred hall, all of the phenomena contained in sound will become reality. When the main body enters the sacred hall, the effects will be able to spread outwards by using the energy in one's body. Sparrow perching Chinese parasol tree, separate a portion of its soul and bloodline from the parasol tree it resides in. When it accidentally dies, the soul and bloodline left on the platinwood will be activated, forming an embryo for it to reincarnate. After absorbing enough energy, it will revive in a new form. Chimey had evolved to sovereign and obtained the new 9 suns cry ability, which could be considered its strongest ability. When Chimey let the sun in its body rise into the sky, the strength it displayed was already very powerful. Now, this sun could be divided into 9 suns, and drawing energy from the celestial body would not affect Chimey's own energy. These 9 suns could project Chimey's voice, which was equivalent to expanding the range of Chimey's language ability and the attack range of its phoenix cry ability. As for sparrow perching Chinese parasol tree, it was a special life-saving ability. Lin Yuan could sense that Chimey had been very depressed ever since it had left the main world and was unable to sing on Star Web. He had always doted on Chimey like a daughter and had no intention of letting it join the battle. Lin Yuan's plan for Chimey was to let it become a great singer in the faith country to help Lin Yuan obtain faith power. Hence, Chimey basically had no need for sparrow perching Chinese parasol tree. However, having the exclusive skill was not necessarily a bad thing. If something really happened to Chimey in the future and Lin Yuan couldn't take care of Chimey, it would ensure that Chimey would not lose its life due to unexpected occurrences. If Chimey could become a great singer of the faith country, it would be equivalent to becoming the spokesperson of the faith country, and there was a possibility of encountering danger at any time. When Lin Yuan saw that more than half of the flames stored in the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's leaves had been consumed, he hurriedly replenished them. After Chimey finished transforming its bloodline, it pounced into Lin Yuan's arms and flapped its wings to land on Lin Yuan's shoulder. Chimey said aggrievedly, "Yuan, it's been a while since you came to see Chimey. Genius has been very busy recently and has been staying in the 100 Questions Beast Army all day long. Chimey can only stay in the nest alone. Can you come and accompany Chimey more often in the future? Chimey can't live stream on Star Web anymore. You guys are the only ones left." The more Chimey spoke, the more aggrieved it became. Its voice started to choke up, and Lin Yuan's heart ached. Chapter 2944, New Ophiuchus Constellation. Chimey had never been delicate. There were 2 reasons why Chimey would say that. Firstly, Chimey did not have any companions to accompany it in the spirit lock spatial zone. The people that it was familiar with, like Genius, had to enhance their abilities or attend to other matters every day. Otherwise, Genius would definitely be very willing to accompany Chimey. Secondly, Chimey hadn't been able to increase its strength. Those companions whose strength was comparable to or lesser than it had managed to enhance their strength. This inevitably made Chimey feel a sense of disparity. It felt that it was no longer as highly regarded by Lin Yuan as before. Lin Yuan used the second knuckle of his index finger to touch the soft feathers under Chimey's beak. "Chimey, you will still have many listeners in the future. Those listeners will admire and praise your singing from the bottom of their hearts. Now that you have the resources, just focus on improving your strength. When your strength increases, I'll let you leave the Spirit Lock spatial zone and stay by my side. You will become Sky City's spokesperson in the Faith Country." Chimey chirped in surprise and did not continue pestering Lin Yuan. Instead, it flew to the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's nest to absorb the strange flame's energy. Chimey had already set a goal in its heart, which was to do its best to evolve to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. Genius knew that Lin Yuan had entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone and immediately rushed over. Genius thought that Chimey would be chirping and waiting toward it, but it didn't expect Chimey to already be working in the nest. Genius did not disturb Chimey and said, "Yuan, this is your first time letting someone else contract the 100 questions beast. You must remind Wen Yu not to spread the truth about the 100 questions beast." As a highly intelligent life form, Genius understood its situation the best. At present, it already had a deep understanding of the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan absorbed knowledge from the sky beyond the clouds by relying on Genius to record and summarize the contents of the books. It was precisely because it understood the current situation of the sky beyond the clouds that Genius said such words. The requirements for creators in the sky beyond the clouds were much greater than the main world's requirements for creation masters. As Genius grade and quality continued to increase, it was now on par with the Moon Empress in terms of creation masters. Genius could concoct the potion formula that Lin Yuan had obtained from the Moon Empress. The current Genius was about an intermediate to advanced grade 4 creator. Genius' earliest batch of 100 questions beasts also had developed the ability equivalent to a grade 4 creator. It could be said that the 100 questions beast army could create a value that could shock any faction. However, they did not have any combat ability. The 100 question beast army was created by Lin Yuan and existed by relying on Lin Yuan. Genius was not afraid of the safety of the 100 questions beast army, but that Lin Yuan would be targeted. Even if the person Lin Yuan had given the 100 questions beast to was Wen Yu, Genius still could not help but remind Lin Yuan. Upon hearing its words, Lin Yuan nodded seriously. Genius rarely offered reminders to Lin Yuan, so the fact it did so implied that the matter held significant importance in its mind. Lin Yuan said seriously, "Genius, I know what you mean. Your concerns are valid. I'll remind Wen Yu to pay attention." Wen Yu basically did not have a chance to go out of Sky City. Hence, there was no chance for outsiders to notice the 100 questions beast. As Lin Yuan spoke these words, he also reminded himself that Sky City was currently staffed with the same people as before, with not many additions. However, with Lin Yuan's journey in the sky beyond the clouds, it was inevitable that he would accept people into Sky City. The Astronomical Parliament would also allow some selected people to become members of Sky City. Even if these people were under Lin Yuan's control and would not do anything to harm Sky City, it was still hard to guarantee that they would not be captured during missions. Lin Yuan's sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom could probe the truth. When those powerful factions interrogated the enemy members, the abilities to probe souls were not uncommon. For Lin Yuan to completely conceal the 100 questions beast's existence and prevent the outside world from knowing about them, he had to ensure that the 100 questions beasts were not in public view and that the people in Sky City who had gone outside had not seen the 100 questions beasts. Genius reminder was very important to Lin Yuan. "Genius, Begin Lady is no longer in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Therefore, you will have to supervise everything in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Has anything happened in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone recently?" Genius thought for a moment and said firmly, "Yuan, the condition in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone has been very good recently. Nothing unexpected has occurred. If there's anything to mention, it's probably the spies you caught working in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone before. For some unknown reason, there's an internal strife among them. It caused a chaotic fight between the 7 of them and caused some losses in the Cat Garden. I've dealt with all 7 of them with the war weapons you prepared for me. At the same time, I beat up the others in the Cat Garden. Also, I've warned them that if such a situation happens again, I'll get rid of everyone working in the Cat Garden. It was because of your kindness back then that gave them a chance to live. In terms of working ability, they can't even compare to those deposit vegetable pods that were nurtured." When it mentioned this, Genius revealed a disdainful expression. The living environment that Lin Yuan provided for these people was outstanding enough, and these people did not have the chance to encounter such good conditions outside. However, these people chose to fight over some benefits, causing the Cat Garden to suffer losses. In addition, the fights between these people might have a connection with their grudges. Genius only explained the outcome to Lin Yuan and did not explain the specific situation to him. Lin Yuan was so busy every day that he did not have time to waste on such trivial matters. Upon hearing Genius' words, Lin Yuan nodded. The stability of the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone was good news for him. A large number of resources were nurtured in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, and these resources were constantly being produced outside. Due to the constant increase of spirit chi concentration in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, many life forms that did not possess much evolution potential experienced improvements in their grade and quality in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Among them were the Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls Fairy. Brocade Zither had already evolved into a genuine 6-winged fairy. When they were in the main world, they could help creation masters increase the success rate of concocting potions. If Brocade Zither was still a two-winged fairy now, then the child ramets it cultivated would not be of much help to creators. However, after it became a six-winged fairy, the child ramets it produced could help creators concoct potions. There were currently no creators from Sky Beyond the Clouds in Sky City, but both Genius 100 Questions Beast Army and the Moon Empress were full of praise for the Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls, which undoubtedly proved its value. Through the transaction with Fortune Treasure Palace, Lin Yuan learned that resources like this were extremely rare in the entire Sky Beyond the Clouds. Once resources beneficial to creators appeared, these resources would immediately be snatched by other factions. Lin Yuan had plans to sell the Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls to the public. Firstly, it was impossible for Lin Yuan to always use creator resources like Spirit Chi crystals and pure elemental energy for external transactions. By using the Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls, Lin Yuan could trade for various resources more conveniently. Secondly, Brocade Zither's Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls could wither on their own according to the Ortet's demand. The Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls would always create value for the factions that were on good terms with Lin Yuan. On the other hand, even if those factions that were on bad terms with Lin Yuan acquired them through trade, they would quickly wither. After leaving the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan also left the breeding room. When he left the breeding room, he realized that the Moon Empress had also left the breeding room. From the Moon Empress expression, Lin Yuan knew that nurturing the desire Moon-Eyed Beast was going smoothly. He did not ask about the desire Moon-Eyed Beast again. He knew very well that if the Moon Empress needed his help in the future, she would directly ask him. The Moon Empress said with a smile, "Spring and autumn have returned to Sky City and brought the experts of the Spinning Wings White Falcons and the dozen or so Crimson Heaven Falcons over. The Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons have already been arranged to the second meeting hall. Little Yuan, if you have time, why don't you go and take a look? I heard from Spring that Summer stayed in the territory of the Spinning Wings White Falcons and was stationed there. In that case, we'll be able to take over the territory of the Spinning Wings White Falcons soon." Before Lin Yuan left Sky City, he had told the Moon Empress to look for Spring and Summer if she needed anything. The Moon Empress knew that the fact that Lin Yuan would instruct her that way meant that Spring and Summer were definitely very powerful and were capable of resolving many unexpected situations. However, she never expected that they could eliminate the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons. This matter sounded too shocking. If the Moon Empress had known that Spring and Summer were so powerful, she would not have been so nervous when she found out that the Spinning Wings White Falcons were about to target Sky City. Lin Yuan nodded confidently, "Master, you're right. We'll be able to take over the territory of the Spinning Wings White Falcons very soon. Or rather, the territory of the Spinning Wings White Falcons is now Sky City's. Not only that, Sky City will soon be able to control the territory of the Crimson Heaven Falcons." Lin Yuan's words were filled with confidence. His confidence instilled a sense of security in the Moon Empress. It was a feeling that the Moon Empress rarely experienced. The few times that the Moon Empress felt a sense of security could be said to be related to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry to meet the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons. He would let them stay in the second meeting hall for now. There would be people in the second meeting hall who would torture them. By the time it was done, it would not be too late for Lin Yuan to meet with the experts of these two species. Lin Yuan wanted the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons to submit wholeheartedly. He needed to control the Crimson Heaven Falcons through these members. Lin Yuan had asked Wen Yu to contract 100 Questions Beast, which was a method that he had suddenly thought of. As long as the 100 Questions Beast provided sufficient resources, there was no barrier to increasing its strength. Wen Yu's 100 Questions Beast's strength had increased. Through the Thoughts letter paper, she called out to Lin Yuan to try holding another astronomical parliament meeting. Lin Yuan could sense that Wen Yu was very confident that the astronomical parliament would be convened again. Since that was the case, it was more important for Lin Yuan to try holding the astronomical parliament again. After having dinner with the Moon Empress, Lin Yuan arrived at the star platform located at the top of Sky City when the constellations shone. Lin Yuan released the star vastness peony and let it amplify Wen Yu. Wen Yu used the huge amount of spiritual energy she had obtained from contracting the 100 Questions Beast to communicate with the constellations, and soon the meeting began again. Wen Yu and Lin Yuan looked at each other, and Lin Yuan nodded. This time, Wen Yu had called for the astronomical parliament not only to see if it could be held smoothly but also to conduct a comprehensive test. Hence, Wen Yu had invited Lu Ji, Su Yiren, Luo Lan, and Bei Su from the astronomical parliament. Feeling the familiar call, they entered the astronomical parliament at the same time and sat in the chairs that originally belonged to them. Bei-su had the most difficult journey. He looked around and could not help but sigh. In the current astronomical parliament, there were only 6 people left, including Lin Yuan and Wen Yu, as 5 people had left. These 5 people had not chosen to go to the sky beyond the clouds. Now, they were not even qualified to enter the astronomical parliament. This included Yin Lin, who had joined the astronomical parliament with Bei-su. Even though Bei-su might be inexperienced, he could sense Yin Lin's feelings for Lin Yuan. Bei-su could not understand why Yin Lin had chosen to stay in the main world and not follow Lin Yuan to the sky beyond the clouds. No matter how one looked at it, going to the sky beyond the clouds was the best choice. Along the way, Yin Lin had helped him grow. Before leaving, Yin Lin had specially looked for Bei-su to bid him farewell. Bei-su couldn't help but ask Yin Lin the reason. Yin Lin had only smiled and said that she was envious that Bei-su didn't have to fulfill his duties as the envoy of the Federation and the young leader of the family. Yin Lin was constrained by the burden pressing down on her own shoulders. Bei-su sighed softly. He did not know if Yin Lin was doing well in the main world. He was not the only one who felt this way, though. Su Yiren, Luo Lan, Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, and even Lu Ji, who had just joined the astronomical parliament at a late stage, shared the same feeling. At that moment, a figure was pulled into the astronomical parliament and stood before the chair representing the Ophiuchus constellation. Chapter 2945 Jing Bai's Redemption. Bei-su, Su Yiren, and Luo Lan were looking curiously at the figure who had been pulled into the astronomical parliament. Back when the 3 of them were drawn into the astronomical parliament, it was the same scenario. Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, and Lu Ji were prying into the memories of this young man called Jing Bai. They did not expect the 2 branches of the illusion snakes to have such a serious oppressive relationship with each other. The crystal rock illusion snakes treated the purifying water illusion snakes as servants that could be slaughtered at will. The life and death of the purifying water illusion snakes did not matter to them at all. Jing Bai was not only oppressed by the crystal rock illusion snakes but he was also discriminated against by the purifying water illusion snakes. However, the discrimination of his own species did not change Jing Bai's beliefs or cause them to become distorted. On the contrary, he became even more determined to lead the purifying water illusion snakes away from the crystal rock illusion snakes. Jing Bai believed that members of his own species discriminated against him because they were oppressed by the crystal rock illusion snakes. If not for their oppression causing his brother to betray his parents and die tragically, he would not have had to endure the strange gazes from members of his own species. In order to change the purifying water illusion snake's current situation, Jing Bai was prepared to use everything in exchange. After Lin Yuan contracted the Brahma flower jade blood snake, it could be said that all snake species feys were prey to him. As branches of the illusion snakes, both the crystal rock and purifying water illusion snakes were extremely powerful. If the Brahma flower jade blood snake could control them, it would greatly increase the strength of its subordinates. Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, and Lu Ji looked at each other. They all felt that Jing Bai was qualified to be a member of the astronomical parliament. Admitting new members to the astronomical parliament was a decision made jointly by Wen Yu, Lin Yuan, and Lu Ji. Previously, when Yin Lin was sitting on the golden throne, her opinion was also sought regarding the admission of new members. However, ever since Yin Lin was elected, no new members had joined the astronomical parliament. Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, and Lu Ji had a common understanding. No matter what, the astronomical parliament would not accept evil individuals. Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, and Lu Ji had already seen Jing Bai's resume. It could be said that Jing Bai possessed quite a good quality. Since the last time Jing Bai received guidance, he would always have that dream about the constellations when he slept. Now, Jing Bai received guidance from the constellations again. However, this time, he did not come back empty-handed. Instead, he appeared in this mysterious meeting. Jing Bai was still a little stunned. He could not tell if he was dreaming or in reality. At that moment, he saw the woman sitting on the golden throne speak. "Welcome to the astronomical parliament. Your wish made me notice your existence. I want to confirm with you now, are you willing to use everything you have in exchange for the chance to fulfill your dream? If you're willing, put your hand on the back of the chair behind you. You will become a member of the astronomical parliament. If you're unwilling to make such an attempt, I'll send you away. You'll permanently lose your qualifications to become a member of the astronomical parliament." Wen Yu was well aware that even if she secured the 100 questions beast from Lin Yuan and ensured the official convening of the astronomical parliament, it would still be inconvenient for her to dedicate too much energy to welcoming the members. Before the astronomical parliament broke through the 12 stars limit, Wen Yu could only allow one member to join the astronomical parliament at most. Wen Yu's words made Su Yiren, Yin Lin, and Bei Su look nostalgic. Back then, Wen Yu had also asked them similar questions. Luo Lan and Bei Su had already been at the end of their rope. Hence, in order to survive, they had had no choice but to join the astronomical parliament directly. Su Yiren had initially doubted the astronomical parliament. Although she had successfully joined it in the end, she had suffered a lot because of her hesitation and doubts and almost missed this opportunity to change her fate. The young man in front of them was facing the same choice as them. The more Jing Bai thought about it, the more he felt like he was in a dream. Everything in front of him seemed too mystical, but even if he was in a dream, Jing Bai was still willing to use this opportunity to fulfill his wish. Thus, he did not hesitate to place his handprint on the back of the chair behind him. When Jing Bai pressed his hand onto the chair's back, a sensation washed over him. It wasn't the feeling of sleep, rather, he sensed the celestial body's blessing, granting him a vague awareness of his surroundings in the present moment. Jing Bai hurriedly turned around and looked around curiously, wanting to confirm if everything was just his imagination. Upon seeing Jing Bai becoming an official member of the astronomical parliament and thus her companion, Su Yiren couldn't help but speak up. The seat behind me is the Corona Australis. My name is Su Yiren. Everything you've come into contact with now is real. You'll naturally be able to tell after this meeting among the constellations ends and you leave. Now, I hope you can cherish this period in the meeting. This is extremely important for you to realize your wish. Su Yiren nodded. Jing Bai basically had no friends in the purifying water illusion snakes. Most of the time, he faced mockery and discrimination. Hence, he was not used to Su Yiren's attitude. Just like how Su Yiren nodded at him, he nodded back at her. My name is Jing Bai. I'm from the purifying water illusion snakes. During their conversation, Lin Yuan could already feel his sense of belonging to the purifying water illusion snakes. If Jing Bai did not have a strong sense of belonging to his species, he would definitely not have introduced himself in such a way. Lin Yuan knew very well that with Wen Yu's condition, she would not be able to hold on for much longer. Therefore, the duration of this astronomical parliament was bound to last for a relatively short period. Lin Yuan did not intend to give Jing Bai too much time to familiarize himself with the others at the astronomical parliament, considering that he was already part of them now and would not lack such opportunities in the future. Now that Jing Bai had joined the astronomical parliament and was still in a state of confusion, Lin Yuan felt that he needed to let him understand the situation. Jing Bai, you're now an official member of the astronomical parliament. I wonder if you know in which universe your purifying water illusion snakes is currently in. Jing Bai hurriedly bowed to Lin Yuan. He could tell that the three people sitting on the golden thrones were the superiors there. Lord, my species is located in the North Universe. We are only dozens of kilometers away from the water-covered coast. I usually live in caves in the cliffs around the water-covered coast. Lin Yuan nodded. He had indeed investigated his life experiences. However, Jing Bai's life experience did not include the knowledge he had. Lin Yuan had no intention of heading to the North Universe yet, so he did not know where the water-covered coast was. After some thought, Lin Yuan asked, "Have you heard of the snow-covered foxes in the North Universe?" Upon hearing this, Jing Bai revealed a fearful expression on his face. He had basically heard of any species in the North Universe, and the snow-covered foxes were a powerful species. The water-covered coast wasn't too far from the area where the snow-covered foxes lived, but the purifying water illusion snakes didn't have the chance to make contact with them. Instead, the crystal rock illusion snakes that enslaved the purifying water illusion snakes had interacted with the snow-covered foxes. At the pinnacle of the illusion snakes, even if they were not on par with the snow-covered foxes, they were not much inferior to them. But now, if the crystal rock illusion snakes wanted to become a dependent species of the snow-covered foxes, they would most likely be unwilling to take them in. The snow-covered foxes indeed liked to take fox species feys as their dependent species, but there were precedents where they had accepted other species as well. Jing Bai did not know why Lin Yuan suddenly mentioned the snow-covered foxes, nor did he know his motive, so he did not speak rashly. He only lowered her head slightly and waited for Lin Yuan to continue. Ever since Lin Yuan handed the fantasy crystal birthstone flower to Kong Huan, she would communicate with him every once in a while. Kong Huan had completely charmed the snow-covered fox leader, and he was now willing to do many things for her. However, until now, Kong Huan had not revealed the news that she was pregnant with his son. She planned to wait for their relationship to deepen before making the corresponding considerations. Right now, no one dared to provoke Kong Huan in the territory of this snow-covered fox leader. Even the other snow-covered foxes in the territory were the same. Kong Huan had been informing Lin Yuan about her achievements, who in turn was very supportive of her and told her not to worry about the consumption of resources. If Kong Huan's resources were exhausted, Lin Yuan would continue to replenish them. Lin Yuan's selfless help served as Kong Huan's greatest confidence booster. It wouldn't be long before Kong Huan completely charmed this snow-covered fox leader, and by then Kong Huan would be able to take charge. At that time, Lin Yuan could inform Kong Huan to take care of the purifying water illusion snakes. Perhaps this method could allow them to escape the crystal rock illusion snake's oppression. Lord, I've naturally heard of the snow-covered foxes. They are considered an extremely powerful species in the entire North Universe. Lin Yuan replied honestly, I can't help you much in the short term, but I can try to get a snow-covered fox leader to protect your species. I will endeavor to make the purifying water illusion snakes become their dependent species. This will make it easier for you to escape the crystal rock illusion snake's oppression. I presume the crystal rock illusion snakes wouldn't dare to meddle with the new dependent species of the snow-covered fox leader, right? Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, an excited expression appeared on Jing Bai's face. He did not have high expectations. In his heart, as long as he could free the purifying water illusion snakes from the crystal rock illusion snake's oppression, it would be enough. He did not even ask Lin Yuan to help his species rise. If a snow-covered fox leader was willing to step forward and take the purifying water illusion snakes as their dependent species, the crystal rock illusion snakes would lose the ability to suppress them. They would certainly not dare to offend a snow-covered fox leader. Having easily achieved his long-standing dream, Jing Bai was so overwhelmed with joy that he found it difficult to articulate his gratitude to Lin Yuan and was momentarily at a loss. Jing Bai's actions left the other members of the Astronomical Parliament feeling a pang of sadness. Including Wen Yu, the other members of the Astronomical Parliament faintly saw reflections of themselves in Jing Bai. Back then, they had lived an extremely difficult life before meeting Lin Yuan. At present, Lin Yuan started to redeem Jing Bai just like how he had redeemed them. Lord, thank you very much for your help to our purifying water illusion snakes. I will never forget your help. Lin Yuan smiled. He would need to trouble Kong Huan for this matter. At this moment, Kong Huan was alone and helpless in the North Universe and probably hoped to have one more person on her side there. I didn't offer much help. It's just a small favor. Remember your goal, to ascend with the purifying water illusion snakes, not to deter the crystal rock illusion snakes from targeting you due to fear of the snow-covered fox leader. I can supply all the resources your purifying water illusion snakes require to swiftly boost your strength. Lin Yuan prepared to send some resources to Jing Bai so that he could enhance his strength as soon as possible. Only by improving his strength could he ensure his own safety. Lin Yuan wouldn't want to learn that Jing Bai was dead when the Astronomical Parliament convened again. Teleporting required a significant amount of willpower and power of law. Lin Yuan still possessed ample reserves of both. With the sacred sword-wielding Queen's awakening, he wouldn't face any shortage of willpower or power of law. There were a certain number of dead people in the Faith country every day. Whether they died in an accident or died of old age, the bodies of these dead people contained willpowers. The sacred sword-wielding Queen could extract these wills and laws as Lin Yuan's reserves. Upon thinking about it, the sacred sword-wielding Queen's throbbing had become more and more frequent recently. She was most likely about to wake up. After the sacred sword-wielding Queen devoured her parents' sacred totems, she had reached the level of sacred source 12 stars. When she woke up, she would most likely be able to break through the limits of the sacred source 12 stars and reach a brand new realm. Jing Bai gratefully told Lin Yuan the resources he needed. Lin Yuan asked Wen Yu to activate Star Spirit Seat and send a diamond phase storage box containing spirit chi crystals and numerous water-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls over. Once Jing Bai left the Astronomical Parliament, he would naturally be able to see Lin Yuan's gift immediately. Chapter 2946 Bai Yunzong's Little Thoughts. Lin Yuan always felt that Jing Bai seemed a little dazed. If he didn't provide him with some resources, Lin Yuan was afraid that Jing Bai would wake up and think that what he had just experienced was just a dream. After using Star Spirit Seat to transfer the resources, Wen Yu's expression turned ugly. Lin Yuan knew that Wen Yu had basically reached her limit. If she were to forcefully maintain the Astronomical Parliament after reaching her limit, it would definitely have a huge impact on Wen Yu's health. A small depletion of spiritual energy could be replenished. However, prolonged depletion of spiritual energy could result in permanent damage. Lin Yuan directly instructed Wen Yu to end the astronomical parliament meeting. In any case, the astronomical parliament had recruited a new member, addressed the new member's situation, and helped him resolve his problem. No matter how one looked at it, the astronomical parliament meeting was a success. Wen Yu did not end the astronomical parliament immediately. She opened her eyes and endured the discomfort in her body as she used the precious spiritual ingredients that Lin Yuan had provided her to restore her spiritual energy. Soon, Wen Yu recovered, but she had depleted her spiritual energy and needed some time to replenish it. Wen Yu checked her body and told Lin Yuan, "Young master, why don't we set the next astronomical parliament meeting in 20 days? The astronomical parliament meeting every 20 days is basically my limit. The development in the sky beyond the clouds has just begun. If we delay it for too long, it will be too time-consuming for us to deal with the situation." Lin Yuan nodded. Holding the astronomical parliament every 20 days was relatively frequent compared to the astronomical parliament that was held in the main world previously. At that time, the astronomical parliament was only held once every 50 to 60 days. There were two reasons why the astronomical parliament was extended for such a long time. Firstly, Lin Yuan had been busy controlling the main world at that time and did not require the astronomical parliament to create any value for him. Secondly, most of the astronomical parliament members had gathered around Lin Yuan. Even those who had not gathered around Lin Yuan had a thoughts letter paper. With the thoughts letter paper, the astronomical parliament members could communicate with each other. There was really no need to hold the astronomical parliament all the time. Lin Yuan now had something that could replace the thoughts letter paper, which was the raiment of the fantasy crystal birthstone flower. He could communicate with Kong Huan through it, and naturally, he could also communicate with Jing Bai in the future. If not for the fact that there were relatively few young fantasy crystal birthstone flowers and he did not have many to waste, Lin Yuan would have arranged a fantasy crystal birthstone flower to facilitate communication between Jing Bai and himself. Wen Yu, prioritize your health. You must ensure that the convening of the astronomical parliament meeting doesn't compromise your safety and health. The astronomical parliament this time lasted more than 16 minutes when you used the star spirit seat. This means that the astronomical parliament can officially begin. For the next astronomical parliament, we can intentionally reduce the duration to ensure you don't exhaust your spiritual energy, keeping it within 14 minutes. While Lin Yuan and Wen Yu were conversing, Jing Bai opened his eyes in the cave. When he sensed the familiar darkness around him and the breathing of his companions nearby, he coughed twice. Jing Bai's cough quickly attracted an angry shout. "If you can't sleep, don't disturb our sleep. If we don't rest well, everyone will be whipped." Basically, whenever someone made a sound during the break, they would be subjected to such a stern shout. However, did the person who barked consider that their shout would wake everyone else up? Compared to the loud shout, his cough seemed quite insignificant. Jing Bai only cursed in his heart. He knew very well that if he spoke at this time, it would inevitably cause an argument. It would be fine if the dispute could be resolved quickly. However, if it became too loud and disturbed the guards, it would undoubtedly lead to extremely negative consequences. Jing Bai didn't want others to be punished because of him. Jing Bai was completely awake now. Just as Lin Yuan had expected, he thought that everything that had just happened was just a dream. However, it was undeniable that the dream just now gave Jing Bai a very pleasant feeling. In the dream, he seemed to have been the savior of the purifying water illusion snakes. Unfortunately, that sense of fulfillment was fleeting. Jing Bai rubbed his eyes and spread his hands out. At this moment, Jing Bai suddenly realized that he had touched something very hard. Jing Bai had lived in this cave for a long time, so there shouldn't be any miscellaneous items in this cave. Jing Bai took the item that was placed in his hand and looked at it. He realized that it was actually a very exquisite ring. Jing Bai had never seen such an exquisite thing. Even if such a thing existed, it would usually be in the crystal rock illusion snake's hands. The crystal rock illusion snakes hardly gave the purifying water illusion snakes any opportunity for enjoyment. The appearance of the ring reminded him of Lin Yuan's words about leaving him a gift. Lin Yuan had intentionally instructed Jing Bai on how to use it. At present, he activated his spiritual energy and projected it onto the ring as Lin Yuan had instructed. Jing Bai's breathing quickened. If he had not been mentally prepared, he would definitely have cried out in shock. Jing Bai saw that this spatial equipment contained numerous crystals and round pearl-like things. The crystal contained a large amount of pure spirit qi. The pearl also contained extremely pure water elemental energy. These things could increase Jing Bai's strength in an extremely short period. Compared to the items in this spatial equipment, what astonished Jing Bai even more was the realization that the meeting held among the constellations was actually real. It was equivalent to telling Jing Bai that his wish could really be fulfilled in the future. He was no longer a lonely and pitiful person. Now, he had officially found an organization. Jing Bai knew how important this ring was to him, so he didn't put it on. Instead, he opened his mouth and took it, keeping the ring below his molars, tightly clamped by his jaw muscles. He would secretly use these resources in an uninhabited place. If he could not hold back and used these resources now, the pure spirit chi in the crystal and the pure water elemental energy in the pearl would immediately alert the others in the purifying water illusion snakes. Given the purifying water illusion snakes' current situation, those fellows would most likely report their private stash of resources to the inspectors in exchange for some benefits. If not for the fact that the purifying water illusion snakes were rotten to the core, Jing Bai would not mind giving these resources to them. Jing Bai took 2 deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. He was looking forward to the next astronomical parliament meeting. After a week, Lin Yuan called Autumn over and asked him, "How are the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons doing now?" Autumn knew very well that Lin Yuan had not gone to see the captured Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons in the past week because Lin Yuan wanted him to polish off those individuals' rough edges. Autumn reflected that both the leader of the Spinning Wings White Falcons, Bai Yunzong, and the second elder of the Crimson Heaven Falcons, Qi Zhentian, had already adjusted their stances and wanted to submit to Sky City from the bottom of their hearts. It was Lin Yuan who wanted to take these people under his wing, and not Autumn. Now, Autumn's capabilities were stretched to their limit in managing the situation with the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons. "Young Master, I've completed and handled everything that needed to be said or done. You can take over the captured Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons at any time." One of the individuals captured from the Crimson Heaven Falcons is the second elder, representing their top combat power. "We've managed to loosen the tongue of the second elder. Feel free to inquire about anything you'd like to know from him at any time." Lin Yuan smiled and said, "In that case, Autumn, why don't you take me to take a look and understand the situation? It's time to take in the Spinning Wings White Falcons." Sky City now could develop the territory of the Spinning Wings White Falcons. However, developing the territory would require the cooperation of the other species in the territory. The Spinning Wings White Falcons were not the only ones in the territory. There were also their dependent species who listened to their orders. If Lin Yuan wanted to develop the Spinning Wings White Falcons territory without any bloodshed and obtain the support of these species, the Spinning Wings White Falcons had to cooperate fully. Lin Yuan wanted to complete the development of the Spinning Wings White Falcons resources as soon as possible so that the Faith Country could continue to develop at its current speed. Therefore, controlling them was something that Lin Yuan urgently needed to do. As for the Crimson Heaven Falcons, their territory was vast, and the Spinning Wings White Falcons were just one of their dependent species. In the short term, Lin Yuan wouldn't be able to develop the territory under the Crimson Heaven Falcons' jurisdiction, so any actions against them could be postponed for later consideration. What Lin Yuan truly wanted to know was why the Crimson Heaven Falcons had remained in this barren area for so long and what they were waiting for. If whatever the Crimson Heaven Falcons were waiting for was only beneficial to them and didn't serve Lin Yuan's interests, then he would not need to concern himself and Lin Yuan would not mind fulfilling the Crimson Heaven Falcons' wish. However, if the resources that they were waiting for were also useful to Lin Yuan's phase, Lin Yuan would not mind snatching their resources to benefit his own phase. In the sky beyond the clouds, the strong were respected. If Lin Yuan indeed took action against the Crimson Heaven Falcons, they wouldn't dare to make any response. Up until now, the Crimson Heaven Falcons had robbed countless species of their resources. Those species whose resources had been robbed had now obediently submitted to them. Lin Yuan believed that the Crimson Heaven Falcons would not make a mistake. The Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons had been relocated by Autumn and were now stationed at the plaza on the western side of Sky City. Autumn was very clear about his intentions. These Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons would either completely submit to Lin Yuan or Autumn would eliminate them, leaving no room for potential threats and giving them no chance to reveal Sky City's situation to the outside world. Ever since Bai Yunzong saw the Sky City on Sky Sea's back, he realized how powerful the factions targeting the Spinning Wings White Falcons were. However, there was no need for Sky Sea or the Sky City itself to be used to mark Sky City's extraordinariness. Lu Chen, Lu Yao, and Spring, Summer, and Autumn were enough to prove how powerful Sky City was. Bai Yunzong had not seen the young master that Autumn had mentioned after being captured for so long. He felt a little uneasy. He was afraid that the Spinning Wings White Falcons would be abandoned by this faction. Bai Yunzong had always thought that the Crimson Heaven Falcons were extraordinary. Even as their dependent species, Bai Yunzong was very confident that his species could be valued by them. However, he didn't have much confidence in facing this expert with several exceptionally powerful abilities and a faction that could build a huge faith country in a short period. Over the past few days, Bai Yunzong had been restraining the Spinning Wings White Falcons in Sky City. He was afraid that some ignorant member would cause trouble for him. Bai Yunzong's control over the Spinning Wings White Falcons was much better than Qi Genshin's control over the Crimson Heaven Falcons. Qi Ju kept a very low profile, looking like a prisoner. However, Qi Ling didn't seem to have the awareness of being a prisoner. Qi Ling did not cause any trouble. However, he heavily scolded a Spinning Wings White Falcon who offended him, as though they were still the dependent species of the Crimson Heaven Falcons. Currently, on this plaza, the Spinning Wings White Falcon and the Crimson Heaven Falcons were on an equal footing. Qi Ling's attitude clearly showed that he had no awareness of being a servant. Upon seeing that Qi Zhentian didn't immediately intervene to restrain Qi Ling, Bai Yunzong shot a look at the Spinning Wings White Falcons who were being disciplined by Qi Ling, prompting the member to express apologies to him. With the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons preparing to submit, a competitive relationship had already formed between the two sides. The Crimson Heaven Falcons clearly did not take the Spinning Wings White Falcons seriously and did not approve of this competitive relationship. Bai Yunzong was ready to manipulate the situation to suppress the Crimson Heaven Falcons, securing more opportunities for the Spinning Wings White Falcons among the Sky City leaders. Since the Crimson Heaven Falcons were stronger than the Spinning Wings White Falcons, it was crucial to begin strategizing immediately to elevate the latter's status. Chapter 2947, Fortunately, there's still time. Under normal circumstances, Bai Yunzong would never be so optimistic. However, the fact that the King Blood Jackals were not as strong as the Spinning Wings White Falcons, yet they were greatly valued, sparked hope in Bai Yunzong's heart. This situation could only mean one thing: Sky City didn't value the strength of this species very much. It was obvious that what mattered most wasn't just the strength, but rather how much benefits he could bring to the faction. After understanding this, Bai Yunzong could use this to cater to Sky City and gain the trust of the so-called young master. From this point alone, there was a difference between the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons. Due to varying levels of self-awareness, the Crimson Heaven Falcons would still consider their previous identity and current status when carrying out orders. It was very difficult for the Crimson Heaven Falcons to accept the fact that they had to be on equal footing with the Spinning Wings White Falcons. The harder it was for the Crimson Heaven Falcons to accept this, the more Bai Yunzong could use this to provoke them. The Crimson Heaven Falcons were easily angered. Therefore, he only needed to change his attitude toward them. While his actions indeed had the purpose of deceiving the Crimson Heaven Falcons, no one would be able to point out anything wrong. Spring was monitoring the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons situation and easily saw through Bai Yunzong's thoughts. She did not feel that there was anything wrong with his thoughts. On the contrary, she admired his actions. Bai Yunzong was using this reasonable method to seek benefits for the Spinning Wings White Falcons, increasing their likelihood of being placed in an important position. As a leader, Bai Yunzong used his own ability to seek benefits for them. On the other hand, the Crimson Heaven Falcons did not know what was good for them. As a prisoner, how could they have the chance to assert their dignity? Currently, Lin Yuan wanted to develop the territory of the Spinning Wings White Falcons, and they were much more useful than the Crimson Heaven Falcons. Before all the Crimson Heaven Falcons were under Lin Yuan's control, he would not put them in an important position. Moreover, with Spring's understanding of Lin Yuan, he would no longer let the Crimson Heaven Falcons manage the Spinning Wings White Falcons. Instead, it would give the Spinning Wings White Falcons a chance to develop themselves. Just like when Lin Yuan had placed the King Blood Jackals in an important position, Bai Yunzong would also be placed in an important position by Lin Yuan like Connie. Through his observation of Bai Yunzong during this period, Spring concluded that Bai Yunzong was deserving of Lin Yuan's appreciation. He was a very clever individual. If such a person were used, he would take the initiative to lead the Spinning Wings White Falcons to create the greatest value for Lin Yuan. If there were any shortcomings in Bai Yunzong, it would likely be his keen awareness of the situation and a tendency to be somewhat ambitious. In the future, if Sky City encountered any danger, Bai Yunzong would most likely lead the Spinning Wings White Falcons to join the factions targeting Sky City. However, this possibility was impossible. Firstly, it was very difficult to encounter a faction stronger than Sky City. Secondly, if Lin Yuan took Bai Yunzong under his wing, he would definitely control the spinning wings white falcons like how he controlled the king blood jackals. When the life and death of the spinning wings white falcons were in Lin Yuan's hands, even if Bai Yunzong wanted to submit to other factions, he would not have the chance to do so. In short, in Spring's opinion, the spinning wings white falcons were worth placing in an important position. With the spinning wings white falcons, Sky City would have a large number of powerful aerial combat units. Their mobility was incomparable to the demon insects produced by Kira. After learning that Autumn was about to bring Lin Yuan over, Spring appeared and said, "Young master is about to head here. Why aren't you guys getting into formation to welcome him?" The Crimson Heaven Falcons led by Qi Zhentian and the Spinning Wings White Falcons led by Bai Yunzong had never seen Lin Yuan before. Now that they had a chance to interact with this legendary young master, be it the Spinning Wings White Falcons or the Crimson Heaven Falcons, they were extremely nervous, especially Qi Zhentian and Bai Yunzong. Because the Spinning Wings White Falcons were the dependent species, the Crimson Heaven Falcons instinctively considered them inferior. Under such circumstances, it was normal for them to look down on or humiliate the Spinning Wings White Falcons. However, in front of Lin Yuan, not to mention Qi Ling, even Qi Zhentian did not dare to disrespect him. The few of them saw the majestic Autumn following behind a young man. This young man had handsome features and a calm bearing. When his gaze swept over them, the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons instinctively lowered their gazes. Even Qi Zhentian and Bai Yunzong were no exception. This was not because Lin Yuan exuded an overwhelming aura. In fact, he didn't radiate any particularly extraordinary aura. It was completely because the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons had already lost their edge over the past few days and had instinctively placed their status beneath Lin Yuan. This was the root cause of the current situation. You've been in Sky City for quite some time. I reckon you must have a solid grasp of why you're here. If that's the case, dedicate your loyalty to the Faith Tree with your Divine Kingdom and Holy Spirit. Lin Yuan took out the Faith Tree that controlled the Lonely River's 4 species. Overlords and King Blood Jackals. He did not waste his breath on the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons and directly stated his request and goal. After smoothing out the rough edges, both the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons were ready to submit to Sky City. This opportunity revealed the members of both species with rebellious tendencies. Nevertheless, ultimately, both groups demonstrated excellent obedience. After gaining control of the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons, the Faith Tree grew again. Now, they had become trustworthy existences for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan spoke to Qi Zhentian first. "I don't know much about the Crimson Heaven Falcons. As the second elder, you are in charge of the entire species, so I hope you can tell me. It will make it easier for me to control the Crimson Heaven Falcons. As their leader, I will give you a chance. If you can do these things well, I will hand over the Crimson Heaven Falcons to you to manage in the future. However, if you don't handle all of this well, it will hinder my ability to gain clear insight into your species' internal dynamics, and I might suffer losses as a result. If that happens, you will lose your administrative position in the Crimson Heaven Falcons and will receive punishment." Lin Yuan's words stirred Qi Zhentian's heart, igniting a tumultuous mix of pressure and inner conflict. Deep down, he hesitated to reveal these circumstances to Lin Yuan. As the second elder, he felt a strong allegiance, despite now being part of Sky City. Betraying his species was something he couldn't bring himself to do. However, whether it was for his own sake or the Crimson Heaven Falcons, he had to agree to Lin Yuan's request and explain their internal situation. If he were to provoke Lin Yuan and incur his displeasure, it wouldn't just affect him personally, he might also lose the opportunity to be put in an important position, and even the Crimson Heaven Falcons might face repercussions as a whole. Apart from thinking for the Crimson Heaven Falcons, Qi Zhentian would also think for himself. Qi Zhentian really hoped that he could become their leader in the future. He had no intention of controlling the Crimson Heaven Falcons, but he had to maintain his position as the number 2 figure of the Crimson Heaven Falcons. "City Lord, I naturally won't hide what you want to know. I just don't know what exactly I should say. It would take an immense amount of time to reveal everything about the Crimson Heaven Falcons. It might not be entirely convenient to discuss everything here, don't you agree?" Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan nodded. At present, he indeed did not have the time to listen to Qi Zhentian's explanation. Lin Yuan was there today mainly to talk to Bai Yunzong. Lin Yuan instructed, "Spring, bring him to Wen Yu and ask her to help sort out the information related to the Crimson Heaven Falcons. I have something to ask Bai Yunzong." Bai Yunzong and the Crimson Heaven Falcons were surprised by Lin Yuan's sudden mention of him. In the eyes of the Crimson Heaven Falcons, the Spinning Wings White Falcons were merely servants. Now that the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons were in front of Lin Yuan, he was even more interested in the latter, and this was a slap to the face of the Crimson Heaven Falcons. However, in this situation, the Crimson Heaven Falcons did not dare to say anything. Qi Zhentian could only obediently leave with the Crimson Heaven Falcons and spring. Bai Yunzong looked at Lin Yuan anxiously and expectantly. Ever since he had chosen to join Sky City, he had not done anything that jeopardized their interests. Even before he joined Sky City, he had not done such a thing. He indeed had to lead the Spinning Wings White Falcons to attack the Faith Country, but this was mainly because he had to listen to the Crimson Heaven Falcons' orders. As a dependent species, they had no autonomy at all. Therefore, it should be a good thing that he was suddenly called out. Bai Yunzong was the first to speak to Lin Yuan enthusiastically. "Hello, Lord. I'm Bai Yunzong. From now on, I will definitely lead the Spinning Wings White Falcons to sacrifice their lives for Sky City and offer all their loyalty." Autumn glanced at Bai Yunzong. Not only was he clever, but he also possessed a charming way with words that could captivate anyone. Lin Yuan would not make too many requests of the servants. Keeping Bai Yunzong close served the purpose of discussing the future acquisition of the Spinning Wings White Falcons territory. Before enlisting their support, Lin Yuan intended to offer certain incentives to them. In his role as their leader, Bai Yunzong stood to gain greater advantages than his counterparts. With a smile, Lin Yuan turned to Bai Yunzong and inquired, "Could you enlighten me on the number of servants within the territory of the Spinning Wings White Falcons? I aim to grasp the overall situation of your group." As their leader, Bai Yunzong knew their internal situation very well. Bai Yunzong told Lin Yuan, "City Lord, our species has a total of more than 3,000 servants. These 3,000 servants are all relatively powerful species in the territory and species with similar bloodlines to us. Apart from these servants, there are tens of thousands of other species that rely on these servants to survive. If you want to control this area where we lived previously, we can help you control all the servants. You don't have to worry about developing the resources in the territory." Before uttering these words, Bai Yunzong had been silently speculating about Lin Yuan's intentions for seeking him out. As Bai Yunzong spoke, he deliberately leaned toward the reason Lin Yuan was looking for him. First of all, he intended to cater to Lin Yuan. Furthermore, he wanted to show Lin Yuan through his response that he was intelligent and exceptionally skilled at thinking. Bai Yunzong had clearly achieved his goal. Upon hearing Bai Yunzong's words, Lin Yuan could not help but smile. "You're very intelligent. You understand the true purpose behind my words. Since you're so smart, you'll continue to manage the Spinning Wings White Falcons along with the territory. I believe you won't disappoint me. In that case, you will all return to your original territory now. Please help me control the situation there. Once you help me gain control of the situation there, I will assist you in enhancing your bloodline and strength according to your current bloodline foundation. The elements suitable for the Spinning Wings White Falcons are different from the elements suitable for the Crimson Heaven Falcons. It may seem like a short-term power boost to transition the Spinning Wings White Falcon bloodline toward that of the Crimson Heaven Falcons. However, if this continues for a long time, you will suffer the backlash of your bloodline and die. I believe you've already begun to feel uncomfortable at night. Fortunately, you didn't absorb much Crimson Heaven Falcon blood essence. Otherwise, even I wouldn't be able to help you. Fortunately, there's still time." Bai Yunzong naturally believed Lin Yuan's words. In his heart, Lin Yuan was like a god. He had never considered that Crimson Heaven Falcon blood essence that was given to him as a reward, would come with hidden risks and they would have such a huge impact on him that he might even suffer a backlash and die. Chapter 2948, Unsealed Kira. Qi Ju had never told Bai Yunzong this before. However, the Crimson Heaven Falcons had a long history of using blood essence as a reward. Naturally, Qi Ju knew this. In Bai Yunzong's heart, Qi Ju did not care about his situation and future at all. He only used the Crimson Heaven Falcon blood essence as a short-term motivation. This action made Bai Yunzong extremely dissatisfied. As Bai Yunzong had absorbed the Crimson Heaven Falcon blood essence, his influence in the species had decreased. This was something that Bai Yunzong could still accept. This was because Bai Yunzong had previously used the Crimson Heaven Falcon blood essence to increase his strength. However, after confirming that the Crimson Heaven Falcon blood essence was harmful to him, Bai Yunzong developed a strong hatred for Qi Ju. At the same time, Bai Yunzong could not help but think that it was fortunate that Lin Yuan had taken him in as a subordinate. Otherwise, his future would have been bleak. Lin Yuan had given Bai Yunzong a promise that he could use his current Spinning Wings White Falcon bloodline as a benchmark to continue improving his strength. City Lord, thank you for your kindness. Don't worry, I will definitely control the situation in the territory and cooperate with you in the handover and development. Thank you for your willingness to upgrade me and give me resources. No matter what step I take in the future, I will never disappoint you. City Lord, thank you for your kindness. Don't worry, I will definitely control the situation in the territory and cooperate with you in the handover and development. Thank you for your willingness to upgrade me and give me resources. No matter what step I take in the future, I will never disappoint you. When Lin Yuan heard Bai Yunzong's declaration, he nodded noncommittally. Bai Yunzong naturally could not disappoint him. As the leader of the Spinning Wings White Falcons, Bai Yunzong would control their territory in the same way that the King Blood Jackals did. Once Bai Yunzong did something that disappointed Lin Yuan, it would definitely cause severe losses. If it was just a small problem, Lin Yuan would not be disappointed at all. If Bai Yunzong caused Lin Yuan great losses, Lin Yuan would directly get rid of Bai Yunzong and replace him with someone who would not disappoint him. Lin Yuan could evolve Bai Yunzong's bloodline as a form of encouragement, but he still had many things to do. There was no time to use his body composition to help Bai Yunzong. Although Lin Yuan did not use his body composition to help Bai Yunzong improve his bloodline, he still rewarded him with some resources. After beating someone up, he had to give them something sweet. This was more compatible with the management of a faction member. It allowed those who had been beaten to radiate passion and vitality. Lin Yuan bestowed abundant resources that not only benefited Bai Yunzong but all the Spinning Wings White Falcons. However, these resources would be distributed by Bai Yunzong in the future. Lin Yuan could sense Bai Yunzong's dominance over the Spinning Wings White Falcons. Bai Yunzong's dominance was even stronger than Connie's dominance over the King Blood Jackals. Bai Yunzong also had the intention to solidify his dominance. Therefore, Lin Yuan was willing to give Bai Yunzong a chance to strengthen his rule. However, Bai Yunzong's dominance over his species had to serve Lin Yuan. If anything happened to the Spinning Wings White Falcons in the future, Lin Yuan could look for Bai Yunzong to resolve it. When Lin Yuan went to see Red Thorn, he also sent Kira to the area where Red Thorn was. He had some matters to discuss with Kira. Fr. Novo. However, Kira had just eaten the high-level life-form genes that Lin Yuan had brought back and had fallen into a short slumber. She was going to use the genes of these high-level life forms to produce mutated demon insects. Under such circumstances, Lin Yuan did not want to disturb Kira, so he did not force her to meet him. If Lin Yuan made the request, Kira would definitely drop everything she was doing and rush over to see him immediately. Now that Kira had woken up from her slumber, Lin Yuan felt that he needed to meet her as soon as possible. Lin Yuan had many things to instruct Kira. The biggest contributor to the Faith country's current stable development was not Su Yiren and Luo Lan, but Kira's army of hundreds of millions of demon insects. These demon insects were able to maintain order in Sky City. Besides the King Blood Jackal's strictness with their dependent species, Sky City had been able to take control of their territory so quickly because Lin Yuan had commanded Kira to send out an army of demon insects. Kira's current strength had already reached World Emperor/Diving Kingdom. Because the demon insects produced could provide her with faith, Kira was not far from the Holy Spirit level. The Class 1 genetic lock demon insects that Kira had produced were all at high-level World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. The strength of those demon insects with Class 2 genetic locks had basically broken through Spirit Fire and reached the Divine Kingdom. The mighty army of demon insects was stationed in various parts of the King Blood Jackal's territory. Even if the King Blood Jackal's dependent species had any skewed thoughts, they did not dare to show them in their actions. Lin Yuan could not place all his trust in the Spinning Wings White Falcons. Lin Yuan still had to rely on Kira's army of demon insects. When Lin Yuan left Sky City to look for resources, Kira had suggested to Lin Yuan to expand the army of demon insects, but he had rejected her. Back then, Lin Yuan's reason for refusing was very simple. He had never expected to occupy the Spinning Wings White Falcons' territory so quickly. He still needed to attack the territory of the Crimson Heaven Falcons. If the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons had not taken action first, Lin Yuan probably would not have targeted them even if he returned to Sky City. Lin Yuan had always liked to do things steadily. He would first consolidate the current Faith country. He would expand after completely developing the resources in the King Blood Jackal's territory. If not, Lin Yuan would have accelerated Sky City's development. Lin Yuan was prepared to completely unseal Kira and provide a large amount of resources for her to use. He would enable Kira to produce demon insects as quickly as possible. To provide the best environment for Kira, Lin Yuan would allow her to stay in the Spirit Lock spatial zone for some time. The environment in the Spirit Lock spatial zone could greatly increase the speed at which Kira produced Class 1 genetic lock demon insects. After Bai Yunzong left with the spinning wings white falcons, Autumn suggested Lin Yuan, "Young master, if you intend to turn north of the Lonely River into a paradise that can produce faith power, I suggest that we simply set up along the Lonely River and completely control the entry and exit of north of the Lonely River. After we control the territory of the spinning wings white falcons, we will be in control of the Lonely River's shoreline. The area of north of the Lonely River is vast. As one heads downstream, there is a mountain that is hundreds of thousands of meters tall. The spinning wings white falcons, king blood jackals, crimson heaven falcons territory, which lies beyond the mountain haven't been explored at all. Setting a boundary from the world outside the Lonely River can prevent the outside world from harassing and coveting the faith country. The land inside can be used to continuously expand the faith country and produce more faith power. As long as we invest a large amount of resources, it's not difficult to do all of this. Summer has always had the habit of raising thriving summer rising clouds as playthings. They are very territorial plants. Plant these thriving summer rising clouds along the banks of the Lonely River and let these thriving summer rising clouds grow. All invaders, even if they are harmless mosquitoes, will be exterminated and expelled by thriving summer rising clouds. Spring felt that Autumn's suggestion was extremely good. This way, they could avoid many hidden dangers. However, Autumn was a little rude and actually had designs on Summer's playthings. Summer did not mind giving Lin Yuan those toys. If she knew that the thriving summer rising clouds could help Lin Yuan, she would have nurtured them a long time ago. Since Autumn mentioned the thriving summer rising clouds, Spring also said, "Young master, you value the soldier ration radish so much because of its growth speed. The thriving summer rising cloud's growth speed is actually not slower than the soldier ration radish. The thriving summer rising cloud doesn't even need to be provided with many resources for its growth speed will far exceed that of the soldier ration radish. Many thriving summer rising clouds might be needed to surround the entire Lonely River, but it will be very easy for Summer to do this with my support." Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. How could Lin Yuan not know how important it was to separate the inside and outside of the Lonely River? The greatest benefit of doing so was that it could allow the faith country to develop healthily and reduce the possibility of the outside world invading the faith country. According to Autumn's suggestion, if planting thriving summer rising clouds by the Lonely River's embankment could achieve this, Lin Yuan would be willing to give it a try no matter how much resources he had to spend. Lin Yuan planned to meet Summer after meeting Kira to explain the matter to her. Although Summer was Lin Yuan's follower, he would definitely have to seek her opinion on such a matter. Lin Yuan had thought about this situation before. Now that he knew that the Lonely River could be used as a dividing line to separate the entire north of the Lonely River, many thoughts appeared in his mind. He was now more confident in expanding his faith country. Kira quickly appeared before Lin Yuan. The last time Lin Yuan had summoned her, she had been in a deep sleep. Kira felt very embarrassed. Now that she had received the news of Lin Yuan's summons, Kira hurried over with an apologetic heart. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Kira knelt on one knee and said, "Lord, I'm really sorry. The last time you summoned me, I was in a deep sleep. Next time, before I fall asleep, I'll definitely take the initiative to ask if you have anything for me to do." Lin Yuan looked at Kira. As the number of creatures she hunted increased, she became more and more familiar with the ways of the world. She was like a wily old fox. Lin Yuan was actually unwilling to communicate with Kira like this but did not have any issues with her. From a certain perspective, Kira's situation could be understood as the enhancement of her bloodline. Lin Yuan said, "Kira, the situation is special now. You don't have to study those special demon insects. I'm now preparing to remove the restrictions on you and allow you to reproduce vigorously. You can enter a state of accelerated reproduction just like you wanted. In order to ensure that your state can continue, I will let you enter the Spirit Lock spatial zone and use the environment of the Spirit Lock spatial zone to achieve this goal." Hearing this, Kira revealed a surprised expression. What Kira wanted to do the most was expand the demon insects. If Lin Yuan had not intentionally restricted the speed at which Kira could produce demon insects, he would not have let Kira lift the ban even if he wanted to listen to Wen Yu's opinion. This made Kira rather depressed. If not for Lin Yuan's control over her, Kira would have already multiplied the number of demon insects by more than 5 times. Even if Kira wanted to expand the demon insect army, she did not dare to insist unless Lin Yuan agreed. Kira knew very well that Lin Yuan was extremely kind toward her and would provide her with high-quality resources to help her grow. However, all of this was based on the fact that Lin Yuan could control Kira. Kira knew very well that once she left Lin Yuan's control, he would be the first to eliminate her. Therefore, Kira had always been very obedient. Kira had some complaints about Lin Yuan, but this did not affect her loyalty to him. Now, Lin Yuan had lifted Kira's ban and allowed her to enter the Spirit Lock spatial zone. This made Kira both happy and excited. She had been thinking about how to find a suitable opportunity to convince Lin Yuan. Kira no longer needed to think about whether she could accelerate the reproduction of the insects. Lin Yuan wanted to expand the insect army to increase its reproduction speed, which meant that Kira could freely increase her strength. Kira felt that she was about to touch the threshold of the Holy Spirit level. After reaching the Holy Spirit level, she could be considered a new demon insect queen in all 4 universes. Kira was the only demon insect queen in north of the Lonely River. However, her gaze was never there. Kira hadn't forgotten the relentless pursuit of the demon insects, nor the subsequent torment and humiliation inflicted by a real insect queen, following an attack by other species. Were it not for that ordeal, she wouldn't have sought refuge in the alien insect dimensional world, enduring exile for millions of years. Even if she used her demon insect bloodline to nurture her demon insects, they would not be able to provide for her. Master, thank you for giving me a chance to expand the insect army. I won't disappoint you. With my current strength and level, if you are willing to let me increase my strength in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, I think I can make my demon insect army more than 3 times their current size in 3 months. It's just that there are so many issues I need to consider. I'm afraid that the wanton gathering of these demon insects will affect the Faith Country. Chapter 2949, Battle in the Blue Shark Sea. Kira was extremely meticulous. It was good that Lin Yuan wanted her to expand the demon insects, but Kira did not want her expansion to affect the Faith Country. If the demon insects wanted to reproduce, they needed space. Kira had been asleep for such a long time and did not know that Lin Yuan had already controlled the territory of the Spinning Wings White Falcons. Lin Yuan said to Kira with a smile, "Since I've given the order for you to expand the demon insect army, I'm naturally prepared for this. Just focus on expanding the demon insects. From now on, the entire north of the Lonely River will be the territory of the demon insects." Kira was relieved. Since Lin Yuan had said so, Kira could peacefully expand the demon insects. She had already said what she needed to say to Lin Yuan. If anything happened during the expansion of the demon insects in the future, Lin Yuan would not be able to blame her. "Master, please arrange a space in the Spirit Lock spatial zone for me to use. If the space is too small, there won't be any problems with the breeding of the demon insects. However, it's hard to guarantee that the others in the Spirit Lock spatial zone won't be affected by me." Lin Yuan sent Kira into the Spirit Lock spatial zone where she could now reproduce without restraint. Lin Yuan would get genius to arrange a large enough area for Kira to produce a large number of demon insects with Class 1 genetic locks. Although the resources in the north of the Lonely River were relatively poor, this was only a lack of resources. There were quite several species residing in north of the Lonely River. Through the genes of these species, Kira produced more and more types of demon insects. Lin Yuan had already explained to Kira the purpose of expanding the demon insect army. Kira was sensible. In the end, she would definitely produce suitable female insects to develop the demon insect army according to Lin Yuan's requirements. Kira was very good at observing Lin Yuan's intentions and would follow his instructions. She was especially serious about the details. This was also one of the reasons why Lin Yuan placed Kira in an important position. It was not that Lin Yuan did not have the chance to encounter demon insects on this trip. There had been a female demon insect in the exhibition hall. Lin Yuan did not choose to buy this female demon insect because the Fortune Treasure Palace's asking price had exceeded his expectations. Secondly, it was because female demon insects were mortal enemies. A female insect with ultimate reproductive rights would not submit to other female insects or cooperate with them. Since Lin Yuan already had Kira, there was no need for him to consider taking in a new brood mother. If Kira had not done her best, Lin Yuan would most likely have bought the female insect that was still in its embryonic form. Since Kira could do things well, Lin Yuan did not want her to feel threatened and think that she could be replaced at any time. After making arrangements for Kira, Lin Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Yuan was prepared to rest for some time and wait for the competition. After the competition ended, he would improve the strength of the ordinary members of Sky City. Before Lin Yuan could stop for 2 days, he received a message from Qin Yu. Qin Yu, Master, you've arranged two things for me. One is to find an opportunity to promote Fan Lu. The other is to pay attention to the Bloodlines' war against the mermaids. Judging from the current situation, the Bloodlines in the Scarlet Territory are about to battle the mermaids in the Blue Shark Sea. Qin Yu, the Elisa clan will join this operation. At that time, the powerful species will be qualified to divide and take possession of the captives. If you're interested in these sea species, I can help you capture another group of captives. At that time, you can deal with these captives. Qin Yu's words were very generous. Before meeting Lin Yuan, she would definitely care about the ownership of these mermaids. However, after being taken in by Lin Yuan and being provided with a large amount of pure spirit qi, the mermaids were no longer as appealing. It was quite beneficial for the dependent species to suck the blood of the mermaids, as apart from being rich in spirit qi, mermaid blood was also rich in elemental energy. However, the benefits these mermaid captives brought to the Bloodlines could not be compared to those spirit qi crystals. During this period, Qin Yu was in an abnormally good mood. The two Bloodline kings under her, Lhalu and Fankia, had completely extended their lifespans. The current Elisa clan was in the most prosperous state it had been in the past hundreds of thousands of years. Qin Yu's status in the Scarlet Territory rose steadily. She already had enough authority to influence the important decisions of the Bloodlines in the Scarlet Territory. Not only that, Qin Yu knew very well that the Elisa clan had an unimaginable backer. If anything happened to the Elisa clan in the future, they could obviously seek Lin Yuan's help. This allowed Qin Yu to not be afraid of anything. Qin Yu had already met Fan Lu a few days ago. Although Lin Yuan had specially instructed Qin Yu to promote Fan Lu was too weak, so Qin Yu did not take him seriously. Qin Yu wanted to find an opportunity to communicate with Lin Yuan, but she was afraid that Fan Lu was not important enough. If she communicated with Lin Yuan through Fan Lu, it would seem like she was trying to find something to say. It would not be good if it affected the image that Lin Yuan had of her. Now that the Bloodlines were finally going to attack the mermaids, this matter was clearly worth looking for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan thought, the Bloodlines are indeed fast when it comes to hunting. They're actually going to attack the mermaids so soon. The mermaid race was not a small species in the sky beyond the clouds. Like the Bloodlines, they were also on the species ranking. Although the mermaids were generally weaker than the Bloodlines and would be at a disadvantage in battle, the mermaids had a large number of allies in the sea and could increase the water element's activity in the sea. As such, many powerful sea species were willing to lend a helping hand to the mermaids during battle. This battle between the Bloodlines and the mermaids would definitely be chaotic, and Lin Yuan was not suited to participate. Lin Yuan had already realized this. Qin Yu could help him obtain mermaids and directly solve Lin Yuan's need for mermaids. Through these mermaids, Dark Blue could quickly obtain faith and increase its strength. Lin Yuan, Qin Yu, these mermaids are indeed very useful to me. Help me get as many mermaids as possible. I know that these mermen are equally useful to the Elisa clan. I will use resources to compensate the Elisa clan in the future. Qin Yu had never been worried about obtaining resources from Lin Yuan. Before Lin Yuan left, he had given her a large amount of resources. These resources were enough for the Elisa clan to use for a long time. In Qin Yu's eyes, the spirit qi crystals that Lin Yuan had provided to the Elisa clan and the favors that had helped her increase her strength were already more precious than these mermaids. Lin Yuan would even compensate the Elisa clan for these mermaids in the future. This was real charity. He was so generous that Qin Yu felt that the Elisa clan was soaking in a honey pot. Naturally, Qin Yu would not stand on ceremony with Lin Yuan. Qin Yu secretly made up her mind to let the Bloodline warriors of the Elisa clan capture more mermaids. To the Elisa clan, these mermaids were basically equivalent to spirit qi crystals. Qin Yu mentioned Fan Lu to Lin Yuan. Qin Yu's idea was that if Lin Yuan was interested in Fan Lu and was willing to talk about him, they could have a good chat. If Lin Yuan was not interested in Fan Lu and showed a lack of interest, she would immediately end the conversation. Qin Yu, Master, Fan Lu, who you mentioned previously, followed the Andra clan to the Elisa clan's territory to congratulate me. The banquet will last for nearly 2 months. After the banquet ends, the various Bloodline clans will directly attack the Blue Shark Sea. Qin Yu, I cannot find any reason to promote Fan Lu now. Do you think I should find a reason to promote Fan Lu and turn him into a pure-blood Bloodline? The Andra clan should be modifying Fan Lu's bloodline. Fan Lu clearly has a portion of the Bloodline bloodline now, but the level of the Bloodline bloodline in his body is not high. If he evolves into a Bloodline now, it will take a lot of effort and time for Fan Lu's bloodline to improve in the future. Lin Yuan's willingness to interfere with Fan Lu's bloodline showed how important Fan Lu was to him. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before replying. Lin Yuan, in that case, find a chance to promote Fan Lu. The Lonely River's 4 major species that are related to Fan Lu are all my people. You don't have to be wary of them. I heard that the poison secreted by the dark pufferfish has a huge impact on the mermaid race. You can use this poison to reduce the number of casualties suffered by the Elisa clan. Lin Yuan's answer told Qin Yu that he valued Fan Lu very much. The 4 major species of the Lonely River were all under Lin Yuan's command. He had managed to unite them to work alongside Fan Lu. Given this situation, Qin Yu realized she needed to adjust her approach toward Fan Lu. While she might be stronger than Fan Lu, it seemed that Fan Lu had a stronger connection to Lin Yuan than she did. Qin Yu, because they're about to attack the mermaids, the dark pufferfish have become the common target of all the major bloodline clans. It's great that the dark pufferfish are under your command. With the help of their venom, the Elisa clan will definitely be able to capture more mermaids for you. Qin Yu, I will find an opportunity to promote Fan Lu as soon as possible. Then, I will directly transform Fan Lu using a king's essence blood to help Fan Lu complete the bloodline transformation as soon as possible. After the transformation, his bloodline will reach a certain level of strength. Initially, Lin Yuan did not think much of Fan Lu. Back then, he had chosen to let Fan Lu join him because he did not have many choices. However, Fan Lu had proven his worth to Lin Yuan time and time again with his actions. This made Lin Yuan completely acknowledge Fan Lu and treat him as a subordinate. Lin Yuan had always felt apologetic toward Fan Lu. Lin Yuan's previous plan had not only caused Fan Lu a lot of pain, but it had also almost cost him his life. Therefore, Lin Yuan wanted to find an opportunity to compensate Fan Lu. Otherwise, there was no need for him to let Fan Lu follow Qin Yu. Since Lin Yuan planned to let Fan Lu follow Qin Yu from now on, Lin Yuan felt that he needed to explain Fan Lu's situation to Qin Yu. Lin Yuan, Fan Lu isn't strong, but he's quite capable. From now on, you can nurture him as you see fit. Lin Yuan did not say much to Qin Yu. Although the fantasy crystal birthstone flower could only conduct the most basic information transmission, it was enough for Lin Yuan to maintain contact with his subordinates. Lin Yuan had given away many fantasy crystal birthstone flowers in a short period, so he felt that he needed to nurture more young fantasy crystal birthstone flowers for emergencies. The Thoughts letter paper produced by Wen Yu's elemental paper was enough to communicate with the King Blood Jackals in their territory. But deep into the Spinning Wings White Falcon's territory and in the Crimson Heaven Falcon's territory, the Thoughts letter paper might not be of any use. Lin Yuan was not blindly optimistic about this situation. It would undoubtedly take a long time for Wen Yu's elemental paper to reach the Holy Spirit level. Before the strength of the elemental paper increased, he would have to facilitate communication through the fantasy crystal birthstone flowers. As the fantasy crystal birthstone flowers could only communicate between Raymets and Ortets while Raymets could not communicate with each other, Lin Yuan couldn't manage all of Sky City's affairs. Wen Yu, the Moon Empress, Lu Ji, Su Yiren, and the other core members of the Astronomical Parliament were the actual decision-makers of Sky City. Lin Yuan felt that he needed to contact Zhan Lu, the manager of Fortune Treasure Palace. He would obtain more Ortets of the fantasy crystal birthstone flower from Zhan Lu and strive to ensure that every core member of Sky City had an Ortet. Although this would increase the cultivation pressure and the spatial equipment of the people who went out on tasks would contain many fantasy crystal birthstone flower raymets that targeted different Ortets, it was undeniable that this could completely resolve the communication problem in Sky City. No matter how big Sky City's territory expanded, orders could still be transmitted to Sky City immediately. Lin Yuan took out the fantasy crystal birthstone flower raymet that Zhan Lu had given him and contacted Zhan Lu. Lin Yuan, Zhan Lu, I hope to trade more fantasy crystal birthstone flower Ortets from Fortune Treasure Palace. I want to try to nurture them. I've already told you that I lack a fey that can communicate from afar. Fortune Treasure Palace could be said to be the biggest winner in Treasure City. Zhan Lu and Li Feng had gained 2 large pieces of land from Lin Yuan. Just as Zhan Lu was thinking about how to design the 2 pieces of land, Lin Yuan sent him a message. Chapter 2950, The Sacred Sword-Wielding Queen Awakens. Recently, Zhan Lu had been looking for an opportunity to contact Lin Yuan and deepen their relationship. Before Zhan Lu could take action, Lin Yuan contacted him first. This made Zhan Lu very happy. Jean Liu had not contacted Lin Yuan because he was afraid that he would end up being treated coldly. If Lin Yuan could not be bothered with him, Jean Liu would not know what to do in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's experts closed both Class 4 void passageways when they opened. This capability itself was very difficult for Jean Liu to imagine. Afterward, Jean Liu reported the situation to Fortune Treasure Palace. Fortune Treasure Palace valued Lin Yuan's ability very much. After learning of Lin Yuan's abilities, Fortune Treasure Palace placed great importance on him and asked Jean Liu to deepen his relationship with Lin Yuan. He also treated Lin Yuan as a star among the special honor guests. Fortune Treasure Palace had a wide range of good partnerships. They paid special attention to these special honor guests so that one day, they could obtain powerful helpers when they needed them. Lin Yuan met Fortune Treasure Palace's requirements perfectly. Moreover, when Fortune Treasure Palace was trading with Lin Yuan did not take advantage of them like other special honor guests. On the contrary, Fortune Treasure Palace was the one who took advantage of Lin Yuan. This was because the creator resources that Lin Yuan used to exchange resources with Fortune Treasure Palace were at least Class 4 creators. If there was a chance in the future, Fortune Treasure Palace hoped to trade with Lin Yuan. Be it helping Fortune Treasure Palace obtain 2 more pieces of land in Treasure City or helping Lin Yuan become a special honor guest, Jean Liu's status in Fortune Treasure Palace had greatly increased. Jean Liu was very grateful to Lin Yuan. However, when he heard that Lin Yuan wanted to trade the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flowers Ortet with Fortune Treasure Palace, Jean Liu was somewhat troubled. Fortune Treasure Palace did not allow the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower Ortet to be traded. Fortune Treasure Palace invested a large amount of creator resources to nurture the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flowers that had the potential to evolve into Ortets. However, since Lin Yuan had asked this of him, he definitely could not reject him. Lin Yuan had already taken a Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower Ortet from him. Based on what he said, it was likely that he had not succeeded in nurturing this Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower Ortet but had obtained some breakthroughs. Jean Liu did not know how many Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower Ortets Lin Yuan wanted to trade, but it seemed like Lin Yuan wanted to trade a lot. Jean Liu did not reply to Lin Yuan immediately. Instead, he sent a request to Fortune Treasure Palace's headquarters. Jean Liu planned to do his best to apply for the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower Ortet for Lin Yuan. After receiving a response from the headquarters, Jean Liu felt relieved and replied to Lin Yuan. Jean Liu, young Master Lin, we haven't contacted each other in a long time. The last time you left suddenly and I didn't even have the chance to thank you properly. If you want the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower Ortet, that's no problem. Jean Liu, I'll personally apply for it from the headquarters. If it was someone else who wanted the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower, to be honest, even Mr. Jin Chen, who is also a special honor guest like you, would not be able to get it. You are now the most respected special honor guest in Fortune Treasure Palace. Jean Liu's words were meant to express goodwill to Lin Yuan, but it was undeniable that Jean Liu's words came from the bottom of his heart. Jean Liu had already applied for the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower Ortet from the headquarters before communicating with Lin Yuan. The reason why Jean Liu did not tell Lin Yuan was obvious. It was because he wanted Lin Yuan to owe him a favor. Lin Yuan did not have a good way to obtain the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower. The only way to obtain the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower was to trade with Fortune Treasure Palace. Lin Yuan was afraid that Fortune Treasure Palace would not be willing to trade the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower with him. If so, Lin Yuan would have to spend a long time searching for the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower. This would definitely greatly affect the speed at which Lin Yuan developed the territories of the King Blood Jackal and the Spinning Wings White Falcons. Fortunately, what Lin Yuan was worried about did not happen. Lin Yuan, there's no need to thank me. Back then, I was also in Treasure City. Saving you was equivalent to saving myself. Moreover, I'm a special honored guest of Treasure City. I also became a sponsor of Treasure City. If you can help me this time, I will repay your kindness. When I get someone to retrieve the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower Ortet, they'll send my gratitude to you. Lin Yuan did not dare to say that he was a good judge of character, but he could still see through Jean Liu. Jean Liu was a very smart person, but at the same time, he also valued benefits. As long as Lin Yuan could guarantee sufficient benefits that Jean Liu could not refuse, Jean Liu would treat Lin Yuan's words as an imperial edict. Lin Yuan had the most resources, and he was willing to use them to rope in Jean Liu. Even though Jean Liu was one of the managers of Fortune Treasure Palace, he would sincerely use the resources of Fortune Treasure Palace to work for him. Lin Yuan had only traded with Zhang Lu once, but this time alone had left a deep impression on Zhang Lu. If Lin Yuan could become more generous in the future, Zhang Lu would take the initiative to side with Lin Yuan without saying anything to him. The existence of Fortune Treasure Palace was Lin Yuan's greatest channel to obtain all kinds of resources. Most of the resources he had now were obtained from Fortune Treasure Palace. After returning to Sky City, Lin Yuan already knew what kind of resources he needed the most. Lin Yuan planned to use this opportunity to communicate with Zhang Lu and make a large transaction with him. Due to the previous transaction and Lin Yuan's strength, Fortune Treasure Palace had begun to value him. Lin Yuan decided to take advantage of this transaction to make the upper echelons of Fortune Treasure Palace pay more attention to him. Perhaps he would have a chance to cooperate deeply with Fortune Treasure Palace in the future. Zhang Lu beamed with joy when he saw Lin Yuan's message. Zhang Lu, young Master Lin, you really don't have to be so polite. Although we haven't known each other for long, we're already old friends here. How many fantasy crystal birthstone ortets do you need this time? Zhang Lu and Lin Yuan exchanged pleasantries, but Zhang Lu did not reject the benefits that Lin Yuan wanted to give him. On the contrary, Zhang Lu was very happy that Lin Yuan could treat him like this. Lin Yuan's treatment of him was equivalent to telling Zhang Lu that he was useful to Lin Yuan. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would not have thought of preparing a thank you gift for him. Lin Yuan was still as generous as ever. He had already prepared a generous reward for him during the last transaction, and he had also prepared another one this time. This meant that Lin Yuan really wanted to befriend him. Zhang Lu was afraid that Lin Yuan would want more ortets than he could give. If such a situation happened, Zhang Lu was determined to get the fantasy crystal birthstone flowers that Lin Yuan had asked for from the headquarters no matter what. Even if it would cost him some dignity, Zhang Lu would not hesitate. Lin Yuan never thought of making things difficult for Zhang Lu, but he needed a large number of fantasy crystal birthstone flowers. Sky City had more than 10 core members, and all of them had to be equipped with an ortet. Lin Yuan replied to Zhang Lu. Lin Yuan, Zhang Lu, to be honest, I need at least 20 fantasy crystal birthstone ortets. If you have the ability to obtain more fantasy crystal birthstone flowers, the more the better. How many fantasy crystal birthstone flowers you can get will depend on your ability. I hope you won't disappoint me. If you can help me get more than 30 fantasy crystal birthstone ortets, I will give you extra rewards. Lin Yuan always thought far ahead. Apart from equipping Sky City's core members with ortets, he also wanted to equip the Astronomical Parliament's members with ortets. The members of the Astronomical Parliament might have been small fry when they joined the Astronomical Parliament, but as long as they remained a part of the Astronomical Parliament, they would definitely become stronger and stronger. In the future, he would definitely develop his faction. However, the members of the Astronomical Parliament were all over the 4 universes. It was extremely difficult for them to obtain the ortets, which could be used for long-distance communication and facilitated communication between the faction members. Lin Yuan planned to use the Astronomical Parliament to make Sky City bloom. He had already experimented with this method in the main world and had achieved great success. If not for the Astronomical Parliament, Lin Yuan would not have achieved such great results in the main world so quickly. If not for Beisu and peace, Lin Yuan would not have known about the Grotto continent and Broiling Rock continent. Naturally, he would not have discovered the world on the other side of Barren Sea either. Since Lin Yuan wanted to make a name for himself through the Astronomical Parliament, he naturally had to provide some support to the members. Zhang Lu had only applied for 10 fantasy crystal birthstone ortets. The headquarters of Fortune Treasure Palace had very tight control over such communication resources. 10 ortets did not even meet Lin Yuan's most basic requirements, which put some pressure on Zhang Lu. Lin Yuan was so generous to him. If he could not even meet the basic requirements of 20 fantasy crystal birthstone flower ortets, Lin Yuan would definitely feel that he was useless. At that time, Lin Yuan would inevitably choose to trade with others. Lin Yuan had so many resources and powerful strength in his hands. He could have his pick of trading partners. Zhang Lu gritted his teeth and decided to take out a portion of his resources. No matter what, he had to get the 20 fantasy crystal birthstone flower ortets for Lin Yuan. If he had the chance to spend more resources and help Lin Yuan obtain more than 30 fantasy crystal birthstone flower ortets, he would definitely do it. This was the best way to prove his worth to Lin Yuan. Moreover, Lin Yuan had also said that if he could obtain more than 30 fantasy crystal birthstone flower ortets, he would be greatly rewarded. The reward that Lin Yuan mentioned was definitely not simple. Zhang Lu, young Master Lin, to be honest, our headquarters has extremely strict control over things like fantasy crystal birthstone flower or tets. It's already abnormally difficult to obtain 10 of them. I'll go all out. Even if I have to beg, I'll get 20 fantasy crystal birthstone flowers for you. As for the 30 of them, I can't guarantee it, but I will do my best. Zhang Lu's words expressed his feelings for Lin Yuan and also indicated that it would be very difficult for him to help Lin Yuan obtain the fantasy crystal birthstone flower or tets. Zhang Lu was willing to work for Lin Yuan, but before doing so, he also hoped that Lin Yuan would be able to see his efforts. Lin Yuan was very satisfied with Zhang Lu's answer. Lin Yuan did not mention the fantasy crystal birthstone flower to Zhang Lu again. Instead, he simply said, Lin Yuan, I'll get my people to bring a detailed list this time. Try to get all the resources on my list. I will be trading resources of the same standard as the last time. I won't make things difficult for you. When Zhang Lu saw Lin Yuan's message, he was so excited that he could not hide the joy in his eyes. When Zhang Lu replied to Lin Yuan did not reply. However, Zhang Lu couldn't care less about this. Lin Yuan had mentioned he had purchased a plethora of resources to establish a faction, indicating he'd be swamped with tasks. Zhang Lu was ready to assist Lin Yuan immediately in acquiring over 30 fantasy crystal birthstone flower or tets, deferring any consideration of how to manage the 2 new pieces of land acquired by Fortune Treasure Palace. Zhang Lu planned to prioritize securing the fantasy crystal birthstone flowers for Lin Yuan before addressing the matters concerning Fortune Treasure Palace's land. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Lu could not guarantee that he could obtain more than 30 fantasy crystal birthstone flowers for Lin Yuan. However, if Lin Yuan used creator resources to trade for large amounts of resources with Fortune Treasure Palace, even those unreasonable old fellows would definitely agree and facilitate this. Fortune Treasure Palace indeed had a very tight control on the fantasy crystal birthstone flowers, but in fact, there were some fantasy crystal birthstone flower or tets stored in Fortune Treasure Palace. Using existing resources to exchange for creator resources was very profitable for Fortune Treasure Palace. This way, Zhang Lu would not even have to put in a lot of effort to help Lin Yuan. Zhang Lu was already looking forward to the benefits Lin Yuan would give him after he completed the deal. Lin Yuan had suddenly ended his communication with Zhang Lu not because he had finished speaking with Zhang Lu. Lin Yuan was actually prepared to reveal to Zhang Lu what kind of resources he needed on the list. This would make it easier for Zhang Lu to make preparations in advance. The resources that Lin Yuan wanted to trade were relatively rare. Lin Yuan suddenly ended the discussion with Zhang Lu because he felt a throbbing in his soul. He knew that his sacred source life form was about to awaken. Since the sacred sword-wielding queen was about to wake up, Lin Yuan naturally did not have the mood to pay attention to Zhang Lu. In any case, Lin Yuan had already completed the important transaction with Zhang Lu. Lin Yuan endured the throbbing in his soul and summoned the sacred sword-wielding queen.